X-Gene Omnitrix. Chapter 1. Tigers. Tigers were magnificent. Not just fast, lightning in fur. Not just strong, raw power wrapped in muscle and sinew. And when they moved through the world, everything else held its breath. Alex sat cross-legged on the couch, popcorn forgotten in his lap, transfixed by the screen. On TV, a tiger slipped through tall grass like liquid gold, each paw step deliberate and silent. The deer, oblivious, lowered its head to drink. Did you know a tiger can devour 80 pounds of meat in one sitting? Alex stuffed a handful of popcorn into his mouth, crumbs spilling onto his t-shirt. That's like 100 cheeseburgers stacked together. Martha's laugh drifted in from the kitchen as she appeared in the doorway, dish towel slung over her shoulder. You and these animal facts, she said, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Where do you even find them? It's true. Alex's face lit up. Tigers are legendary. Lions don't even compare. Martha sank into the cushion beside him, the couch dipping under her weight. Oh. And what crime have lions committed to earn such disdain? Lions need their pride to survive, Alex declared, sitting up straighter. Tigers hunt alone. They don't need anyone's help. His mom's fingers found his hair, ruffling the unruly strands. Even the mightiest creatures need someone watching over them sometimes, sweetheart. Nope. Alex shook his head firmly. Tigers are different. On screen, the tiger lunged. The deer's muscles tensed a heartbeat too late. The chase lasted seconds, a blur of movement ending with predator's claws sinking into prey. Victory guaranteed from the moment it began. Alex's smile faltered. Something about the deer's struggle, its eyes wide with terror, legs kicking frantically at empty air, turned the popcorn in his stomach to stone. He swallowed hard. I mean, it's just nature, right? Martha's arm slid around his shoulders. That's how the world works, baby. Alex nodded, but the uneasiness grew, spreading through his chest like ice water. Then his fingers twitched. Heat flooded his body, not comfortable warmth but something fierce and primal. His skin prickled as if 1,000 tiny needles were pushing outward. His heart hammered against his ribs, too big, too wild for his chest. His vision sharpened until he could count the dust motes floating in the sunbeam by the window. Pain shot through his spine, white-hot and electric. Then. Crack. Something inside him snapped. His arms stretched, bones elongating beneath his skin. His nails darkened, curved, sharpened to deadly points. Muscles rippled and expanded, tearing his favorite shirt at the seams. The popcorn bowl clattered to the floor. The coffee table groaned under his weight. And that's when Alex felt it. Fur. Thick, luxurious striped fur sprouting along his arms. His ears flicked at the sound of the fallen bowl, ears that now perched atop his head, rotating to catch every whisper of sound. His jaw ached, stretched wider, heavier with teeth that could crush bone. He tried to call for his mom, but what escaped was a rumbling growl that vibrated from deep in his chest. His gaze darted to the TV screen's reflection. And what stared back wasn't a 9-year-old boy. A tiger. A massive, amber-eyed tiger with black stripes slashing across golden fur. His massive paws shifted against the wooden floor, claws clicking against the boards. His tail, his actual tail, lashed behind him, knocking a lamp from the side table. This wasn't make-believe. This was real. Then. Alex? His ears swiveled toward the sound. His mother stood frozen in the doorway, dish rag slipping from nerveless fingers. Her face had drained of color, lips parted in a silent scream. In her eyes, those eyes that had only ever held love for him, Alex saw something that shattered his world. Pure, undiluted terror. She was afraid. Of him. No. This couldn't be happening. Alex tried to step toward her, to somehow explain, but his massive body sent the coffee table skidding across the floor. His tail knocked a photo frame from the wall. His mother flinched at each movement, pressing herself against the doorframe. He needed to tell her it was okay, that he was still her Alex inside this strange new body, but all that emerged was another rumbling growl that made her shrink further away. Her hands trembled violently. Alex. The name escaped as barely a whisper. Her voice, small, fragile, broke something inside him. Panic crashed through him like a tidal wave. His entire body shuddered. And suddenly, the pain returned, rocketing through his spine. His muscles contracted, bones compressing. The fur receded into his skin like water into sand. And in the tiger's place stood a small, terrified boy with torn clothes and tears streaming down his face. Martha launched forward, gathering him in her arms so tightly he could barely breathe. She was shaking harder than he was. "It's okay, baby. It's okay. I've got you," she whispered against his hair, her voice cracking. Alex clung to her, burying his face against her neck. But even as she held him, he could feel her racing pulse against his cheek. She was still afraid. And Alex, for the first time in his life, was terrified of himself. Alex couldn't understand why their entire life had to be uprooted. One morning, he was eating cereal in their sun-drenched apartment kitchen, listening to the familiar symphony of city life outside. By nightfall, they were racing down the highway, their belongings crammed into suitcases and garbage bags, their past abandoned like something shameful. Now they were here. In the mountains. In a cabin so remote that silence had its own crushing weight. No school. No friends. No Wi-Fi pulsing through the walls like a digital heartbeat. Nothing but trees and sky and the constant whisper of wind. "This is garbage," Alex muttered, kicking a pinecone off the porch, watching it tumble down the slope and disappear into the underbrush. Martha knelt beside him, her fingers gentle as they tucked a strand of hair behind his ear. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "What's our rule, sweetheart?" The words tasted bitter on his tongue. "Never use my powers where anyone can see. I'm special, and bad people might want to take me away." "That's right." She pressed her lips to his forehead, lingering there as if memorizing the feel of him. "We just need to be careful, okay? Just until we figure this out." Alex wrapped his arms around himself, wanting to argue. He was careful. But the truth hung between them like a shadow. The neighbor's kid had seen him. Just a glimpse through the window as Alex, frustrated over a video game, had half-shifted without meaning to. The boy had told his parents. His parents had made phone calls. And Martha had known, with bone-deep certainty, that they had to run. The first month in the mountains stretched endlessly, each day bleeding into the next. Too quiet. Too still. Alex missed the constant hum of the city, car horns and music and voices flowing together into a lullaby of humanity. Here, there was just the creak of the cabin settling, the rustle of leaves, the occasional cry of a distant bird. And at night? A silence so complete it felt like drowning. Until one night, when something changed. Alex jerked awake, his senses firing like electric currents beneath his skin. The hair on his arms stood on end. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. Something was watching him. He turned toward his window. And froze. A shadow. Not the gentle flutter of branches against moonlight. A solid shape. Human-shaped. It moved, shifting slightly to the left. Alex's legs carried him to his mother's room before his mind could process the fear coursing through him. He burst through her door, gasping. "Mom! Someone's outside." Martha bolted upright, instantly alert. She reached for him in the darkness, pulling him against her. "Are you certain?" He nodded against her shoulder, fingers digging into her arms. "By my window." She held him close, one hand stroking down his back in slow, soothing motions. "It's okay, baby. I'm here." But Alex felt the sudden tension in her body, the way her muscles coiled tight beneath her skin. And she didn't say, "You're just seeing things." Because deep down, she'd been waiting for this moment. Waiting for them to be found. Something cold pressed against Alex's forehead, dragging him from dreamless sleep. Metal. His eyes flew open. Dark silhouettes loomed over his bed, faceless in tactical gear, their outlines blurred in the beam of a flashlight. "Target secured," a voice whispered from behind a mask. Alex's scream died in his throat as a gloved hand clamped over his mouth. The bedroom door splintered inward with a deafening crack. "Run, Alex." His mother's voice, raw, desperate, terrified. Alex thrashed wildly, heat surging through his veins. His bones began to shift, muscles stretching, the change starting to ripple through him. Pain exploded in his neck. A needle. His limbs turned to lead. His vision swam, the room tilting and spinning around him. He hit the floor with a thud that he felt more than heard. Footsteps thundered around him, voices shouted commands that blurred together. A metallic click. Cold steel encircled his throat, a collar, heavy and unyielding. The last thing he heard before consciousness slipped away was his mother's screams echoing through the cabin, sounds of fury and terror and heartbreak that would haunt him long after the darkness claimed him. Pain. All-consuming, white-hot pain seared through every nerve ending in Alex's body. He tried to scream, but his jaw wouldn't move. His tongue lay leaden in his mouth. His limbs refused to obey the desperate commands of his brain. Something cold and heavy encircled his throat, pressing against his windpipe with every shallow breath. Not a regular collar, this was a nightmare of metal and wires, humming with malevolent energy. Each time his body instinctively tried to shift, to protect itself through transformation, electricity arced through him, paralyzing his muscles and sending fresh waves of agony cascading through his system. His eyelids fluttered open. The world appeared as if through gauze, everything distorted and wavering. Shapes moved on the other side of curved glass, faceless figures in white coats drifting like ghosts. Machines beeped rhythmically. Lights pulsed in hypnotic patterns. He was suspended in nothingness. His arms and legs drifted weightlessly in a tank of luminescent blue liquid that pressed against his skin from all sides. Tiny bubbles rose around him, shimmering like stars as they ascended toward the surface. Every instinct screamed at him to fight, to claw and kick and break free. But when he tried, agony slammed into him like a freight train, electric currents locking his muscles in painful spasms. A voice penetrated the liquid barrier, muffled but clear enough to understand. Subject is stable and responsive to stimuli. Another voice, colder. Initiate primary extraction sequence. A mechanical hiss reverberated through the tank. Then. Searing pain erupted in his arm. Not one needle, but an array of them, plunging through his skin in perfect formation. Burning liquid pumped into his veins, igniting his blood from within. His nerves caught fire, his brain flooded with signals it couldn't process. His back arched involuntarily, muscles straining against invisible restraints. He screamed. But in this watery prison, no sound escaped. The thick liquid swallowed his cries, leaving him voiceless in his agony. His consciousness fractured, splitting between the reality of the lab and something else. Flashes. Images that didn't belong to him. Marvel logos splashed across a movie screen. A green watch glowing on a boy's wrist. Ben 10. Familiar yet impossible. His mind spun wildly, trying to make sense of memories that couldn't be his own. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. The pain surged again, dragging him back to the nightmare at hand. Heart rate exceeding safety parameters. Brain activity showing unusual patterns. Continue the procedure. A fresh needle pierced the back of his neck, directly into his spine. Alex convulsed, his body jerking violently as new chemicals flooded his system. He could feel it happening. His DNA, the very blueprint of his existence, was being rewritten. Strand by strand, cell by cell, like someone was unraveling him from the inside out, only to stitch him back together wrong. The agony didn't diminish. It grew. Expanded. Consumed him entirely until he was nothing but pain, pain breathing, pain existing, pain incarnate. And through the haze of suffering, a terrible realization settled over him like a shroud. What if this never ended? What if this was his forever? When consciousness returned, Alex found himself bound to a cold metal surface. Heavy restraints secured his wrists and ankles to a stainless steel table that reflected the harsh fluorescent lights overhead. The room gleamed with antiseptic whiteness, walls, ceiling, equipment, all sterile, impersonal, devoid of warmth. His body felt wrong. Used. Like someone had taken him apart and reassembled him carelessly, leaving pieces missing and others misaligned. His throat burned raw, vocal cords strained from screams he couldn't remember uttering. A shadow fell across his face. A man in a pristine lab coat stood over him, clipboard clutched in one hand. Wire-rimmed glasses perched on a narrow nose. He appeared ordinary, someone you'd pass on the street without a second glance. But his eyes. Cold. Clinical. Empty of anything resembling compassion. Consciousness restored, he noted, voice flat. How are we feeling today, Subject 117? Alex stared up at him, disoriented and parched. His mouth felt stuffed with cotton, his tongue too thick to form words. The scientist scribbled something down, not waiting for a response. The subject's resistance to cellular degradation is remarkable. Most promising candidate to date. Subject. Not Alex. Not even a number that belonged to him. Just a specimen under glass. Something cold and poisonous unfurled in Alex's chest, not fear this time, but the first flickering spark of hatred. The scientist turned to speak to someone beyond Alex's line of sight. We need to test the transformation limits. Increase the catalyst output to maximum. A machine word to life, the sound sending terror crawling up Alex's spine. Then. Lightning exploded through his body. His back arched off the table, straining against the restraints until they cut into his flesh. A scream tore from his throat, primal and agonized. The collar around his neck activated, pulsing with energy that sent additional waves of pain crashing through him. It wasn't simple electricity. It was something deeper, more fundamental. It reached beyond flesh and bone to his very essence, tearing at the fabric of what made him him. The scientist observed impassively, head tilted slightly as if watching an interesting chemical reaction. Fascinating response pattern, he murmured, making another notation. Alex collapsed back onto the table, chest heaving, sweat drenching his body. His heartbeat thundered in his ears, drowning out everything else. The man adjusted his glasses, studying his notes. The mutation sequence is unprecedented. Nothing in our database matches this particular genetic signature. We need a more aggressive approach. A second voice responded from somewhere to the right. Forced transformation cycling could yield better results. Precisely what I was thinking. Alex's breath caught in his throat. No. They had already forced him to transform countless times. Each more excruciating than the last. They would activate the collar, send currents of agony through his nervous system until his body had no choice but to change, but it wasn't like his natural transformations. These were violent, brutal tearing of muscle and bone, each shift leaving him weaker than before. Sometimes they kept him in tiger form for hours, prodding and testing and taking samples until he collapsed from exhaustion. Sometimes they forced him to maintain a half-transformed state, neither fully human nor fully tiger, suspending him in an agonizing limbo between worlds. Alex's voice emerged as a ragged whisper, barely audible. Please, stop. The scientist didn't acknowledge him. Didn't even glance his way. He simply pressed a button on the control panel beside the table. Agony exploded in Alex's chest, radiating outward like lightning striking a tree. The transformation tore through him violently, bones snapping and reforming, muscles stretching beyond their limits, golden fur erupting from his skin in waves. His jaw stretched, teeth lengthening into deadly fangs. The tiger emerged, but something was terribly wrong. His lungs seized. His heart stuttered in its rhythm. He couldn't breathe. Couldn't move. Black spots danced across his vision as oxygen deprivation set in. His consciousness began to fade at the edges. Then, just before oblivion claimed him, the pain abruptly ceased. And darkness swallowed him whole. The voice. Floating. Suspended in nothingness. No pain. No fear. No sense of self. Just peaceful oblivion. Then, through the silence. A voice. Not the scientist's. Not his mother's. A voice he shouldn't recognize but somehow did, familiar as his own heartbeat yet impossible to place. You can do this, Alex. A flash of memory. A darkened theater. Marvel logos splashed across the screen. Superheroes defying impossible odds. Another flash. A cartoon boy with a strange green watch that transformed him into aliens. Ben 10. You are more than what they say you are. Alex's consciousness stirred, confused. Why did these images feel like memories? How did he know these stories? And why did it feel like someone, was trying to wake him up from the inside out? Alex's eyes flew open. He was back in the glass tank. Suspended in glowing liquid. Restrained. Monitored. The machines surrounding him beeped steadily. White-coated figures moved about beyond the glass, oblivious to his return to consciousness. His wrist tingled. He looked down through the blue haze. A strange green light pulsed beneath his skin, not the sickly glow of the chemicals they pumped into him, but something vibrant and alive. It throbbed in time with his heartbeat, growing stronger with each pulse. And for the first time since his capture, it didn't hurt. The energy felt right. Natural. As if it had always been part of him, waiting to be discovered. Power surged through him, not the destructive, agonizing force the scientists had been extracting, but something purer. Stronger. His to command. In that moment, Alex no longer felt like a helpless test subject. He felt like something else entirely. Something powerful. Something unstoppable. And if they thought they could keep him caged forever, they were about to learn just how wrong they were. Chapter 2: The Awakening. Silence hung heavy in the sterile lab, broken only by the rhythmic beeping of monitoring equipment. Monitors cast a ghostly blue glow against the glass containment tank dominating the center of the room, their light dancing across polished metal surfaces and throwing distorted shadows against clinical white walls. Inside the tank, Alex drifted in suspension, a human specimen preserved in luminescent azure fluid, motionless and unaware. Or so they thought. For 3 endless years, he had been nothing more to them than Subject 117. A curiosity to probe. A mystery to unravel. A power source to harvest. His body, once his sanctuary, had become his prison, his extraordinary abilities shackled by a device they'd embedded deep within his nervous system. But today, something shifted in the carefully controlled atmosphere of scientific detachment. An alarm shrieked to life, its high-pitched wail shattering the sterile quiet. Dr. Mercer's head snapped toward the neural monitoring station, his brow furrowing as he studied the chaotic patterns erupting across the screen. His brain activity is spiking well beyond baseline, he muttered, fingers flying across the keyboard. Impossible. He should be completely sedated. Dr. Chen abandoned her tissue samples, moving swiftly to the sedation controls. We administered the standard protocol exactly 1 hour ago. There's no physiological way he could be regaining consciousness. The alarm intensified, its pitch climbing higher. Mercer's knuckles whitened as he gripped the edge of the console. Then explain why he's. The words died on his lips. On the monitor, Alex's neural patterns weren't just active, they were exploding in configurations the scientists had never witnessed before. His physical form remained perfectly still within the suspension tank, but inside his mind, earthquakes were happening. Dr. Winters, the newest addition to the research team, leaned against a nearby workstation with arms crossed. So what if he's conscious? That suppression implant ensures he's about as dangerous as a lab mouse. Let him wake up, might make the reactions more interesting. Dr. Mercer whirled around, face contorted with barely contained rage. Are you clinically brain dead? He hissed, advancing on the younger scientist. This isn't just some random test subject, he's the most valuable specimen we've ever discovered. If his consciousness fully engages during an active procedure, the neural shock could destroy exactly what makes him valuable. Winters shrank back, Adam's apple bobbing nervously. I didn't consider that, sir. Clearly. Mercer dragged a hand down his face, composure cracking. Increase sedation levels. Maximum dose. Now. The team scrambled to prepare the injection. But inside the glass prison, beyond the reach of needles and chemicals and scientific understanding, Alex was already gone. Not physically. But somewhere deeper. They were already too late. Alex's eyes opened to nothing. The lab had vanished. In its place stretched an infinite void. Absolute blackness surrounded him, no floor, no ceiling, no boundaries of any kind. Just endless emptiness extending in all directions. Yet somehow, Alex felt perfectly supported, as if floating in water without the sensation of wetness. His breath quickened, heart fluttering in his chest. Where am I? Then. Two masks materialized before him, glowing an otherworldly green that illuminated nothing around them, their radiance contained to their featureless faces. They hovered in the nothingness, disembodied visages with no bodies attached. Their cosmic glow pulsed rhythmically, like heartbeats made of starlight. Alex's throat constricted. Recognition hit him like a physical blow. These weren't strangers. He knew them. Before his mind could fully process this impossible familiarity, their voices thundered through the void, vibrating down to his bones. So, you have awakened. Fury erupted inside Alex like a volcano breaking through years of dormancy. Everything crashed back at once, every fragment of suffering, every needle puncture, every scream torn from his throat, every memory of a life stolen from him, forming a tidal wave of rage that threatened to drown him from within. His hands curled into fists so tight his nails drew blood from his palms. His teeth ground together, jaw muscles standing out like cords beneath his skin. Why didn't you give me my memories sooner? The question tore from his throat, raw and primal, shaking the very fabric of the void around them. Why did you leave me to rot in that hell without knowing who I really was? The left mask, bellicose, the embodiment of aggression and conflict, surged forward instantly, his green glow flaring brighter with indignation. Because your pathetic human form couldn't handle it, you ungrateful speck. The voice crashed against Alex like physical force, nearly knocking him backward. Alex froze, the breath stuttering in his lungs. What are you talking about? Bellicus vibrated with barely contained frustration, his words sharp enough to cut. Your physical vessel was too weak to contain your complete soul. We had to meter it out slowly to prevent total cellular collapse. The truth hit harder than any of the scientists' experiments ever had. Alex's entire body shook with a mixture of fury and despair. And because of your protection, I don't even know what happened to my mother. His voice cracked on the final word. I've spent years as nothing but a lab rat while you decided I wasn't ready. The right mask, Serena, the voice of compassion and peace, quivered slightly. And then. She began to cry. Luminous green tears slipped from beneath her mask, trailing down the featureless surface before evaporating into the void like morning dew. Bellicus groaned, his mask tilting in exasperation. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Look what you've done now. You've made her cry. Alex faltered, caught off guard by this unexpected display of emotion from a cosmic entity. Serena's voice wavered with genuine sorrow. Alex, we wanted nothing more than to help you sooner. But we simply couldn't. Her words carried such profound sadness that Alex felt his anger momentarily falter. If we had awakened your complete soul too quickly. She hesitated, the tears flowing faster. Your physical form would have disintegrated. You would have ceased to exist entirely. Alex's breath caught in his throat. His rage flickered, uncertainty creeping in to replace it. Died? Bellicus scoffed loudly, his mask expanding with indignation. Do you have any conception of what you truly are? The question echoed through the darkness, reverberating with cosmic weight. You're not merely some mutation anymore. You've become something far beyond such primitive classifications. Serena nodded gently, her tears finally subsiding. When your soul crossed between realities, it began fracturing under the strain. We had to carefully control its reintegration with your new physical form, or the energy release would have obliterated your very existence. Alex's fingernails dug deeper into his palms. Then why didn't you send someone, anyone, to help me escape that nightmare? Bellicus emitted a harsh, bitter laugh that cut through the void like broken glass. Oh, you mean like your precious Ben Tennyson? Alex's eyes flashed with desperate hope. Yes. Why not him? Bellicus surged forward until his mask was inches from Alex's face. Because there is no Ben Tennyson Indiana this universe, you cosmically ignorant fool. Silence crashed over them. Alex staggered backward as if physically struck. Serena sighed, her gentle voice carrying the weight of universal truth. This reality exists without a Ben Tennyson. That timeline never formed here. Alex's world collapsed around him. No Ben. No hero swooping in with the Omnitrix to save the day. No Grandpa Max with his plumber connections. No Gwen with her magic. He was truly, completely alone. Bellicus huffed, his mask pulsing with irritation. You still don't grasp the fundamentals, do you? We're cosmic guardians, not your personal rescue service. We don't manipulate fate like puppet strings. We can't simply conjure a convenient hero to solve your problems. Serena's voice softened, cutting through Bellicus's tirade. But we can offer you something else. She extended what seemed like a hand from nothingness. A symbol manifested in the darkness between them. A perfect green circle, radiating power that made the air vibrate. Alex's chest suddenly burned with excruciating intensity. Pain erupted through every cell in his body, radiating outward from his core. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his right arm as something beneath his skin writhed and pushed, desperate to break free. The agony peaked. And something tore through his flesh from within, emerging not with blood and tissue but with pure energy. A device, metallic, complex, pulsing with blue light, materialized directly from his cellular structure and locked around his wrist with a decisive click. The Omnitrix. But unlike any version he had ever seen. This wasn't constructed from alien technology or Galvan ingenuity. This was born from his own mutated DNA. A limiter. A safeguard. And the key to power beyond human comprehension. Bellicus made a sound remarkably like a snort. There. That should prevent you from catastrophically detonating when you exceed your current physical limitations. You're welcome, by the way. Serena's energy reached out, a comforting presence against Alex's shoulder. This Omnitrix is now an integral part of your being. It will activate automatically when you approach critical thresholds, reverting you to human form when your power becomes too dangerous for your body to contain. Alex gasped for breath, sweat beading on his forehead as the burning sensation gradually subsided. He gritted his teeth and forced himself upright, refusing to remain kneeling before these entities. His eyes, no longer their natural brown but a brilliant, electric blue, blazed with determination. Fine, he growled, examining the device that was now part of him. Then I'll just have to become powerful enough that I never need its limitations. Bellicus vibrated with what might have been cosmic exasperation. This child is going to be the death of us all. Serena's mask tilted in what seemed like affectionate amusement. I think he's absolutely magnificent. Bellicus flared brightly. For the love of all creation, enough. Get out of our realm. The void shattered like black glass. Chapter 3. Beep. 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 Alarms shrieked through the laboratory, their wails cutting through the sterile air like knives. Scientists scrambled across the room, their lab coats flapping like panicked birds. Monitors flashed warning signs. The sedation, the powerful cocktail that had kept their subject docile for years, was failing. A young scientist stumbled backward, his eyes locked on the screen. The color drained from his face as he watched the impossible numbers climb higher. "Yes, sir," he choked out, voice barely audible above the chaos, his vitals are surging. His brain activity is off the charts, he's waking up. The lead scientist whipped around, disbelief etched into the deep lines of his weathered face. That's impossible. He's been under chemical restraint for years, those drugs would kill an elephant. A woman gripped the edge of her console, knuckles white. Then why, she whispered, her voice trembling, is he waking up now? The laboratory fell silent for a heartbeat. Only the persistent shriek of the alarms filled the void. The lead scientist's expression hardened into something cruel. Something desperate. "Call the guards," he commanded, already moving toward the equipment cabinet. "We're strapping him to the table. We need to dissect him before he fully regains consciousness. Figure out what's happening." They moved with practiced efficiency. Armed guards poured into the lab, boots thundering against the steel floor, weapons at the ready. But they were too late. They had always been too late. Inside the tank, the awakening. Pain. Not the dull ache of a bruise or the sharp sting of a cut. This was something primordial, a white-hot agony that consumed every cell, every nerve ending, every thought. Alex's consciousness wasn't gently returning. It was being violently shoved back into his body, dragging years of suffering with it like anchors chained to his soul. Years of experiments. Years of being cut open, prodded, injected, altered. The memories flooded his mind, needles piercing his skin, scalpels carving into his flesh, foreign objects being buried inside him while he lay helpless, screaming behind a wall of sedatives. His vision swam through the viscous liquid surrounding him. The tank's glass walls warped the figures moving beyond. His limbs felt wrong, heavier yet somehow hollow. Then. A cold click, like a key turning in a lock deep within his body. Something materialized from beneath his skin, pushing through flesh and bone as if they were mere illusions. A watch, sleek and alien, emerged from his wrist, becoming visible as though it had always been there, waiting. The scientists froze, their movements halting mid-step like marionettes with cut strings. One of them crashed into a table, sending equipment clattering to the floor. "T the specimen," he gasped, voice breaking with naked terror, "he's manifesting a device." "Impossible," another whispered, jaw slack with disbelief. It came from inside his body, his actual flesh. Alex's gaze cut through the murky liquid, locking onto them with sudden clarity. He saw their fear, tasted it on his tongue like copper. Something ancient stirred within him. A predator awakening from hibernation, hungry and patient. The watch on his wrist hummed, vibrating against his pulse. A mechanical voice, cold and precise, sliced through the chaos. "User DNA damaged. Initiating repair." The laboratory fell silent, as if the world itself held its breath. Then. Light erupted from Alex's body. Not the warm glow of sunlight but something harsh and primal, a radiance that seemed to bend reality around its edges. The scientists scattered, screaming. "Call the guards. Restrain him now." Bubbles exploded from Alex's breathing apparatus as his body convulsed. Raw energy coursed through his veins like liquid fire, rewriting him from the inside out. Above his wrist, a holographic dial materialized, a shimmering wheel of possibilities. Creatures that defied imagination flickered across its surface, beings with multiple limbs, with scales, with powers beyond human comprehension. But nothing felt right. Alex didn't want to transform. He didn't want to become a hero. He wanted to hunt. His fingers moved on pure instinct, guided by a hunger deeper than thought. They settled on one form that resonated with the darkness flooding his soul. A white-haired figure clad in a form-fitting black suit, face hidden behind a cracked, menacing mask. Kaneki Ken. Alex's fingers slammed down on the selection. The transformation was agony beyond words. His bones snapped like brittle twigs, only to reform in new configurations. Muscles tore and rewove themselves. His veins burned as something ancient and terrible flowed through them, replacing his blood with living darkness. His skin blanched, color bleeding away until it was alabaster white. His eyes, once a forgettable shade of blue, darkened before blazing crimson, bright as fresh blood under surgical lights. A midnight black bodysuit materialized, not as clothing but as an extension of himself, a second skin molding to his newly formed musculature. Then, the mask appeared, growing from his face like an exoskeleton. Metallic. Cracked. A horrific grin stretching across its lower half, mocking the screams that filled the laboratory. His fingers twitched, nails lengthening into obsidian claws that could rend steel. And then came the Kagun. For massive, serpentine appendages erupted from his back, their surface glistening like wet muscle. They whipped through the air with deadly grace, extensions of his newly awakened will. For the first time since his capture, Alex felt something beyond pain. He felt hunger. And these scientists, these tormentors who had cut him open and put him back together for years, they weren't people anymore. They were food. The blue shockwave from Alex's transformation tore through reality, rippling outward from the underground laboratory. Miles away, in the secluded Xavier mansion, the cerebro chamber shuddered. Professor Charles Xavier sat in his wheelchair, fingers pressed against his temples as he used the machine to scan for mutant signatures. His expression was one of peaceful concentration, until the energy wave hit. His eyes snapped open, pupils dilating with shock. My God! The room trembled, lights flickering as if struggling against an invisible weight. Storm whirled from her position near the console, electricity crackling instinctively around her fingertips. Professor? What's happening? Cyclops strode forward, one hand already rising to his visor. Another mutant? Xavier's face had gone ashen, his expression haunted in a way his students rarely witnessed. Not just a mutant. He hesitated, searching for words. Something different. Something new. Jean Grey shivered, pressing her palm against her forehead as if warding off a migraine. I can feel it, she whispered. The pain. The rage. It's like drowning in someone else's nightmare. Wolverine's muscles tensed, his knuckles widening as primal instinct recognized a kindred predator. Where? Xavier's voice was grave. A laboratory, buried deep underground. He's just awakened. The professor looked up, meeting each X-Man's eyes in turn. We need to bring him in before it's too late. None of them realized how right he was. Oh, won't you tell me? Please just tell me, explain how this should work. Pain. His bones shattered and rebuilt. His skin twisted, stretched, bled. His veins burned like molten metal. Explain how this should work. His blue eyes darkened, turning black. His left eye gleamed red. A black bodysuit spread across his skin, molding to his form like living darkness. His spine cracked violently. Then, for monstrous, blood-red Kagun tendrils exploded from his back. His mask locked into place. A cracked, metallic grin stretched across his mouth. Alex exhaled. His mind was gone. All that remained was hunger. Well, now who could it be that lives inside of me? Alex moved before the sound finished. A black blur. A red streak. A cocoon tendril punched through the first guard's chest. The man's eyes widened, blood bubbling from his lips. Alex ripped him in half with a single, savage motion. Blood splattered against the pristine walls, painting them crimson. The other guards froze in horror, weapons trembling in their hands. I'm broken, lying helpless, shattered, surrounded by the world. Gunfire erupted, desperate and frantic. Bang! 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 Alex vanished, there one moment, gone the next. Bullets tore through empty air. A guard felt something warm drip onto his shoulder. He looked up. Alex clung to the ceiling, his red eye gleaming through the mask like a baleful star. Then he dropped, descending upon the guard like a nightmare-given flesh. A cocoon tendril coiled around the man's throat. The guard's scream died as Alex snapped his neck with a casual twist. And yet you're smiling bright, completely blind to life. A scientist bolted for the exit, lab coat flapping behind him like broken wings. Tears streamed down his face as he slammed his palm against the emergency panel. Oh, open the doors. Let me out. The system remained silent. The doors stayed locked. The scientist turned slowly, horror dawning on his face. Alex stood behind him, head tilted at an unnatural angle. The scientist sank to his knees, sobbing. Please. I have a family. Alex studied him, motionless. Did I have a family? The thought surfaced briefly, then submerged beneath waves of hunger. A cocoon tendril whipped forward. Splash. The scientist's head hit the floor with a wet thud, rolling across the polished surface. Alex continued his hunt without pause. My ruptured lungs, they were left this way, for once I'm out of breath. A guard lunged at him with a combat knife, face contorted with fear and desperate courage. Alex caught his wrist mid-swing, fingers closing around bone with inhuman strength. The man struggled, screaming. "Die, you freak!" Alex stared into his eyes, unblinking. Then he snapped the guard's arm backward with a savage jerk. Bones splintered. Tendons tore. The guard howled in agony, the sound echoing through the laboratory. Alex leaned in close, the metallic grin of his mask inches from the guard's contorted face. Then he tore out the man's throat with newly formed teeth. Blood cascaded down his suit in rivulets, steaming in the cold air. Alex's hunger only grew. The truth I seek never felt so bleak, but I maintain my depth. A scientist cowered behind an overturned desk, clutching a scalpel with trembling hands. His breath came in shallow gasps. His heart hammered against his ribs. He could hear Alex moving through the lab. Closer. Tap. 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 The scientist held his breath, pressing himself against cold metal. Silence fell. Maybe, just maybe. Then a blood-red tendril punched through the desk like a spear, impaling him through the gut. The scientist screamed, clutching at the wound as blood gushed between his fingers. Alex lifted him high into the air, suspended on the cocoon like an insect pinned to a board. The man clawed weakly at the tendril, eyes pleading. Please. I. Alex observed him with clinical detachment. Then he split the scientist in half with a casual flick, the two pieces falling with wet, heavy sounds. I'm breakable, unbreakable. I'm shaking yet, unshakable. The final group of guards barricaded themselves behind reinforced doors designed to withstand containment breaches. One clutched a radio, voice breaking with panic. HQ. HQ. He's slaughtering everyone. Send backup, now. The radio crackled with static. No response came. Another guard sank to his knees, hyperventilating. We're trapped. He's coming, whispered a third, backing away from the door. I can feel it. Silence descended upon their makeshift fortress. Then. A single knock. Tap. The guards exchanged terrified glances. Another knock. Tap. A final knock. Bang. The doors exploded inward, twisted metal flying across the room like shrapnel. Alex stood in the doorway, Kagun writhing behind him. The guards didn't even have time to aim their weapons. Red tendrils impaled all of them at once. Their bodies jerked, weapons clattering to the floor. Then. Alex ripped them apart with methodical brutality. Blood splashed across the steel walls in a crimson wave. Until these hands contaminate you. The lab fell silent. The alarms still wailed. The lights still flickered. But no living soul remained. Just bodies. A sea of blood, limbs, and lifeless eyes staring into nothing. Alex stood in the center of the carnage. His Kagun swayed gently behind him like crimson banners. His mask dripped with gore, its metallic grin gleaming in the emergency lights. Then, he slowly knelt down. The X-jet hovered above the underground lab, its shadow stretching over the desolate, ruined ground. Storm piloted the craft, her hands gripping the controls tightly. This place is burning from the inside out, looks like something ripped through it. Cyclops scanned the destroyed landscape below. This isn't a normal facility. It looks like a mutant experimentation lab. Wolverine gritted his teeth. I hate these places. The jet doors opened, and the team descended, landing at the entrance of the crumbling structure. The moment their boots hit the floor, the air changed. It was thick. Heavy. Suffocating. Jean took a step forward and immediately staggered, pressing a hand to her temple. Something's wrong, she whispered. This energy. Storm looked at Xavier, who had an uneasy expression. Professor? Xavier's voice was low, haunted. Whatever is inside, is not human anymore. The X-Men exchanged nervous glances before moving forward. The entrance doors groaned as they forced them open. Inside. A red light flickered weakly. The air reeked of blood. And as they stepped into the dimly lit corridor, they saw it. Bodies. Ripped apart, torn beyond recognition. The floors were soaked in blood, the walls streaked with handprints of people who had tried to crawl away. Jean covered her mouth, her entire body trembling. My God! Cyclops stepped over a severed arm, his visor glowing softly in the darkness. This wasn't an attack. This was a massacre. Wolverine's claws extended on pure instinct. Stay sharp. Whatever did this might still be here. Xavier's eyes swept over the horrifying scene, his expression grim. Then. They heard it. Whimpering. A faint sob, barely audible over the distant alarms. Cyclops turned sharply. That came from the lower levels. Without hesitation, the team moved deeper into the facility. The children. The deeper they went, the worse it got. Steel walls were dented, clawed apart. Bullet casings littered the ground, mixed with shredded uniforms and pieces of flesh. Then. They reached it. A room lined with cages. Hundreds of mutant children sat huddled in the dark, their eyes wide with terror. Storm gasped, rushing toward them. They were keeping them like animals. Jean pressed a hand against one of the cages, her voice soft. You're safe now. We're here to help. The children shook their heads violently. One of them, barely 8 years old, started crying. No, don't go in there. Jean frowned. Why not? The boy's breath hitched, his face pale and drenched in sweat. His voice was barely above a whisper. Because, he's inside. He'll kill you. The monster feasts. Silence. Then. A low, wet squelching sound. Xavier's face darkened. Wolverine sniffed the air. His stomach turned. Storm covered her mouth. Jean's breathing hitched. Cyclops readied his visor. It's coming from the main chamber. Slowly. The team stepped forward. The doors to the next room were already open. The flickering emergency light barely illuminated what lay beyond. At first, they couldn't comprehend what they were seeing. Then it sank in. Blood pooled across the floor, thick and dark, soaking into the steel. The bodies of scientists and guards lay strewn across the room, some missing limbs, others torn in half. And in the middle of it all, he knelt. His black suit was soaked in blood. His mask was cracked, but still grinning. And in his hands, he was eating chunks of flesh, muscle, bone, ripped straight from the bodies around him. Wolverine's eyes widened. His voice was a whisper. "Oh my God." Alex stopped chewing. Slowly, he turned toward them. His single red eye burned in the darkness. His cocoon tendrils curled behind him. His head tilted slightly, as if registering their presence. Then, his slow, unsettling grin stretched beneath the mask. The X-Men froze. Alex stood up. And the room went silent. Song name, Tokyo Ghoul OP, Unravel. Chapter 4, X-Man vs. Ken Kaneki. The X-Men stood frozen, their breaths shallow, their eyes locked on the figure crouched amid the carnage. Alex. His black suit was drenched in blood, gleaming wetly under the pulsing emergency lights. The cracked metallic mask caught the crimson glow, its unnerving grin seeming to widen as they watched. A low, guttural growl rumbled from deep within his chest, not human, but something primal and hungry. For monstrous, blood-drenched cocoon tendrils unraveled from his back, unfurling like deadly blooms. Each one dripped with fresh gore, slithering through the air with predatory intent, tasting the atmosphere for new prey. The chamber suddenly felt suffocating. Like the walls themselves were closing in around them. Storm took an instinctive step backward, electricity crackling unconsciously around her fingertips. "Professor." Her voice wavered between question and warning. Xavier's expression was grave, his telepathic mind recoiling from what he sensed. He's lost control. There's nothing human left in his thoughts. Wolverine unsheathed his claws with a metallic snick, his nostrils flaring at the overwhelming stench of blood and something else, something alien. "What the hell, is this?" Alex moved. A black blur. A crimson streak. A cocoon tendril lashed out with impossible speed. Cyclops barely had time to react before the appendage ripped through the steel wall behind him, missing his head by inches and leaving a gaping, jagged hole. "Jesus," he gasped, rolling to one side as debris rained down. Storm took to the air, wind currents lifting her just as another slashing tendril carved through the space where she'd stood. Jean's eyes blazed with psychic energy, her voice desperate as she tried to reach whatever humanity might remain. "Kid, stop. We don't want to fight you." Alex snapped his head toward her with unnatural speed. His single red eye burned through the mask's eyehole like a baleful star. The metallic grin seemed to stretch wider, taunting them. He vanished. Wolverine charged first, instinct driving him forward with claws extended toward Alex's midsection. Alex twisted unnaturally, bending backward at a spine-breaking angle that defied human anatomy. Logan's adamantium claws slashed through empty air. A cocoon tendril shot out like a striking cobra, wrapping around his waist with crushing force. "Oh, F." Alex yanked. Wolverine was lifted off his feet, hurled into the air like a rag doll. Then slammed into the ground. Hard. Before he could recover. Another cocoon tendril coiled around his wrist. Then another. And another. For blood-red appendages constricted around his arms and legs, pinning him against the floor with inhuman strength. Logan struggled, snarling, claws slashing wildly in an attempt to free himself. But Alex's Kagun coiled around his wrists with terrible precision, forcing his own claws into the steel floor beneath him. His greatest weapons turned against him. Wolverine's breath hitched as realization dawned. Oh, fuck. Alex tilted his head, studying him with predatory fascination, like a curious spider examining a fly caught in its web. He flung Wolverine through a steel wall as easily as throwing a pebble. Wolverine smashed through a row of computers, sparks flying in cascading arcs as he tumbled across the laboratory floor. Warning alarms wailed as systems failed, adding to the chaos. Alex was on him before he could regain his footing. A Kagun tendril slammed into Logan's stomach with the force of a battering ram, launching him through another wall into a weapons storage room. Metal shelves collapsed under his weight, grenades and firearms spilling across the floor in a lethal jumble. Storm summoned a massive gust of wind, her eyes glowing white as she tried to force Alex back. But Alex dug his claws into the floor, anchoring himself against the hurricane-force winds, his mask's grin never faltering. He leapt. A blur of black and red, moving too fast for human eyes to track. Storm barely had time to react before Alex crashed into her mid-air, slamming her against the ceiling with bone-crushing force. She choked on impact, lightning crackling wildly around her as she struggled to escape his grip. Alex's Kagun pinned her against the ceiling, the tendril constricting tighter around her throat. Cyclops fired a full-powered optic blast. Ruby-red energy erupted from his visor, hitting Alex dead center. The explosion sent Alex flying backward, crashing through another wall into an adjacent laboratory, debris raining down in his wake. But before the X-Men could regroup, Alex rose from the rubble. Unscathed. Not even a tear in his black suit. Jean's breath caught in her throat. He's adapting. Alex shook violently, his movements stuttering and jerking like a puppet with cut strings. He broke his own finger. Crack. The sound echoed through the destroyed laboratory like a gunshot. His body twitched, convulsed, then steadied. And when he lifted his head, he was stronger. Faster. Deadlier. Cyclops fired again, adjusting his visor for maximum impact. Alex dodged mid-air, moving faster than before, the blast hitting only empty space. Storm sent another lightning strike, electricity arcing through the air. Alex barely flinched as it coursed through his body. He snapped his fingers out of place, one by one. Crack. 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 His Kagun pulsed with each break, shifting, growing thicker, deadlier, the tendrils developing barbed edges that gleamed in the emergency lights. Jean screamed, realization dawning. He's evolving every time he breaks himself. Alex's red eye flickered like a malevolent flame. Then he vanished again. Xavier's voice echoed in Jean's mind, urgent and commanding. We have to go inside his head. Now. Jean reached out, her psychic powers joining with Xavier's. And everything went black. They were floating in a void of nothingness. Scattered stars drifted around them like dying embers, the only light in an endless abyss. Xavier turned, searching. Alex? A voice whispered from everywhere and nowhere. You shouldn't be here. Something moved within the darkness. A shadow surged toward them, faster than thought. A massive force slammed into them, hurling them out of Alex's mind with terrifying power. Jean screamed as she crashed back into her physical body, blood trickling from her nose. Xavier gasped for air, his hands gripping the arms of his wheelchair. He's beyond control. Alex was faster now. More fluid. Less like a warrior. More like a force of nature. Cyclops fired again and again. Missed every time. Storm sent another lightning bolt, drawing on her deepest reserves. Alex absorbed it like it was nothing. Wolverine swung his claws in a desperate arc. Alex caught his wrist mid-swing and bent it the wrong way with terrifying strength. A mechanical voice echoed through the battlefield, emanating from the watch embedded in Alex's wrist. Warning. User losing control. Alex staggered mid-step, his movements suddenly jerky. His red eye flickered like a dying light. Warning. User DNA exceeding limits. His Kagun trembled violently, the tendrils thrashing in the air as if in pain. A bright blue light ignited on his chest, pulsing with increasing intensity. For user safety, forcing transformation off. Alex screamed. Not a roar of rage, but a human cry of agony. His black suit peeled away like burning paper. His Kagun shriveled, withering into nothing. His red eye flickered once, twice, then faded to a human hue. A final, blinding flash of blue light engulfed the room. Silence. Alex collapsed to the floor, his human form curled into a fetal position, vulnerable and small amidst the destruction he had caused. Wolverine, bloodied and battered, looked down at the unconscious teenager. His jaw clenched, a muscle twitching beneath the skin. What the hell are we dealing with? Comment. Chapter 5. The air was thick with the scent of blood and metal. Magnetism crackled through the space, a soft, deadly hum, as a figure in a deep red cloak stepped forward. Eric Lencher, Magneto, surveyed the ruins of the underground lab, his piercing gaze calculating the destruction spread before him. Behind him, the Brotherhood of Mutants waited in tense silence. Mystique, Sabretooth, Pyro, Toad, acolytes watching their leader with unwavering loyalty, their eyes darting across the carnage surrounding them. Magneto took a deliberate step forward. His boots echoed against the ruined metal floor. Then, silence. So, he finally said, "This is where the readings came from." Mystique gave a small nod. Yes. Xavier got here first. Something flickered across Magneto's expression. Not annoyance. Curiosity. His gaze traced the massacre. Blood-slicked walls. Steel panels carved with claw marks. Guards and scientists reduced to bullet-riddled corpses. Security turrets shredded like paper. Entire rooms crushed as if something apocalyptic had torn through them. He brushed his fingers against a mangled door, feeling the imprints left by something inhuman. Then he saw it, a massive section of the facility torn open from the inside. The work of something caged too long, and finally unleashed. A slow, knowing smile spread across his face. Our new brother seems quite the fierce type. He moved deeper into the destroyed base, stepping over twisted corpses and shattered weapons as if walking through a garden. Sabretooth let out a low whistle, kicking aside a severed drone. Whoever did this had fun. Pyro crouched near a splintered control panel, running his hand over melted circuits. This ain't normal mutant stuff. Looks like something from a horror movie. Magneto's gaze remained calculating. No. He studied a section of wall covered in deep, precise claw marks. This is something far more controlled. Mystique stepped closer, yellow eyes scanning the destruction. Do you think Xavier recruited him? Magneto chuckled softly, amusement dancing in his eyes. Of course he did. He gestured at the carnage around them. A mutant with power like this, one who doesn't hesitate to tear down those who would experiment on our kind. His voice lowered. He would be wasted anywhere else. He turned back to his acolytes, voice calm but firm. Tell me, does this seem like the work of someone who belongs in Xavier's peaceful little sanctuary? Sabretooth scoffed. Hell no. Pyro smirked. Guy fits in more with us than the schoolboys. Mystique remained silent, but something unreadable flickered in her gaze. Magneto's smirk widened. Exactly. He stepped forward, clasping his hands behind his back. Xavier's dream is noble, but naive. He gestured at the destruction sprawling around them. Tell me, do you think a mutant like this, one who has suffered, been tormented, fought tooth and claw to survive, can truly find peace in a place built on ideals? Sabretooth cracked his neck. Doubt it. Once you've tasted blood, you don't go back to grass. Magneto nodded, pleased. Indeed. His smirk faded slightly. But Xavier got to him first. Silence hung between them. Pyro frowned. Think he'll buy into Xavier's dream? Understood. But. Jean's eyes sharpened slightly. That doesn't mean I agree with you. Alex exhaled, not annoyed, just indifferent. Of course you don't. Cyclops spoke next, tone calm but firm. We don't blame you for thinking that way, Alex. He adjusted his visor. But that mentality doesn't work with what we're trying to do here. Alex raised an eyebrow. And what exactly is that? Cyclops didn't hesitate. Protect mutants without becoming the monsters they already think we are. Alex's mouth twitched. You think I'm a monster? Cyclops shook his head. No. But if you keep thinking like that, you might become one. Alex didn't respond. Because deep down, he had already considered it. Wolverine had been silent, simply watching from his place against the wall. Then. He released a low chuckle. Heh. Everyone turned to him. He stepped forward, locking eyes with Alex. So that's what you are, huh? A hunter. A predator. Alex met his gaze without flinching. Something like that. Wolverine scoffed. You think that makes you strong? Alex tilted his head. Doesn't it? Wolverine's claws snicked it out. Nah. It just makes you dangerous. Jean's hand twitched, ready to intervene, but Wolverine wasn't attacking. He was testing. I've seen killers before, kid. I've been one. He leaned closer. And they all thought the same thing. That being a predator made them untouchable. His smirk vanished. But they're dead. Wolverine's tone dropped, low and final. And I'm still here. Alex's confidence faltered. Because he understood what Wolverine meant. Being a predator, being a monster, doesn't guarantee survival. It just means you keep hunting until someone stronger hunts you down. For the first time in this conversation, Alex had nothing to say. The lab fell silent as Xavier finally spoke again, his voice gentle but unwavering. We are not here to tell you what to think, Alex. Alex's red eyes snapped to him. Xavier's gaze remained calm, certain. You have every reason to feel the way you do. Jean, Cyclops, and Wolverine listened closely. But we do not kill for revenge. We do not hunt for power. Xavier stepped closer. You don't have to agree with us. You don't even have to change. His voice softened. But you do have to decide, if you belong here. Silence. Alex looked at the others. At Jean, who understood his pain but rejected his logic. At Cyclops, who respected his reasoning but stood firm in his beliefs. At Wolverine, who had walked his path, and knew exactly where it led. Finally. Alex exhaled. Fine. His red eyes faded to crystal white, his hostility receding. Xavier nodded once. Then we begin your training. And with that, Alex took his first step forward. Not as a predator. Not as a weapon. But as something else entirely. What that would be, he still didn't know. Chapter 6. The room was quiet, tension filling the space between words unspoken. Xavier sat in his wheelchair, studying Alex with eyes that had seen too much suffering. His expression held both understanding and a deep, personal sorrow. Jean, Cyclops, Rogue, and Wolverine stood nearby, bodies tense as they sensed the weight of what was about to unfold. Alex stood in the center of the room, isolated in his pain. Seconds stretched into minutes of deafening silence. When he finally spoke, his voice, usually confident and steady, came out low, almost fragile. Is there a chance? He faltered, something raw catching in his throat. A chance that my mother is. The words died there, too painful to force past his lips. Xavier sighed softly, the sound of a man who delivered too many devastating truths. He closed his eyes briefly, gathering his thoughts. Then he shook his head. They never leave evidence alive. Silence crashed down like shattered glass. A long, suffocating silence that seemed to steal the oxygen from the room. Alex's crystal blue eyes flickered, a brief warning before transformation. The blue bled away, replaced by a deep, unnatural crimson glow that burned from within, betraying the raw fury bubbling beneath his carefully controlled surface. His fingers curled into a tight fist, nails digging crescents into his palm. A mechanical beep cut through the tension, low at first, but impossible to ignore. Alex's Omnitrix, typically illuminated with a soft blue light, now flashed an ominous, pulsing red. The beeping intensified. Grew sharper. More urgent. Like a warning. Like a heartbeat racing toward danger. Rogue noticed first, her eyes widening slightly. Alex. Her voice was careful, gentle, afraid to startle him further. Alex didn't respond. Didn't even seem to hear her. His jaw tightened, muscles coiling beneath his skin like springs compressed to their breaking point. His breathing remained slow. Controlled. Too controlled. When he finally looked up, his glowing red eyes swept across the room, meeting each gaze in turn. He saw Jean, watching him with cautious concern. He saw Cyclops, subtly shifting his stance, preparing for whatever might come. He saw Wolverine, reading him with the intensity of one predator recognizing another. He saw Rogue, her face open with genuine worry. His Omnitrix continued its relentless warning. Something dark stirred inside him, responding to the grief, the rage, the bottomless emptiness. For a terrible moment, it felt like he was back there. Back in the sterile lab. Trapped. A prisoner. A weapon. His fingers twitched. His shoulders tensed. I want to be alone. The words came out sharp and cold as broken ice. Jean opened her mouth to speak but stopped herself, recognizing the futility. Cyclops exchanged a meaningful glance with Xavier, silently asking what they should do. Xavier simply nodded once, permission granted. Alex turned on his heel. Without another word, he walked out. The sound of his footsteps echoed down the hall, gradually fading into distance. The beeping from his Omnitrix diminished until it vanished completely. The room remained suspended in heavy silence. The oppressive quiet lingered long after Alex had disappeared. Rogue stood by the doorway where he'd vanished, sighing softly as she turned back to the others, giving voice to the question weighing on all their minds. Will he be fine? Wolverine released a slow breath, rubbing the back of his neck with a calloused hand. Don't worry, kid. He will be. His voice was gruff but steady. For now. He crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, settling into his characteristic stance. Just leave him be. He's not angry at us, he's just tired of all the crap life's thrown at him. Rogue hesitated, then gave a small nod, accepting his assessment. Hope so. She turned and quietly left the room, leaving the others to their troubled thoughts. Jean stood with arms crossed tightly against her chest, brows drawn together in concentration. She glanced at Professor Xavier. I don't think he agrees with everything we've told him. Beast, who had maintained a thoughtful silence until now, adjusted his glasses with a large, dexterous finger. He certainly seems like someone who doesn't respond well to authority, he observed. And perhaps prone to agitation over small matters. Cyclops exhaled sharply. So what? Logan does that all the time. Wolverine scoffed immediately. Hey, that's not true. He glanced around, only to find Jean, Beast, and Cyclops all fixing him with identical looks of skepticism. Their expressions clearly communicated, really? Wolverine huffed and muttered, "Whatever," looking away. Xavier's lips curled into a small, knowing smile before he spoke, his voice calm yet carrying unmistakable authority. "Alex is still just a child." That simple statement made everyone pause, forcing them to reconsider. Because despite his power, his brutality, his cold detachment, Xavier was right. Alex wasn't a hardened warrior. He was a kid who had been forced to become something monstrous. Xavier continued, "And it is our responsibility to show him the right direction." The room fell into thoughtful silence. For now, they would honor Alex's request for solitude. The tension in the room gradually began to dissipate, but the conversation about their newest arrival was far from concluded. Storm, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, finally spoke up. Her tone was measured but edged with concern. "But what about his eyes? And the way he looks?" Cyclops smirked, crossing his arms over his chest. "Oh, you mean handsome? What's this, Storm? Developing feelings for the new kid?" Storm immediately shot him a withering glare. "Stop it, Cyclops." Jean chuckled softly at the exchange, while Wolverine's mouth quirked upward. "Heh, Scott finally said something funny for once." Storm huffed in irritation but quickly refocused the conversation. "I'm serious. His eyes, especially when they turn red, aren't normal. That's not just a mutation, it feels unnatural." Beast, ever the analytical mind, adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. "Actually, I think it's a positive attribute." Everyone turned to him, waiting for elaboration. Beast continued, "He possesses an incredibly potent mutation, yet his base form allows him to appear human. Unlike some of us," he gestured to himself, "he doesn't have to look like a beast to wield such power." Jean nodded in agreement. "But what intrigues me more is that watch on his wrist." She turned to Beast. "Didn't you say you attempted to remove it?" Beast nodded, his expression turning serious. "Yes. I was unable to detach it. It's not like any conventional device, it's fused with his biological structure, almost functioning as a living organism." Jean frowned, processing this. "It's like it's become part of him." Xavier finally spoke, his voice thoughtful yet measured. "It is not merely a device. It functions as a restraint." He paused, ensuring his next words would be understood. "It exists to prevent him from losing complete control." The room fell into uneasy silence at this revelation. Cyclops, arms still crossed, raised an eyebrow. "So, what? It's some kind of power limiter?" Xavier nodded solemnly. "Yes. His powers must have generated it as a mechanism for self-containment." But what Xavier didn't articulate, what none of them yet comprehended, was that the device wasn't simply preserving Alex's sanity. It was shielding the entire world from something unspeakable. For now. Chapter 7. Alex lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. His body was still, but his thoughts were anything but. His mind drifted, back to the only warm memory he had left. His mother. Her laughter, the way she held him when he was scared, the faint scent of flowers she always carried. But those memories felt distant, like looking at them through a cracked window. He tried to hold on to them, but they were slipping away. Then a sudden beep shattered the silence. Beep. Beep. Alex blinked. His eyes flicked down to the Omnitrix on his wrist. Since waking up, it had been glowing red, a silent warning of something. But now it was blue again. His brows furrowed. What changed? Curious, he pressed the dial. The familiar holographic projection flickered to life, revealing the alien selection menu. At first, he expected the usual, Ben 10's classic aliens. But as he scrolled, his eyes widened. There were more. Way more. Aliens, monsters, creatures from different universes. And then his hand stopped. Ken Kaniki's ghoul form. Alex exhaled slowly. What the hell? This wasn't just a watch. This was something else entirely. He leaned forward, pressing his fingers against the dial. Then, he spoke. Omnitrix, activate voice command. For a second, there was nothing but silence. Then, a smooth, mechanical voice echoed from the device. Voice command activated. Alex's eyes narrowed. Why was my Omnitrix glowing red? User's soul is stronger than native Earth inhabitants. This allows transformations into higher dimensional beings. However, the physical body is not yet strong enough to sustain such forms. Alex stared at the watch. So you stop me from tearing myself apart? Affirmative. The Omnitrix functions as both an evolutionary tool and a safety limiter. He clicked his tongue. So that's why it had shut him down in the lab. How long can I stay transformed? Duration depends on the chosen form. As the user's body adapts, transformation time will gradually increase. He ran a hand through his hair, processing the information. The more he transformed, the longer he could hold it. That was useful. Then another thought struck him. Do I always need to use the dial? No. Once the Omnitrix has synchronized with the user's neural patterns, transformation can be triggered through thought command. A small smirk tugged at Alex's lips. That would make things a lot easier. His eyes flicked back to the bulky, first-generation Omnitrix. Do I have to keep it looking like this? The Omnitrix is currently in its first-generation form. It can be recalibrated into later models, such as the Ultimate form or others. The core functionality remains unchanged. Alex thought about it for a moment. The first-gen Omnitrix was bulky, outdated. And if it didn't make a difference? Recalibrate. The moment he said it, the Omnitrix reacted. A deep, resonating hum vibrated through the room. Alex's wrist heated up, and suddenly, the device began glowing blue. Not just the screen. The entire Omnitrix. The glow spread outward, pulsing like a heartbeat, casting blue light across the walls, the floor, the ceiling. The entire room was suddenly bathed in energy. From outside the mansion. If someone looked toward Alex's window, they would see his entire room glowing. Like a small star had ignited inside. The light intensified, swirling around his wrist as the Omnitrix began shifting. The bulky design slimmed down, the dial twisting, shifting, evolving. The projections sharpened. The interface streamlined. It wasn't just a visual upgrade. It felt more in sync with him. More like it belonged. As the glow finally dimmed, Alex lifted his wrist. A sleek, modern Omnitrix now rested there. It felt lighter. Faster. More refined. Alex stared at it for a long moment. Then, he closed his eyes and exhaled. The night was calm, until it wasn't. The moment the Omnitrix began recalibrating, a powerful wave of energy pulsed through the air. Rogue, who had been casually walking through the hallway, suddenly froze in place. A strange, unfamiliar sensation washed over her, sending shivers down her spine. This wasn't like any mutant power she had ever felt before, this was something else. Something big. She turned toward Alex's room, her heartbeat quickening. At the same time, Jean Grey sensed it too. Her psychic awareness flared like an alarm, her mind immediately locking onto the source. Without hesitation, she headed straight for Alex's room. Rogue enters Alex's room. The door creaked open slightly as Rogue stepped inside. The first thing she noticed was the soft, fading glow of blue energy that still lingered in the air. Her eyes flickered toward Alex, who was laying in bed, his arm draped over his forehead. For a second, he seemed unaware of her presence. Then, his crystal blue eyes flickered open, glowing faintly with a soft blue light for just a second before fading. It was subtle. But Rogue noticed it. For a brief moment, she found herself staring. There was something about the way the light had reflected against his skin, the way his eyes held an unnatural clarity. Then Alex slowly sat up, rubbing his temples. His voice was low, groggy. What happened? Before Rogue could respond, another voice interrupted. We sensed energy here. That's why we came to check if everything was all right. Jean stood at the doorway, arms crossed, her gaze calm yet observant. Alex blinked once, then gave a small nod. He raised his hand, flexing his fingers before turning his wrist to show them the now sleek, compact Omnitrix. The bulky, attention-grabbing device was gone. Now, it looked like a normal wristwatch. My watch was too big and stood out too much, Alex said casually. So I made it smaller. Jean tilted her head slightly, studying the change. That's good. If you can control your power, it'll help in the long run. She gave him a knowing look. Many mutants have it hard in their early days. Alex nodded, but didn't say anything. He already knew that better than anyone. Jean took a small step back. Then, you should rest. We'll leave you be. Rogue hesitated for a second, glancing at Alex. Then, with a slight smile, she added, yeah, get some sleep. I'll show you around the mansion tomorrow. Alex met her gaze for a moment. Then, he nodded once. As they left, the room fell back into silence. Alex exhaled and leaned back against the pillows. Tonight had been unexpected. But at least now, he understood a little more about what was on his wrist. Chapter 8. The soft glow of a holographic screen illuminated Professor Charles Xavier's face as he sat in his dimly lit office. The X-Mansion was silent, its residents deep in sleep, but Xavier had no such luxury. Because right now, he was in a meeting that could decide Alex's future. On the other end of the call, standing in the shadowed command room of the helicarrier, was Nick Fury. His expression was unreadable, but Xavier could feel the weight behind his words before he even spoke. Finally, Fury broke the silence. Professor Xavier. His voice was calm, but there was an underlying edge to it. Xavier nodded, his tone diplomatic. Director Fury. Fury exhaled, rubbing his temple. You already know why I'm calling. Xavier remained still. I do. Fury leaned forward slightly, resting his hands on the table. Then I won't waste time. We both know what happened in that facility. I need to know, do you have any idea what kind of a ticking time bomb you have in your school? Xavier's expression didn't change. I know exactly what Alex is. Fury raised an eyebrow. Do you? He tapped a command on his console, and suddenly, the holographic display changed. A grainy security feed appeared, replaying footage from the destroyed underground facility. It wasn't just a massacre. It was something far worse. The footage showed Alex, transformed into his ghoul state, ripping apart the scientists and guards. But it wasn't the violence that made Fury pause. It was the way Alex moved. Deliberate. Slow. Like a predator playing with its prey. The camera flickered, showing a scientist crawling on the ground, crying, begging. Then Alex, his eyes glowing red, his cocoon soaked in blood, tilted his head, watching. Not attacking. Just watching. As if waiting for the scientist to feel the full weight of his own fear. Then. A blur of motion. Blood splattered against the camera lens. The feed cut out. Fury turned back to Xavier. Killing is one thing. But this? His voice was lower now. This was something else. He was torturing them, Professor. He was enjoying it. Xavier's eyes darkened. He had lost control. Fury scoffed. That wasn't just losing control, that was calculated. That was a choice. Xavier shook his head. No, Director. It was survival. Fury's voice sharpened. Survival doesn't look like that. Xavier leaned forward, his voice unwavering. You were not in that lab. You did not see what was done to him. Fury's single eye narrowed. And I suppose you did? Xavier didn't answer. Because the truth was, he had. When he had touched Alex's mind, even briefly, he had seen glimpses of the horrors he endured. Years of isolation. Endless experiments. The feeling of being treated like an object, not a person. And the worst part? No one had ever saved him. Alex had saved himself. But there was something else. Something Xavier had not told anyone. When he had entered Alex's mind, he had expected pain, anger, trauma. He had not expected the raw power buried deep within him. The Omnitrix was not just a tool keeping Alex in check. It was a cage. And Xavier was starting to wonder if that cage would hold forever. Alex was already far stronger than he let on. Stronger than anyone realized. Even Alex himself. But Xavier had seen it. A glimpse of what he could become. What would happen when he grew older? What would happen when his body adapted to his own power? Could they still stop him if he ever truly lost control? Xavier had spent years guiding and training mutants, but Alex was something else entirely. And that was what worried him. Fury sighed and leaned back in his chair. You know how this works, Professor. Xavier's jaw tightened slightly. I do. Fury's expression hardened. The X-Mansion has always had a complicated status with the United States government. His voice was careful now. You know the deal. We let you operate, let you take in mutants and train them without interference, as long as they don't become a national threat. Xavier already knew where this was going. Fury's voice lowered. If he steps out of line, we will take him. Xavier's grip on the armrest of his wheelchair tightened slightly. He is not your prisoner, Fury. Fury's gaze didn't waver. And he's not your responsibility alone, either. There was a long pause. Then Fury continued, his voice a little softer. Look. I get why you're defending him. I really do. He exhaled, shaking his head. But tell me this, Professor, if he loses control again, and it's not in a lab full of monsters, but in a city full of civilians, what happens then? Silence. Xavier's expression remained unreadable, but inside, he knew. Fury was asking the one question he himself had been trying not to think about. What would happen? Could Alex even be contained if he truly lost himself? Would the X-Men be enough to stop him? Would anyone? Xavier's voice was calm when he finally responded. That is why he is here, Fury. Fury let out a long breath. For both our sakes, I hope that's enough. Xavier held his gaze. It will be. Fury studied him for a moment longer. Then, with a sharp nod, he leaned forward, pressing a button on his console. Keep me updated, Professor. If anything changes, I will be back. Xavier nodded once. Understood. The call ended. The holographic screen flickered out, leaving Xavier alone in the darkened office. He sat there for a moment, staring at the empty space where Fury's face had been. Then, slowly, he closed his eyes. He wanted to believe what he had told Fury. That Alex could learn. That he could control himself. That the X-Men could guide him down the right path. But deep down, one thought refused to leave his mind. If they failed, the world might not be able to stop him. Throw Pow Stone. Chapter 9. The sun hung high in the sky, casting warm light over the courtyard. The air was alive with laughter, shouting, and playful arguments. Mutant students of all ages were scattered around the field, some playing basketball, others training, some just relaxing in the grass. It was the kind of day most people would take for granted. The kind of day Alex had never had. He stood at a distance, leaning against a tree, his arms crossed, watching but never participating. His crystal blue eyes followed their movements with an unreadable expression, like a researcher observing test subjects. Not out of suspicion, but because he didn't know how to look at the world any other way. "Alright, last shot." Bobby Drake, Iceman, called out, spinning a basketball on his fingertip. He flicked his wrist, and a thin layer of ice coated the ball before he tossed it toward the hoop. Before it could land, a blue blur appeared out of nowhere. Bamf! Kurt Wagner, Nightcrawler, teleported mid-air, grabbing the ball and twisting mid-spin. "Not today," he laughed, tail flicking. "Seriously?" Bobby groaned. Kurt went to slam dunk the ball, but just as he moved, the ball phased through his hands. A moment later, Kitty Pryde, Shadow Cat, walked straight through his body and snatched the ball. "Too slow, elf," she teased before landing smoothly on the ground. "Hey, that's cheating," Kurt complained. Kitty grinned. "Oh," says the guy who teleported for a layup. Bobby chuckled, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Alright, fine. No phasing, no teleporting." Kurt scoffed. "Well, now it's boring." The group burst into laughter, shoving each other playfully. Alex just watched. Expression blank. Noticing Alex standing alone, Rogue peeled away from the group. She had tried talking to him before, but he barely gave her anything. Still, she was stubborn. "Alright, Broody, I know you ain't plannin' on just watchin' all day," she said, walking up to him. Alex's gaze barely flickered. "I am," he said simply. Rogue huffed, hands on her hips. "You're real determined to be a wallflower, huh?" Alex shrugged. "No reason not to be." Rogue rolled her eyes. "You ever tried not actin' like the main character in a horror movie?" Alex tilted his head slightly. "I don't see the problem. They're usually the last ones alive." Rogue snorted. "Okay, that was funny, I'll give you that." Alex said nothing. Rogue sighed, nodding toward the others. "Look, get that you ain't exactly the social type. But maybe tryin' to exist with other people ain't the worst thing in the world." Alex glanced at her. Then back at the others. He didn't respond. Rogue sighed. Yeah. Whatever. Keep bein' creepy, then." She walked away, shaking her head. Alex returned to silence. "Okay, but seriously, is he always like that?" Jubilee, nudged Kitty, nodding toward Alex. "Like what?" Kitty asked. Jubilee made an exaggerated frown, crossing her arms. "I just walked out of a tragic backstory thing. He's like, one step away from brooding on a rooftop in the rain." Kitty giggled. "Oh yeah. That is definitely his whole aesthetic." Jubilee hummed. "Okay, new plan, I'm making him talk." Kitty blinked. Good luck with that." Before Kitty could stop her, Jubilee was already walking up to Alex. "Hey, Mr. Mystery, question for ya." Alex exhaled quietly but didn't look at her. "Not interested." Jubilee smirked. "Oh, cool, I wasn't actually giving you an option." Alex finally turned his head slightly, staring at her. Jubilee didn't flinch. "So. What's your deal?" Alex blinked. "My deal?" Jubilee gestured vaguely. "Yeah. You know. The vibe. Mysterious new kid. Always brooding. Eyes look like you've seen some stuff. I mean, come on, you're practically begging for people to be curious." Alex stared at her for a long moment. Then, slowly, he spoke. "You don't want to know." Jubilee raised an eyebrow. "And that just makes people more curious, dude." Alex sighed and looked away again. Jubilee pouted. "Lame." "Kitty, watching from a distance, gave Jubilee a thumbs up. Nice try. Jubilee groaned and walked off. This is not over, broody boy. Alex closed his eyes briefly. This place was exhausting. From across the field, Jean Grey and Scott Summers watched. He's not great at talking, huh? Scott mused. Jean sighed. I don't think he knows how. Scott gave her a look. What, you mean like literally? Jean shook her head. No, I mean. I don't think he's ever been in a place where casual conversation existed for him. Everything about him is, precise. Controlled. As if every word he says is calculated. Scott frowned. Like he was trained that way. Jean nodded. Exactly. Scott glanced back at Alex, watching the way he stood apart from everyone. You know, if you're planning on trying to fix him, good luck with that. Jean sighed. I'm not trying to fix him. I just. She trailed off. Scott raised an eyebrow. You just what? Jean crossed her arms. I don't know. I just feel like, he's standing on the edge of something. And if we don't pull him back, he's going to fall. Scott exhaled. Yeah, well, let's just hope he doesn't pull us down with him. Jean didn't say anything. But the thought was already in her mind. More laughter. More voices. More things he had never been a part of. Alex's fingers twitched slightly. A long time ago, he might have wondered what it would be like to join them. To run, laugh, play. To have a normal life. But now, it was just a reminder. Of what he had lost. Of what he had never really had in the first place. He turned away. Walked back toward the mansion. Away from the noise. Away from the people. Away from a world that wasn't his. And maybe never would be. Alex walked away from the courtyard, his footsteps calm, steady, distant. The sound of laughter and shouting faded behind him as he moved through the hallways of the mansion. He didn't care where he was going. Just as long as it was away. But as he turned a corner, he heard snickering. A small group of students, 3 boys, maybe a year or 2 younger than him, stood by the lockers. And they were looking right at him. The provocation. Hey, freak boy, one of them sneered. Alex stopped mid-step. Slowly, he turned his head toward them, expression blank. The second kid smirked. What, you too good to talk to people now? Oh, wait. He leaned forward mockingly. You only talk to people when you're eating them, right? His friends laughed. Alex said nothing. He just stared. And something about that unmoving, empty gaze made one of the boys shift uncomfortably. But the leader wasn't done. You walk around like you're better than everyone, he scoffed. Like you're some kind of badass. He smirked. But the only thing you're good at is freaking everyone out. His friend nodded. Yeah. Maybe Xavier should have left you in that lab where you belong. Alex exhaled slowly. Not out of anger. Not out of irritation. But out of boredom. They were so used to normal fights, mutant abilities clashing, words exchanged. But Alex wasn't normal. And right now, he was too tired to care about words. But if they wanted something to be scared of, he could give them that. Alex's eyes flickered blue for a second. A bright flash of light engulfed him. For a moment, the hallway was swallowed in a brilliant glow. And when it faded, a giant, purple-scaled serpent loomed in the narrow corridor. Arbok. Its massive, coiling body took up the entire hallway. Its golden eyes gleamed, locking onto the boys with a predator's gaze. Then, it hissed. The sound was low, drawn out, dangerous. And when it opened its mouth, 2 long, curved fangs dripped with venom. The boys froze. Their breathing hitched. The leader, who had been smirking moments ago, stumbled backward. What the hell? One of his friends tripped over his own feet, scrambling away. The other kid's eyes went wide with sheer terror. Alex coiled his body slightly, rearing up. And then lunged forward. Not to strike. Not to bite. Just enough to make them run. And run, they did. Screaming. One of them practically fell over himself trying to escape. Another bolted so fast he crashed into the lockers. Alex watched them disappear around the corner, their terrified footsteps echoing down the hall. Then, with another flash of light, he transformed back. Back into his human form, standing in the now empty hallway. He adjusted his sleeves calmly, expression unreadable. And then, he turned around. And froze. Because standing right behind him was Professor Xavier. Xavier's expression was patient. Not angry. Not amused. Just patient. He sighed, shaking his head slightly. It will be hard to make friends like that, Alex. Alex stared at him for a long moment. Then, he shrugged. Not like I care. Xavier exhaled through his nose. You may say that now, but... Alex was already walking away. Not interested. Not listening. Xavier watched him go, his expression unreadable. Then, he simply sighed and turned his wheelchair toward his office. Alex could push people away as much as he wanted. But sooner or later, he would have to decide if he wanted to be alone forever. Chapter 10. The danger room was not a simple training arena. It was a battlefield. Steel walls towered around them, reinforced with the latest mutant-resistant materials. The floor shifted, adjusting its terrain mid-battle. High above, automated cameras tracked every movement. At the center stood Storm, Wolverine, Beast, and Colossus, four of the most experienced fighters the X-Men had. Facing them, the younger students shifted uneasily. The difference in skill was obvious. Some, like Bobby and Rogue, looked determined. Others, like Jubilee and Kurt, were already realizing just how bad this was going to be. And then there was Alex. Leaning against the back wall, arms crossed, watching. Silent. Storm's voice carried through the room, steady and unwavering. Power alone does not win battles. Coordination, control, and strategy do. She gestured between the two groups. For today's exercise, we'll divide into two teams. Instructors versus students. She paused before adding, your objective. Take us down. Wolverine smirked, rolling his shoulders. Give it your best shot, kids. Let's see what you got. Bobby scoffed. Oh, we're taking you down, old man. Storm lifted a single hand. The air shifted. A deep alarm blared. The fight had begun. Kurt teleported instantly, appearing behind Beast, aiming a spinning kick. Beast didn't even flinch. He caught Kurt's ankle mid-air, spun, and hurled him across the room. Kurt flipped mid-air, barely landing on his feet. Ow, okay, that was embarrassing. Bobby fired a blast of ice toward Wolverine. Logan sliced through it effortlessly, his adamantium claws cutting through the frozen barrier as he sprinted forward. You're gonna have to try harder than that, bub, he growled. Jubilee fired off explosive energy blasts, but Storm flicked her wrist. A sudden gust of wind sent them flying off course. Jubilee's eyes widened. Oh, come on. The students were getting crushed. They had power, but the instructors had experience. And they were proving that experience won every time. Provoking Alex. In the chaos, Riley, one of the younger mutants, turned toward Alex. The older boy still hadn't moved. His arms were still crossed. His expression unreadable. Riley snapped. Are you even gonna fight, or just stand there and watch? Alex didn't react immediately. Then, slowly, he turned his head, meeting Riley's eyes. His voice was calm, almost bored. "I don't need the others to win this fight." Riley scowled. "Oh yeah? Prove it." Wolverine smirked, overhearing the conversation. "Now this, I gotta see." Alex exhaled. He pressed the Omnitrix. A pulse of energy rippled through the room. The moment his hand touched the Omnitrix, a bright blue light engulfed him. The air hummed, vibrating with raw power as his form shifted. The light faded, revealing a new figure. Sleek. Agile. Low to the ground. Its limbs were long and built for speed. A scarf-like membrane of flowing water coiled around its neck. Its yellow eyes gleamed. And then, a sharp, confident voice echoed. "Greninja. The battle shifts, a predator in the arena." Before anyone could react, Greninja vanished. One moment, he was standing still. The next, he was behind Wolverine. Logan's eyes widened slightly. "What the?" A knee slammed into his spine. Bam! The force sent Wolverine skidding across the ground. Before he could recover, Greninja was gone again. Beast turned, trying to predict the movement. "He's fast." A blur of blue shot past him. Greninja appeared mid-air, sword of water forming in his hands. Water shuriken. The glowing blade slashed toward Beast. He barely dodged in slow motion, the blade grazing past his cheek. Storm's eyes widened. Greninja flipped, dodging Colossus's massive punch at the last second, then countered with a spinning uppercut to Wolverine's jaw. Boom! Logan staggered back, shaking his head. Bobby's jaw dropped. "That's just unfair." The instructors stopped holding back. For a moment, it looked like Greninja was winning. His speed, precision, and unpredictability let him overwhelm the instructors. But that was about to end. Storm raised her hand. The air pressure changed. Greninja froze for a split second. And in that moment, a lightning bolt shot down. Boom! Greninja dodged. But it grazed him. Electricity crawled across his skin, slowing his movements. Wolverine was already moving. Snicked. His claws sliced toward Greninja's chest. Greninja dodged. Right into Beast's grip. Before he could escape, Colossus swung. A devastating punch connected. Greninja was sent flying. He rolled across the ground. But this time, he got back up. Wolverine smirked. "Not bad, kid." His eyes narrowed. "You holding back?" Greninja's eyes sharpened. Logan smirked wider. "Or is this all you got?" The air changed. Greninja's form began to glow. His scarf flared. His muscles tightened. His eyes, they burned red. Logan's smirk faded. "What the hell?" A deep hum rippled through the room. The danger room was in chaos. A battle that had started as a simple training match had escalated into something far beyond expectations. Alex, now in his Greninja form, had pushed the instructors to their limits, using unrivaled speed, illusions, and unpredictable attacks to overwhelm them. For a moment, it seemed like he might actually win. Wolverine provoked him. And something changed. Greninja crouched low, breathing heavily. Wolverine's words hung in the air. "This all you got?" It was a challenge. A taunt. And Alex's blood boiled. The air shifted. A deep hum rippled through the battlefield. The ground trembled slightly beneath Greninja's feet as his water scarf flared outward. His body glowed softly, streams of water rising around him like floating ribbons. Storm's eyes narrowed. "Something's happening." Beast adjusted his glasses, analyzing the changes. His energy output is increasing dramatically. Colossus tensed, stepping forward. Is this still part of the fight? Logan's smirk faded slightly. What the hell? Then. The water around Greninja exploded outward. A towering surge of liquid energy engulfed him, spinning wildly as his body began to change. The scarf stretched longer, flaring into an X-shaped crest behind him. His muscles tightened, his arms and legs gaining sharper definition. His eyes burned with a fiery, red glow. And his form pulsed with raw power. Then, in a voice filled with ferocity. Greninja. Wolverine's instinct screamed danger. Storm took a step back. That's not the same transformation. Beast narrowed his eyes. No, it's something more. Colossus clenched his fists, readying himself. But none of them had time to prepare. Because Greninja moved. Faster than before. Much faster. A predator among prey. Greninja vanished. One moment, he was standing in place. The next, he was behind Colossus. Before the giant could react, Greninja leaped forward, spinning mid-air and delivering a devastating kick to the head. Bam! For the first time in the battle, Colossus staggered. The students watching gasped. He knocked him back. Bobby exclaimed. Beast launched forward, trying to grab him. But Greninja blurred to the side, water spiraling around his legs as he skidded across the floor. He twisted and unleashed a rapid barrage of water shurikens. Greninja. The spinning projectile slammed into Beast, forcing him backward. Before anyone could react, a massive wall of water erupted from behind Greninja, surrounding him in a swirling vortex. The water began to condense, twist, shape itself. Logan's eyes narrowed. That's new. The vortex shrank. Until it solidified into a massive, glowing shuriken attached to Greninja's back. The deadliest move, the final shuriken. The battle should have ended already. This was just training. But Alex wasn't stopping. Not yet. Not until he won. Storm, recognizing the danger, lifted her hands. Enough. This is. But before she could finish, Greninja raised one hand. The shuriken detached from his back. Then it began spinning. Faster. Faster. The glow intensified, shifting from blue to golden. Wind screamed around the battlefield as the energy in the room swirled violently. A deep hum filled the air. Bobby took a step back. I think this is way past training now. Beast's face turned serious. That attack, if he throws it, the simulation room won't hold. Greninja's hand trembled slightly, holding the giant, glowing weapon. He twisted his wrist, preparing to launch it. This was the end. The finishing blow. Beep. A single, sharp noise echoed through the arena. A red light flashed across Greninja's body. Then another. Then another. The Omnitrix on his wrist flickered violently, warning alarms ringing. Greninja froze. The shuriken wavered, the golden glow flickering. Then. The Omnitrix flashed a violent red. A pulse of energy rippled outward. Greninja's form began to dissolve into swirling blue particles. The massive shuriken disintegrated into water, collapsing into the floor in a harmless splash. Alex dropped to one knee, gasping as the last remnants of the transformation faded. He was back. Human. His body trembled slightly from exhaustion. The room was silent. No one spoke. Then. Wolverine let out a breath. Well. He muttered. That was dramatic. Storm's arms were crossed, but her expression wasn't angry. It was calculating. What just happened? She asked. Alex didn't answer immediately. He stared at his wrist, where the Omnitrix's symbol had returned to its normal blue glow. Then, finally, he stood up and walked away. Without a word. As Alex disappeared from the room, the remaining X-Men stood in silence. The students didn't know what to say. Jean exhaled. I don't think that was just a normal transformation. Beast adjusted his glasses. No, it wasn't. Storm looked toward Logan. Did you feel it? Logan clenched his fists, remembering the pure intensity of Alex's presence when he evolved. Yeah, he muttered. That wasn't just a power boost. He turned toward the door where Alex had left. That was something else entirely. A moment later, the training alarm turned off. The battle was officially over. But for Alex. Throw Power Stone. Chapter 11. The night air was cool and still, wrapping around the mansion like a quiet veil. The sounds of the world had quieted, leaving only the rustling of tree branches and the occasional chirp of distant insects. Alex sat alone on the wooden bench outside the mansion, his posture loose but deceptively casual. His head tilted slightly upward, eyes closed, as if he were simply enjoying the silence. But the tension in his jaw, the slight curl of his fingers, betrayed the storm in his mind. The faint bruises and muscle strain from the training match earlier still lingered, but he ignored them. They weren't important. Not compared to the real problem gnawing at him. The Omnitrix had stopped him. Again. It had forced him back into human form, shutting him down when he was at his strongest. Why? His teeth pressed together. He hated restraints. Hated limits. Hated the feeling of someone deciding for him. Then. Footsteps. Soft, steady, cautious. Alex didn't move. Didn't open his eyes. But his muscles coiled, ready. The scent of leather and faint perfume reached him first. A familiar voice spoke. You always sit alone, huh? Alex exhaled slowly through his nose, his shoulders remaining still. Guess so. Ah, figured. The voice was Rogue's, light with amusement but carrying something calculated underneath. She moved closer, stopping just beside the bench. Alex caught the slight hesitation in her step before she spoke again. You know, I've been thinking, . Alex still didn't open his eyes. About what? About you. She shifted her weight, arms folding. You ain't like the others. Alex huffed softly. Yeah, I noticed. Rogue chuckled, but there was something measured in the sound. No, not like that. I mean, the way you see things. The way you fight. She sat beside him, but not too close. Her posture was open, relaxed, but Alex knew better. He noticed the way she angled herself slightly, the way her fingers brushed against her sleeve, like she was measuring the space between them. You're not an X-Man. Not really. Alex's fingers twitched slightly. He finally turned his head just a fraction toward her. Didn't say I was. Rogue tilted her head, studying him now. Her green eyes searched his face for something. Then why stay? Silence. Alex's jaw tensed. A muscle ticked at the side of his face, barely noticeable. He didn't answer. She continued. They don't trust you. A flicker of something crossed Alex's expression. He didn't respond, but his lips pressed together. They pretend they do. They act like they're trying to help ya, but you know better, don't ya? She leaned in just slightly, her voice dipping lower. They see you as dangerous. As a weapon. Not a person. Alex's eyes remained closed, but she saw the subtle shift in his breathing. A controlled inhale. A deliberate exhale. The way his fingers curled slightly before relaxing again. She pressed further. They fear you, Alex. And what happens when people fear something? She let the question hang. Then. They cage it. A breeze passed between them, rustling the leaves. Alex finally spoke, his voice quieter now. And what? You got a better offer? Rogue smirked. Actually, yeah. She leaned back slightly, shoulders rolling in an easy motion. You ever heard of the Brotherhood? Alex exhaled through his nose, the edge of a smirk pulling at his lips. Oh, this is getting good. I'm serious, sugar. The X-Men want to control you. The Brotherhood? She spread her arms slightly, her tone soft but enticing. They let you be free. Alex finally opened his eyes. And for the first time, he turned his head to look at her. The way he studied her, it was like a predator analyzing prey. That's funny. Rogue blinked. What? Alex smirked slightly. You talk like this is some big choice. He shook his head, chuckling under his breath. But you and them? You're the same. The amusement flickered from Rogue's face. Alex leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. His tone was cool, even. The X-Men shoved their peaceful coexistence crap down my throat, and now you're here, selling me on freedom and strength. His crystal blue eyes glowed faintly. Both of you are trying to shove your ideals down my throat. Then, in a flat, cold voice. And both of you can shove them straight up your ass. Silence. Rogue's expression twitched. Then. For the first time. She hesitated. Alex caught it instantly. His stare sharpened. And when he spoke again. His voice was calmer. More dangerous. You came at me confident. Thinking I'd actually buy into this. A pause. But now. You're shaken. He tilted his head slightly, voice smooth. That tells me two things. He lifted one finger. One, you already know what I can do. A second finger. Two, you know you're a lamb walking into the slaughterhouse. Rogue's pupils shrank slightly. Her composure cracked. And in that moment. Alex knew. His smirk widened slightly. You're not Rogue. Then, in a sharper, deadlier voice. Who are you? Silence. Then. Her form shimmered. And the soft features of Rogue melted away. Revealing the blue-skinned, yellow-eyed form of Mystique. The predator turns prey. Mystique stared at Alex. And Alex stared back. For the first time in a long while, she was the one off balance. How? She asked, her voice lower now. Alex leaned back on the bench, arms stretching along the backrest. His smirk was still there. Simple. His gaze turned sharp. Rogue talks too much. Mystique's brows furrowed. What? Alex gave a lazy shrug. Rogue wouldn't have kept talking if she thought I wasn't listening. He gestured lazily. You kept going. Kept pushing. That means you weren't sure if you had me yet. He locked eyes with her. Rogue? She'd have just called me an asshole and walked off. Mystique was silent. Alex's smile vanished. You should leave. Mystique tensed. You think you can threaten me, boy? Alex's crystal blue eyes gleamed in the moonlight. His next words were spoken with the kind of calm that made the air colder. It's not a threat. He tilted his head slightly. It's a fact. Silence. For a long moment, Mystique didn't move. Then, slowly, she took a step back. Her form shimmered again, shifting. Within seconds, she was gone, vanishing into the night. Alex watched until she disappeared. Then. He sighed and leaned back, closing his eyes again. The quiet returned. But the air still felt different. That just made my mood sour. Don't dine and dash give me the power stone. Chapter 12. A kid, no older than 6 or 7, sat inside a small, dimly lit tent. The fabric was patched together with whatever scraps could be found, the floor covered in thin blankets. Surrounding him were 3 other kids, all huddled close to stay warm. In his lap lay a tattered comic book. Its pages were ripped, some words faded, but across the torn cover, one word remained clear. Marvel. Alex's small fingers traced the letters, his wide, innocent eyes filled with curiosity. One of the boys nudged him. Alex, read it to us. A girl giggled. Yeah. Tell us the one about the big green guy again. Before Alex could respond, a soft, tired voice interrupted. Alex, you're still reading that old comic? The children turned toward the entrance of the tent. There, standing with a gentle but firm expression, was his mother. Her face was warm, caring, but strained with exhaustion. She looked at the other children. It's late. You kids need to go in your tents. Your parents are looking for you. The kids groaned but obeyed, gathering their things. Yes, Auntie, they called before scurrying out into the night. His mother sighed before kneeling beside him. You should sleep too, Alex. But Alex didn't close the book. He stared at the images of heroes, bright costumes, strong faces, saving people from destruction. Then, from outside, the sound of airplanes. Loud. Too loud. Engines roared across the sky, shaking the ground. Alex's small hands gripped the comic tighter. He turned to his mother, eyes filled with the innocent wisdom of a child. Mom. He held up the comic. Aren't there heroes like in these books to stop this? She didn't answer. Her face, for just a second, was filled with something he couldn't understand back then. Regret. Sorrow. Hopelessness. She smiled weakly and brushed a hand through his hair. Go to sleep, Alex. And then, everything faded. Alex's eyes snapped open. He was back in his room at the mansion, lying on his bed. The ceiling above him was silent. Just the distant sounds of a mansion full of mutants living their lives. His hand twitched slightly. That memory. Why did it return now? Was it the training? The talk with Mystique? A head popped through the wall. Hey, Alex, what ya doin'? Something fishy. Maybe fantasizing about Jean? Alex didn't even flinch. His cold, unreadable eyes locked onto Kitty Pryde, who had just phased through the wall like it was nothing. Without changing his expression, he responded in a flat, monotone voice. If I was, you'd be the last person I'd want to catch me. Kitty grinned. Oh, so you admit it. You were fantasizing about Jean. Alex sighed. You're an idiot. Before Kitty could keep teasing him, the door opened. Rogue leaned against the frame. Alex, we're going into town for some shopping. Kitty and I figured you might want to come. Alex raised an eyebrow. We're allowed to leave. Kitty rolled her eyes. Yeah, we can go into town, genius. Xavier has some agreement with the US so mutants in the mansion don't get harassed. Alex looked between the two girls. Going into town. With them? He wasn't interested in shopping. But he was bored. Finally, he exhaled. Fine. I'll come. Kitty grinned. Ah, look at that, Mr. Lone Wolf wants to hang out with us. Alex stood up and walked past her. Keep talking, and I'll leave you phased halfway into a wall. Kitty yelped and backed away. Okay, okay. No need for threats. Rogue smirked. Let's get going, then. As Alex followed them out of the room, one last thought lingered in his mind. Trailing behind Kitty and Rogue as they checked out clothing stores, bookstores, and every other time-wasting place they could find. When they stopped to eat, Alex barely paid attention to the conversation. The burger was good, at least. But as they walked down the road, something changed. The air felt heavier. People in the street started backing away. And then, 3 figures stepped into their path. The one in the center was huge, built like a moving wall of muscle. A red helmet covered his head, his entire body radiating raw, unstoppable power. To his left, a tall, sleek-looking mutant with dark sunglasses and an amused smirk. To his right, a woman with short black hair and glowing green energy flickering in her hands. Juggernaut grinned, cracking his knuckles. "Hello, kiddies. Missed your way home?" His voice was thick with mockery and intimidation. Avalanche tilted his head, his smirk widening. "Why don't we take you back where you belong?" Kitty and Rogue tensed immediately. Rogue's hand twitched, ready to strike. "What the hell are you Brotherhood freaks doing here?" Avalanche chuckled. "Oh, fierce little kitty. You are quite aggressive, aren't you?" Then he looked at Alex and said, "Oh, handsome. You were quite aggressive yesterday, weren't you?" His sunglasses flashed as he lifted a hand. "We came to humble you a little." Kitty clenched her fists. "Alex?" Alex just sighed. Before anyone could make a move, doors slammed open from the buildings nearby. Men in black tactical gear flooded into the street, assault rifles raised. Their vests were stamped with SHIELD in bold white letters. A man in a decorated black trench coat and sunglasses stepped forward. "Agent Coulson, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. All mutants in the vicinity, stand down." His voice was authoritative, firm. "You are in violation of multiple federal laws under the Mutant Restriction Act. Stand down now, and this doesn't have to escalate." Juggernaut snorted. "You seriously think we're just gonna surrender?" Coulson didn't flinch. "This is your only warning. By order of the United States government, you will." Avalanche grinned. "Ah, shut up." The ground trembled beneath their feet. Alex exhaled, stepping forward slightly. His cold, calculating gaze swept across the SHIELD agents. "So let me get this straight," he said, voice devoid of emotion. "We were being monitored like wild animals just for walking outside?" The agents tensed, their fingers tightening around their weapons, but they didn't lower them. Coulson narrowed his eyes. "We monitor all mutant activity for security purposes." Alex's crystal blue eyes sharpened. "Security? You mean paranoia?" Juggernaut suddenly laughed, stepping forward. "Has my name lost its value?" He grinned. "You're all looking at this kid instead of me." He cracked his knuckles. "That's just disrespectful." Alex ignored him. Instead, he turned to Kitty and Rogue. And in a calm, unreadable voice, he said one word. "Run." They both turned to him. "What?" Alex didn't repeat himself. "I'll handle this. You'll only slow me down." Kitty looked like she wanted to argue, but Rogue grabbed her arm. She looked at Alex one last time. And then, they nodded and ran. Juggernaut watched them leave, amused. "Let them run. I want this one." Alex finally looked up at him, his expression bored. "Yeah." He tilted his head slightly. "Then come and get me." Avalanche grinned, raising his hands. "Hope you like earthquakes." SHIELD agents shouted orders, guns raised, tension at its peak. The street rumbled beneath them. And out come a voice throw power stones. Chapter 13. Juggernaut charged toward Alex, each thunderous step sending tremors through the pavement. SHIELD agents unleashed a barrage of gunfire, bullets ricocheting harmlessly off his unstoppable form while others rushed to evacuate civilians from the chaos-filled street. Just as Juggernaut's massive fist descended, a flash of brilliant blue light erupted. A colossal red arm, corded with dense muscle, intercepted the incoming punch. The collision released a shockwave that cracked the asphalt beneath them. Juggernaut's eyes widened. His unstoppable force had met an immovable object. He found himself staring into four piercing eyes that glared back with unflinching intensity. Before Juggernaut could process what happened, two additional fists hammered across his face. The devastating blow launched him backward, his massive frame crashing into a parked car that crumpled like aluminum foil. Alex, now transformed into four arms, scanned the area frantically for Kitty and Rogue. They were nowhere to be seen. Juggernaut rose from the wreckage, rolling his shoulders as if merely inconvenienced. He cracked his neck and a smirk spread across his face. "Boy, you're wasted here. You should come with the Brotherhood." Four Arms' quartet of eyes narrowed to slits. "Where are the other two?" Juggernaut's laughter rumbled like distant thunder. "Why don't you make me talk?" Alex exhaled sharply. "You were never here for me, were you? You were after them." The air continued to fill with gunfire, bullets pinging uselessly off Juggernaut's impenetrable hide. Four Arms pivoted to pursue Kitty and Rogue, but before he could take a step, Juggernaut launched himself forward with surprising speed, delivering a devastating blow. The impact catapulted Four Arms through a shop window, sending glass and debris flying in all directions. Dust billowed as an eerie silence descended over the scene. Then from within the wreckage, a voice rumbled like an approaching storm. "You messed with the wrong person." Four Arms erupted from the debris, his four eyes locked on Juggernaut with unmistakable fury. Juggernaut swung a massive fist. This time, Four Arms caught the blow with two hands, then unleashed the other pair in a brutal flurry of punches that pummeled Juggernaut's head and torso. Juggernaut's body shuddered under the relentless assault. Growling in frustration, he lashed out with a desperate kick that sent Four Arms skidding backward, the pavement fracturing beneath his feet. Shaking his head to clear it, Juggernaut turned back, his rage now fully ignited, ready to tear Alex apart. But when he looked up, Four Arms stood holding two cars, one gripped in each pair of hands. With a primal roar, he brought the first vehicle crashing down onto Juggernaut's head. Metal twisted and glass shattered as Juggernaut disappeared momentarily beneath the mangled wreckage. Before he could extricate himself, Four Arms hurled the second car like a wrecking ball. It slammed into Juggernaut's exposed flank, launching him through the air directly into the face of a nearby building. The structure groaned in protest as Juggernaut vanished into a cloud of pulverized concrete. As dust settled around him, Four Arms rolled his massive shoulders. Now, where were we? Within the rubble, Juggernaut struggled to his feet, shaking debris from his shoulders as a voice crackled through his earpiece. "Juggernaut, fall back. We got what we came for." He growled in defiance. "Not before I show this red bean his place." He silenced the calm before any response could come and charged straight toward Four Arms. The ground trembled beneath each massive step as he accelerated, fists clenched like twin battering rams. Four Arms braced himself for impact. Juggernaut unleashed a thunderous punch. Four Arms ducked, pivoted sideways, and countered with a savage uppercut that sent Juggernaut staggering. But he remained standing. With a roar that shook the air, Juggernaut swung again. This time, Four Arms caught his fist with two hands while using the other pair to deliver rapid, bone-jarring strikes to Juggernaut's ribs. Each impact echoed like artillery fire. Juggernaut gritted his teeth, seized Four Arms by one wrist, and yanked him forward. Then drove a knee into his midsection with crushing force. The blow knocked the wind from Four Arms. Before he could recover, Juggernaut hoisted him skyward and hurled him into a streetlight. The metal pole warped on impact as Four Arms groaned, struggling to clear his vision. Before he could regain his footing, the ground beneath them began to convulse. An unnatural vibration radiated through the street. Building foundations trembled. Windows exploded outward. Fissures spiderwebbed across the pavement. Avalanche stood at a distance, hands raised, face twisted in a malevolent grin. "Hope you like earthquakes, red guy." Massive chunks of concrete broke loose as a nearby structure began to collapse. Avalanche turned to Juggernaut. "Let's go. X-Men are coming, we can't stay here." Juggernaut spat contemptuously. His bloodlust demanded to finish the fight. But as the building groaned and began to topple, he recognized their time had run out. "Fine," he muttered through clenched teeth. Both Brotherhood members turned and fled. Four Arms pushed himself upright, all four fists clenching with barely contained rage. He prepared to pursue them, to conclude this battle. Then he heard it. Screams. Desperate cries for help. People trapped beneath the collapsing building. His four eyes darted between the retreating Brotherhood and the terrified civilians. Avalanche's mocking voice drifted back to him. "Go save those puny humans, X-Man. Be a good little hero." Four Arms' muscles coiled tight. Every instinct screamed at him to continue the fight. To make them pay. He didn't want to be a hero. He didn't want to rescue people who would never appreciate his sacrifice. His fingers twitched with indecision. His eyes closed momentarily. A memory surfaced unbidden. His mother's voice, soft in the darkness, when she thought he couldn't hear. "I don't want you to be a hero. Your father died being one. It takes too much sacrifice. Too much pain. It bleeds your heart dry. A heartbeat of silence. But, you should always know what's right and wrong. Because that's what defines your existence." His fists trembled with conflicted purpose. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The desperate cries of trapped civilians pierced through his hesitation. Four Arms exhaled deeply. And he turned. Not toward the Brotherhood. But toward the wreckage, where people needed him most. His massive hands tore through debris, lifting massive slabs of concrete as if they were cardboard. He moved with urgency and precision, pulling people free, shielding fragile bodies from falling rubble, his four arms working in perfect synchronization. Because no matter what he wanted, no matter how deeply he resented it, he knew what was right. Because his inner voice was saying, "Throw some power stones." Chapter 14. If you like my work, you can support here by maycoffee.com/RiteshJadav0869. Four Arms moved with mechanical precision. His four massive hands tore through the wreckage, lifting slabs of concrete with calculated efficiency. The dust choked the air, the smoke burned his eyes, but his face remained expressionless. Another task. Another obligation. Nothing more. People cowered at first. A woman screamed when he loomed over her, clutching her child close. Her terror reflected in his crimson eyes, a look he'd grown accustomed to. A man flinched when Four Arms reached toward him, raising his arms as if to ward off a blow. They weren't sure if he was saving them, or if he was just another monster. Just like the scientists had made him. But that hesitation dissolved when he methodically lifted a crushed beam off an old man, his movements precise, emotionless. When he cradled a crying child in two of his arms while pulling a trapped woman free with the others, his face remained stone, even as the child reached up to touch his face with innocent wonder. When he positioned himself between civilians and a collapsing storefront, debris shattering against his unmovable body, he didn't flinch. Didn't react. Just calculated angles, impact forces, survival probabilities. Whispers spread among the survivors. "He's helping us. He saved my son. God, he stopped that whole building from falling." Someone reached out, gripping his arm. A foreign sensation. Physical contact that wasn't meant to harm. "Thank you," a man gasped, voice shaking. Four Arms stared at the hand on his arm. Something stirred within his chest, a distant memory trying to surface through layers of scar tissue and mental conditioning. His mother's voice. Faint. Almost forgotten. "Being good isn't always easy, Alex. Sometimes it's the hardest thing in the world." His chest ached. Not from the fight, but from this. This, conflict. This war between what they had made him to be and what she had taught him to become. Why did doing the right thing feel so wrong? Why did it feel like betrayal to the cold, efficient killer they had made him in their labs? Why did these strangers' gratitude burn worse than any torture he'd endured? As he mechanically extracted another survivor from the rubble, a familiar metallic click rang through the street. Guns. Aimed at him. Forearms didn't startle. Didn't tense. Weapons had been pointed at him his entire life. In lab. He turned with calculated slowness. Shield agents surrounded him, weapons raised, faces hidden behind tactical visors. He counted them reflexively. 13. 7 seconds, that's it to kill them all. No. That's not what she would want. Coulson stepped forward, his face unreadable behind dark sunglasses. Alex, transform back. Now. Forearms analyzed his options. Fighting would be efficient. Escaping will be easy, but civilians were here. He can beat them later after getting out of here. He exhaled, something almost human flickering across his face. In a flash of blue light, his massive form shrank, and Alex stood in his place. Tall, scarred, eyes cold as Arctic ice. Coulson's voice was calm but firm. Under federal law, all unregistered mutant activity is subject to immediate detainment. Surrender now, and we can. A snikt cut through the air. Alex didn't react. His pulse remained steady. His breathing even. Just another variable in the equation. Coulson stiffened. A familiar, gravelly voice growled. You're not taking him anywhere. Logan. Wolverine stepped forward, claws extended, eyes cold as steel. Behind him, the rest of the X-Men materialized from the smoke. Alex catalogued them without emotion. Assets. Allies of convenience. Not friends. He didn't have those. Coulson sighed, adjusting his cuffs. Logan. Coulson. Logan rolled his neck. I'm not gonna ask twice. He's with us. The tension between them crackled like electricity. Then, Coulson exhaled and stepped back. Fine. But this isn't over. Logan smirked. Yeah. It never is. Alex didn't wait. He stepped away as Logan and Coulson kept talking, his movements methodical, economical. No wasted energy. No sign of the turmoil beneath. Then, he saw Storm and Cyclops approaching. His face remained impassive, but something in his eyes shifted. A microscopic tell that no one but the scientists who had studied him for years would notice. How are Rogue and Kitty? He asked, voice flat. Clinical. As if requesting a mission status update. But beneath that veneer, an unfamiliar feeling clawed at his chest. Something dangerously close to concern. Storm hesitated. Kitty's fine, she wanted to say. Instead, she sighed. Kitty is safe, she said. But. She met his eyes. Rogue has been taken. Alex didn't move. Didn't blink. The only change was the almost imperceptible dilation of his pupils. Then, in a voice so low it barely carried, what? We came as soon as we heard the fight, Storm explained. But midway, we found Kitty lying on the road, barely conscious. She didn't add what Alex already knew, that Kitty had tried to protect Rogue. That she had fought until she couldn't stand anymore. That she had failed. Just like he had. Alex's fists clenched. The temperature around him dropped several degrees, not from his powers, but from the cold fury that radiated from him like a physical force. No. His chest constricted, not with panic or grief, but with something far more dangerous, the cold, calculated rage of a weapon being primed. He should have been there. He should have stayed with them. And now Rogue was gone. His eyes hardened to chips of ice. Where? The single word carried the promise of violence. Storm recognized the look. It wasn't the face of a hero about to save someone. It was the face of a predator about to hunt. It was also the face of a beggar for Power Stone and support. buymeacoffee.com/RiteshJadav0869. Chapter 15. As Alex and the X-Men entered Professor Xavier's office, they were met with an unexpected sight, two bald-headed men deep in conversation. The moment Alex laid eyes on the one-eyed man with an eye patch, something cold awakened inside him. His muscles tensed, body automatically shifting into combat readiness. Nick Fury. A man who had made a career of manipulating people with power. A man whose name appeared repeatedly in the comics Alex had read when he was kid. Jean Grey stepped forward, her posture stiff, eyes narrowing. "Professor, what is he doing here?" Xavier's fingers formed a steeple as he regarded them all with those knowing eyes. "Director Fury has come here with an important matter to discuss." His voice remained neutral, but Alex caught the subtle tension in his jaw. Logan leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, a predator feigning disinterest. "If it's about taking Alex into custody, you can turn right around and leave." There was no humor in his voice, just the promise of violence. Alex's lips curved into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "They can try." His voice carried the chill of laboratory steel. "Hard to believe they'd be able to do much, though." Fury's single eye locked onto Alex. The SHIELD director rose slowly, deliberately, measuring the distance between them, calculating angles. "A soldier's assessment. You seem awfully confident that we can't subdue you, kid." Alex met his gaze without blinking. Years of being strapped to tables, having his reactions tested, had taught him never to show weakness. Those who tried didn't have a good ending. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Fury didn't flinch. Didn't even blink. Instead, he calmly said, "You think you're the only one with superpowers? You're just a kid with abilities you barely understand. And do you know what's worse?" The room grew tense. "You don't need a school. You need a psychiatrist." Fury took a calculated step closer. "You're mentally unstable. You act cold, like you don't care, but that's just a mask." His voice cut like a scalpel. "The truth? That makes you a threat, Alex." Something flashed in Alex's eyes, not anger, but recognition. Words he'd heard before, from men in white coats saying him being mentally unstable who'd catalogued his responses while they tore him apart. Xavier's voice sliced through the tension, steel beneath velvet. "Director Fury, whatever Alex is dealing with, we will handle it. Outsiders don't need to concern themselves." The emphasis on "we" carried weight, a declaration of protection. Fury shrugged, the gesture deceptively casual for a man who never made uncalculated moves. "I might want to detain the kid, but that's not why I'm here." His expression hardened, the spymaster replacing the provocateur. "Senator Robert Kelly, he was kidnapped by Magneto." Beast's eyes widened, scholarly composure cracking. "What?" Fury nodded, all pretense gone. "Magneto used a machine to turn Kelly into a mutant. The senator escaped, using the very abilities forced upon him, and he's with SHIELD now." The room fell into stunned silence, the implications settling like ash. Fury continued, voice clipped. "From him, we learned something dangerous. Magneto's machine can turn normal humans into mutants, but at a cost. It drains his life force." Jean's breath hitched, her scientific mind racing ahead to the inevitable conclusion. "So, if he keeps using it, he'll die." Fury confirmed, the words falling like stones. Logan's claws extended with that distinctive sound, metal sliding against bone, the familiar prelude to bloodshed. "What the hell does that have to do with us?" Fury's expression darkened, a shadow passing over his features. "Magneto knows that. That's why he kidnapped Rogue. Alex's hands clenched into fists, knuckles white. His face remained expressionless, but something behind his eyes shifted, like tectonic plates before an earthquake. Fury continued, unrelenting. He wants her to take his powers, so she'll die in his place. Jean gasped. Cyclops's fists clenched, ruby quartz visor hiding his reaction. Logan growled, the sound primal, dangerous. That son of a... Alex didn't move. Didn't speak. But his heart was reaching. It was always the same. Power-hungry people doing whatever they wanted. Using others as tools. As resources to be consumed. The humans kidnapped him for his abilities, cut him open to see what made him tick. Now a mutant was kidnapping his own kind for the same reason. Different ideologies. Same cruelty. His mother's voice whispered from memory, there are good people in this world, Alex. People worth protecting. He grit his teeth, jaw muscles working beneath pale skin. I'm going to bring her back. The words emerged flat, clinical, a statement of fact rather than emotion. Without another word, Alex turned to leave, movements precise and economical. Fury's voice cut through the room. And how exactly do you plan to do that? Alex didn't answer. He just kept walking, each step measured. Cold. Deliberate. A sudden gunshot echoed through the room, splitting the tension. A sharp sting in his back. Alex stopped. Not from pain, pain was an old companion, but from surprise. He reached behind him with mechanical precision, pulling out a tranquilizer dart. He examined it with clinical detachment, even as his vision blurred at the edges. Nick Fury. Logan snarled, his claws fully unsheathed now, adamantium gleaming under the office lights. Alex's eyes fixed on the needle, analytical to the end. His mind catalogued the likely compounds, ketamine, perhaps something stronger. Military grade. His legs gave out. Darkness consumed him not like a blanket, but like water filling a sinking ship, cold, inexorable, complete. Fury sighed, lowering the gun with the practiced motion of a man who'd made too many hard choices. What? You really think he's in any condition for a mission? Kid's unstable. And on top of that, he's a minor. He holstered the weapon with a sharp click. You might not care, but the higher-ups sure as hell will. They'd use that as leverage against me, and I'm not dealing with that crap. As Alex's unconscious form hit the floor with a dull thud, Logan stepped forward, claws still extended, face twisted in a feral snarl. Fury met his gaze, unflinching. Calm down, bub. It's just a sedative. But Logan's growl didn't lessen, rumbling from deep in his chest. Storm moved to Alex's side, checking his pulse with gentle fingers. He's stable, she confirmed, but her eyes when they lifted to Fury carried storm clouds. And in that moment, with tension crackling like lightning between them, Fury knew this was far from over. Because author want power stones and support by mayacoffee.com/riteshjadav0869. Chapter 16. As they placed Alex on a lab bed, voices drifted around him like fragments of a broken dream. He floated in that liminal space between consciousness and oblivion, his body leaden, his mind swimming through murky waters. Logan's voice rumbled through the room, a primal growl carrying ancient threats. Next time you pull that stunt, Fury, you'll be 6 feet in the grave. The words hung in the air, heavy with promise. Alex heard it all. The sedative coursed through his veins like ice water, but it wasn't enough to drag him completely under. 3 years of experimentation had rewritten his biology. His body had built up a resistance to most drugs, chemical compounds now recognized as old enemies. Yet simultaneously, the lab had made him dangerously addicted to them, his cells crying out for the chemical hooks that had been planted deep within him. The only reason he hadn't transformed yet, hadn't torn the building apart atom by atom, was because he was trapped in a hallucination. A memory. One that haunted him through countless nights, bleeding through the carefully constructed walls of his mind. A dimly lit room carved from shadows and fear. A young boy, no older than 6, curled up in the corner like a wounded animal. His knuckles were white as he clutched a worn-out toy to his chest, action figure which looked like made from crystal missing one arm, its paint chipped from years of desperate love. His small hands covered his ears, pressing hard enough to hurt, trying to block out the deafening gunfire that rattled the windows and shook dust from the ceiling. He was terrified. Not the fleeting fear of a child afraid of monsters under the bed, but the bone-deep terror of someone who knows monsters are real, and they carry weapons. The walls trembled with each explosion, concrete cracking like brittle bones. Shouts echoed down the halls, desperate commands mingling with screams of agony. The smell of burning metal filled the air, acrid and choking, coating his tongue with the taste of desperation. Then, a hand rested gently on his head. The boy's eyes shot open, pupils dilated with adrenaline. Standing before him was a man in his 30s. His face was rough but kind, weathered like leather, eyes that had seen too much yet somehow maintained their warmth. His presence was strong yet comforting, a mountain offering shelter from the storm. The moment the boy saw him, he leapt forward with a strangled cry, throwing his arms around the man's waist, burying his face against the rough fabric that smelled of gunpowder and home. "Father." The word emerged broken, half-sob. The man held him close, one hand rubbing circles on his back while the other remained on his weapon, protection and comfort offered simultaneously. "It's okay, Max. I'm here." The voice was steady, a lighthouse in the chaos. The gunfire outside grew closer, no longer background noise but an imminent threat. They had to move. Lifting the boy into his arms with practiced ease, the man rushed through the crumbling building, navigating fallen debris and flickering lights. His footsteps were deliberate, measured even in crisis, the movements of a man who had spent a lifetime preparing for disaster. Outside, people were scrambling onto trucks, a chaotic mass of desperation. Children crying, adults shouting, fear hanging in the air thicker than the smoke. As they reached the convoy, a woman broke away from the crowd and ran toward them, her hair wild, clothes stained with ash. "Max," she cried, tears cutting clean paths down her dust-covered face. She wrapped the boy in a tight embrace that smelled of lavender and terror. "Oh, God, you're safe." Her voice cracked under the weight of relief. The father's expression was grim, shadows gathering in the lines around his eyes. "You need to leave. Now. It's not safe here anymore." Each word was measured, final. Max clung to his father's sleeve, small fingers digging into the fabric as if he could anchor him there by sheer force of will. "But, what about you?" His voice was small, but the question loomed large between them. His father smiled, a sad yet resolute smile that didn't reach his eyes, the smile of a man who had already accepted what was to come. "Your father has to stop this war, Max." The boy's lips trembled, tears welling in eyes that had already seen too much. "Why do you have to stop it? What about the heroes? Why isn't he here?" The question of a child who still believed in salvation. His father knelt down, bringing himself to eye level. He placed a firm hand on his son's shoulder, calloused fingers gentle against the fragile bone. "He will come. But until then, we have to do what's right." The words carried the weight of generations, an inheritance of duty. Before Max could respond, a bright red laser shot through the air behind them, cutting through the smoke like a crimson scythe. The father's expression hardened, vulnerability replaced by determination in an instant. "You have to go. Now." No longer a request but a command. Max shook his head violently, refusing to let go of his father's arm, nails digging half-moons into the skin. Seeing this, his father reached into his coat and pulled out a badge. It was made of silver, not bright and shiny but weathered with age and purpose. Shaped like a hexagon with an intricate emblem engraved in the center, two interlocking rings with a starburst in the middle, symbols of unity and hope amid darkness. It was smooth and polished from years of being touched, yet worn with age, a legacy passed through generations. He pressed it into Max's palm, folding the small fingers over it with deliberate care. This symbol, it stands for something greater than just power. It stands for duty, for justice, for protecting those who cannot protect themselves. Each word was carefully chosen, seeds being planted that would grow into purpose. Max stared at the badge, his teary eyes reflecting its metallic glow as it caught the light of nearby flames. Always remember what it represents. And hold on to it for me. The unspoken promise hung between them, until I return. The boy nodded, his chest tight with emotion too complex for his young heart to fully comprehend. The mother hugged the father one last time, a desperate embrace that tried to compress a lifetime of love into seconds. Her fingers traced his face as if memorizing it by touch before she stepped into the vehicle, pulling Max with her. As the truck began to move, engine growling over the sound of distant explosions, Max twisted in his seat, watching his father diminish against the apocalyptic landscape. He pressed his palm against the window, leaving a small handprint on the glass. The last thing he saw was his father standing tall, silhouetted against flames, facing the approaching enemy without flinching, a solitary figure against the tide of chaos. Then, darkness swallowed everything, as the truck rounded a corner and the world he knew vanished forever. Back in the lab, Alex's fingers twitched against the sterile sheet, muscle memory searching for something long lost. His breathing hitched, chest rising unevenly as past and present collided. His grip tightened on the watch on his wrist and its symbol reminding him of his past. And as his eyes fluttered open, pupils contracting against the harsh laboratory light, so similar to places that had taken everything from him, the first thing he felt was the weight of a long-buried pain. Not the physical kind they had made him to endure, to compartmentalize, to ignore. But the kind that had carved out his humanity, piece by piece, leaving only the cold, efficient weapon they wanted him to be. The memory of what it felt like to be protected. The ghost of what it meant to be Max, before they remade him as Alex. Support the book here, buymeacoffee.com/riteshjadov0869. Chapter 17. As Alex regained some stability from his concussion, his head throbbed mercilessly. The tranquilizer Fury had used was wearing off, but its effects still lingered, clouding his thoughts. Memories flickered through his mind, Fury arriving at Xavier's school, their argument, and then the sting of the dart. Not fair, he mumbled, fumbling for the Omnitrix on his wrist. His vision remained too blurry to see which alien he'd selected, but it didn't matter. Nobody keeps me caged. He slammed his palm down on the device without looking. The familiar blue transformation light enveloped him, washing the infirmary room of Xavier's school in its ethereal glow. Alex felt himself shrink, his perspective shifting as the bed beneath him suddenly seemed enormous. The blanket that had covered him now felt like a suffocating tent. With a growl of frustration, he threw it off, revealing his new blue form, compact and koala-like, but unmistakably alien. His large ears twitched at every sound while two antenna-like appendages protruded from his head. 6 retractable spines ran down his back. I am confused how many there are and Google is not helping, flexing with each movement. His oversized black eyes, adapted for night vision, gleamed with intelligence and wounded pride. Chaos regains, he snarled, his voice now a gravelly rumble that barely resembled his human speech. Stitch rubbed his clawed hands together, a vindictive grin spreading across his face. He hopped off the bed, landing with surprising grace for his stocky build. Testing his limbs, he found them powerful despite the lingering effects of the tranquilizer. Fury thinks he's so smart, Stitch muttered to himself, his speech pattern choppy and guttural. Leave Stitch behind caged? Big mistake. He scuttled to the window, peering outside at the manicured grounds of Xavier's school. Several students were visible in the distance, but none close enough to spot the small blue alien now plotting his escape. Using his claws, he easily climbed down the exterior wall, stopping occasionally to test the air with his sensitive nose. Stitch tracked Fury's scent across the grounds, staying low in the bushes whenever someone passed nearby. The trail led him to a landing pad where he'd last seen the Quinjet. Finding it gone only intensified his determination. Not gone, he growled to himself. Just need to follow. His enhanced hearing picked up a conversation between two security personnel discussing Fury's departure. Back to the helicarrier, one asked. Yeah, with Coulson piloting. The director seemed in a hurry after that business with the kid. Stitch's mouth curled into a predatory smile. He knew where to go now. Using his incredible strength and agility, Stitch made his way to a smaller aircraft hangar where Xavier kept emergency vehicles. Breaking in was child's play for him. The security systems might challenge humans, but for Stitch's unique abilities, they were merely an amusing obstacle. Within minutes, he'd hotwired a small stealth craft, his clawed fingers moving with surprising dexterity across the controls. The craft lifted off with minimal noise, its cloaking systems engaging as Stitch programmed in the helicarrier's last known coordinates. Fury thinks tranquilizer stops me, he chuckled darkly to himself as the school grounds disappeared below him. Stupid. Hours later, his patience was rewarded when the massive silhouette of the helicarrier appeared on the horizon. Stitch's ears perked forward as he spotted Fury's Quinjet already docked on the landing pad. Perfect, both his targets were there. He brought his stolen craft in low, using its stealth capabilities to avoid detection until the last possible moment. Once he was close enough, he abandoned subtlety. He disengaged the cloaking and aimed straight for Fury's Quinjet. Alarms immediately blared across the helicarrier as defense systems detected the approaching craft. Unidentified aircraft, you have entered restricted airspace. Identify yourself immediately, came the command over the radio. Stitch ignored it, instead accelerating toward his target. His small craft collided with the Quinjet's rear section, not hard enough to destroy either vehicle but sufficient to trigger every alarm on board. He crawled from the wreckage, seemingly unharmed by the impact. Two nearby technicians froze in shock at the sight of the small blue creature emerging from smoking debris. Boo, Stitch growled, before pouncing on them. He left them tied together with their own belts, conscious but immobilized, as he scurried toward the Quinjet's entry ramp. Inside, he found Agent Coulson performing post-flight checks while Fury conferred with another agent near the cockpit. Security breach on the landing deck, a voice announced over the intercom. All personnel on alert. Fury's head snapped up. What now? Before anyone could respond, Stitch launched himself from the shadows, bouncing off walls to build momentum before slamming into Coulson. The agent barely had time to register the attack before sharp claws pinned his shoulders to his seat. Remember me? Stitch snarled, his ears flattening against his head menacingly. Recognition dawned on Coulson's face. The kid from Xavier's? How? Stitch didn't let him finish. He struck Coulson's temple, hard enough to render him unconscious. The agent slumped in his seat as Stitch turned his attention to Fury. The director had already drawn his weapon, his single eye widening in recognition. Alex? How the hell did you get here? Not Alex now, Stitch replied, his voice a menacing growl. You tranquilize me. Leave me behind. Big mistake. He moved with unnatural speed, dodging Fury's first shot before ricocheting off the bulkhead. His body seemed to defy physics as he twisted in mid-air, avoiding a second shot before landing directly on Fury's chest. The impact knocked the director backward as Stitch's claws dug into his tactical vest. You think you can cage me? Drug me? Stitch's face was inches from Fury's, his breath hot and his teeth gleaming. You think there are no consequences? From somewhere on his compact body, Stitch produced a device he'd assembled during his journey, a crude but effective electrical prod fashioned from components stolen from Xavier's lab. Fury's eye widened just before Stitch pressed it against his ribs. Let me show you how it feels. You wanna be Batman, the alien growled. Electricity coursed through Fury's body. The director went rigid, a strangled sound escaping his throat as Stitch held the prod in place, long enough to cause excruciating pain. When he finally pulled it away, Fury gasped for breath, his body trembling involuntarily. "That was just beginning," Stitch whispered, leaning close to Fury's ear. Stitch very creative with punishment. Before Fury could recover, Stitch shocked him again, longer this time, watching with detached fascination as the man's body convulsed. When he released the button, Fury collapsed to his knees, barely conscious. The commotion had attracted attention. Stitch's sensitive ears picked up the sound of booted feet running toward the Quinjet. With a final menacing growl, he grabbed Fury by the collar, lifting the much larger man with surprising strength. "Next time you mess with me," he snarled, "it will be a lot worse. Much, much worse." For emphasis, he delivered one final shock, shorter but more intense than the others. As Fury collapsed, Stitch bounded back to the cockpit and hit the engine ignition. The Quinjet systems roared to life under his clawed fingers. With reckless abandon, he piloted the craft straight toward the helicarrier's bridge, veering away at the last second in a maneuver that sent personnel diving for cover. He brought the Quinjet down in a controlled crash on the main deck, the impact sending sparks flying as metal screamed against metal. As armed agents surrounded the damaged aircraft, weapons trained on every possible exit, Stitch remained inside just long enough to ensure his message was received. Through the cockpit window, he made eye contact with the ranking officer, giving him a toothy grin before disappearing deeper into the aircraft. Smoke billowed from the Quinjet's damaged sections. Chapter 18, Notice. Invasion Marvel x DC is a new novel I'm uploading. It's an MTL, but I'm adding more humanity to it. Read it and let me know if you like it. If you do, I'll continue posting. Chapter 18. A heavy silence settled over the helicarrier's deck, the acrid scent of burning metal and scorched circuits thick in the air. The wrecked Quinjet smoldered at the center of the chaos, its once sleek exterior now battered and torn. Inside, only the occasional flickering of sparks disrupted the darkness, casting brief, erratic shadows against the shattered interior. The agents surrounding the wreck held their positions, their grips tight on their weapons, fingers hovering over triggers. The tension in the air was almost suffocating. No one dared to move. A creak. A subtle shift within the Quinjet's husk. With a violent crash, the cockpit door exploded outward, slamming against the deck with enough force to send nearby agents stumbling back. Before they could react, a small blue blur shot out like a bullet. Stitch launched himself into the air, his compact body moving too fast for anyone to get a clean shot. He collided with the nearest agent, a powerhouse of dense muscle and momentum, knocking the man clean off his feet. The unfortunate agent crashed into a second operative, both hitting the ground in a heap of armor and limbs. Before the others could adjust their aim, Stitch was already gone, scuttling between their legs in a chaotic blur, his unnatural agility making him impossible to track. "Contain it," an agent barked, but their words were wasted breath. Orders meant nothing to something that refused to be contained. Stitch ricocheted off a nearby crate, his clawed feet gripping the surface with ease before he launched himself again, twisting midair to flip over the heads of two advancing operatives. He landed atop a control panel with a mischievous cackle, his forearms snapping into action. Sharp claws plunged into the exposed wiring beneath him, yanking out a tangled mass of cables in one smooth motion. A violent spark erupted as systems flickered and shorted, sending a cascade of error messages flashing across the surrounding monitors. An emergency alarm blared to life, the deep, droning klaxon shaking the deck. "Oops," Stitch muttered mockingly, cocking his oversized head to the side as if puzzled by the damage. Stitch very clumsy. A gunshot cracked through the chaos, a bullet whizzing past his ear. Stitch's large, bat-like ears twitched at the sound, his reaction instant. He ducked low, then sprang forward before the shooter could correct their aim. More agents opened fire, their shots precise but restrained. No one dared risk damaging critical ship systems. But Stitch was already 2 steps ahead. He lunged onto a railing, his powerful limbs contracting like coiled springs before launching him skyward toward the upper catwalk. Below, Nick Fury groaned, his body aching from the residual shocks that had left his muscles sluggish and unresponsive. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself upright, vision swimming for a moment before locking onto the creature above. A damn menace. That's what this thing was. Son of a, Fury muttered under his breath, fingers fumbling for his communicator. He pressed it to his lips. Lock down all exits. I want that thing contained, now. Up on the catwalk, Stitch grinned. A wide, sharp-toothed grin full of mischief and challenge. His large, inky black eyes gleamed with amusement as he tilted his head, his ears perking at the command. Try, he taunted. With a sudden burst of movement, he leaped from the catwalk, twisting midair to latch onto the overhead ventilation shaft. His claws made quick work of the metal covering, peeling it away as if it were no more than paper. With one last glance at the scrambling agents below, he wriggled inside, disappearing into the labyrinth of ducts winding through the helicarrier's underbelly. A tense silence followed. An agent sprinted to Fury's side, his breath labored. Director, do we pursue? Fury wiped the corner of his mouth, his thumb coming away red with blood. He let out a slow breath, rolling his sore shoulder as his gaze remained locked on the open vent above. No, he said after a moment, voice edged with something almost like resignation. He's not running. He's hunting. Deep within the ship's ventilation system, Stitch moved without a sound, his small but powerful body navigating the cramped space with ease. His ears twitched at every sound, cataloging the movement of boots below, the faint hum of failing systems, the panicked chatter of agents. Stitch scuttled through the vents with predatory focus, his claws barely making a sound as he moved toward the helicarrier's main control room. The metal walls reverberated with distant footsteps, agents moving through the corridors below, their voices hushed but urgent. Every few seconds, Stitch paused, ears twitching, analyzing their movements. They were methodical, precise, trying to box him in. He smirked. They were too slow. With a sudden burst of movement, he propelled himself forward, squeezing through tight corners with unnatural agility. Then, without warning, he slammed his claws into the vent cover and burst through it, landing in the control room with a loud thud. Chaos erupted. Agents stumbled back, drawing their weapons, but Stitch was already moving. Time for chaos, he declared gleefully, his oversized black eyes gleaming with mischief. One agent lunged at him, attempting to grab hold, but Stitch shot forward like a cannonball, landing squarely on the man's face. With a powerful push, he launched himself off, sending the agent crashing into two others before flipping onto the central control panel. His stubby fingers danced across the buttons, pressing every switch in reach. Klaxons blared. The hangar bay shields dropped. Emergency lights flickered as the helicarrier's mainframe struggled against the sudden overload. Oopsie. Stitch not meant to do that, he giggled, before slamming his claws into the console. Sparks exploded from the machinery, casting wild shadows across the walls. More agents rushed in, weapons raised. Stitch grabbed the nearest object, a discarded coffee mug, and hurled it at the closest operative. The agent yelped as the hot liquid splashed over his face, dropping his weapon in surprise. Another agent tried tackling him. Stitch latched onto his chest, using his sheer strength to push off, sending the man flying backward like a bowling pin, colliding with two others. Another agent attempted a stealthy approach from behind, but Stitch twisted his body in an unnatural way, slipping free like an eel, and yanking the man's belt off in the process. The agent's pants dropped instantly. Ho ho ho. Stitch see too much, he cackled, scurrying back onto the control panel and pressing more buttons at random. The ship shuddered. Sirens blared. Screens flooded with error messages. Then the door hissed open. Natasha Romanoff stepped inside, Clint Barton at her side. The Black Widow's piercing green eyes locked onto Stitch. She moved with a seductive sway, her expression soft, almost inviting. Hey now, let's not break anything else, she purred, tilting her head slightly. Why don't you calm down, cutie? Stitch paused. His ears twitched. Then he snorted. "Are you really trying to seduce a 12-year-old?" he asked, tilting his head. "And that too when he's an alien?" Natasha's sultry expression froze. Clint, who had been inching into position, burst out laughing before quickly composing himself. "Well, that backfired," he muttered, still chuckling as he drew an arrow from his quiver. Stitch's ears twitched again. The faint creak of a bowstring being pulled back was all he needed. "I have super hearing, Belv," Stitch growled, his large eyes narrowing. "I will kill you before that arrow even leaves your bow." Clint hesitated. Stitch was fast, too fast. He knew it. But before anyone could react, a different voice filled the room. Not Fury's. "Alex, we need you here." Stitch froze. His body stiffened. He recognized that voice. Professor Xavier. Rogue's life is in danger. For the first time since setting foot on the helicarrier, Stitch hesitated. His claws retracted slightly, his gaze snapping toward the nearest comm panel. "Then you shouldn't have left me behind," Stitch said bitterly. "Alex, we don't have time for this." Xavier's voice was urgent. "Jean and I are out of commission, I've only just regained consciousness. They used chemicals on Cyclops' visor, and the others are fighting to save her, but Magneto is too strong." At the mention of Rogue, Stitch's tiny claws curled into fists. Rogue, who, despite his attitude, always looked out for him. Rogue, who sighed every time he did something reckless but never turned her back on him. Rogue, who was in danger. Stitch exhaled sharply. "Where is she?" Before Xavier could answer, the control room doors were thrown open. Nick Fury stormed in, looking furious and disheveled. "We're already heading to the Statue of Liberty," he growled. "But thanks to you, we'll be slower getting there." Stitch blinked. "How the hell are you awake?" "Next time, I'll give a bigger shock." Fury's glare could have melted steel. "And what exactly are you going to do once we get there, kid? Magneto isn't a joke. You're just a casualty waiting to happen." Stitch bared his teeth. His fur bristled, and his 4 arms flexed, claws extending. "Casualty?" He hopped onto the control panel, standing proudly. "No. You're the casualty. I will handle Magneto." The control room fell silent. Even Natasha and Clint exchanged uneasy glances. Fury clenched his jaw, but he didn't argue. He just threw power stones. Chapter 19. There are 2 versions of the chapters. Tell me which one you guys like. Version 1. Stitch turned his head toward Fury, his wide, black eyes narrowing. His ears twitched in annoyance, and his sharp little teeth glinted under the control room's flickering lights. "Next time you get in my way." Stitch growled, his voice low and dangerous. "I'll take your other eye." A tense silence fell over the room. Every agent's grip on their weapon tightened, eyes darting between Stitch and Fury, awaiting a command. But before anyone could react, something changed. A blue light flashed. Stitch's small, blue form tensed, his stubby limbs flexing as if preparing for a pounce. Then, without warning, his body began to shift. The transformation was unnatural, his fur rippling like liquid darkness as his frame stretched, growing taller and leaner. His vibrant blue fur darkened, deepening into an inky black that shimmered under the dim lights. His ears retracted, reshaping into 2 sleek, curved horns. His round, childlike eyes narrowed into piercing, reptilian slits that glowed an eerie, luminous green. Then the wings emerged. With a sudden snap, massive, bat-like wings unfurled from his back, casting ominous shadows against the walls. Their edges shimmered with faint bioluminescent blue streaks, pulsing as if alive. A long, powerful tail lashed behind him, its fin tip slicing through the air with a dangerous whip. Claws extended, sharper than ever before, curling as if itching to strike. A low, guttural growl rumbled from deep within his chest. The thing that had once been Stitch was gone. Now, in his place, stood a Night Fury. Gasps echoed through the control room as the agents stumbled backward, pressing themselves against the walls, their weapons shaking in their hands. One agent, his face drained of color, instinctively raised his gun. Another followed. Then another. Click click click. Safety catches flicked off. Fingers curled around triggers. The air was thick with tension, panic barely contained by protocol. Hold your fire. Fury's voice cut through the chaos, his hand shooting up in a commanding gesture. He didn't dare look away from the dragon before him. Nobody shoots unless you want to be fried alive. The agents hesitated. Their training told them to neutralize a threat. Their instincts told them that this wasn't something they could stop. Toothless emerald eyes scanned the room, taking in their fear, their hesitation. His gaze lingered on Fury for a moment, a final, silent acknowledgement, before he exhaled sharply through his nose, sending a wave of hot breath rolling across the control panels. Then he moved. Toothless crouched low, muscles coiling beneath his sleek black scales. His wings flared, their full span nearly touching the walls. The flickering lights made him look even more otherworldly, like a shadow ripped from the void. With an explosive leap, he launched himself into the air. His powerful wings beat once, twice, sending loose papers and debris swirling across the room. The sheer force knocked over a nearby chair, screens flickering wildly from the sudden gust. Open the carrier doors. Fury barked into his comm, watching as Toothless rocketed toward the exit. Let him through. The hangar bay hatch began to slide open, but Toothless was moving too fast. Slowing down wasn't an option. Did Toothless care? No. Electricity crackled between his fangs, the familiar hum of plasma energy building within him. With a sharp inhale, he charged his shot, energy swirling in his maw before. Boom! A searing blast of plasma shot forward, striking the opening hatch just before he reached it. The explosion sent a shockwave rippling through the hangar, shattering glass and sending agents ducking for cover. Smoke billowed outward, obscuring everything in thick, swirling clouds. And then, through the haze. Whoosh! Toothless burst into the open sky, his sleek form slicing through the smoke like a phantom. Back in the control room, Fury stood amid the wreckage, his face a mask of frustration as he surveyed the broken screens and overturned equipment. He exhaled sharply through his nose. Motherf. He bit back the curse, fists clenching. Damn kids destroying my ship. But it was too late. Toothless was already gone. Above the helicarrier, the cold night air rushed past his scales, the ocean below reflecting the distant city lights. But something else stirred in the sky. As he soared, the world responded. Lightning flickered in the distance, slithering across the clouds like veins of raw energy. The winds howled, swirling around him as if drawn to his presence. The storm churned, its dark embrace pulling him in, recognizing him. Bolts of electricity snapped across his wings, trailing along his sleek form like coursing veins of power. For a brief moment, he was illuminated, a living shadow streaking through the tempest. A night fury in the night sky. The city loomed ahead, a beacon against the ocean's darkness. Skyscrapers stretched toward the heavens, unaware of the storm approaching them. Toothless angled his wings, his tail shifting to guide his flight. He wasn't just heading toward the city. He was heading toward battle. Version 2. Stitch turned his head toward Fury, his wide, black eyes narrowing. His ears twitched in annoyance, and his sharp little teeth glinted under the control room's flickering lights. Next time you get in my way. Stitch growled, his voice low and dangerous. I'll take your other eye. Before Fury could react, Stitch crouched low, his small, blue form tensing. Then, in a flash of blue light, his body began to shift. Fury's one good eye widened as Stitch's small alien frame started to stretch and expand. His stubby limbs elongated, his blue fur darkening into an inky black. His ears retracted, replaced by two sleek, curved horns, and his eyes, once large and round, narrowed into piercing green slits that glowed with a predatory intensity. Wings erupted from his back, unfurling like living shadows, their edges lined with faint, bioluminescent blue streaks. His tail lashed behind him, powerful and whip-like, tipped with a fin. Where Stitch had once stood, now loomed a night Fury. Fury stared, momentarily speechless. Son of a... Before he could finish, Toothless launched himself into the air, his powerful wings propelling him upward in a blur. He twisted mid-flight, tucking his wings in for a split second before blasting toward the exit like a black bolt of lightning. Open the carrier doors. Fury barked into his comm, let him through. The hatch leading outside began to slide open, but Toothless was moving too fast. Slowing down wasn't an option. Did Toothless care? No. His mouth began to glow, plasma energy crackling between his fangs. With a sharp inhale, he charged his shot, the energy swirling in his maw before. Boom! A searing blast of plasma rocketed forward, slamming into the opening hatch just before he reached it. The explosion sent a shockwave through the hangar, shattering nearby screens and sending agents scrambling for cover. Smoke billowed outward, obscuring the exit. And then, through the haze. Whoosh! Toothless burst into the open sky, his sleek form cutting through the smoke like a bullet. Back in the control room, Fury stood amid the wreckage, his face twisted in sheer frustration as he stared at the broken screen that now only flickered with static. Motherf! Fury bit back the rest of the curse, exhaling sharply through his nose. Damn kids destroying my ship. Toothless didn't care. Soaring high above the helicarrier, he took a deep breath of the cool night air, his sharp eyes locking onto the horizon. Below him, the ocean stretched out, its dark waters reflecting the city's distant lights. But something else was happening. As he flew, the sky responded to his presence. Lightning flickered in the distance, crawling across the clouds like veins of raw energy. The storm above him churned, the winds picking up, swirling around him as if recognizing his power. Bolts of electricity snapped across his wings, tracing through his body like coursing energy, illuminating him momentarily as he cut through the storm. Night Fury in the night sky. The city loomed ahead, its silhouette against the ocean a beacon. Toothless angled his wings, his tail shifting to guide his flight. He wasn't just heading toward the city. He was heading toward shiny Power Stones Rouge can stall some time. Guys, write some good reviews. Chapter 20. The Manhattan skyline stood like a steel and glass fortress against the bruised evening sky. Storm clouds gathered with unnatural speed, swirling into a vortex above the city as lightning forked between skyscrapers. New Yorkers, accustomed to superhuman battles, heard the sound of thunder. Then, a sonic boom shattered the fragile silence, rippling through the city with enough force to crack windows along Fifth Avenue. Pedestrians stumbled as the pressure wave hit, car alarms blaring in a discordant chorus. Then came the shadow, darker than the night itself, streaking between buildings at impossible speed. Security cameras across the city captured only a black blur, the footage too distorted to reveal any details. Holy shit! A construction worker on the 42nd floor of a half-built skyscraper dropped his wrench, which plummeted toward the street below. He fumbled for his phone. You seeing this? His colleague stood frozen, staring as the sleek, reptilian form of Toothless banked hard around the Empire State Building. The Night Fury's wingspan stretched nearly 40 feet, powerful muscles rippling beneath scales that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. He moved with a predatory grace that made fighter jets look clumsy by comparison. At Times Square, the massive electronic billboards flickered as Toothless passed overhead, the electromagnetic disturbance from his plasma-charged body temporarily disrupting the power grid. Thousands of people stood transfixed, phones raised to capture the impossible sight. The videos would later show a black silhouette against the electric glow of advertisements, green eyes flashing as the Night Fury twisted between buildings with impossible precision. "It's heading for the harbor," someone shouted, as Toothless executed a vertical climb, rocketing up the side of One World Trade Center. Tourists on the observation deck screamed and pressed against the glass as the dragon shot past, close enough to see the individual scales on his hide, the powerful jaw that could crush steel, and the intelligence burning in those cat-like eyes. From his vantage point high above the city, Toothless surveyed his target. The Statue of Liberty stood illuminated against the darkening sky, but it was the flashes of combat around its base that drew his attention. Even from this distance, he could make out the distinctive red laser beams of Cyclops, the crackling electricity summoned by Storm, and the gleam of adamantium as Wolverine battled Sabretooth. And there, at the crown of the statue, stood Magneto, his cape billowing in the wind, his hand extended toward the young woman bound to a strange device. Rogue's terrified eyes reflected the gathering storm as Magneto prepared to sacrifice her to power his mutant-enhancing machine. Toothless tucked his wings and dived. The air screamed around him as he accelerated, breaking the sound barrier for the second time. His streamlined body cut through the atmosphere like a missile, leaving a visible distortion in his wake. People on harbor cruises and ferry boats pointed upward, some diving for cover as the Night Fury streaked overhead, the downdraft from his wings capsizing smaller vessels. On Liberty Island, the X-Men fought with desperate intensity, knowing that Rogue's life hung in the balance. Wolverine snarled as Sabretooth's claws raked across his chest, blood spraying across the concrete. The wounds began to close almost immediately, but the pain was real, fueling Logan's rage as he drove his own claws into his opponent's shoulder. Nearby, Cyclops fired optic blasts at Toad, who leapt and twisted with inhuman agility, cackling as he dodged each attack. "Too slow, Visor Boy," he taunted, his long tongue whipping out to snatch Cyclops' glasses. The sudden, uncontrolled blast from Scott's eyes carved a trench in the earth and sent Toad flying, but also forced the X-Man to clamp his eyes shut, rendering him temporarily blind. Jean Grey stood with her arms outstretched, maintaining a telekinetic shield that protected her and an injured Storm from Pyro's flames and Avalanche's seismic attacks. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she strained to hold back the onslaught, knowing she couldn't maintain the defense much longer. "Their reinforcements are coming," Mystique reported, her yellow eyes scanning the skies. "Brotherhood, prepare for." A high-pitched whistle, unlike anything ever heard before, cut through the battlefield noise. Veterans of 100 mutant conflicts looked up in confusion, having never encountered such a sound. "What the hell is that?" Avalanche demanded, his concentration breaking as he searched for the source. Mystique's eyes widened. "Scatter," she screamed, her instincts recognizing the sound of an apex predator on the hunt. The warning came too late. Toothless unleashed a plasma blast that struck the ground between a cluster of Brotherhood soldiers with pinpoint accuracy. The explosion sent shockwaves through the battlefield, blue-white energy clinging to everything it touched, searing through armor and flesh alike. The ground trembled as the blast ripped through the Brotherhood ranks, sending bodies flying. Before the dust had settled, Toothless landed with a thunderous impact, wings flaring wide in a display of dominance. The battlefield fell silent for a breath, then chaos erupted once more. "What the fuck is that thing?" one of the Brotherhood soldiers screamed, raising his weapon. A dozen more followed suit, automatic fire erupting across the battlefield. Toothless moved like a living shadow, a blur of lethal precision. Instead of dodging, he charged into the gunfire, his scales deflecting bullets that would have torn through armor plating. He closed the distance in seconds, jaws snapping down on the first gunman. The man's scream was cut short as Toothless flung him aside like a ragdoll. Panic set in. "Concentrate fire," a Brotherhood lieutenant shouted. "It's just an animal." 6 mutants formed a firing line, their combined powers converging on the Night Fury. But before they could launch their attacks, a sudden burst of blue light emanated from the Omnitrix on Toothless' chest. In an instant, his form shimmered and split into dozens, each a perfect replica of himself. The Brotherhood watched in horror as the sky darkened with Night Furies, each one identical to the first. Their synchronized movements suggested an eerie intelligence, a hive mind working in perfect unison. "Fall back," Mystique ordered, desperation lacing her voice. Defensive positions around Magneto. Juggernaut, seeing his allies faltering, roared and charged toward Toothless. Nothing stops the Juggernaut. Toothless turned, calculating the threat. Instead of dodging, he met the charge head-on, using the behemoth's momentum against him. At the last second, he vaulted over Juggernaut's head, then fired 3 plasma blasts directly into his back. The impact sent the unstoppable force crashing to his knees. Before Juggernaut could recover, Toothless wrapped his claws around the giant's massive frame and took to the sky. Wolverine, still locked in battle with Sabretooth, stared in disbelief. Did the kid just take down the Juggernaut? Chapter 21. As Toothless released Juggernaut from a dizzying height, the unstoppable behemoth flailed wildly, his massive arms clawing at empty air before gravity seized him fully. Lightning illuminated his hulking silhouette against the storm-blackened sky as he plummeted like a meteor, his titanium-reinforced armor gleaming in brief flashes. He crashed into the churning waters below with a thunderous impact that sent a colossal wave surging outward in all directions. The displaced water collided with Liberty Island's jagged shoreline, spraying 30 feet into the air before cascading down the rocky terrain. A deep tremor rumbled through the ground as the churning waters roared back into place, swallowing Juggernaut beneath their furious depths. Bubbles erupted on the surface, then disappeared, leaving only ripples as evidence of the behemoth's descent. Above, Toothless twisted in mid-air with preternatural grace, his sleek, obsidian scales shimmering with an otherworldly iridescence despite the darkness. The rain lashed against his aerodynamic form, beating and streaming off him as he banked sharply, wings cutting through the turbulent air with precision. His emerald eyes narrowed to slits as he surged toward his true target, Magneto, the mastermind behind it all. The dragon's nostrils flared, detecting the scent of ozone and metal that always surrounded the mutant leader, even through the storm's fury. At the heart of Liberty Island, atop the statue's crumbling pedestal, Magneto stood within his self-forged bastion, a hemisphere of swirling metal that pulsed with crackling electromagnetic energy. The air around him distorted with heat shimmer, making his silhouette waver like a mirage. Girders torn from nearby structures, shattered vehicles from the mainland, and even fragments of Lady Liberty herself rotated in an intricate, ever-shifting orbit around him, a deadly constellation of debris that would shred anything that dared approach. The air hummed with raw power, making the hair on the arms of anyone nearby stand on end, teeth tingling with the metallic tang of electromagnetism. Mystique materialized from the shadows beside him, her sapphire scales rippling as she shifted forms, a fluid transformation that never ceased to be mesmerizing, no matter how many times one witnessed it. Her golden eyes glistened with urgency in the dancing light of the energy field, her lithe body coiled with tension like a predator ready to strike. Rain droplets clung to her cerulean skin, catching the intermittent flashes of lightning and making her appear almost bejeweled. "The machine is ready," she reported, her voice taut with anticipation yet tinged with concern. Her eyes darted to the decimated battlefield below, where bodies of their fallen comrades lay motionless. "But we've lost most of our forces. Toad, Sabretooth, even Pyro, all down." Magneto did not turn to her. His piercing gaze remained fixed on the storm-racked sky above, where the night furies circled like dark omens against the roiling clouds. His weathered face, framed by the distinctive helmet that shielded him from telepathic intrusion, betrayed no fear. Even in the face of their overwhelming presence, his lips curled into a knowing smirk, the gesture somehow more menacing than any outright threat. "It doesn't matter," he murmured, his voice carrying the weight of decades of struggle and conviction. The machine behind him pulsed with increasing frequency, casting eerie shadows across his face. "Once the machine activates, even these creatures will be no match for us. Evolution demands sacrifice." Inside the protective dome, equipment salvaged from abandoned military installations hummed with increasing intensity. Cables thick as a man's arm snaked across the ground, feeding into a central apparatus that glowed with an unearthly blue light. The machine's core, a twisted amalgamation of alien technology and human ingenuity, pulsated like a beating heart, each throb sending waves of energy rippling through the air. Nearby, Rogue struggled against the titanium alloy restraints that bound her to the machine's core. Her breath came in ragged gasps that formed small clouds in the increasingly cold air. Her white-streaked hair clung damply to her face as she twisted her head, her eyes darting between the arcing energy crackling around her and the figure standing before her. Terror clawed at her chest, threatening to overwhelm her. She twisted violently, pulling against the restraints with all her might until her wrists bled, but the reinforced metal refused to yield even a millimeter. "Please," she pleaded, her southern accent more pronounced in her desperation, her voice a trembling whisper that somehow carried over the machine's ominous drone. "You don't have to do this. There's always another way, Professor X always says." At last, Magneto turned to her, his expression one of almost fatherly regret, as if explaining a hard but necessary truth to a beloved child who couldn't possibly understand the complexities of the adult world. The long sadness in his eyes spoke of concentration camps, of persecution, of a lifetime of witnessing humanity's cruelty. "My dear," he said solemnly, reaching out to brush a strand of white hair from her tear-streaked face with a gentleness that contradicted his actions, "I'm afraid I do. The future of mutant kind depends on it. Sometimes the path forward requires sacrifice, your sacrifice. Mankind had their chance for peaceful coexistence. That door closed long ago." A sudden shift in the air made Magneto's smirk falter. The very molecules around them seemed to vibrate with an approaching presence. The swirling metal above them slowed. Bits of debris began to drift off course, their orbits decaying. Then, like a specter of the storm itself, a shadow descended upon them, so fast it seemed to materialize from nothing. Alex hovered just beyond the reach of Magneto's dome, suspended in the air as if gravity were merely a suggestion rather than law. The rain seemed to curve around him, never touching his skin. His narrowed eyes, luminous with barely contained power, took in the battlefield below with calculating precision. The X-Men, battered but unbroken, were regrouping at the island's edge, their faces painted with exhaustion and defiance. Cyclops supported Jean Grey, whose telekinetic shield flickered weakly around them. Storm hovered nearby, her eyes white with power as she attempted to calm the raging tempest. Wolverine stood apart, his adamantium claws extended, healing from wounds that would have killed any other being. Rogue was strapped to the infernal contraption, energy pulsating dangerously around her increasingly pale form. And Magneto, standing tall in the eye of the storm, looked every bit the god among men, poised to alter the course of evolution itself. Alex clenched his fists, his knuckles widening, if he was in human form. The air around him crackled with potential energy, distorting like heat waves off sun-baked asphalt. Around him, the multitude of night furies he had split into moments before, each a fragment of his consciousness given physical form eco, surged toward him like sentient shadows. Their forms flickered with residual energy as they coalesced into a single being, their collective strength merging back into his body. With each absorption, Alex's outline grew more defined, more solid, more powerful. A surge of raw power coursed through his veins, igniting his senses and setting his nerve endings ablaze. The storm responded to his energy, lightning arcing between clouds in chaotic patterns, thunder crashing in dissonant waves that shook the very foundation of the island. Magneto watched with quiet amusement, recognizing power but not yet comprehending its magnitude. His lips curled as he extended a hand toward Alex, as if offering him a place in the new world about to be forged, a gesture both magnanimous and condescending. "Welcome, Alex," he said, his voice rich with conviction and the absolute certainty of his righteousness. "Welcome to the future of mutant kind. What you witness is not cruelty, it is necessity. A necessary sacrifice for our people. Join us, and together we can ensure no mutant child ever again suffers at the hands of humanity." Alex's eyes burned with cold fury, the kind that doesn't explode but implodes, creating something far more dangerous in its wake. The storm's howling winds swirled around him, tugging at his form as his very being responded to the rage roiling inside him. A luminous aura erupted from his core, warping the air around him with sheer intensity, fracturing light into prismatic shards. His breathing slowed, becoming deep and measured as he focused his consciousness, the battle ahead demanding his undivided will. Then, with a blinding flash that momentarily outshone the lightning itself, his form shifted once more. The heavens trembled as power surged through him, his transformation heralding the final battle that would determine the fate of them all. The very fabric of reality seemed to bend around him, space-time warping to accommodate the concentration of energy. A blinding blue light erupted around him, halting his momentum mid-flight as if time itself paused to witness this metamorphosis. The storm clouds above churned violently in response, lightning twisting unnaturally in spiraling patterns, drawn to the epicenter of transformation like moths to flame. Toothless sleek black form became consumed by a swirling vortex of blue energy, his outline distorting and reforming as his body underwent a fundamental restructuring at the molecular level. His scales dissolved into smooth, pale lavender skin that seemed to radiate with inner light. His vast wings folded inward and vanished, the atoms rearranging themselves into a long, powerful tail that curled behind him like a question mark, its tip thickened into a devastating weapon. His feline-like pupils stretched into piercing vertical slits as his eyes burned with an intense psychic glow that would make even the most powerful telepaths tremble. His limbs elongated, becoming more humanoid yet unmistakably alien, fingers elongating and tipped with glowing orbs of concentrated psionic power. The energy around him exploded outward in a concussive shockwave, sending debris flying in all directions and momentarily parting the rain in a perfect circle around him. The transformation completed with a final pulse of light so intense it temporarily blinded everyone who witnessed it. Floating effortlessly in the air, the creature that remained was no longer a night fury. Chapter 22. The X-Men and Brotherhood alike froze, their battles forgotten as they took in the impossible sight. Even Wolverine, who had seen nearly everything in his long life, stood slack-jawed at the transformation. Storm's concentration broke, letting the natural fury of the tempest return full force. Mutwo's eyes flared an ominous shade of cobalt blue as his telepathic voice, a symphony of harmonics that resonated directly within the consciousness rather than through the air, echoed through every mind on the battlefield like thunder across an empty plain. The only exception was Magneto, shielded by his helmet. You believe you can do whatever you want, without consequence. The psychic voice carried emotions as well as words, disgust, indignation, and something deeper, a profound disappointment. You think you get to decide the fate of others? To play God with lives you deem expendable? Mutwo's gaze locked onto Magneto, his tail flicking behind him with hypnotic grace, the deceptively casual movement of an apex predator confident in its absolute dominance. Let me make one thing clear. The telepathic voice grew lower, more dangerous, like the rumble before an avalanche. The air around Mutwo became supercharged, small objects beginning to orbit him as if he had his own gravitational field. Today, you are utterly. The air around Mutwo shimmered violently, distorting like a mirage in desert heat as his psychic energy reached a boiling point. The water droplets in the air crystallized and shattered, creating a halo of microscopic ice shards that caught the light in a dazzling display. Fucked. The crude word, so at odds with the being's otherwise eloquent speech, carried more impact for its unexpectedness. It rang through the minds of everyone present with the finality of a death knell. Mystique gasped, her yellow eyes widening as she took an involuntary step backward. Her breath hitched in her throat as the words invaded her mind, bypassing all defenses. She turned to Magneto, her voice tight with an urgency that bordered on panic. He just spoke inside my head. Her normally smooth voice fractured with disbelief. All of our heads. Simultaneously. Magneto's expression remained carefully composed, though a flicker of intrigue glinted in his steely eyes. His fingers twitched slightly, adjusting the swirling metal barrier around them. Interesting. A telepath of considerable power, then. But no mind, however strong, can penetrate this helmet. Without warning, without the slightest tell or indication, Mutwo vanished. 1 second, he floated before them, an embodiment of psionic might, the next, he was simply gone, leaving not even a disturbance in the air to mark his departure. Then came the impact. Magneto barely had time to register the shift in electromagnetic fields around him before an invisible force slammed into his magnetic dome with the power of a nuclear blast. The barrier, which had withstood direct hits from Cyclops' optic blasts and even military-grade explosives, fractured like tempered glass under a hammer blow. The sheer magnitude of power sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield, creating a momentary depression in the earth and knocking X-Men and Brotherhood alike off their feet. The concrete beneath them spiderwebbed with cracks that extended outward for 30 meters in all directions. The master of magnetism gritted his teeth, a vein throbbing in his temple as he poured his concentration into reinforcing his shield. The shattered portions of his dome trembled, then moved back into position, metal particles swirling together like liquid mercury finding form. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the chill in the air, a testament to the effort required. "You are powerful," Magneto admitted, his voice strained as he levitated higher, drawing metal from the ruins around him to reinforce his position. The very air hummed with the magnetic fields he manipulated. "But you rely too much on your mind. And minds," he tapped his helmet with a sardonic smile, "can be shielded." He thrust his hands forward in a sweeping gesture, directing his assault with the precision of a conductor leading an orchestra. A veritable storm of jagged steel beams, crushed cars, twisted guardrails, and broken weapons surged toward Mutwo from all directions, a three-dimensional cage of deadly projectiles converging on a single point. Mutwo didn't flinch. Didn't move. Didn't even blink. With nothing more than a simple, almost dismissive wave of his three-fingered hand, the incoming barrage halted mid-air as if striking an invisible wall. The metal debris trembled violently, vibrating at a frequency that produced an eerie, high-pitched keening sound, before reversing direction with impossible speed, hurtling back toward Magneto at twice the velocity, each piece aimed with perfect precision. Magneto's eyes widened fractionally, the only indication of his surprise, before he spun his arms in a complex, circular motion, his mastery of magnetism transforming the metal projectiles into a spiraling barrier around himself. The debris rotated at blinding speeds, forming a deadly tornado of blades and shrapnel that would shred anything attempting to breach it. But Mutwo had already moved. Between one heartbeat and the next, he teleported behind Magneto, materializing from thin air with no sound or disturbance to betray his arrival. His powerful tail, glowing with psychic energy, cracked through the air like a bullwhip. The blow struck Magneto square in the back, the psychic force behind it amplifying the physical impact 100-fold. The master of magnetism was sent crashing through his own swirling barrier, the spinning metal slicing into his armor as he tumbled through it, sending sparks flying in his wake as he was hurled toward the ground. At the last possible second, Magneto recovered, halting himself midair with a powerful magnetic pulse that sent smaller metal objects flying away from him in all directions. His cape billowed behind him, torn and singed from the assault. Blood trickled from a cut above his eye, but his gaze remained unwavering, determined. With renewed focus, he lifted both hands skyward in a grand gesture of defiance. The Statue of Liberty's crown groaned under immense pressure as Magneto exerted his power, the metal writhing as if alive. All across the battlefield, thousands of metallic fragments rose into the air simultaneously, nails, coins, keys, watches, bullet casings, anything containing even trace amounts of ferrous material. They swirled together, forming a vast, churning cloud of lethal shrapnel that blotted out portions of the sky. Then, with a single, decisive motion, Magneto sent it all at once, a tsunami of metal bearing down on Mutwo from every conceivable angle. A hurricane of razor-sharp shrapnel, iron beams, and war-torn machinery hurtled toward the psychic Pokémon, blocking out the sky behind it and making escape seemingly impossible. The sound alone was deafening, a freight train of destruction rushing toward its target. But Mutwo remained perfectly still, floating serenely amidst the chaos. His eyes glowed brighter, twin beacons of psychic power cutting through the gloom, a god among mortals, unconcerned with the weapons of lesser beings. The entire storm of metal froze in place, suspended in perfect stillness just meters from impact. Not a single piece moved. The sudden silence was more unnerving than the cacophony that preceded it. Magneto's hands twitched with effort, veins standing out on his forehead, but his control over the debris was gone, severed as cleanly as if cut by a scalpel. For the first time, genuine concern flickered across his features as he realized he could no longer feel the familiar pull of the metal that had always responded to his will. Mutwo clenched his fist slowly, deliberately. The suspended metal groaned, then twisted in on itself with a sound like the death cry of some massive beast. Layer upon layer folded inward, crushing, compacting, imploding into an increasingly dense sphere the size of a car, then a beach ball, then a basketball. Light bent around its edges as the compaction continued, the mass growing so dense it began to distort spacetime itself. Mutwo lifted a single finger, the gesture almost delicate. The compressed mass collapsed further, shrinking to the size of a marble, a pitch-black dot of such incredible density that it seemed to devour the light around it, becoming a miniature singularity of psychic energy. Then, boom! The compressed mass detonated in a blinding blue explosion that sent concentric rings of force expanding outward at supersonic speed. The shockwave struck Magneto full force, sending him spiraling backward through the air like a broken doll, his once immaculate armor now dented and cracked in multiple places. He crashed through one of the statue's copper walls before stabilizing himself, his breath coming in ragged gasps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Mutwo floated toward him with unhurried grace, his expression serene yet terrifying in its absolute confidence, the face of judgment itself. "You claim to fight for your kind," Mutwo's telepathic voice echoed not just in Magneto's mind now, but directly through the helmet's defenses, bypassing its protections as if they were tissue paper. "But you are no savior. You are just another tyrant, willing to sacrifice the innocent for your vision." Each word carried weight, pressing against Magneto's consciousness like a physical force. Magneto roared in defiance, summoning the last reserves of his considerable strength. He reached out with his power, attempting something he had only done in the most desperate situations, manipulating the very iron in Mutwo's blood, seeking to control him from within. But Mutwo only smiled, a slight curve of the lips that somehow conveyed both pity and disdain. "Fool! I have no blood for you to control. No, it's just that his blood is not same because of two green masks. He is just fooling him." The sky above them crackled and split as Mutwo unleashed his full power, psychic energy cascading from him in visible waves that distorted reality itself. Magneto's vision blurred, then doubled, his mind assaulted by a force unlike anything he had ever encountered. It wasn't just raw strength, it was the overwhelming weight of a superior consciousness, pressing down on him like an ocean crushing a submarine that's descended too deep. And for the first time in many years, perhaps since his childhood in the death camps, Magneto felt true fear. Mutwo raised his hand, 3 fingers splayed wide, pulsing with blue energy that seemed to draw power from the storm itself. The metal dome that had been Magneto's fortress shattered instantly, fragments turning to dust that scattered in the wind. The air between them trembled with unleashed power as Magneto was crushed under the full force of Mutwo's psionic will, an immovable object finally meeting an unstoppable force. The master of magnetism screamed as he was sent hurtling downward like a meteor, straight into the Statue of Liberty's base, the impact forming a massive crater in the reinforced concrete. Dust and debris exploded outward, temporarily obscuring the impact site. When the cloud settled, Magneto lay motionless in the rubble, his helmet cracked down the middle, his once imposing figure now broken and still. His chest rose and fell in shallow breaths, alive, but thoroughly defeated. Smoke and dust continued to rise from the devastated battleground. The storm above began to dissipate, rays of sunlight breaking through the clouds as if nature itself acknowledged the end of conflict. The battlefield was silent save for the lapping of waves against the shore and the distant wail of approaching sirens from the mainland. The war was over. Mutwo hovered above the scene of destruction, his tail curling gracefully as he gazed down at Magneto's unconscious form. His telepathic voice rang clear in every mind present, X-Men, Brotherhood, and the approaching first responders alike. This is the fate of those who believe power gives them the right to control others. Remember this day. Chapter 23 The battlefield, once silent in the wake of devastation, trembled violently as Magneto rose from the rubble like a vengeful spectre. Chunks of concrete and twisted metal fell away from his battered form as he ascended. His breath came in ragged, painful gasps that rattled in his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth in a thin crimson line. His once immaculate armor was dented and scorched beyond recognition, hanging from his frame in tattered pieces, but the hatred burning in his eyes remained undiminished, perhaps even intensified by his humiliation. The helmet that had shielded his mind from Mutwo's telepathic assault lay in fragments around him, ripped away and discarded mid-battle like the shell of a crushed beetle. His silver-gray hair, usually hidden beneath the protective gear, was matted with blood and debris, giving him a wild, unhinged appearance. But Magneto's fury? Unyielding as tempered steel. "You think you've won?" he spat, his bloodied lips curling into a defiant sneer as crimson-flecked spittle flew from his mouth. His voice, though weakened, carried the dangerous edge of a wounded predator. "You think you can stop me? You've merely ruined my plans, not defeated me. Never defeated me." Mutwo hovered 20 feet above the ground, Rogue's limp form cradled protectively in his arms. The young mutant's head rested against his lavender chest, her white-streaked hair contrasting starkly against his skin. Her breathing was shallow and uneven, her life force flickering dangerously after the strain of Magneto's machine. One of Mutwo's three-fingered hands supported her back while the other curled beneath her knees, holding her with surprising gentleness for a being of such destructive power. Magneto lifted his trembling hands skyward in a grand, sweeping gesture of defiance. Veins bulged at his temples as he channeled his remaining strength. The earth beneath them shuddered like a living creature awakening from slumber. A deep, ominous rumble emanated from below as tectonic plates shifted minutely in response to Magneto's manipulation of the planet's magnetic field. The battlefield came alive at his command, responding to his desperate, rage-fueled call with terrifying enthusiasm. Chunks of metal from fallen helicopters, shattered weaponry, iron-rich soil, discarded bullet casings, broken pipes from beneath the concrete, everything that contained even the slightest trace of magnetism answered his summons. They rose in the air with an ear-splitting screech of grinding metal, twisting, bending, reshaping themselves into razor-sharp spears and arrows under his masterful control. The smaller pieces fused together to form larger, more deadly projectiles, their edges glinting wickedly in the fading light. A storm of steel and destruction loomed behind him, blotting out the sky and casting an ominous shadow over the island. The metal fragments rotated in perfect synchronization, creating a swirling vortex of death that seemed to bend light itself around its edges. It was a wall of death, Magneto's final stand. The X-Men, watching from a distance beyond the field of debris, tensed visibly at the display of raw power. Cyclops reached instinctively for his visor, Storm's eyes began to cloud with white energy, and Wolverine's claws extended with a metallic snick that was almost lost in the cacophony of churning metal. Even Mystique's usual composed demeanor cracked as she backed away slowly, her golden eyes widening in genuine fear at the sight of her leader's unbridled fury. Mutwo, still cradling Rogue protectively against his chest, stared impassively at the show of force. The young woman stirred slightly in his arms, a soft moan escaping her lips as she struggled to remain conscious. A thin trickle of blood ran from her nose, evidence of the trauma her body had endured. Mutwo glanced down at her pale face momentarily, his expression softening for the briefest second before hardening once more as he returned his attention to Magneto. Then, his eyes glowed with renewed intensity, twin orbs of cobalt fury that seemed to draw power from the very air around them. From behind him, the river answered his silent call. The Hudson's waters surged skyward in defiance of gravity, a vast oceanic force twisting into a swirling tsunami of destruction that dwarfed even Magneto's impressive display. Millions of gallons rose at once, creating a wall of water 60 feet high that curved ominously behind Mutwo like the hood of a colossal cobra preparing to strike. Individual droplets hovered in the air like suspended diamonds, shimmering and refracting the light from his psychic aura in hypnotic patterns. The sky darkened further, not from Magneto's metal storm, but from the sheer mass of liquid fury behind Mutwo, casting a preternatural twilight over the battlefield. Mutwo shifted Rogue in his arms, cradling her higher against his chest to keep her clear of the impending devastation. Her head lolled against his shoulder, white streaked hair falling across her ashen face. He could feel her heartbeat, weak but persistent, against his own chest. A voice, colder than the void between stars, rang out in every mind present, a telepathic broadcast that bypassed ears and resonated directly within consciousness. I still haven't gone all out. The temperature dropped precipitously, frost forming instantaneously on metal surfaces throughout the battlefield. The X-Men's breath became visible in the suddenly frigid air. The sheer weight of Mutwo's energy pressed down on the battlefield like gravity itself had been doubled, making movement difficult for anyone caught in its radius. Small objects, pebbles, shell casings, fragments of debris, sank deeper into the softened earth beneath the psychic pressure. But don't worry. The entire tsunami behind him lurched forward with devastating purpose, ready to consume everything in its path. At the same moment, his psychic energy formed a protective bubble around himself and Rogue, ensuring she would remain safe from the coming devastation. You won't be alive long enough to see it. The two unstoppable forces, water and metal, hurtled toward each other like colliding galaxies, promising annihilation on a scale that would reshape Liberty Island entirely. But before the devastation could unfold, before the two titans could unleash their final, mutual destruction. A voice, calm yet commanding with the quiet authority of absolute certainty, cut through the chaos like a diamond through glass. Enough. A sudden, overwhelming mental force, invisible yet more tangible than any physical barrier, smashed into both combatants simultaneously. It came from nowhere and everywhere at once, a telepathic hammer strike of unprecedented power. Magneto's eyes rolled back in their sockets, showing only whites, and his body collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, his limbs going slack as he crumpled to the ground. The floating metal storm he had summoned, thousands of razor-sharp projectiles poised to shred everything in their path, suddenly lost their animator, plummeting uselessly to the ground with a cacophonous crash that shook the island to its foundation. Mutwo staggered in mid-air, his psychic grip on the water faltering momentarily. The massive wave behind him wavered, portions splashing back into the river while the rest remained suspended, trembling like a beast straining against invisible chains. Despite the overwhelming mental assault, his arms tightened protectively around Rogue, ensuring she didn't slip from his grasp even as his own consciousness fought to remain intact. The war was over in an instant, not by victory, but by intervention. From the swirling dust of the battlefield, Professor Charles Xavier emerged, his wheelchair rolling steadily over the cracked earth with surprising ease. His fingers were pressed to his temples, his brow furrowed in concentration as he maintained the telepathic pressure that had brought down Magneto and checked Mutwo's assault. His gaze, sharp yet sorrowful with the weight of too many such confrontations, locked onto the psychic Pokémon hovering above. He had struck Magneto down with a single, precise telepathic attack, because he could. Because he had always been able to, had his ethics permitted it. A reminder to all present of why Xavier was feared and respected in equal measure. And now, he stood between the victor and the fallen, a bridge between vengeance and mercy. "This ends here, Alex," Xavier said softly, his voice carrying despite its gentleness. His hands lowered from his temples, though the latent power behind his eyes remained evident. Mutwo's glowing eyes narrowed to dangerous slits, his tail lashing behind him like an angry cat's. The psychic energy emanating from him pulsed with barely contained rage, yet his hold on Rogue remained gentle, cradling her against his chest with one arm while the other now extended toward Xavier in warning. "It ends with his death," Mutwo responded, his telepathic voice razor-edged with finality. The waters behind him surged forward slightly, responding to the spike in his emotional state. Xavier shook his head, the gesture small but uncompromising. "No. That won't happen. We do not kill." His gaze drifted momentarily to Rogue's unconscious form in Mutwo's arms. "We're better than that. She deserves better than that." The silence between them stretched like a canyon, filled with the weight of opposing ideologies, pragmatic vengeance versus principled mercy. The X-Men gathered behind Xavier, their stances wary but resolved. Cyclops stood at Xavier's right shoulder, hand still at his visor. Storm floated slightly above them, lightning crackling between her fingertips. Wolverine crouched at the ready, adamantium claws extended but his wild eyes focused on Rogue's limp form with undisguised concern. Beast hung back, medical kit already in hand, his intelligent eyes assessing Rogue's condition even from a distance. Mutwo's gaze was pure, unfiltered wrath, the concentrated fury of a being created for battle who had been denied his kill. The psychic energy around him crackled audibly, distorting the very air. "Spare me the moral speeches." His tail flicked impatiently, the air humming with lethal intent as rocks and debris began to levitate around him. "Either you move." The ground beneath Xavier cracked with a sound like thunder, fissures spreading outward in a spiderweb pattern as Mutwo's power pressed down upon the earth itself. "Or you struggle." Rogue stirred in his arms, her head rolling against his chest as she murmured something incoherent. Mutwo glanced down at her briefly, his expression flickering with something almost like concern before hardening once more. Tension surged like a live wire connecting everyone present. Would the battle resume? Would Mutwo, fueled by his righteous fury, tear through them all, even while protecting the fragile human in his arms? Then. A faint, ragged gasp broke the standoff. Mutwo's head snapped down toward Rogue, his attention immediately diverted from Xavier. In his arms, the young mutant had grown alarmingly pale, her skin taking on an almost translucent quality in the fading light. A fresh trickle of blood ran from her nose, and her breathing had become more labored. Her body, fragile and human in his powerful arms, trembled violently from shock and weakness. Her life force was fading rapidly, the strain of Magneto's machine taking its final toll. Xavier, seeing his moment, pressed forward, his wheelchair gliding silently across the fractured ground. "Do you really want to waste time fighting here, or do you want to save her?" His voice was gentle but insistent, appealing not to Mutwo's conscience but to his priorities. Mutwo hesitated, his gaze locked on Rogue's face. One of his three-fingered hands moved to brush a strand of white hair from her forehead with surprising tenderness. World beyond, though to the outside world, his sanctuary remained invisible and inaccessible. He smiled as he reviewed reports from his advanced monitoring systems, systems that could reach out while nothing could reach in. He noted with satisfaction how the world's governments and organizations had tried and failed to penetrate his sanctuary's defenses. Even Xavier, with all his mental power, could not break through the barriers created by the World Tree. Soon, Alex whispered, watching a group of birds with iridescent feathers, a species that had evolved within months in this accelerated ecosystem, take flight around the upper branches of the World Tree. Soon it will be time to open the doors to those who need this place most. He thought of the mutants facing persecution, the gifted children struggling to control their powers, the evolved humans rejected by society because they represented a future many feared. Here, under the protection of the World Tree, they would find not just safety but a chance to thrive and grow without limits. As if in response to his thoughts, the World Tree pulsed with gentle light, its roots extending deeper into the earth while its highest branches seemed to touch the very stars. Whatever forces Alex had set in motion were still unfolding, their ultimate consequences yet to be revealed. 500 gems for bonus chapter. Chapter 28, bonus chapter 500 gems done. In a SHIELD command center, Maria Hill came running in, her face tense with urgency. "Sir, another attack on a military facility," she reported, placing a tablet on the table in front of Nick Fury. Fury looked up from the reports he'd been reviewing, his single eye narrowing as he took in the information. "Is it him again?" Maria Hill nodded grimly. "Yes, sir. Throughout the whole year, he's been attacking facilities around the world, both private and government-owned." Fury scrolled through the casualty reports, his expression hardening. "And all of them having mutants as research subjects." It wasn't a question. "Correct, sir. The pattern is unmistakable. This time it was a facility in Kazakhstan. No survivors among the staff or security personnel. All mutant test subjects extracted. Hill pulled up satellite imagery showing the smoldering remains of what had once been a state-of-the-art research complex. The brutality is escalating. Security footage shows he froze several guards solid before shattering them. Others were impaled by ice spikes that formed spontaneously from the moisture in the air. Fury studied the footage, grainy and incomplete, but clear enough to see a figure moving with inhuman speed through the facility, leaving frozen death in his wake. "Did you find where he's hiding?" She shook her head. "We're trying our best, but we can't track him. He always gets off the radar after these attacks. The extraction pattern is always the same: he teleports in, eliminates all non-mutant personnel with extreme prejudice, releases the captives, and vanishes with them. The last frame of footage typically shows him creating what appears to be a portal of some kind. The footage showed exactly that: Alex standing amid the carnage, surrounded by terrified but grateful mutants, opening what looked like a tear in reality itself before the cameras went dead. "What about the other mutants he's saved?" Fury asked, leaning forward. "The number of mutants he has rescued can't remain hidden in any country without someone knowing. We're searching, sir, but still no clue. By our estimates, he's rescued over 300 mutants from various facilities. They simply disappear." Hill hesitated before continuing. "There's speculation that he might be using some kind of extradimensional space, but that's beyond our current understanding." Fury rubbed his temples, feeling a headache forming. The situation had been escalating for months. What had started as surgical extractions had evolved into bloody massacres. When military forces had responded quickly to the third facility breach, Alex had simply turned the entire area into a frozen killing field. 57 soldiers had died that day, their bodies found in positions that suggested they hadn't even had time to raise their weapons. "Sir, there's another situation," Hill continued, her voice dropping slightly. "There will be a UN meeting where they're going to vote on bombing the dead zone in Antarctica." Fury's head snapped up. "What?" "Sir, even though they don't know where Alex is hiding, they think it's in the dead zone, as that's the only place they don't have eyes on. The representatives from countries that have lost research facilities are pushing for direct action." Fury slammed his fist on the table. "What nonsense! Just because of some theory, they're going to launch missiles into unknown territory from which our Earth itself is showing signs of repair. Are they nuts?" The latest attack had been particularly brutal. When a special forces team had managed to corner Alex in one of the labs, he hadn't just killed them, he'd made examples of them. Security footage showed him methodically freezing each soldier from the inside out, a display of power that sent a clear message: stay away from mutants. "Sir, it's not finalized," Hill explained. "They're going to decide today and have summoned you to provide Shield's assessment." Fury sighed and nodded, standing up and reaching for his coat. "Prepare the Quinjet. And get me everything we have on the Antarctic anomaly. If I'm going to talk them out of this madness, I need ammunition." As Fury and Hill left the command center, the screens behind them continued to cycle through images of the aftermath of Alex's attacks: frozen corpses in lab coats, military personnel turned to ice sculptures in poses of terror, and destroyed facilities that had once housed the darkest secrets of mutant experimentation. Half a world away, in Antarctica, Alex stood watching from a building grown from the world tree itself. Though made of living wood, the structure had the elegant lines and sophisticated design of futuristic architecture, a perfect blend of nature and advanced civilization. Through one of the large bay windows that looked out over his hidden city, he observed the daily life of his growing community. Children played in open spaces of lush greenery that should have been impossible in Antarctica. Some raced each other using their powers, a boy with super speed laughing as he circled a girl who could teleport short distances. Nearby, a group of teenagers practiced controlling their abilities under the watchful eye of adult mentors who had once been captives themselves. In various buildings that sprouted organically from the landscape, education and healing were taking place. Libraries filled with knowledge both human and beyond housed classes where older mutants taught the younger ones everything from mathematics to the responsible use of their gifts. Medical facilities staffed by mutants with healing abilities worked to undo the physical and psychological damage inflicted by years of experimentation. Alex sighed deeply, his mind drifting back to the facility he had raided just hours ago. The scientists there had been performing vivisections on a mutant child who could control plant growth. He had made sure their deaths were particularly slow, freezing them layer by layer while keeping them conscious enough to understand why they were being punished. When the military response team had arrived mid-extraction, he hadn't hesitated. 53 soldiers had died in less than 2 minutes, their blood freezing in their veins before they could even radio for backup. He felt no remorse. In his mind, anyone who would defend such atrocities deserved no mercy. A soft rustling sound drew his attention. One of the dryads, tree spirits born from the world tree's influence, approached with a respectful bow. These beings, wise and gentle, had been an unexpected development of the world tree's growth. With skin like polished wood and hair of leaves and flowers, they moved with a grace that seemed otherworldly. "The child refuses to eat again," the dryad said, her voice like wind through branches. "She has nightmares of the place you rescued her from." Alex nodded, his expression softening. "I'll speak with her." The dryads had become essential to the sanctuary's functioning, particularly in caring for the most traumatized arrivals. Many children came to them broken in body and spirit, victims of experiments too horrific to describe. Without the dryad's patient, nurturing presence, Alex knew he would not have been able to handle such responsibility. As he walked through the corridors of living wood, he reflected on how far they had come. What had started as a simple vision, a safe haven for mutants, had evolved into something far more complex. They had their own society now, their own culture emerging from the shared experiences of persecution and newfound freedom. Yet he knew the outside world was growing increasingly hostile. Each attack he carried out saved lives but hardened attitudes against mutants further. It was a price he was willing to pay. His sanctuary could now house thousands, and with the World Tree's protection, they were safe from any conventional threat. Or so he believed. As he entered the chamber where the traumatized child waited, he was unaware of the gathering storm in the diplomatic chambers of the United Nations, unaware that humans, in their fear and ignorance, were contemplating actions that might test even the World Tree's formidable defenses. In the heart of the sanctuary, the World Tree pulsed with energy, its roots extending deep into Earth's core. Chapter 30, Update. Chapter 29. Nick Fury's expression was unreadable as he sat in S.H.I.E.L.'s Secure Communications Center, facing a wall of screens displaying the faces of world leaders and high-ranking military officials. What had been convened as an Emergency Security Council meeting had the tense atmosphere of a war room. This wasn't the official UN, these were the actual decision-makers having a conversation they'd never acknowledge publicly. "Director Fury," began the UN Secretary-General, his face occupying the central screen, "thank you for joining us on such short notice. As you know, we're here to discuss the Antarctic situation and determine appropriate action regarding the dead zone." Fury leaned forward slightly, his single eye scanning the digital assembly. "I understand the urgency, Mr. Secretary, but I'm curious why this conversation is happening now, after a year of monitoring." "I believe I can answer that," interjected General Thaddeus "Thunderbolt" Ross, his military decorations visible even through the video feed. His weathered face filled one of the screens, jaw set with barely contained anger. "The situation has escalated beyond acceptable parameters. We've lost too many personnel, too many facilities." "Perhaps you should elaborate for everyone's benefit, General," Fury suggested, knowing full well what was coming. Ross nodded to someone off-screen, and suddenly all the displays unified to show footage from what appeared to be security cameras. "What you're about to see has been classified at the highest levels, but I believe it's time we acknowledge the full scope of the threat." The first clip showed a research facility somewhere in Eastern Europe. The timestamp indicated it was from 9 months earlier. Security personnel patrolled sterile corridors until, without warning, the lights flickered. Temperature gauges visible on monitoring equipment plummeted rapidly. Frost formed on the camera lens. A figure appeared, humanoid but clearly not human. Its body appeared to be composed entirely of living ice, semi-transparent with internal structures that pulsed with blue-white energy. Subject identified as Alex, former resident of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Ross narrated as the footage showed the ice being moving through the facility with methodical precision. Guards opened fire. Bullets passed through the crystalline body, leaving momentary holes that sealed instantly. The ice being raised one hand, and a wave of intense cold radiated outward. The guards froze in place, literally, their bodies encased in ice mid-motion. 22 military personnel killed at this site, Ross continued, his voice hardening. The footage shifted to another facility, this one appearing to be in a desert setting. This time, the attacker had transformed into something entirely different, a massive, dragon-like creature with obsidian scales that reflected sunlight as it tore through security barriers. It moved with impossible speed for something of its size, breathing not fire but concentrated beams of energy that sliced through armored vehicles. 34 casualties, including an elite special forces unit that responded, Ross stated flatly. More footage followed in rapid succession, a private research installation in Asia where the attacker appeared as some kind of anime-inspired entity with multiple limbs that could extend and harden at will, a government facility in South America where he manifested as what looked like a mythological nature deity, commanding plants to become lethal weapons. A black site operation in northern Africa where he took the form of a being of pure energy, passing through walls and security systems. Untouched. The final clip showed the most recent attack, dated just 3 days ago. This time, Alex appeared in human form but manipulated ice with godlike precision. A military response team arrived mid-extraction. Without hesitation, Alex raised both hands, creating a field of intense cold that slowed bullets until they dropped harmlessly to the floor. Then, methodically, he executed every soldier, freezing the blood in their veins, causing ice spikes to erupt from the ground, creating blizzard conditions so severe that visibility dropped to zero while the temperature plummeted to levels no human could survive. The footage cut off as Alex stood amid the carnage, surrounded by freed mutants, opening what appeared to be a tear in reality itself. These clips represent just a fraction of the attacks attributed to this individual, Ross concluded, his face reappearing on screen. The death toll stands at over 700, including scientists, security personnel, and military responders from multiple nations represented in this call. The Russian Federation representative, a stern-faced woman with steel-gray hair, spoke next. And you believe this person is operating from within the Antarctic dead zone? All evidence points to that conclusion, Ross confirmed. Each time, he disappears with the mutants he's rescued, and no trace of them has been found in any inhabited region on Earth. The Antarctic anomaly appeared shortly before these attacks began, and it remains the only place on the planet that our surveillance cannot penetrate. Director Fury, the Chinese representative addressed him directly, SHIELD was established precisely to deal with threats of this nature. What actions have you taken? Fury maintained his composure despite the implicit criticism. We've attempted to investigate the Antarctic anomaly through every means at our disposal. All expeditions have failed to penetrate whatever barrier surrounds it. We've analyzed the energy signatures, studied the environmental effects, and monitored for any outbound communications, all without success. Then perhaps it's time for more direct action, Ross pressed, leaning toward his camera. I am formally recommending a coordinated missile strike on the Antarctic dead zone. We have hypersonic weapons that can penetrate almost any known defense. A sufficient payload could neutralize whatever's there before it grows any stronger. The German Chancellor visibly blanched. General Ross, you're suggesting we launch a military strike against a target we cannot even properly identify, on Antarctic territory which falls under international protection? I'm suggesting we eliminate a clear and present danger, Ross countered. This mutant has demonstrated both the will and capacity to kill hundreds without hesitation. He's amassing followers with unknown capabilities. Every day we delay is another day he consolidates his position. Fury cleared his throat. Before we start launching missiles, perhaps we should consider what we actually know about the Antarctic anomaly itself. With a nod to Maria Hill standing off camera, Fury's feed was replaced by scientific data, atmospheric readings, climate models, satellite imagery comparing Antarctica before and after the anomaly's appearance. Since the emergence of the dead zone, we've recorded unprecedented improvements in global environmental metrics, Fury explained, his voice continuing over the data displays. The ozone layer has shown remarkable recovery. Carbon dioxide levels have decreased measurably worldwide. Ocean acidification around Antarctica has begun to reverse. He paused to let that sink in before continuing. Whatever is happening in that region is actively healing our planet in ways that decades of environmental policies have failed to achieve. Are you suggesting we ignore the murders of hundreds of personnel because of some environmental benefits? Ross interjected, incredulity evident in his voice. I'm suggesting we consider all factors before we start firing missiles at something we fundamentally don't understand, Fury replied evenly. Including the fact that every facility targeted was conducting experiments on mutants that violated numerous international laws and human rights conventions. This statement caused several visible reactions among the assembled leaders. The British Prime Minister leaned forward. Are you implying these were justified attacks, Director? I'm stating facts, Fury said firmly. SHIELD has recovered evidence from these facilities showing horrific experimentation on mutants, many of them children, conducted without oversight or ethical constraints. In many cases, these operations were running without the full knowledge of their own governments. With another silent signal to Hill, the screens displayed new images, these far more disturbing than the attack footage. They showed laboratories with restraint tables sized for children, surgical instruments clearly used for non-therapeutic purposes, and holding cells filled with traumatized mutants of various ages. This is what was happening in those facilities, Fury said quietly. This is what we're talking about when we use terms like mutant research subjects. A heavy silence fell over the virtual assembly. The French president broke it first. While these revelations are deeply troubling, they do not justify vigilante executions. We have international mechanisms to address such violations. Mechanisms that have consistently failed mutants, Fury countered. How many of you can honestly say you were unaware of what was happening in these facilities? How many of you would have taken action if SHIELD had presented this evidence through official channels? More uncomfortable silence followed. Director Fury seems to have sympathy for this terrorist, Ross observed coldly. What I have is perspective, General, Fury responded. Alex has killed hundreds, yes, all of them directly involved in what amounts to torture of his people. He hasn't attacked a single civilian target. No public spaces, no infrastructure, no population centers. His actions, while brutal, have been precisely targeted. That doesn't mean he won't expand his targets in the future, the Japanese representative pointed out. True, Fury acknowledged. But it does suggest his motivation isn't random destruction or domination. It appears to be specific, protection of mutants from exploitation and experimentation. The Secretary General redirected the conversation. Let's focus on the immediate question, do we authorize military action against the Antarctic anomaly? I strongly advise against it, Fury stated firmly. For several reasons. First, we don't know if destroying whatever power source exists there might have catastrophic environmental consequences. Second, if this is indeed a sanctuary for mutants, an attack could be perceived as a declaration of war against all mutant kind, potentially radicalizing previously nonviolent mutants worldwide. And third, we've seen the destructive capacity of just one individual. If there are now hundreds gathered there with similar abilities, provoking them could lead to retaliatory actions that would dwarf anything we've seen so far. The Australian Prime Minister spoke up. There's also the public relations angle to consider. If word got out that we bombed a site that was actively healing the planet's atmosphere, well, the political consequences would be severe. Opposition parties would have a field day. We'd never survive the next election cycle. Several leaders nodded in agreement, the political calculation clearly weighing on their minds. So we do nothing? Ross demanded incredulously. Wait until he decides to expand his targets. No, Fury replied. We continue monitoring. We improve our defensive capabilities. And, this may be radical, we consider addressing the root cause, ending the illegal experimentation on mutants that has provoked these attacks in the first place. A pragmatic approach, the Indian Prime Minister commented. Remove the motivation for the attacks while preparing for contingencies. The conversation continued for another hour, with various leaders weighing in on the implications. Scientists were consulted regarding the environmental impacts. Military strategists presented both the capabilities and limitations of a potential strike. Political advisors warned about public reaction should any attack on Antarctica become known. Eventually, the Secretary-General called for an informal poll. The result was clear, the proposed missile strike was rejected by a significant margin. Instead, a multifaceted approach would be implemented, increased monitoring of the Antarctic anomaly, a coordinated shutdown of unauthorized mutant research facilities, and development of defensive protocols should the situation escalate further. As the virtual meeting concluded and leaders signed off one by one, Alexander Pierce requested a private channel with Fury, his aged face grave with concern. Nick, I'm worried about the direction this took, Pierce said once it was just the two of them. The Council founded S.H.I.E.L.D. precisely to handle threats like this. Magneto is contained in a plastic prison underground because he was too dangerous to allow freedom. This Alex appears to be potentially more powerful, and he's building a power base beyond our reach. Fury leaned back in his chair, measuring his words carefully. The situations aren't comparable, Alex. Magneto attacked civilians, targeted infrastructure, and explicitly sought mutant supremacy. So far, Alex has only struck at those who were violating his people's rights. That's not the same as declaring war on humanity. Yet, Pierce countered. Give him time. Power corrupts, Nick. You know that better than most. Find a way to neutralize this threat before it grows beyond our ability to contain it. The connection terminated, leaving Fury alone in the dim light of the communications center. Sir. Maria Hill approached, tablet in hand. Your assessment. Fury stood, his expression thoughtful. We bought time, but Ross won't let this go. He's got facilities we don't know about, and he's scared they'll be next on Alex's list. And should they be? Hill asked carefully. Fury turned to her, his single eye unreadable. That's not for us to decide. But I want eyes on every suspected mutant research facility still operating. If we can shut them down through legitimate channels before Alex gets there. We prevent more bloodshed, Hill finished. Exactly. Fury moved toward the door, then paused. And Hill? I want everything we have on the Antarctic anomaly reviewed again. There's something we're missing, something about how he's moving those mutants around the world and back to his sanctuary. If we can figure that out, we might find a way in, she concluded. Or at least understand what we're really dealing with, Fury replied, his mind already working through the implications of everything they'd learned and the decisions that had been made, or avoided, in that virtual war room. Chapter 30, Bonus Chapter. In an undisclosed military base nestled deep within a remote forested region, General William Ross strode with purpose through the dimly lit corridors. His polished boots echoed against the concrete floors as a cadre of soldiers flanked him, maintaining a respectful distance. The fluorescent lights overhead cast harsh shadows across his weathered face, highlighting the deep lines etched by years of military service and hard decisions. As they passed by the research wing, Ross paused momentarily. Through the reinforced glass panels, he observed several mutants confined to sterile chambers. Scientists in hazmat suits moved methodically around them, recording data and administering tests. One young female mutant with translucent skin met his gaze, her eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and defiance. Ross's expression remained unchanged, stoic and unreadable, though a muscle in his jaw twitched almost imperceptibly. The general's mind flashed back to the emergency council meeting just hours earlier, the one where his proposal for a hypersonic missile strike on the Antarctic anomaly had been summarily rejected by the world leaders. Fury had outmaneuvered him, turning the conversation toward environmental benefits and exposing the unauthorized mutant experimentation facilities. Ross's jaw clenched at the memory. Politics and sentimentality were interfering with what needed to be done. "Sir?" one of his lieutenants questioned, noticing the general's hesitation. Ross straightened his already impeccable posture. "Proceed," he commanded, his voice carrying the weight of authority developed over decades of military service. The group continued down the corridor toward a heavy steel door at the end. A biometric scanner hummed to life as Ross pressed his palm against it, granting access to what appeared to be a private cabin within the facility, a stark contrast to the clinical environment they had just traversed. The interior of the cabin was designed to emulate comfort. Dark wood paneling, leather furniture, and soft ambient lighting created an atmosphere that seemed deliberately removed from the facility's true purpose. A large map of the world adorned one wall, with Antarctica prominently circled in red. Classified documents were organized meticulously on a mahogany desk in the corner. William Stryker stood by a stone fireplace, silhouetted against the dancing flames. Unlike Ross's formal military attire, Stryker wore an expensive charcoal suit with a blood-red tie, the clothing of a government official rather than a soldier, though his rigid posture betrayed his military background. His silver hair was impeccably styled, and his eyes reflected the firelight with an almost predatory gleam. "Gentlemen, wait outside," Ross instructed his soldiers. They saluted crisply before exiting, the door sealing with a pneumatic hiss behind them. Stryker turned, a practiced smile spreading across his face as he approached a small bar cart nestled in the corner of the room. Crystal decanters containing amber and ruby liquids caught the light as he selected one. "How was the meeting? Any good news?" Stryker inquired, his voice smooth and cultured. He poured 2 generous measures of aged bourbon into cut crystal tumblers, the liquid gurgling softly as it filled the glasses. His hands moved with precision, betraying no tremor despite the gravity of their work. One finger tapped rhythmically against the decanter, the only outward sign of his inner intensity. Ross loosened his collar slightly as he settled into one of the leather armchairs. He accepted the offered glass, studying the amber liquid momentarily before taking a measured sip. "A complete disaster," he growled, unable to contain his frustration. Fury came prepared. Had evidence of the environmental improvements, ozone healing, carbon levels dropping. Made everyone too scared to take decisive action. "And the council bought it?" Stryker asked, his eyebrow arching incredulously. "Hook, line, and sinker," Ross confirmed bitterly. "When I pushed for the strike, Fury countered with footage of our operations. Made us look like monsters experimenting on children." He took another, deeper swig of his drink. "The council's ordering all unauthorized mutant research facilities shut down, effective immediately." Stryker's face darkened as he processed this setback. He moved to the window, peering through the blinds at the facility below. Scientists scurried between laboratories like ants in a colony, unaware that their work might soon be terminated. His reflection in the glass revealed a momentary expression of contempt before his features smoothed into professional detachment once more. "Fury doesn't understand what we're up against," Stryker mused, his finger tracing a pattern on the condensation forming on his glass. "Alex isn't some environmental savior, he's the most dangerous mutant we've ever encountered. His ability to manifest different elemental forms, to open rifts in reality." He turned back to Ross, his eyes suddenly alight with purpose. "But I believe there's a way to kill him." Ross's head snapped up, his interest piqued. "How?" The single word carried the weight of months of frustration. Alex's power levels had rendered conventional containment methods useless, and his apparent ability to bypass security at will made him nearly impossible to contain. Stryker placed his untouched drink on the mantelpiece and straightened his already immaculate tie, a gesture that served as a prelude to significant revelations. He walked to the desk and pressed a button on a sleek laptop. A holographic display sprang to life between them, showing brain scans and complex neural patterns. "We've extracted critical information from Magneto," Stryker explained, his voice taking on the cadence of a professor delivering a crucial lecture. His entire demeanor shifted as he spoke about their breakthrough, shoulders pulling back with pride and anticipation. "My son's mutant ability allowed us to extract it." Ross's eyes widened slightly. Stryker's son Jason was a powerful but unstable telepath, kept heavily sedated in another wing of the facility. The ethics of using his own child as a tool had never seemed to trouble Stryker. "Jason penetrated Magneto's mental defenses?" Ross asked, unable to completely hide his surprise. "Yes," Stryker replied with a cold smile that never reached his eyes. There was a brief flash of something, perhaps pain, perhaps pride, when he mentioned his son. "Jason's unique abilities have proven most effective against even the strongest mental barriers. Eric Lensher may have physical defenses against telepathy with that helmet, but when we caught him without it." He trailed off, satisfaction evident in his expression. "And what did your son discover?" Ross pressed, leaning forward with renewed interest. Stryker manipulated the holographic display, zooming in on a strange device shaped like a helmet. "According to the information we extracted, Charles Xavier possesses a device called Cerebro." "The mutant detector," Ross interjected with a nod. "We've known about that for years." "Yes, but what we didn't know," Stryker continued, his eyes gleaming with fervor, "is that Xavier has developed an enhanced version, Cerebro X. It's capable of connecting to every mutant and human mind simultaneously." His voice dropped to a near whisper, reverent and awed. "And if properly modified, it could be weaponized to kill specific targets." Ross stood abruptly, his drink forgotten. "You're certain of this?" The possibility of finally neutralizing their most dangerous adversary made his heart rate accelerate, though his face remained composed through years of military discipline. "Absolutely certain," Stryker confirmed, gesturing to the neural patterns displayed before them. Jason extracted every detail from Magneto's memories. The information contained detailed schematics. "With the right modifications, we could use it to target Alex specifically, pinpoint his unique brainwave pattern and terminate it, no matter what form he takes or where he hides, even in that Antarctic dead zone, where our surveillance can't penetrate." His fingers twitched slightly at his side, betraying his excitement despite his controlled expression. Ross paced the length of the cabin, hands clasped behind his back. The wooden floorboards creaked under his methodical steps as he processed this information. The fireplace popped and crackled, punctuating the silence between the two men. Outside, the distant sound of helicopter rotors indicated a shift change for the facility personnel. When Ross turned back to face Stryker, his expression had hardened with resolve. His eyes burned with an intensity that made even the composed Stryker take a small step backward. "If we can kill Alex," Ross said, voice rising with barely contained aggression, "we can control every mutant as we please." He slammed his fist against the wall map, directly over Antarctica. "America could rule the world. This is our big chance, our opportunity to ensure human supremacy for generations to come." The outburst was uncharacteristic for Ross, whose military career had been built on calculated restraint. His chest heaved slightly as he regained his composure, straightening his uniform jacket with deliberate movements. "The Council rejected my missile strike because they feared environmental consequences," Ross continued, his voice lower but no less intense. "But this is precision. One target, no collateral damage to their precious ozone layer." Stryker observed the general carefully, recalculating his approach. He had expected resistance to his plan, not unbridled enthusiasm that potentially exceeded his own ambitions. This development required careful handling. Indeed, Stryker agreed, his tone measured as he refilled Ross's abandoned glass. Control of Alex would be a significant achievement. He handed the refreshed drink to Ross, their fingers briefly touching in the exchange. "However, we must remember that the primary goal is neutralization of the immediate threat." Ross accepted the drink but didn't sip from it. Instead, He stared into the amber liquid as if it contained answers to unasked questions. How soon can we acquire this Cerebro device? Stryker moved to the desk and pulled out a folder stamped with "Classified" in bold red letters. Inside were satellite images of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters taken from multiple angles, along with thermal scans showing underground structures. The device is located here, he said, pointing to a spherical chamber beneath the mansion. Heavily guarded, of course, but not impenetrable with the right team and intelligence. Ross examined the images closely, his military mind already formulating extraction strategies. And once we have it, my team can modify it within 48 hours, Stryker replied confidently. We've been studying mutant neurology for years. The technology is complex but not beyond our understanding. Left unspoken was the fact that much of this understanding came from painful experiments on captive mutants, including the continued exploitation of his own son's abilities. The general nodded slowly, his earlier outburst replaced by methodical planning. We'll need to operate completely off the books now. The Council's shutdown order means we have no official authorization. That may be for the best, Stryker countered, his voice dropping conspiratorially. No oversight, no interference, no politics. He stepped closer to Ross, lowering his voice further though no one else was present to hear. By the time anyone realizes what we've done, it will be too late to stop us. The threat will be eliminated, and the results will speak for themselves. Ross's expression darkened with contemplation. His decades of military service had instilled a deep respect for chain of command, but the Antarctic situation and the Council's reluctance to act had pushed conventional protocols to their breaking point. National security was at stake. Perhaps extraordinary threats demanded extraordinary measures. And what about collateral damage? Ross asked, his tone suggesting he already knew the answer. Stryker turned back to the holographic display, manipulating it to show a simulation of Cerebro's reach, a glowing web that encompassed the entire globe. That's where we differ slightly, General, he said carefully. You see Alex as an isolated threat. I see him as symptomatic of a larger problem. He paused, watching Ross's reaction before continuing. With minimal modifications, Cerebro could target not just Alex, but any mutant with similar genetic markers. We could eliminate entire categories of dangerous mutations in one synchronized operation. Ross's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. You're talking about genocide. I'm talking about preemptive security measures, Stryker corrected smoothly, though his eyes betrayed a fanatical gleam. But yes, the capability would exist to target all mutants if that became necessary. The general moved away from Stryker, creating physical distance as he processed the implications. His reflection in the window showed a man torn between duty and morality. The soldiers visible in the yard below served as a reminder of his responsibility to protect human lives, but at what cost? Fury showed the Council footage of those facilities, our facilities, Ross said quietly. Children in cages. Experimentation. Torture. He turned back to face Stryker. You realize we'd be confirming everything Alex has been fighting against. Stryker's expression hardened. What we do is necessary. The mutant genome represents the greatest threat humanity has ever faced. Someday, history will vindicate our methods. Ross stared at him for a long moment, weighing options and consequences. We focus on Alex, he finally declared, turning back to face Stryker with renewed determination. One target, one threat. That's the mission parameter. His tone left no room for negotiation, the full weight of his military authority behind each word. Stryker inclined his head in apparent agreement, though a flash of frustration briefly crossed his features. Of course, General. Alex is the priority. He closed the classified folder with deliberate care. I'll begin preparations immediately. We can move on Xavier's school within the week. Ross nodded curtly, finishing his drink in one swift motion. Keep me updated on every development. This operation remains strictly need to know, even within our own organizations. Understood, Stryker replied, extending his hand to seal their agreement. As they shook hands, their eyes locked in a moment of silent communication. Both men recognized the historic significance of their undertaking, but each harbored separate visions of the outcome. Ross saw a controlled surgical strike against a specific threat. Stryker envisioned a far more comprehensive solution to what he considered the mutant problem. Stryker wanted desperately to reveal his true intentions, to explain how every mutant represented an existential threat to humanity that must be eradicated. But he recognized that Ross wasn't ready for that truth yet. The general still clung to notions of proportional response and minimal casualties. Such constraints were luxuries Stryker believed humanity could no longer afford in its fight for survival against genetic superiority. For now, he would need Ross's help to acquire Cerebro. After that, adaptations to the plan could be implemented without the general's knowledge. He thought briefly of his son Jason, the mutant he both used and despised, a living reminder of the genetic aberration that had invaded even his own bloodline. As Ross departed the cabin, Stryker returned to the window, watching the general's reflection diminish with distance. In the privacy of solitude, a grim smile spread across his face. Soon, he thought, as he gazed out at the facility where mutants were being studied like lab specimens. Soon, the natural order would be restored, with humanity firmly at its apex. Outside, thunder rumbled across the darkening sky. Chapter 31. In the depths of the Antarctic sanctuary. In the heart of Antarctic isolation, Alex knelt beside a young girl huddled against the curved wall of a chamber hewn from living wood. Lila, her name a whisper when they'd first found her, trembled beneath a blanket woven from silvery fibers that caught the ambient light with an otherworldly shimmer. The World Tree's gift, this cloth radiated a gentle warmth that no ordinary fabric could provide, yet even its comfort couldn't fully dispel the haunted look in her eyes. "You haven't touched your tea," Alex said softly, nodding toward the steaming cup placed on the low table beside her. Its herbal aroma permeated the air, mingling with the faint cedar-like scent that emanated from the walls themselves. "The chamomile helps with the nightmares. At least, it did for me." Lila's gaze remained fixed on some invisible point beyond the window, where crystalline snowflakes danced against the sanctuary's shimmering dome. 3 days had passed since they'd extracted her from the Kazakhstan facility, 3 days of silence broken only by occasional whimpers in her sleep. "They kept asking what I could do," she finally whispered, her voice hoarse from disuse. Her fingers clenched the blanket tighter. "I told them I didn't know, that I just wanted to go home. But there wasn't a home anymore. They made sure of that." Alex felt a familiar weight settle in his chest. How many stories like hers had he heard since establishing this sanctuary? Too many, yet never enough to dull the impact of each new one. "I understand," he said, careful not to move closer, giving her the space her body language demanded. "When they found me, I was younger than you. I spent 4 years in a tank before I escaped." This drew her eyes to his face, searching for deception or pity and finding neither. Only recognition, the unmistakable kinship of shared trauma. Ilara, the dryad who had alerted Alex to Lila's worsening state, stood nearby with patience etched into her bark-like features. Leaves of emerald and amber adorned her crown, swaying gently as if caught in a breeze that existed only for her. "You're safe here, Lila," Alex continued, his voice steady despite the echo of memories her fear stirred within him. "No one can hurt you anymore." She shook her head, her reply barely audible. "They'll find us. They always do." The resignation in her voice cut deeper than any accusation could have. Alex had seen it before, that absolute certainty that safety was temporary, that peace was merely the cruel interlude before inevitable discovery. "Not here," he said with quiet conviction. "This place exists between the lines on their maps. The World Tree keeps us hidden. Its roots run deeper than their satellites can scan, its canopy bends light around us, and its spirit," he paused, choosing his words carefully. "Its spirit recognizes who belongs and who doesn't." Lila's gaze drifted to the window, where the colossal trunk of the world tree dominated the horizon, its upper branches lost in the mist that perpetually shrouded the sanctuary's apex. The shield, a translucent dome of energy that encompassed their haven, shimmered with iridescent patterns where sunlight struck its surface. "But you leave," she observed, a flicker of accusation finally breaking through her resignation. "You go out there, and they see you." The truth in her words resonated uncomfortably. Each mission he undertook, each facility he disabled, each prisoner he freed, left traces. Digital footprints, witnesses, destruction that couldn't be hidden. The world's intelligence agencies were piecing together patterns, drawing closer to conclusions he couldn't afford them to reach. Alex shifted his weight, buying a moment to frame his response. "I do," he acknowledged. "Because there are others like you still trapped. Children abandoned by families who feared them, adults hunted for abilities they never asked for. I can't leave them to suffer when I have the means to help. Even if it puts everyone here at risk." Her question held no judgment, only a child's direct curiosity. "That's the balance I navigate every day," he admitted. "Freedom carries responsibility. The sanctuary exists because people took risks for each other. That chain can't end with us." Something shifted in Lila's expression, not quite hope, but perhaps the first seedling of resilience. She reached for the tea, cupping its warmth between her palms. "They said I could move water. Make it dance." A bitter edge crept into her voice. "I never wanted it to dance. I just wanted to swim without my cousins laughing at me." Alex smiled gently. "Here, your abilities are gifts, not weapons or curiosities. When you're ready, only when you're ready, we have teachers who can help you understand what you can do." She took a tentative sip of the tea, then looked up at Alara, studying the dryad's wooden features with newfound interest. "Are you, from the tree?" Alara stepped forward, her movements fluid despite her seemingly rigid composition. When she spoke, her voice carried the hushed quality of leaves rustling in a summer breeze. "I am a daughter of the world tree, but I have my own thoughts, my own heart." She extended a hand, her wooden fingers gently brushing a tear from Lila's cheek. "The tree gives life, but what we do with that life is our choice alone." The simple touch broke something in Lila's careful composure. Her face crumpled, and silent tears began to flow. Alara knelt beside her, drawing the girl against her shoulder where moss grew in soft patches. To Alex's surprise, Lila didn't resist. "I'll stay with her," Alara murmured, meeting Alex's gaze over the child's head. "She'll eat soon. She just needs time." Alex nodded gratefully. "Thank you." He rose to his feet, bones protesting after too long in one position. To Lila, he added, "I'll check on you tomorrow. Rest well tonight." As he left the chamber, the door, a living part of the wall, sealed seamlessly behind him. The corridor beyond pulsed with a faint luminescence, the world tree's essence providing light without heat, guiding his path through the massive network of interconnected spaces that formed the sanctuary's heart. 326 souls now called this place home. The number weighed on him as he walked, not for its size, but for its vulnerability. Each person represented a life entrusted to his vision, his protection. The sanctuary was thriving in ways he couldn't have imagined when he'd first got the seed of the world tree. Schools operated now, gardens flourished under specialized light, and genuine community had taken root. But it remained a delicate ecosystem, balanced precariously between secrecy and necessity. They couldn't be entirely self-sufficient, some supplies still required covert acquisition from the outside world. Each venture beyond the shield's protection risked exposure, yet remaining completely isolated wasn't viable either. Alex's footsteps carried him to the crystalline tower that served as his observatory and command center. Unlike the wooden structures that predominated throughout the sanctuary, the tower had formed from the world tree's rare crystalline extrusions, transparent structures harder than diamond yet responsive to thought and touch. The spiral staircase wound upward, seemingly suspended in air. As he climbed, the panorama of his creation unfolded below, buildings grown rather than built, their organic shapes flowing into one another, gardens arranged in concentric circles, their crops selected for maximum nutrition and minimum space, the medical center with its healing pools fed by underground springs that the world tree had tapped and purified. At the tower's apex, the observation chamber awaited, a perfect dome of crystal that afforded unobstructed views in all directions. Outside, the endless ice of Antarctica stretched toward the horizon, a stark contrast to the verdant oasis contained within the shield. Above, the world tree's canopy created a natural ceiling, its leaves shifting through spectral colors as they absorbed and transformed the harsh Antarctic sunlight into something gentler, more sustaining. Alex approached the console at the chamber's center, a smooth, curved surface grown from the world tree's roots, warm and responsive to his touch. With practiced movements, he activated its monitoring systems. The marriage of technology and organic intelligence had been his most ambitious experiment, integrating salvaged components with the tree's natural neural network to create something unique, a system capable of reaching beyond the shield while maintaining their invisibility. Holographic displays flickered to life around him, casting blue-tinged light across his features. News feeds, intercepted communications, satellite data, all filtered through layers of security protocols designed to leave no trace of their observation. He scanned them methodically, searching for patterns, threats, opportunities. A file caught his attention, a classified shield report, freshly decrypted by the sanctuary's systems. His expression darkened as he read through the summary of the recent UN Security Council meeting. No missile strike had been authorized, Nick Fury had argued convincingly against it, but the subtext was clear. They were watching, waiting, gathering resources for a more targeted approach. The language used chilled him: enhanced containment measures, targeted neutralization, preemptive countermeasures against possible anomalous activity. Between the lines, he read their intent: they wouldn't bomb the Antarctic, but they were preparing specialized forces, assets with the unique capabilities needed to neutralize what they perceived as a growing threat. Names surfaced in the report, facilities he hadn't yet targeted, but the specifics remained vague, nothing concrete about a particular plan, only the architecture of intention being constructed. Alex braced himself against the console, exhaling slowly. The world was closing in, piece by methodical piece, yet he still couldn't see the full shape of what approached. He closed his eyes briefly, centering himself against the rising tide of anxiety that threatened to overwhelm his thoughts. Computer, compile all references to Antarctic anomalies from global intelligence networks over the past month, he instructed. Flag increases in specialized equipment purchases by government agencies. Monitor personnel reassignments within SHIELD. The system acknowledged with a subtle chime, setting to work with an efficiency that blended digital processing with the more intuitive pathways of the world tree's consciousness. A disturbance in the air interrupted his contemplation, a peculiar ripple that vibrated through the chamber like a struck bell. Golden sparks materialized in the center of the room, swirling into a circular pattern that crackled with mystic energy. Alex stepped back warily, tensing as the portal fully formed. Through this impossible doorway stepped a figure cloaked in robes of saffron yellow, their richly embroidered edges catching the light as she moved. Her presence carried a quiet authority, her manner composed yet alert, the bearing of one accustomed to both power and its cost. "How did you get in here?" Alex demanded, his voice sharp with suspicion as he shifted his stance to one that would allow immediate movement in any direction. "This place is protected by the world tree itself. Even if you breached the shield, there should have been resistance." The woman lowered her hood, revealing a serene expression framed by close-cropped hair. The lines etched around her eyes suggested wisdom earned rather than age accumulated. She regarded Alex with what might have been patience, or perhaps assessment. "The world tree permitted my passage," she replied, her accent faint but distinctly Eastern. "It has developed a consciousness beyond what you initially intended, a mind born from your purpose and Gia's blessing. It recognized me as one who has guarded this reality's barriers for centuries." Alex's brow furrowed, his gaze briefly shifting toward the massive trunk visible through the crystal walls. "It knows you. It senses the balance I maintain," she confirmed, clasping her hands loosely before her. I am the Ancient One, protector of the mystic realms and guardian of the Sanctum Sanctorum. I've observed your work from afar, Alex, but recent developments have necessitated this direct contact. He studied her carefully, weighing her words against his instincts. The sanctuary's defenses were formidable, designed to repel physical forces, energy signatures, and even psychic intrusions. For them to permit entry willingly suggested either a catastrophic failure or recognition of a power too fundamental to be denied. What developments? He asked, his tone measured but guarded. The Ancient One moved with deliberate grace toward the observation window, gazing out at the world tree with an expression of informed appreciation. This sanctuary, this magnificent creation of yours, it resonates across dimensions, Alex. A beacon of life and power in a place where such things should not exist. You've accomplished something extraordinary, but in doing so, you've drawn attention from realms beyond your knowing. A chill that had nothing to do with Antarctica seeped into Alex's bones. What kind of attention? She turned to face him, her expression grave. Entities that exist beyond the boundaries of this reality. Some merely curious, others. She paused, weighing her words. Others seek to consume what they cannot possess. The energy signature of the world tree extends like ripples through the multiverse, detectable to those with senses attenuated to such frequencies. Alex processed this, connecting her warning to anomalies he'd noticed in the sanctuary's energy readings, occasional spikes and fluctuations that the system had attributed to the world tree's growth patterns. Are you saying we're under immediate threat? Not immediate, no, she said, her gaze unflinching. I have been shielding this location mystically, dampening its resonance across the dimensions. But my power isn't absolute, and some may have detected echoes before my interventions began. They will send proxies first, lesser beings to test your defenses, assess your capabilities. While we're already facing increased scrutiny from Earth's governments, Alex said grimly. Perfect timing. The Ancient One's expression softened marginally. The timing is not coincidental. The increased attention from your world's authorities is partly in response to the same energy fluctuations that have attracted notice elsewhere. They don't understand what they're detecting, but instinct tells them something significant has changed. Alex paced several steps, absorbing the implications. So what am I supposed to do? Abandon this place? These people have nowhere else to go. No, she said firmly. But you must prepare. Strengthen your defenses, yes, but also expand your awareness. The threats you've faced until now have been limited by human imagination and resources. What may come will follow different rules entirely. He stopped pacing, meeting her steady gaze. I didn't ask for this. I just wanted to create safety for people the world had discarded. Few who changed the world intend to at the outset, she observed, a hint of compassion tempering her pragmatism. Creation always carries unforeseen consequences. You've altered the Earth's energy currents, its spiritual architecture. Such changes reverberate. Silence settled between them, heavy with implications neither fully articulated. Through the crystal walls, the world tree seemed to pulse with awareness, as if listening to their exchange. What happens if they break through? Alex finally asked. If your shields fail and these entities find their way here, then you will face challenges unlike any you've confronted, she answered truthfully. But you won't stand alone. There are others who guard this reality against incursions, some you may know of, others who operate in deeper shadows. I will alert them if the need arises. Alex nodded slowly, his mind already cataloging resources, strategies, contingencies. Thank you. For the warning, and for your protection thus far. The Ancient One studied him with an expression he couldn't quite decipher, something between approval and concern. You remind me of another I once guided, brilliant, determined, and convinced of his path. Listen more carefully to doubt than he did, Alex. It often speaks wisdom we're reluctant to hear. With those words, she raised her hands in a circular motion. Golden sparks ignited around her fingers, coalescing into the portal through which she'd arrived. Strengthen this place, she said as she stepped toward the gateway. Not just its defenses, but its heart. The bonds between your people may prove your greatest shield when challenges come. She stepped through the portal, which collapsed behind her in a shower of fading embers, leaving Alex alone with the silent hum of the monitoring systems and the weight of new knowledge. He turned back to the console, his resolve hardening beneath layers of concern. Human threats he understood, their motivations, limitations, and tactics were familiar territory. But this new dimension of danger would require different strategies, alliances he hadn't considered. Elara, he called softly, knowing the Dryad's connection to the World Tree would carry his voice throughout the sanctuary. Gather the council. We need to talk. As the sanctuary stirred below, residents going about their evening routines unaware of the conversation that had just transpired, Alex looked out at the World Tree. Its leaves shimmered in the fading Antarctic light, colors shifting like silent communication. Whatever approached, human or otherwise, he would meet it prepared. The Ancient One was right, power without foresight was a luxury he could no longer afford. The sanctuary was more than a haven now. It was a statement, a disruption in the established order of things. And disruption, as he well knew, never went unchallenged for long. Chapter 32 The Council Chamber. The council chamber of the sanctuary, nestled deep within the heartwood of the World Tree, shimmered with soft bioluminescent light that pulsed in rhythm with the ancient being's heartbeat. Carved from living bark and shaped by centuries of thought and intention, the room resonated with a palpable life force, warm, protective, serene yet vibrant with quiet power. The walls themselves seemed to breathe, microscopic pores opening and closing in hypnotic patterns, releasing the subtle scent of moss and sweet sap. Dozens of adult mutants sat in a circular pattern on seats that had grown organically from the chamber floor. Some displayed obvious physical mutations, iridescent scales, translucent skin revealing luminous veins, hair that moved of its own accord, while others appeared outwardly human until you caught the unnatural spark in their eyes or felt the slight pressure of their thoughts against your consciousness. Their faces were solemn as they listened to Alex speak, his shadow stretching long across the polished amber floor. I had a visitor, Alex began, his tone calm but edged with gravity that drew every eye to him. His weathered hands, capable of both healing and destruction, rested loosely at his sides. The Ancient One. The statement rippled through the assembly like a stone dropped in still water. Whispers rose and fell, expressions shifted from surprise to suspicion. A man with metallic arms that caught the bioluminescent light in rippling reflections folded them across his broad chest with a soft mechanical whir. Some mystic outsider shows up and we're just supposed to trust her, he grunted, voice carrying the metallic timbre of his modified vocal cords. Based on what? Her fashion sense? Or the fact she calls herself ancient? We've all seen enough charlatans to last several lifetimes. A telepath beside him, a woman with pupils like fractured mirrors, nodded, her aura of psychic energy briefly visible as her agitation grew. This sanctuary was created specifically to keep the outside world out, she said, each word precisely measured. You told us yourself, Alex. We're protected by the World Tree's consciousness. Its very essence guards us. She leaned forward, her gaze penetrating. Why should we listen to someone who isn't even part of our struggle? Who hasn't bled for our cause? Others joined in, creating a tapestry of concerns that filled the chamber. How do we know she's not a government plant? Called out a young man whose fingers continuously morphed from flesh to liquid and back again. The tree's defenses are absolute, stated an elderly woman with glowing golden eyes. Or so you've always claimed. What does she want from us? Asked a softer voice from the back. Alex stood motionless in the center of it all, a fixed point amid swirling uncertainty. He let their skepticism wash over him, watched as factions formed and dissolved in microcosmic debates across the circle. When the energy finally began to ebb, he spoke again, firmer now, his voice carrying a quiet authority that needed no amplification. Because the World Tree let her in. The effect was immediate. Even the most vocal among them fell silent, exchanging glances of disbelief and reverence. The world tree did not open its sanctuary lightly, this was foundational knowledge. That it had allowed this ancient one to step within its most sacred circle spoke volumes more than any credential could have. She didn't force her way through any shield, Alex continued, his eyes moving from face to face, connecting with each council member. She didn't breach our defenses or exploit some weakness. She walked through, untouched, because the tree recognized her as kindred. He paused, letting that sink in. For centuries, perhaps millennia, she's been shielding us, shielding the tree, from being noticed by entities far beyond this world. Entities that would seek to consume what we've built. More silence, heavier than before. Someone's breath caught audibly. But listen carefully, Alex added, voice softening as he moved to the center of the circle. Light from above caught his profile, highlighting the lines of determination etched around his eyes. No one, absolutely no one, can enter unless we let them in, or the tree does. No armies are marching on our gates. No government has discovered our location. His gaze hardened. If someone comes with ill intent, I will deal with it personally. This is still our sanctuary, our home, and no one is taking it from us. That I promise you. The tension in the room had just begun to ease when the chamber doors burst open with a sound like distant thunder. A young mutant girl, no older than 10, stumbled inside. Her chest heaved with exertion, face drawn with pallor that made the delicate green veins beneath her translucent skin stand out in stark relief. Her small frame was dwarfed by the massive wooden doorway that had grown to fit the precise dimensions of the room, its elaborate carvings depicting the history of their people. A few council members stood abruptly, chairs growing back into the floor. One, a stern man known for controlling kinetic energy, evidenced by the constant shimmer of power around his hands, stepped forward with a scowl. "We're in session, girl," he snapped, eyes flashing with indignation. "You can't just burst in here like." Alex raised a hand, palm outward. Instantly, silence fell again, heavy as stone. He looked at the child, dropping to one knee to meet her eyes. His tone was gentle but carried undeniable urgency. "What is it, Sarah? Speak." The girl, Sarah, glanced nervously at the assembled council, then back to Alex. Her voice trembled like autumn leaves in a cold wind as she pointed toward the heart of the sanctuary. "Sir, a dryad. Silvera. One of the elder tree guardians, she's dead." For a heartbeat that stretched into eternity, no one moved. Shock hit like lightning, bright, paralytic, impossible to process immediately. Then chairs scraped against the living floor and bodies moved as the entire room emptied at once, flowing like water down the corridor, with Alex in the lead. The glade. They reached the outer glade where the world tree's massive roots rose like cathedral arches from the earth, forming natural bridges over crystalline ponds and moss-carpeted paths. Sunlight filtered through the canopy hundreds of feet above, creating dappled patterns that normally shifted in mesmerizing designs but now seemed to withdraw from one particular spot, as if the light itself feared to touch it. Children were being ushered away by dryads, bark-skinned guardians with flowering hair and eyes like polished amber. Some children looked confused, others frightened, a few peering back with wide-eyed wonder, too young to comprehend death's significance. At the center of the clearing lay Silvera. Where once there had been shimmering bark with patterns like constellations and softly glowing vines twining through her living wood, now there was only a hollow shell, her body desiccated, colorless, brittle like sun-cracked wood abandoned for decades. The luminous sap that served as her lifeblood had crystallized in jagged formations around her mouth and eyes. Life had not simply left her. It had been violently extracted. Alex crouched beside the form, his expression dark and unreadable, though those who knew him best could see the storm gathering behind his eyes. He reached out, fingertips brushing the dry bark with a tenderness that belied his growing rage. A part of her spirit had already rejoined the world tree's vast consciousness, but the violent rupture of her death still lingered in the air like an acrid smoke. "How did this happen?" he asked quietly, the softness of his voice more terrifying than any shout. One of the elder dryads, Oakheart, whose body bore the rings of nearly 3 centuries, stepped forward. Her movements were stiff with grief, and her voice trembled like wine through a storm-struck forest. "She returned here at sunrise to tend the heart root system," Oakheart explained, gesturing to the massive root structure that pulsed with the tree's essence. Before she became one with the tree again, she managed to reach me through our shared connection." The Dryad's fingers traced patterns on her own bark, as if seeking comfort. "She whispered to me. She said, she confronted someone. A man wearing a mask of bone or ivory, she couldn't tell which. He stood near the central trunk, doing something unnatural. Something that made the roots writhe." Alex's head lifted sharply. "What exactly did he do? Did she show you?" "No," Oakheart shook her head, flower petals drifting from her hair. The connection was already weakening. She asked him to identify himself, to state his purpose within the sanctuary. He didn't speak, not a word. Instead, he released some kind of red mist from his hands. The Dryad's voice broke. It drained her life force. Her energy began to unravel like a tapestry pulled apart thread by thread. She tried to call for help, but she couldn't hold on long enough. Alex stood slowly, his fists clenched at his sides, knuckles white with tension. Above them, the tree groaned faintly, a low, mournful sound that resonated through the soil beneath their feet and up into their bones. It was mourning one of its daughters. Did she describe the intruder at all? Height, build, anything distinctive beyond the mask? Only that he moved like shadow-given form, Oakheart replied, her amber eyes distant with the memory of her sister's final thoughts. And the mask, she said it bore symbols she didn't recognize. Not human symbols. She couldn't see his face at all. But she said the mist felt wrong. Like something that didn't belong in this world or any other. Like anti-life. A surge of controlled rage flickered across Alex's face, there and gone in an instant, mastered but not diminished. He turned toward the gathered Dryads and the adult mutants who had followed him from the council chamber, their faces reflecting shock, grief, and growing fear. "Seal the inner sanctum," he ordered, his voice clear and cutting. "No one, not child, not elder, comes near the tree's heart unless personally cleared by myself or the Council of Five. Every patrol shifts to highest alert status, effective immediately. I want magical barriers rechecked and reinforced by our strongest mages. Psychic filters strengthened and monitored continuously." His gaze swept the assembly. "And I want watchers posted at every route gate, every entrance point, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant." He looked upward toward the vast canopy, where golden-green leaves rustled as if whispering secrets to one another, carrying messages across the breadth of the living fortress. "If someone got in once," he said, voice dropping to a near whisper, "they can try again." He turned back to face them all, his voice hardening to iron. "But next time." The air around him seemed to shimmer with barely contained power. "They won't leave alive." The Dryads nodded in solemn understanding, their wooden features rearranging into expressions of grim determination. Around them, the sanctuary's energy pulsed, wounded, yes, but far from broken. The World Tree would remember this loss in its ancient, patient way, and so would Alex, in his more immediate, human manner. Somewhere, beyond their borders, something malevolent had reached into the sanctuary's heart and tested its defenses. Chapter 33. I remember the first time I made fire appear in my palm. I was 15, huddled in the corner of my bedroom, a fresh bruise blooming across my cheek. My father had passed out downstairs, empty whiskey bottles scattered around him like fallen soldiers. The tiny flame danced in my hand, no larger than a candle's glow, but it was mine. A secret power in a life where I had no power at all. My name is Sam. I'm 23 now, though there were many days I didn't expect to live this long. My story isn't one of heroism or redemption. It's a chronicle of pain, of breaking, and finally, of embracing what everyone always told me I was, a monster. My father made sure I knew the truth about myself from an early age. You killed her, he would slur, whiskey breath hot against my face as his fists connected with my ribs. If you hadn't been born, she'd still be here. You're a curse, boy. A goddamn curse on this family. My mother died giving birth to me. I never knew her except through the faded photographs my father would sometimes stare at before his drinking binges turned violent. In those pictures, she was beautiful, dark hair, gentle eyes, a smile that seemed to promise safety. Safety I never knew. The beatings were routine by the time I was 7. A broken plate. A creaking floorboard when he was nursing a hangover. Sometimes, no reason at all, just the need to punish me for existing, for continuing to breathe while she couldn't. You're worthless, he would say as the belt came down across my back. Nothing but a burden. A mistake. School offered no refuge. Kids can sense weakness like sharks scent blood in water. I was small for my age, always hungry, dressed in clothes that never quite fit. The bruises I couldn't hide made me an easy target. Hey, sad Sam, they would taunt, shoving me into lockers. Did you trip and fall again? Or did Daddy remind you what a piece of shit you are? I learned to disappear, to make myself so quiet, so still, that people forgot I was there. I became a ghost haunting the halls, slipping through crowds unnoticed, hiding in bathroom stalls during lunch because eating alone in the cafeteria made me too visible. The fire came to me during one of those hiding sessions. I was sitting on the closed toilet lid, pressing a wet paper towel against a bloody nose courtesy of Jason Merrick, the star quarterback who enjoyed using me as a punching bag. I remember staring at my shaking hands, wishing I could hurt him like he hurt me, wishing I had some way to fight back. And then, warmth. A tiny spark dancing on my palm, flickering orange and gold. It didn't burn me. It felt right. Like something that had always been a part of me, finally awakening. I practiced in secret, in my room late at night, in abandoned corners of the school where security cameras couldn't reach. I could make the flame grow from a spark to the size of a tennis ball, though anything larger left me dizzy and weak. I could shape it too, into spirals and stars and tiny, dancing figures. For the first time in my life, I had something that was mine alone. Something beautiful. Something powerful. I fantasized about showing my father, about the look on his face when he realized what I could do. Would he be afraid? Would he finally stop? Or would he still see me as nothing but the thing that killed his wife? I got my answer on my 16th birthday. He came home drunker than usual, a special bottle of whiskey in hand, the expensive kind he saved for this day each year. The anniversary of her death. My birth. 16 years, he slurred, cornering me in the kitchen. 16 years she's been gone because of you. I tried to slip past him, to retreat to my room as I always did when he got like this. But he was faster, grabbing my arm with bruising force. Where do you think you're going? Think you're too good to hear about her? About what you took from me? Dad, please. The back of his hand connected with my face, splitting my lip. The familiar copper taste of blood filled my mouth. Don't call me that, he hissed. You don't get to call me that. You aren't my son. You're the thing that killed my wife. Something snapped inside me then. Years of pain and fear crystallized into white-hot rage. I felt heat rushing through my veins, pooling in my fingertips. Let me go, I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. He laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. Or what? What are you going to do, boy? The fire erupted from my hands before I could stop it, not the controlled flame I'd practiced, but a violent explosion of heat and light. It caught his clothes, racing up his sleeve. He screamed, releasing me as he frantically tried to extinguish the flames. I stood frozen, watching as he stumbled backward, tearing at his burning shirt. The air filled with the acrid smell of burning fabric and flesh. He managed to pull off the shirt, revealing angry red burns across his chest and arms. His eyes met mine, and what I saw there wasn't pain, wasn't fear, it was pure hatred. "Monster," he snarled, backing away from me. "I always knew there was something wrong with you." He grabbed a heavy wooden baseball bat from beside the door, his protection against home invaders, he'd always said. Now I realized it had been meant for me all along. "Dad, I didn't mean to," I began, but he was already swinging. The first blow caught me across the shoulder, sending white-hot pain shooting down my arm. I stumbled, falling to my knees. The second strike hit my back with a sickening crack. "Please," I gasped, collapsing onto the floor. "Stop." But he didn't stop. The bat came down again and again. Through the haze of pain, I heard him ranting, about my mother, about how I'd ruined his life, about how he should have drowned me at birth. I couldn't take it anymore. The fire inside me surged, responding to my desperation. I raised my hands in a futile attempt to shield myself, and flames erupted from my palms, not a small, controlled burn this time, but a raging inferno. I didn't mean to kill him. I just wanted the pain to stop. The fire engulfed him in seconds. His screams echoed through the house as he flailed, a human torch in our kitchen. I scrambled backward, watching with a mixture of horror and terrible fascination as he collapsed to the floor, still writhing as the flames consumed him. The smell was the worst part, burning hair and flesh. I should have been sickened. Instead, as his screams faded to whimpers and then to nothing at all, I felt something unfamiliar spreading through me. Relief. Power. A savage kind of joy. I had made it stop. After all those years, I had finally made him stop. By the time the neighbors called emergency services, drawn by the smoke pouring from our windows, my father was nothing but charred remains on our kitchen floor. I sat on the front steps, watching dispassionately as firefighters battled the blaze that had spread to the rest of the house. Police officers approached me cautiously. They asked what happened. I told them part of the truth, that my father had been drinking, that he'd attacked me. I didn't mention the flames that had erupted from my hands. I didn't tell them that for one brief, terrible moment, I had enjoyed watching him burn. They seemed sympathetic at first. They put a blanket around my shoulders and spoke in gentle tones about trauma and shock. One of them even squeezed my shoulder, right where the bat had struck, making me wince. Then they began to exchange glances. One of them knelt beside me, his voice still gentle but his eyes hard. "Son, the fire department is saying the burn pattern is unusual. Like the fire started at your father's chest and radiated outward. Can you explain that?" I couldn't. Or wouldn't. I just stared at him, my mind racing for a plausible lie. "We need you to come with us to the station," another officer said. "Just to sort this all out." I knew then that they suspected. I should have run. But where would I go? What would I do? So I nodded numbly and followed them to the patrol car. As we drove away from the smoldering remains of my childhood home, the officer in the passenger seat turned to look at me. "What really happened back there, Sam?" he asked, his voice deceptively casual. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. How could I explain something I barely understood myself? His partner, who was driving, met my gaze in the rearview mirror. Then, without warning, he pulled over to the side of the road. "Hold him," the driver ordered, and before I could react, the officer in the passenger seat had grabbed my arms, pinning them behind me. The driver turned around, a syringe gleaming in his hand. "Sorry, kid," he said, though he didn't sound sorry at all. "Can't have someone like you running around loose." I struggled, panic rising in my throat. "What are you talking about? Let me go." "We know what you are," the officer holding me said, his grip tightening painfully. "And we know where you belong." The needle plunged into my neck, and almost immediately, the world began to blur around the edges. My limbs grew heavy, my thoughts sluggish. As darkness closed in, I heard one of them say, "Facility 6 will know what to do with him." That was how I learned there were others like me. That was how I discovered what happens to monsters in a world of men. I woke up strapped to a metal table, harsh fluorescent lights burning my eyes. My head throbbed, my mouth bone-dry. I tried to move, but thick restraints bound my wrists and ankles. A heavy collar encircled my throat, pressing uncomfortably against my windpipe when I swallowed. A woman's face appeared above me, steel-gray hair pulled back in a severe bun, cold eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. She wore a white lab coat with a badge that read, Dr. Eleanor Voss, Research Director. Subject 247 is conscious, she announced to someone I couldn't see. Vital signs stable. Proceeding with initial assessment. Where am I? My voice came out as a rasp. What is this place? Dr. Voss ignored me, shining a penlight into my eyes. Pupillary response normal, she noted. No visible cellular degradation post-manifestation. Another voice, male, clinical, spoke from somewhere to my left. The report says he incinerated his father. Total combustion in under 30 seconds. Impressive pyrokinetic potential. Indeed, Dr. Voss agreed, her gaze sweeping over me with cold calculation. Subject 247 may be quite valuable. Schedule a full battery of tests, tissue samples, stress response, power ceiling evaluation. Stop calling me that, I said, straining against the restraints. My name is Sam. Dr. Voss finally addressed me directly, a thin smile curving her lips. No, it's not. Not anymore. You are Subject 247, a dangerous mutant anomaly that requires study and containment. The sooner you accept that reality, the easier this will be for you. I felt anger rising, and with it, that familiar warmth spreading through my fingertips. But nothing happened, no flames, not even a spark. Dr. Voss noticed my confusion and her smile widened fractionally. The suppressant collar around your neck inhibits your abilities. Quite effective, isn't it? We've had years to perfect the technology. There are others like me? I asked, momentarily forgetting my situation in my surprise. Oh yes, she said. Many others. Though fewer now than when we started. The mortality rate is significant. A chill ran through me. You're killing people. We're studying anomalies, she corrected. Human subjects are incidental to the research. If they expire during the process, that's unfortunate but necessary for scientific advancement. The casual way she dismissed human life, my life, made my blood run cold. My father had been a monster born of grief and alcohol. These people were monsters of a different kind, cold, calculating, seeing me as nothing more than a lab specimen. What do you want from me? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Everything, Dr. Voss replied simply. Every cell, every secret, every aspect of the mutation that allows you to generate and control fire. And when we've extracted all possible knowledge from you, Subject 247, your remains will advance our understanding even further. That was my introduction to Facility 6, the place that would be my prison and torture chamber for the next 7 years. Chapter 34. They kept me in a cell barely large enough to lie down in, 3 concrete walls and one made of thick, transparent material that allowed them to observe me at all times. The suppressant collar remained around my neck, removed only during testing sessions, when they wanted to measure my abilities. Those sessions were hell on earth. They would place me in a large, circular chamber with reinforced walls and force me to produce fire until I collapsed from exhaustion. They injected me with stimulants to push me beyond my limits, attached electrodes to my brain to monitor neural activity during manifestation, cut tissue samples from my arms and legs while I was conscious to observe healing rates. Sometimes, they would put other subjects in the chamber with me, people like me, with abilities they couldn't explain or control. They would remove both our suppressant collars and order us to fight. If we refused, the consequences were severe. I met Marcus, who could generate electrical currents with his mind, Eliza, who could manipulate the density of objects, Tomas, who could heal almost any injury with a touch. We formed fragile bonds in that terrible place, whispering to each other through the vents between our cells at night when the guards were less vigilant. One by one, I watched them die, pushed too far in an experiment, or executed when they were deemed no longer useful. Tomas lasted the longest. His healing ability made him particularly valuable to the researchers. But even he couldn't survive having his organs harvested while conscious, his body kept alive artificially so they could observe how his regenerative abilities responded. His screams still echo in my memory, not as nightmares, but as fuel for the hatred that kept me alive. By the time I turned 23, I was the longest surviving subject in my block. My body was a roadmap of scars from countless procedures, and I had lost track of how many bones had been broken and allowed to heal improperly. The researchers had discovered that extreme stress amplified my pyrokinetic abilities, so they found increasingly creative ways to traumatize me. Dr. Voss supervised it all with the same detached interest she'd shown that first day. Sometimes, I thought I saw a flicker of something like regret in her eyes when the experiments went too far, but it never lasted. Science was her god, and she served it faithfully. I stopped fighting eventually. What was the point? There was no escape from this place, no rescue coming. The outside world either didn't know we existed or didn't care. My only hope was that death would come quickly when they finally decided I had outlived my usefulness. Then came the day everything changed. I was lying on my narrow cot, staring at the ceiling, counting the cracks in the concrete for the 1,000th time. My latest session had been particularly brutal. They had submerged me in ice water repeatedly, measuring how long it took my core temperature to return to normal, seeing if I could generate fire while underwater. I had failed most of their tests, earning myself a beating from the guards and no food for 2 days. The facility's alarm system suddenly blared to life, a shrill, pulsing sound I'd never heard before. Red emergency lights began flashing in the corridor outside my cell. I sat up, wincing at the pain in my ribs, and moved to the transparent wall to see what was happening. Guards were running past, weapons drawn. Scientists hustled in the opposite direction, clutching tablets and hard drives. No one spared me a glance. And then I felt it, a rumble beneath my feet, like distant thunder. The concrete floor trembled, dust sifting down from the ceiling. Another explosion, closer this time, powerful enough to crack the floor. The lights flickered, went out, then came back on running on emergency power. Something was very wrong. In the 7 years I'd been imprisoned here, there had been escape attempts, power outages, even a small fire in one of the labs. But nothing like this. Nothing that caused this level of panic among my captors. A massive explosion rocked the facility, close enough that I was thrown against the back wall of my cell. My ears rang from the concussive force. When I looked up, I saw that the transparent front of my cell had cracked, a spiderweb of fracture spreading across the surface. Hope, a sensation I'd thought long dead, stirred feebly in my chest. I staggered to my feet and pressed my hands against the damaged barrier. It held firm despite the cracks. Still too strong to break through. The corridor outside was chaos now, alarms blaring, sprinklers activating as smoke began to fill the air. I could hear screaming in the distance, punctuated by what sounded like gunfire. Whatever was happening, it wasn't a simple malfunction or accident. Someone was attacking Facility 6. I pounded on the cracked barrier, shouting for help, though I wasn't sure who I expected to respond. The guards had abandoned their posts, the scientists had fled, and the other subjects in nearby cells were doing the same thing I was, desperately trying to attract attention from whoever or whatever was causing this destruction. The smoke in the corridor grew thicker, and I began to cough. If the fire reached our cell block with us still locked inside, well, I might survive, but the others wouldn't be so lucky. Just as I was about to give up hope, a figure emerged from the smoke, a silhouette that seemed to shimmer and waver in the heat. As it drew closer, I realized why. The figure was composed entirely of flames. It stood before my cell, studying me through the cracked barrier. I couldn't make out a face, just a vaguely humanoid shape wreathed in fire that burned so intensely it appeared white at its core, with what looked like charcoal or some other heat-resistant material forming its body structure. The heat emanating from it was palpable even through the barrier. Then it spoke, a voice like crackling wood in a furnace. "Samuel Mercer." I nodded, too stunned to speak. "Stand back," the figure commanded. I scrambled to the rear of my cell. The fiery entity placed what might have been hands against the cracked barrier and poured itself into the material. The barrier glowed red, then white, then began to melt, dripping to the floor in molten rivulets. When a hole big enough for me to fit through had formed, the figure stepped back. "Quickly," it said. "Others are freeing the rest. This place burns in 10 minutes. I hesitated only for a moment before climbing through the opening, careful to avoid the still molten edges. The heat in the corridor was intense, but after years of cold concrete and sterile examination rooms, it felt welcoming, like coming home. "Who are you?" I asked, staring at my rescuer. "Later," it replied. "The collar first." I had almost forgotten the suppressant collar that had been my constant companion for 7 years. The fiery being reached toward my neck, and I instinctively flinched away. "It will hurt," it warned. But only for a moment. Before I could respond, it placed burning fingers on the collar. I gritted my teeth, preparing for pain, but what I felt instead was a sudden rush of power as the device short-circuited. The collar fell away, clattering to the floor. For the first time in 7 years, I could feel my ability flowing freely through me. It was like taking a full breath after drowning, a rush of sensation that made me dizzy. Fire bloomed in my palms, dancing eagerly across my fingers, responding to the rage and pain that had festered inside me for so long. I looked around at the burning facility, at the place that had stripped me of my humanity, that had reduced me to a number, that had tortured me for the crime of being different. And I laughed. Not a sound of joy or relief, but something darker, the laugh of someone who has seen the bottom of the abyss and decided to make it his home. After years of helplessness, of pain, of watching others like me die while I survived only to suffer more, the sight of Facility 6 in flames filled me with savage pleasure. The fiery entity watched me, its featureless face somehow conveying approval. "Come," it said. "Others need help." As we moved through the burning facility, I saw more beings like my rescuer, some composed of fire, others of earth or ice or pure energy. They were systematically destroying the complex, setting charges in key structural areas while others freed the imprisoned subjects. I helped where I could, using my rekindled abilities to melt locks and create diversions. Most of the guards had fled, but a few tried to maintain control, firing weapons that seemed pathetically inadequate against our liberators. And me? I burned everything in my path. Every lab where I'd been cut open. Every observation room where scientists had taken notes while I screamed. Every guard station where men had laughed while beating me senseless. The flames responded to my rage, growing hotter, wilder, more destructive than I'd ever been able to produce before. It was as if my power had been dormant all these years, building beneath the surface, waiting for this moment of liberation. In the main laboratory, the room where I had endured countless tortures, I found Dr. Voss. She was frantically gathering research materials, loading them into a reinforced case. When she saw me standing in the doorway, her eyes widened with fear. "Subject 247, she said, trying to maintain her clinical detachment even now. "This is a catastrophic mistake. The world isn't ready for beings like you. You don't understand the danger you represent." I stepped closer, flames wreathing my arms. For years I had fantasized about this moment, about making her suffer as she had made me suffer. I had imagined burning the flesh from her bones inch by inch, hearing her beg for mercy that wouldn't come. Now, standing before her, seeing the fear in her eyes, those fantasies seemed inadequate. Too quick. Too merciful. "My name," I said quietly, "is Sam. And I'm exactly what you made me." I raised my hand, and a stream of fire shot forth, not at her but at the case of research she was trying to save. It ignited instantly, years of data and samples reduced to ash in seconds. "No," she cried, lunging forward as if to save it. "You don't understand. That research could have helped others like you." "Helped us?" I laughed, the sound echoing off the laboratory walls. "Like you helped Tomas? Or Marcus? Or Eliza? Or the dozens of others who died in your care?" I stepped closer, and she scrambled backward, her composure finally cracking. "Please, I was just following protocols. I never wanted to hurt anyone. It was for the greater good, for scientific advancement." "Science," I spat. "You hide behind that word like it absolves you. Like it justifies what you did to us." The fire around my hands intensified, turning white-hot. Dr. Voss pressed herself against the wall, nowhere left to run. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "God help me, I'm sorry." "God isn't here," I replied. "And neither is mercy." The flames leapt from my hands, engulfing her. Her screams joined the cacophony of alarms and explosions echoing through the facility. I watched, unmoved, as she writhed and flailed. This woman who had caused so much suffering, reduced to ash and bone. And I felt nothing. No satisfaction. No closure. Just a hollow emptiness where I'd expected triumph. That should have frightened me, that lack of feeling as I watched another human being burned to death. Instead, it cemented something within me. The final death of whatever normal human being I might have been. Outside, the night air was cool against my skin. Dozens of former subjects were gathered there, many seeing the stars for the first time in years. Some were weeping. Others stood in shocked silence. A few were already demonstrating their abilities, free of suppression and fear. The being who had rescued me approached, still burning brightly in the darkness. "Why?" I asked. "Why now? Why me?" "Because you survived," it said simply. "Because your spark refused to die, even here." The ruin still crackled with faint embers as Sam followed behind Alex, his footsteps slow but deliberate. The once sterile facility now lay in smoldering ruin, bodies, steel, and ash strewn in chaotic testament to everything that had happened. Around them, rescued mutants were being carefully helped into armored shield transports. Children clung to their older siblings. Some stared at Sam with fear, others with hesitant curiosity. No one spoke to him. Alex walked with purpose ahead of him, giving quiet orders to the X-Men, coordinating the survivors. The World Tree's influence was already stirring the edges of reality, the air around Alex shimmered faintly with that otherworldly stillness. Sam felt out of place. Like he didn't belong. Then it happened. A subtle pulse of warmth tickled the base of his spine. He stiffened, nobody noticed. A red glow, no larger than a firefly, floated through the smoke behind the convoy. It pulsed once. Twice. Then it shot forward. Too fast for anyone to track. Too quiet to trigger alarms. Like a ghost with intent. It slammed into Sam's back, and disappeared. His breath caught. His heart skipped. The world blurred for a second. He staggered, but caught himself. No one saw it. No one turned. But inside him, something ignited. His veins flashed crimson beneath his skin for just a moment. His eyes flickered red, then returned to normal. Alex turned his head, sensing something, but Sam was already upright again, shaking it off. He nodded silently when Alex gestured toward the transport. Just a flash of confusion crossed Alex's face, but he let it go. As Sam stepped into the armored vehicle, he placed his hand on the metal wall, and for a brief second, the steel sizzled beneath his touch, leaving behind the faintest black scorch mark in the shape of a claw. His eyes narrowed. Something had entered him. Something watching. Breathing. A voice whispered, just at the edge of his mind. "I see you, little spark." But when he blinked, it was gone. And the red glow with it. The door sealed shut. Engines roared. The convoy rolled away into the snow. Fade to black. Chapter 35. Sam was alone in his dimly lit room, the only source of light coming from a single flickering candle that cast monstrous shadows across the peeling wallpaper. The air hung heavy with the metallic scent of blood that still clung to his clothes, despite his attempts to wash it away. His eyes, once bright with innocence, had grown hollow and vacant, windows to a soul being consumed from within. His lips moved continuously, forming words that barely escaped as whispers. "You killed her," he mumbled, rocking slightly back and forth. His nails dug crescents into his palms until tiny beads of crimson appeared. "You killed her, you killed her." A voice responded, not from the room, but from within the darkest recesses of his mind. It slithered through his thoughts like liquid shadow, both alien and increasingly familiar. "No, Sam. We killed her." The voice was smooth as poison honey, yet burned like acid against his consciousness. "For greater power, we need sacrifices. This is merely the beginning of your ascension." Sam clutched his head, fingernails scraping against his scalp. "I didn't want this. Not like this. Lies do not become you, my vessel." The voice grew colder, more assertive. "Do not forget our bargain. You wanted power. Power to let the world burn. Power to rule over the ashes of those who wronged you. I merely asked you to corrupt the world tree, to open the gateway between realms." Thunder rumbled outside, though the night sky remained clear and star-studded, a cosmic impossibility that Sam no longer questioned. "You are my servant now, Sam. My chosen one among the mortals. Serve me well, and I will let you rule this pitiful world when we are done. Disappoint me." The temperature in the room plummeted suddenly. The candle's flame froze in place before shattering like glass, plunging the room into darkness absolute. "I understand," Sam whispered into the void. "Master." The darkness receded slightly, allowing a faint glow to return to the room, though no visible source could be identified. Sam lifted his trembling hand, palm facing upward. With intense concentration, a small flame sparked into existence, dancing weakly above his skin. It cast eerie shadows across his gaunt face, highlighting the dark hollows beneath his eyes and the unnatural pallor of his once healthy complexion. The voice, Mosquito of Hell, chuckled, a sound like grinding bones and tearing sinew. "See that, Sam? These are the rewards I give my faithful servants. But your fire is weak, pathetic. A child's parlor trick." As if responding to the criticism, Sam's flame suddenly transformed. It grew darker, taking on a deep crimson hue with black edges that seemed to devour the light around it rather than emit it. The heat intensified until sweat beaded across Sam's forehead, yet his flesh remained unmarked by burns. "This is the fire of hell," Mosquito proclaimed with evident pride. "Forged in the crucible of eternal suffering and fueled by the damnation of countless souls. With my guidance, you will command legions with such flames." From the depths of Sam's fractured mind emerged the image of his master, Mosquito of Hell. Even as a mere mental projection, his presence was overwhelming, like a black hole that threatened to consume everything around it. Mosquito appeared as a towering figure wrapped in shadows that seemed alive, writhing and coiling around a vaguely humanoid form like sentient smoke. Where a face should be, only burning eyes existed, molten gold with vertical pupils that expanded and contracted with each word. Horns of obsidian curved gracefully from his temples, adorned with ancient runes that pulsed with unholy light. His skin, where visible through the living shadows, resembled cracked obsidian with veins of lava flowing beneath. A crown of twisted bone and black metal sat upon his head, each spike adorned with miniature screaming faces frozen in eternal agony. "Your weak human mind cannot comprehend my true form," Mosquito's voice resonated through Sam's consciousness. "This mere approximation is all your sanity can bear. But know this, I have existed since before your ancestors crawled from primordial ooze. I have witnessed empires rise and fall, gods live and die. I have harvested the souls of kings and watched civilizations burn. Wings of shadow unfurled behind him, spanning wider than the room itself, yet somehow contained within it, a spatial impossibility that made Sam's head ache when he tried to understand it. I am Misfido, Lord of the Ninth Circle, Keeper of Forbidden Knowledge, Harvester of Damned Souls. And you, Sam, are my chosen instrument in this realm. Sam nodded, still mesmerized by the hellfire dancing on his palm. His eyes reflected the unnatural flame, giving him a demonic appearance of his own. The corruption was spreading, changing him both inside and out. So what do I need to do now to rule over this place? Sam asked, his voice growing stronger with newfound purpose. I can't stand that kid's nonsense. We were tortured and killed like rats at that lab, and he wants to let it go. To forgive? He spat the word like poison. Sam rose to his feet, pacing the small room like a caged predator. Even after having such power and creatures at his disposal, he doesn't want to rule the world. Such an idiot. His voice grew increasingly agitated, the hellfire in his palm swelling with his emotion. Why don't I just go and kill him myself? Take what he refuses to use. Misfido's presence expanded violently within Sam's mind, causing him to double over in pain. The shadows in the room elongated, reaching toward him with clawed fingers. The very air seemed to compress, making breathing difficult. Silence, the demon lord roared, the room's temperature plummeting until frost formed on the windows and Sam's breath came out in visible clouds. Just do as I say, impudent mortal. You are not strong enough to fight him yet. His connection to the world tree gives him protections you cannot overcome with your limited power. The hellfire extinguished as Sam fell to his knees, gasping for breath. When he could finally breathe again, a dagger had materialized in his hand, a curved blade of metal so dark it seemed to be forged from congealed shadows. The hilt was wrapped in what appeared to be dried sinew, and a blood-red gem pulsed at its pommel like a beating heart. Runes similar to those on Misfido's horns glowed along its edge, pulsing in rhythm with Sam's accelerated heartbeat. The weapon exuded an ominous presence that filled the room with dread, as if it existed partially in another reality. It whispered wordlessly to Sam, promises of power and glory mingling with the screams of its previous victims. This is one of my prized treasures, Misfido's voice softened to a seductive whisper. The soul drinker, forged in the depths of hell's most forbidden forges, tempered with the blood of fallen gods. You just have to stab it into the heart of the world tree after breaching its defenses. One strike is all it will take. The dagger pulsed again, hungrier now, sensing its purpose was near. Sam could feel it trying to bond with him, to meld with his flesh and soul. After several moments of nervous silence, Sam finally spoke, his voice barely audible. Master, if this dagger is so powerful, and you are even more so, why don't you yourself just kill him and take over? Why use me as your instrument? A heavy silence filled the room before Misfido answered. The shadows retreated slightly, coiling more tightly around the demon lord's form. There are things you don't understand, mortal. Cosmic laws that bind even beings such as myself. I have restrictions. For the first time, Misfido sounded almost reluctant to explain. This realm has protections against direct intervention from entities like me. If I came personally, others would sense my presence immediately and come to stop me. The balance would be disturbed, and all our plans would be for naught. Fear crept into Sam's expression as understanding dawned. There are others like you. Other, demons or gods or whatever you are. There are entities that maintain the cosmic balance, Misfido admitted. Guardians of different realms. Some you might call angels, others gods. Names matter little, power is all that truly counts. Sensing Sam's hesitation, Misfido's presence enveloped him like a shroud, simultaneously comforting and suffocating. The demon lord's form shifted, becoming more alluring, less terrifying, though no less dangerous. Don't worry, he purred, his voice now melodious and enticing. They won't interfere with you. You are beneath their notice, a mere mortal. That's precisely why you are perfect for this task, why you will rule in my place when we succeed. The world tree connects all realms, corrupt it, and reality itself becomes malleable. The barriers between worlds will weaken, allowing me to extend my influence without directly crossing over. The dagger in Sam's hand grew warm, almost alive, as if eager to fulfill its purpose. It pulsed again, faster now, like an excited heartbeat. With the tree corrupted, you would gain power beyond imagining, Sam. More than any human has ever possessed. You would be a god among insects, with me as your patron and advisor. Think of it, all those who hurt you, who laughed at your pain, who dismissed you as nothing. They would kneel before you. They would beg for mercy that you need never grant. Sam's eyes glazed over as he visualized the scenario, himself on a throne of bones, former bullies and teachers groveling at his feet, the entire world trembling at his slightest whim. Remember our agreement, Sam, Mosquito continued, his form growing larger as Sam's resolve strengthened. Remember what they did to you, how they laughed while you suffered. Remember the girl who rejected you, who now lies cold in the ground by your hand, our hand. Redemption is for the weak. Forgiveness is a lie told by those without the strength to claim vengeance. Power, true power, comes from embracing what you are meant to become. Outside, storm clouds gathered unnaturally fast, blotting out the stars. Lightning flashed, illuminating the room in stark, strobe-like bursts that revealed Sam's transformation. Veins of darkness crawled beneath his skin like living tattoos, mapping the corruption spreading through his body. Tomorrow night, the cosmic alignment will be perfect, Mosquito instructed. The barriers between realms will be at their thinnest. You will enter the sacred grove, find the physical manifestation of the world tree, and plunge Soul Drinker into its heart. The corruption will spread through its roots to every corner of reality. Sam's expression hardened as memories of past torments flashed through his mind, the beatings, the humiliation, the laughter that haunted his dreams. He clutched the dagger tighter, his knuckles turning white as bone. Yes, master, he whispered, a cruel smile spreading across his face. I'll do it. I'll corrupt the world tree. Excellent, my chosen one, Mosquito purred, his form beginning to fade back into the recesses of Sam's mind. Rest now. Gather your strength. Tomorrow, we change the fate of all realms. As the demon lord's presence receded, Sam was left alone in his room once more. But he was no longer entirely human. The darkness had taken root too deeply within him, transforming him into something else, something between mortal and demon. He studied the dagger with newfound appreciation, testing its edge with his thumb. A drop of his blood touched the blade, and it sizzled, absorbing the crimson offering hungrily. The runes glowed brighter in response. Tomorrow, Sam whispered to the empty room, the world as they know it ends. In the shadows of his mind, Mosquito's laughter echoed like distant thunder, as corruption continued to spread through Sam's already twisted soul, a cancer of darkness that would soon metastasize to engulf the world tree, and with it, all of existence. Chapter 36. His body lurched upright, sheets clinging to his sweat-drenched skin. The darkness pressed in as he gasped for air, each breath shallow and desperate. His wild eyes darted around the room, familiar walls of living wood pulsing with the gentle green glow of embedded world tree fibers, but familiarity brought no peace tonight. The whispers had returned. Burn it all. Let it rot. Watch it burn. Not dreams. Not nightmares. Something worse, something real. Sam stared at his trembling hands. The skin around his fingertips looked raw and blistered, as though he'd thrust them into flames. Yet he'd touched nothing. He reached toward the small wooden table beside his bed, then jerked back before making contact. The dagger lay there, wrapped in dark cloth. Untouched. Waiting. Even through its wrappings, heat radiated from the blade. It called to him silently, pulsing with the rhythm of a malevolent heartbeat that seemed to echo his own. A voice slithered through his thoughts, thick and ancient. You feel it, don't you? My gift. It hungers. Why now? Sam's voice scraped against his throat. Because tonight, the roots are weakest, Mephisto answered, his words like oil spreading through Sam's mind. The ritual must begin, my servant. I have kept my promise. Your fire is no longer mortal. Sam lifted his palm, not even needing to focus. Flames erupted from his skin, not the warm orange-yellow fire he once commanded, but something twisted and wrong. Dark flames laced with writhing shadows, burning with impossible coldness. Tonight, Mephisto's voice purred, you will awaken the sleepers. Sam said nothing. What was there to say when you'd already surrendered your soul? Across the sanctuary, subtle wrongness crept through the night. The world tree, that colossal guardian whose roots and branches held their refuge together, shimmered with diminished light. Its usual radiance had faded to a muted glow, the difference slight but unmistakable to those who knew to look. In the gardens, animals sensed it first. Rabbits huddled deep in their burrows. Birds wheeled overhead in tight, anxious circles, refusing to perch despite exhaustion. Even the dryads, ancient tree spirits normally serene as morning mist, clustered along the outer paths, their melodic voices hushed with worry as they spoke in their forgotten tongue. At the tree's massive base, Elara crouched beside a patch of soil that shouldn't exist in this sacred place. Dark veins spread outward like a spiderweb, pulsing slightly beneath the surface. When she touched the earth, her fingers came away smeared with something thick and black, sap corrupted by rot. This isn't natural, she whispered, wiping her hand against the grass with mounting dread. Nearby, Thorn, one of the oldest dryads, his bark skin etched with centuries of growth rings, pressed his gnarled hand against the world tree's trunk. His eyes closed in communion. The heartwood speaks of shadows, he said, voice like rustling leaves. Something intrudes upon the dreaming. The deep roots taste bitterness. Alex approached from the south path, his purposeful stride slowing as he spotted the gathering. 3 mutant researchers flanked him, Rhea with her ability to analyze molecular structures through touch, Marcus whose eyes could see energy flows invisible to others, and Dr. Kale whose telepathic sensitivity to plant life had helped establish their symbiotic sanctuary. How long has this been here? Alex asked, kneeling beside Elara to examine the black substance. Rhea crouched down, hesitantly touching the edge of the corrupted soil with a gloved finger. Her eyes widened. It's wrong. The molecular structure is shifting, rewriting itself. Almost like it's. She trailed off, searching for words. Like it's what? Alex pressed. Like it's translating itself from one reality to another, she finished quietly. Marcus scanned the area, his irises glowing faintly blue. There's energy seepage. Small now, but growing. Like a wound that won't clot. Dr. Kale placed both hands against the bark of a nearby lesser tree. His weathered face contorted with discomfort. They're in pain, Alex. All of them. Even the smallest saplings feel it. Something is, whispering to them. Corrupting their song. Thorn turned to Alex, his ancient face grave. We have not seen such signs since the time of burning, when the world nearly fell to the old ones. The tree dreams dark dreams tonight. Other dryads had gathered now, their wooden features twisted with worry. One younger dryad, barely a century old, with spring flowers still blooming along her shoulders, stepped forward. The water sprites refuse to emerge from their pools, she said. They speak of poison in the deep currents. Alex looked up at the world tree's vast canopy. For just a moment, the green light pulsing through its leaves flickered reddish before returning to normal. Increase patrols, he ordered. I want every inch of the sanctuary grounds monitored. Double the guardians at the outer perimeter. And somebody find Sam, his fire abilities might help if we need to cauterize whatever this is. Sam drifted through the sanctuary's evening bustle like a shadow. He passed others, fellow mutants and dryads, offering empty smiles and mechanical nods. Some reached out with concerned words or invitations to join them, but he mumbled excuses about nightmares and restlessness. None pushed further, though several noted the hollow look behind his eyes, how his smiles never reached them. He took the long way around anywhere Alex might be. Each time he glimpsed Alex in the distance, standing tall at the center tower, coordinating their community with quiet confidence, Sam's chest constricted with what might have been guilt. That man had pulled him from the ashes of his former life, had given him safety when the world had offered only pain. But Mephisto's whispers drowned out gratitude with contempt. "He's weak," the voice hissed. "A fool. Surrounded by all this power, this fortress, this tree, these godlike beings who follow him, and he chooses peace." Sam's jaw tightened until his teeth ached. He should rule. Be worshipped. Feared. He could cleanse this wretched world with fire and remake it better. Instead, he hides behind walls of compassion and mercy. But not you, Sam. You understand what true justice demands. He paused outside the training halls, watching mutant children practicing their abilities. They laughed between sparring matches, helping each other up after falls. His stomach nodded with something he refused to name. Across the sanctuary, in the laboratory hewn from living wood and crystal, Dr. Kale worked alongside Rhea and two other researchers. The black substance had been carefully collected in sealed containers that glowed with containment runes. "I've never seen anything like it," Rhea muttered, adjusting her microscopic apparatus. "It's organic, but not of any lineage I recognize. And it's changing as we watch." Dr. Kale's brow furrowed as he reviewed the readings. "The molecular degradation is accelerating. It's breaking down our sample container from the inside." A younger mutant researcher, Lena, with metallic skin that reflected the lab's soft light, pointed to her monitor. "Energy readings are off the charts, but they don't match any known spectrum. It's like it's drawing power from somewhere else." "The outer dark," came a voice from the doorway. They turned to find one of the eldest dryads, Vervain, her wooden form so ancient that moss grew naturally along her limbs. Her eyes held the wisdom of millennia. "We have seen this before," she said softly, approaching the contained samples with evident dread. "When the veils between realms grew thin. When those who hunger for worlds not their own reached through the gaps between stars." "You're talking about invasion?" Dr. Kale asked. Vervain's wooden fingers traced symbols in the air, protective sigils that glowed briefly before fading. "I speak of corruption. Of slow poison. This substance is not merely a thing, it is a process. A translation of our reality into another." Lena looked up from her readings. "We're detecting similar anomalies at 6 other locations around the sanctuary perimeter. All near root nodes of the world tree." Dr. Kale grabbed his communication crystal. "Alex needs to know. Now." Later that night, fate brought Sam face to face with Alex. The sanctuary's guardian stood before a crystalline console, its surface rippling with data and satellite imagery, shadows passing too close to their hidden refuge. Sam approached with hands clasped behind his back, one fist wrapped tight around the cloth-covered dagger. "You all right?" Alex asked without turning, somehow always sensing who approached. "Just nightmares," Sam replied, the lie coming easily now. "The usual demons. Needed to walk them off." Alex turned then, his eyes reflecting the console's light, and something deeper. Concern etched lines around his mouth. "You sure that's all? Your energy feels different tonight." Sam manufactured a crooked smile. "I'm fine, really. Just tired." Alex didn't respond immediately. His gaze lingered, searching Sam's face with that unnerving perception that had kept them all alive through countless dangers. For a terrible moment, Sam was certain Alex could see Mephisto's shadow clinging to him. "We've been finding corruption around the sanctuary," Alex said finally. "Black substance near the root systems. Animals acting strange. The dryads are worried, they say the tree is dreaming of darkness." Sam's heart hammered against his ribs. Anything I can do? Maybe. Your fire might be useful if we need to burn away contamination. But for now, just stay alert. Something's wrong, and I can't put my finger on what. The communication crystal at Alex's belt flashed urgently. He tapped it, and Dr. Kale's voice emerged, tight with tension. Alex, we've got problems. The samples are becoming active. Whatever this substance is, it's not just contamination, it's some kind of transmission medium. Something's trying to break through. Alex's expression hardened. Lock down the lab. I'm on my way. He looked back at Sam. Get some rest. We may need everyone at full strength tomorrow. Sam bowed his head and walked away, feeling Alex's eyes on his back long after he'd turned the corner. In the great meeting hall, dryads gathered in a circle, their wooden hands linked. Their eyes glowed green as they communed with the world tree, sending their consciousness deep into its root network. The southern roots report movement beneath the ancient ice, one whispered, voice trembling. The eastern forests scream of eyes opening in darkness, another added. Thorn, at the center of their circle, lifted his arms. Brothers and sisters of leaf and bough, strengthen the dreaming. Protect the heartwood. The old songs must not be forgotten. Their voices rose in an eerie harmony, a language older than human civilization, sounds that resonated with the very atoms of the living wood around them. The walls of the chamber pulsed in response, green light flowing through the grain like blood through veins. But as their chant reached its peak, several dryads gasped in unison. The green light flickered, momentarily stained with crimson. Something intrudes, Vervain cried. The heart is threatened. Thorn's eyes snapped open, wide with horror. The sanctum. Someone enters the sanctum. Hours later, while the sanctuary bustled with increased patrols and worried whispers, Sam stood alone before the entrance to the World Tree's inner sanctum. Few were permitted here, where the World Tree's primary roots gathered in sacred communion with the earth. Sam had no right to enter this place. Yet the roots shifted, parting like welcoming fingers. Even now, Mephisto whispered, triumphant. It welcomes you. Naive. Trusting. It will scream. Sam stepped into the heart of the World Tree. The air grew thick, warm and crackling with energy, like breathing inside a thundercloud. Massive pillars of translucent roots spiraled upward, pulsing with soul light. Strange orbs drifted through the air like floating lanterns made from captured stars, each one humming with echoes of lives past and futures yet unwritten. The sound washed over him, wind chimes and whispered prayers and distant laughter all at once. At the center stood a great knotted mass of wood and crystal, pulsing with steady light. The true heart of the World Tree, neither fully physical nor spiritual, but something beyond both. A nexus where realities touched. Sam unwrapped the dagger. The blade pulsed violently in his hand, its hunger now a living thing between them. The air surrounding it grew cold despite the burning heat it radiated. Nearby roots curled away from its presence, sensing the wrongness it carried. I'm sorry, Sam whispered, to the tree, to Alex, to himself. But I can't be weak anymore. He raised the dagger high, its crimson light painting his face in blood. Do it, Mephisto commanded. Let the world scream. With both hands, Sam plunged the dagger into the World Tree's heart. The reaction was instantaneous and catastrophic. Blinding red light exploded outward, devouring the chamber in hellfire brilliance. The dagger sank deep with unnatural ease, as though the tree had always been meant to receive this wound. The heart pulsed once, twice, and then released a sound that traveled beyond hearing. A scream that rippled through soul and soil alike. Every dryad in the sanctuary collapsed mid-step. Trees twisted and bent as if in agony. Fissures raced across the ground like lightning seeking earth. In the laboratory, the sealed containers shattered simultaneously. The black substance erupted upward, forming tendrils that wrote impossible symbols in the air. Dr. Kale clutched his head, blood streaming from his nose as the psychic backlash overwhelmed his connection to plant consciousness. The tree. It's dying. Rhea grabbed him as he collapsed, watching in horror as the monitors overloaded, crystals cracking under the strain of energies they were never designed to measure. Emergency protocols, she shouted to the others. Alert Alex. In the meeting chamber, every dryad screamed in unison, a sound of pure anguish as they felt the violation of their ancestral guardian. Thorn and Vervain, the eldest among them, withered visibly, their wooden skin cracking as ancient power surged through the network they were connected to. Betrayal, Thorn gasped, drops of golden sap leaking from his eyes like tears. From within our circle. Alex was sprinting toward the sanctum when the wave hit. The ground beneath his feet buckled. The walls around him cracked. Every plant in the sanctuary convulsed as though in seizure. His communicator crystal exploded in his hand. No, he whispered, recognizing the direction of the energy surge. Not the heart. His body began to change as he ran, skin hardening to bark-like armor, muscles expanding with the density of ancient heartwood, eyes glowing with the emerald light of the tree's deepest magic. The transformation he usually reserved for the direst battles came unbidden now, called forth by primitive instinct. The sanctuary itself seemed to scream around him, roots erupting from walls and floors, reaching toward the threat like desperate hands. And deep below Antarctica, beneath miles of ancient ice and stone, something stirred in darkness. Massive bones. Forgotten titans. Eyes that hadn't opened since before mankind crawled from the sea suddenly snapped wide, glowing red with flames not born of earth. The sleepers awakened. And in the distance beyond reality's thin veil, Mephisto smiled. Chapter 37 Hell Below, Hunger Above. The World Tree screamed. Not with sound alone, but with presence, a psychic tremor that shot through every branch, every leaf, every root like lightning tearing through a neural network. The scream resonated at frequencies beyond human hearing yet penetrated to the marrow of every being connected to the sanctuary. It was primal. Ancient. A sound that had not been heard since the dawn of creation. Dryads dropped where they stood, backs arching in agony as they clutched their chests. Some clawed at their bark skin as though trying to tear out the pain. Golden sap leaked from their eyes and mouths as they gasped for air, their life force connection to the tree suddenly electrified with torment. The heart, wheezed Thorn, his face contorting as fracture lines spread across his cheeks. Someone has violated the heart. The air turned sharp with panic. Crackling energy rippled through the sanctuary in visible waves of distorted light, making the air itself seem to bend and warp. The carefully cultivated ambience of peace that had defined their refuge shattered in an instant. Even the animals, creatures born within the sanctuary's protective embrace, felt it. Birds erupted from trees in clouds of panicked wings, their usual songs replaced by shrill alarm calls. Deer bolted through gardens, trampling carefully tended plants in their desperation to escape. Smaller creatures skittered into hiding places, driven by instincts that screamed of approaching doom. They fled in chaotic waves, howling, screeching, their fear a tangible force adding to the growing maelstrom. In the crystal observatory at the sanctuary's highest point, Alex staggered mid-sentence during his briefing with senior defenders. His hand shot out, gripping the edge of the translucent console as arcs of golden light surged across its surface like veins under catastrophic pressure. The crystal cracked beneath his fingers, spiderwebbing outward from the point of contact. "What the hell?" gasped Marcus, stumbling backward as the room's illumination flickered wildly between serene blue and alarming crimson. Alex's enhanced senses processed it all in slow motion, the sudden spike in energy readings across every monitor, the way the tree's usual harmonious vibration had distorted into chaotic discord, the barely perceptible shift in air pressure that suggested something fundamental had changed in their environment. "Alex!" Ilara's voice echoed through what remained of the tree's nervous system, her mental projection strained and fractured. "Something is breaking. The core, it's been compromised." Before he could reply, the floor beneath the entire city quaked. Not a gentle tremor, but a violent upheaval that sent furniture sliding across rooms and crystal decorations shattering against walls. The sound that accompanied it was deep, guttural, reverberating through the structure of the sanctuary itself. Not like an earthquake born from shifting plates, but something organic. Alive. The kind of sound that came from something massive waking up. A young mutant child, barely 8 years old, clung to a doorframe as the ground continued to convulse. Her eyes wide with terror, she looked to Alex for reassurance. "What's happening?" she cried, tears streaming down her face. Alex had no gentle answer to give. And then came the mist. Red as fresh blood and thick as congealed plasma, it slithered upward from the cracks forming in the most ancient roots of the world tree. It moved with deliberate purpose, creeping through tunnels of ancient ice that had remained frozen for millennia. Where the mist touched living material, corruption followed. Bark blackened and curled away from the wood beneath. Soil withered into sterile dust. Small plants shriveled and died in seconds, their life essence seemingly devoured by the unnatural fog. The mist carried the unmistakable scent of sulfur and rot, the stench of death and yet something more. Something older than death. It was the smell of a realm that should never touch their own, a dimension of eternal suffering now bleeding through the wound in reality's fabric. Ilara, racing through the lower levels on her way to gather defenders, skidded to a halt as she encountered the advancing crimson fog. She extended her hand toward it, her empathic abilities reaching out instinctively. The pain was instantaneous and overwhelming. She recoiled with a cry, clutching her hand though it bore no physical injury. What she had felt in that brief contact was despair distilled to its purest form, the collected agony of countless souls in torment. "Don't touch it," she screamed. At a group of younger mutants approaching behind her. "Fall back. Now." And far beneath the sanctuary's lowest levels, beyond the deepest roots of the world tree and the ancient ice that had sealed it away for eons, hell opened. The first raptor emerged in silence. Its skeletal frame erupted from the melting ice with deliberate, predatory grace. Unlike natural fossils, these bones were not brittle with age but gleamed with unnatural resilience, infused with something beyond mere calcium and marrow. Each vertebra along its spine glowed with red embers as though forged in hellfire rather than grown through biological processes. Where there should have been the emptiness of long-decayed tissue, sinews of smoke-connected joints in a mockery of musculature. Its eye sockets flared with unholy fire, the flames casting elongated shadows across the cavern of ice that had been its prison for millions of years. As it opened its jaws, jaws that had once torn through flesh in the ancient world, steam curled from its maw like the breath of a forge. With each movement, flames licked down its spine, leaving momentary trails of light in the darkness. The creature tilted its head, surveying its surroundings with an intelligence that no natural predator should possess. Its fiery gaze fixed upward, toward the sanctuary it could sense above. Then came the others. Not in ones or twos, but in dozens. Rising like a tide of nightmares from hell itself. The ice cavern that had remained solid since the extinction event now melted in great sheets, revealing more and more of the infernal army. Raptors with serrated claws that left burning footprints in their wake, their movements unnaturally quick and coordinated. Each leap sent flickers of flame trailing behind their talons, igniting anything flammable they touched. They moved in packs, communicating through hisses of steam and clicks of bone against bone. Ankylosaurs lumbered forth, their once defensive armor plates now molten with internal heat. Their massive forms crashed through remaining ice barriers without slowing, tails swinging like burning wrecking balls that shattered stone and ice alike. Where natural ankylosaurs had been herbivores, these creatures' jaws dripped with magma-like saliva that sizzled when it hit the ground. Triceratops thudded out of newly formed tunnels, their massive three-horned heads lowered in perpetual charging position. Their horns, once evolved for defense and mating displays, were now tipped in obsidian-like material that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Their eyes smoked with unnatural hunger, not for plants, but for destruction itself. A herd of Parasaurolophus emerged, their hollow crests now functioning as amplifiers for bone-chilling howls that made the surrounding ice vibrate at molecular levels. The sound they produced was worse than noise, it carried psychic interference that scrambled thoughts and induced primal fear in any who heard it. And towering above them all, emerging last through a massive fissure in the cavern's ceiling, the first Tyrannosaurus, its bones charred and black like petrified wood that had survived an ancient forest fire. Its ribs glowed with pulsing magma that flowed through hollow channels where organs had once been. Standing nearly 40 feet tall, its skeleton was larger than any fossil ever recorded, enhanced by whatever infernal force had claimed it. It swung its massive skull, surveying its army with molten eyes. Then it opened its jaw, a maw large enough to swallow a car, and roared. The sound was catastrophic, a blast of sonic force that shattered ice for miles around and sent tremors racing upward toward the sanctuary. The roar carried more than sound. It carried intent. Purpose. These creatures were not mindless reanimated fossils. They were vessels, conduits for a malevolent will that had waited millennia for this moment. They were alive, but not living. They were thinking, but not free. They were Mephisto's will, given fong and fire. And they began to climb. Panic broke across the sanctuary like a tidal wave smashing against glass. The sanctuary's central plaza, normally a place of gathering and community, transformed into chaos incarnate. Mutants who had known only safety within these walls now scrambled across bridges of living wood and crystal, some carrying children, others supporting injured companions. The carefully designed evacuation procedures, rehearsed but never truly expected to be needed, collapsed under the weight of genuine terror. "This way! Move toward the upper levels," shouted a senior mutant defender, her voice nearly lost in the cacophony of screams and rumbling earth. Alarms flared throughout the structure in emerald pulses that bathed everything in ghostly green light. Protective wards flickered to life in runes of golden light along walls and doorways. The air hummed with defensive energies struggling to contain a threat they hadn't been designed to counter. Dryads rallied with hastily formed weapons, glowing spears fashioned from hardened root and bark, infused with the natural magic of the world tree. They formed a circle in the heart chamber, channeling their strength into reinforcing what connections remained intact after the violation of the tree's core. "The outer barriers are failing," cried a young Dryad scout, her wooden legs splintering from the speed of her desperate run to deliver the warning. "They're coming through the lower east quadrant." Some defenders tried to form barricades at critical junctures, using whatever materials lay at hand. Others shouted evacuation orders, their voices cracking with strain and fear. Medical teams established triage zones in protected alcoves, already preparing for casualties they knew would soon arrive. A young mother clutched her infant child, a tiny mutant with translucent skin that glowed with inner light. "Please," she begged anyone who would listen, "the nursery section, there are still children trapped down there." Through it all, the ground continued to shake. The red mist continued to rise. And from below, the sounds of approaching hellbeasts grew louder. Alex appeared in the central square, teleporting in a flash of emerald light just as the first wave hit. A section of wall exploded inward, showering defenders with splinters and crystal shards. Through the breach charged a burning raptor, its eye sockets blazing with infernal light as it pounced toward a child frozen in terror. Thwomp! Alex transformed mid-leap, his body crystallizing into diamond-hard facets that caught the light in prismatic explosions of color. He intercepted the hellbeast in mid-air, one hand gripping its skeletal throat while the other formed into a blade of pure crystal. The raptor's claws scrabbled against his diamondine skin, leaving not even a scratch as Alex drove his blade hand through its burning ribcage. The creature exploded into blackened bone fragments and ash that scattered across the plaza floor, momentarily forming sigils of dark power before disintegrating completely. Without pausing, Alex spun and hurled razor-sharp diamond shards at 3 more creatures breaching the perimeter. Each projectile found its mark with unerring precision, detonating on impact and reducing the threats to smoldering remains. "Get the children underground to the emergency shelters," he roared, his voice amplified by the tree's remaining connection to his consciousness. "Evacuation tiers 1 through 3, now." This is not a drill. His eyes met Alara's across the plaza. No words were needed, they had fought together too long. She nodded once and moved with blinding speed, organizing the retreat while he held the line. Dryads rushed forward, forming a protective cordon around groups of frightened children. Their bodies partially merged with nearby wood, creating living shields of hardened bark. Older mutants formed defensive lines behind makeshift barricades, summoning their various powers in a desperate display of resistance. Fire wielders launched arcing projectiles at advancing skeletal threats. Ice manipulators created barriers to slow the enemy's progress. Metal kinetics tore fixtures from walls to fashion improvised weapons. Psychics linked minds to coordinate defense and evacuation simultaneously. But the hell beasts were tireless. Relentless. Where natural animals would hesitate after facing resistance, these creatures pressed forward with single-minded determination. Where one fell, 3 more emerged from the growing breaches in the sanctuary's outer walls. Worse, they adapted. When a pack of fiery raptors was repelled by a water-wielding defender, the next wave approached with steam surrounding their forms, neutralizing the water advantage. When psychic attacks disrupted one group of Parasaurolophus, the next group emitted counter-frequency howls that shielded their minds. They learn, Alara gasped, blood streaming from a gash on her forehead as she cut down a molten stegosaurus with a lance of crystallized sap. The creature's plates exploded in a shower of burning fragments that singed her arms despite her protective field. They're not just beasts, they're being guided. Coordinated. Alex's eyes narrowed as he processed this observation. These weren't mindless attackers, they were soldiers in a calculated assault. Which meant. They have a commander, he said grimly, shattering his diamond form to assume a more fluid state that allowed him to slip between 2 charging triceratops, causing them to collide with earth-shaking force. A new roar split the sky, deeper, more powerful than the others. The central defensive wall, reinforced with protective spells, suddenly bulged inward like paper under pressure. Cracks raced across its surface, glowing wards flickering desperately as they failed one by one. The wall didn't just break, it disintegrated. Through the massive breach thundered the Hell-T-Rex, flames roaring from its ribcage like an infernal engine. Its skull, larger than a small car, swung from side to side as it surveyed the battlefield with calculating malevolence. It opened its maw and released another roar, this one focused like a weapon. The sonic blast tore through the sanctuary's first defensive line, sending mutants flying backward like leaves in a hurricane. Behind it, a Triceratops demon charged, head lowered like a battering ram, its 3 obsidian horns leaving trails of darkness in the air. It smashed through a support column, scattering mutants in its path and causing an entire section of elevated walkway to collapse. Children screamed as they tumbled from the falling structure. A telekinetic defender caught most of them mid-fall, strain showing on her face as she lowered them safely, but the effort left her defenseless against the Parasaurolophus that leapt toward her from behind. Marcus intercepted the attack, his fist connecting with the creature's skull in a blast of kinetic energy that reduced it to fragments. "We can't hold them," he shouted to Alex. "There are too many." Alex stood motionless for a moment, assessing the rapidly deteriorating situation. Defenders were falling back, overwhelmed by the sheer number and ferocity of the attack. The evacuation was maybe 30% complete. The sanctuary's structural integrity was failing. And more hellbeasts continued to pour through the widening breaches. He closed his eyes. A decision made. Sanctuary Protocol, for Michigo. The words activated something beyond mere transformation. The Omnitrix embedded in his chest, not just a device but a symbiotic part of his being, pulsed with recognition of the code phrase. For a moment, nothing happened. Then it detonated with a blast of obsidian energy that created a momentary vacuum in the surrounding air. Light bent inward toward Alex's form as though gravity itself had intensified around him. His body contorted as bones cracked and reshaped themselves with sickening sounds that cut through even the chaos of battle. Muscles tore and regenerated, tightening with impossible density and force. His skin hardened, paled, then transmuted into something neither flesh nor armor but a hybrid of both. White plates bloomed over his chest in an asymmetrical pattern that resembled a partial exoskeleton, extending outward into spined shoulders and gauntlet forearms. His fingers elongated, ending in talons sharp enough to slice through steel. The transformation crawled up his neck and across his face, culminating in a hollowed mask of bone with red markings that framed eyes now black with golden irises. Alex's scream of transformation became a roar that silenced the battlefield for a crucial moment. Friend and foe alike paused, sensing the emergence of something primordial. He was no longer Alex. He was the Vastolord, the Hollow King, an entity of controlled chaos bound to his will through ancient pact and sacrifice. He moved. The word "moved" inadequately described what happened next. One moment he stood at the center of the plaza, the next he materialized before a pack of hell raptors that had cornered a group of younger mutants. No blur of motion connected point A to point B, he simply ceased to exist in one place and appeared in another, faster than sound, faster than thought. His first strike tore through 3 raptors simultaneously, his clawed hand leaving trails of black-red energy that seared through bone and fire alike. The creatures didn't even have time to react before they were reduced to dissolving fragments. One raptor, slightly larger than its companions and seemingly more aware, lunged at his exposed back. Alex pivoted, moving at speeds that made reality itself blur around him. He caught the creature mid-leap, his hand closing around its skull with deliberate precision. For a heartbeat, Predator and Defender locked eyes, molten flame meeting golden fury. Then Alex's fingers tightened, and the raptor's skull collapsed like an eggshell, extinguishing the unholy fire within. Another hellbeast lashed at his side, talons extended. He twisted without looking, arm-length claws slicing the air in a casual arc, and the attacker was gone, torn into sizzling fragments that scattered across the stone floor. No effort, no strain. Just absolute lethal efficiency. A Parasaurolophus opened its crested mouth to unleash its mind-scrambling howl. Alex's hollow mask opened at the mouth, revealing a void darker than night. From this abyss erupted a sonic shockwave of concentrated spiritual pressure that obliterated not just the target but a dozen flaming skeletons in a single burst. The wave continued outward, carving a trench through the plaza's stone floor before dissipating against the far wall. For a brief moment, the tide seemed to turn. Defenders rallied behind Alex's furious assault, finding renewed courage in his display of power. Evacuation efforts accelerated as pathways cleared. Above him, the Hell T-Rex noticed. It abandoned its systematic destruction of the sanctuary's eastern wing, swinging its massive head toward this new threat. Recognition flared in its molten eyes, not the simple awareness of a predator, but something more. Something directed. It roared, fire coiling in its throat like a miniature sun being born. The flames that poured from its ribcage intensified, melting the stone beneath its feet as it charged with devastating speed that belied its massive size. Alex crouched slightly, spiritual pressure gathering around his form like a dark aura. His mask's markings glowed brighter as he focused his power. He charged, too. They met in the center of the sanctuary in an eruption of opposing forces, hellfire against spiritual pressure, ancient evil against primal guardian. The impact created a shockwave that rippled outward, shattering windows and knocking unprepared defenders off their feet. A crater formed beneath them, splintering the surrounding paths and destroying delicate gardens that had taken decades to cultivate. Alex's claws raked through the T-Rex's ribs, tearing away portions of its skeletal structure in a shower of burning fragments. The beast countered with its massive tail, the appendage moving with unexpected agility to slam into Alex's side. The blow connected with the force of a wrecking ball, sending him flying sideways into a pillar of wood and crystal that shattered on impact. The structure it supported began to collapse, threatening to crush evacuees sheltering beneath. Alex's hand shot up even as he fell, a blast of concentrated energy stabilizing the failing structure long enough for the people below to escape. The momentary distraction cost him as the T-Rex charged again, its jaws closing around his leg. Pain lanced through him, not just physical but spiritual, as though the creature's bite attacked his very essence. With a roar of defiance, Alex drove his fist into the beast's eye socket, extinguishing one of its molten orbs in an explosion of infernal energy. The T-Rex released him, reeling backward in what might have been pain, if such creatures could truly feel. Alex hit the ground hard but was up before the dust settled. Breathing heavy. Heart pounding wildly against his armored chest. But smiling beneath his mask. This was what he had been reborn for. This was the purpose for which he had accepted the hollow curse, to stand as the final line between innocence and annihilation. Across the battlefield, individual dramas of heroism and tragedy played out in the chaos. A group of younger mutants, their powers still developing, combined their abilities to hold a breach against smaller hellbeasts. Senior defenders coordinated and practiced formations, adapting tactics developed for human threats to these supernatural enemies. But losses mounted. A defender with stone skin fell beneath a swarm of burning raptors, his screams cutting off abruptly. 2 dryads were consumed by spreading flames that ate through their wooden forms like paper. And near the children's evacuation route, 1 dryad, her bark skin still smooth and adorned with spring flowers, stood her ground before a group of terrified children whose escape path had been cut off. Her name was Willow, and until today, she had been a gardener, not a warrior. The Triceratops demon had noticed them. It pawed the ground, obsidian horns lowered, eyes fixed on the huddled children. Behind Willow, the youngest child whimpered, a sound that hardened her resolve. "Run when I say," she whispered to them, never taking her eyes off the approaching threat. "Keep running until you reach Elder Thorn." The Triceratops charged, each thundering step leaving smoking craters in the stone floor. Its horns glowed with molten heat that distorted the air around them. "Move," she screamed, pushing the children toward a narrow side passage. They scattered, tiny feet scrambling for safety. But they weren't fast enough. The beast would overtake them in seconds. So Willow planted herself in its path. She had no weapon. No combat training. Nothing but her body and her courage. She reached deep into her connection with the world tree, drawing what power she could. Roots burst from the floor around her, wrapping around her limbs, reinforcing her slender form with desperate strength. The Triceratops demon saw her but didn't slow. The impact came with the force of a meteor strike. Willow's body shattered upon contact, splinters of bark and light exploding outward in a spray of golden sap and green energy. The children were thrown clear by the shockwave, but where Willow had stood was nothing but scattered fragments of what had once been a living being. Her sacrifice bought them seconds, just enough for them to reach the safety of the passage. Alex saw it all from across the plaza. Something snapped inside him. His Ryatsu, the spiritual pressure that fueled his hollow form, surged to levels that made the air itself grow heavy around him. The markings on his mask blazed with golden light so intense it left afterimages in the vision of all who beheld him. He didn't run. He didn't fly. He simply ceased to exist in one location and appeared in another. The Triceratops demon, having broken through Willow's sacrifice, was charging after the fleeing children. It never saw what hit it. Alex reappeared directly in its path, planting his feet with such force that the stone floor cracked beneath him. With both hands, he grabbed the creature's central horn mid-charge. The momentum should have impaled him, should have carried them both forward in a spray of blood and bone. Instead, the Triceratops stopped as though it had hit a wall of solid steel. Its legs buckled under the sudden halt, back arching with the strain. It screamed in confused rage, kicking wildly, trying to free itself from this immovable obstacle. Alex's mask split in a feral grin. With a roar that shook dust from the ceiling, he twisted, not just with his arms but with his entire body, channeling rotational force with devastating effect. The Triceratops's head separated from its body with a sound like tearing metal. Alex stood triumphant, holding aloft the skull of the beast as rivers of black blood and fire poured from its severed neck. The trophy dissolved in his grasp, reduced to ash that scattered across his white armor. Ash rained across the sanctuary as more and more hellbeasts fell to defenders who had found renewed courage in Alex's example. For a precious few minutes, it seemed the tide had truly turned. The first wave of flaming dinosaurs had been pushed back to the perimeter, but not destroyed completely. Even as defenders caught their breath, bones rolled across the floor, reassembling themselves. Fragments of hellfire flickered in empty eye sockets, growing stronger with each passing second. The fallen creatures stirred, dragging themselves upright to begin the assault anew. They would rise again. They always rose again. In the heart of what had once been a peaceful garden, now reduced to smoldering ruin, Alex stood motionless. The Vasto-Lord form still encased him, but the frenzied battlelust had receded enough for him to process the devastation around him. Willow's shattered pieces were slowly dissolving into golden sap that sank into the ground. Where each drop touched, tiny green shoots emerged, her final gift to the sanctuary she had died protecting. Nearby, the children she had saved wept in the arms of adult mutants who had found them hiding in the passage. Alex knelt beside one of the saplings emerging from Willow's remains, his clawed hand gentle as he touched its tender leaf. "You will be remembered," he whispered, words distorted by his hollow mask. The sanctuary had stood as a haven for the persecuted and hunted. Now its halls ran with blood and fire. Its defenders lay wounded or dead. Its children cowered in fear. All because someone, something, had violated the World Tree's heart. He rose to his feet and turned to Alara, who approached through the wreckage. She was covered in soot and blood, some her own, most not. A makeshift bandage wrapped her left arm, already soaked through with crimson. Despite her injuries, her eyes remained fierce, determined. "It's not over," she said, stating what they both knew. "I know," Alex replied, his voice gradually returning to its human timbre despite his transformed state. "This was just the first wave. A test of our defenses." Behind him, more cracks were forming in the sanctuary floor. Tendrils of glowing red mist poured out in rivers, bringing with them the stench of sulfur and decay. In the distance, roars of new horrors rose from the depths, different from the dinosaur army, something even more ancient and terrible. Marcus limped to Alex's side, clutching a wound at his ribs. "The eastern barricades won't hold much longer. We've lost contact with the lower levels entirely." "How many evacuated?" Alex asked. "Maybe 60%, Alara answered grimly. "The rest are either fighting, wounded, or cut off." Alex nodded, processing the information with tactical precision despite the chaos around them. "Get the wounded to the upper branches. Seal off any sections we can't hold. We make our stand at the heart chamber, what's left of it." As defenders rushed to carry out his orders, Alex looked up at the World Tree's vast canopy. For just a moment, the usual green light pulsing through its leaves flickered reddish before returning to normal, a visual echo of the corruption spreading through its essence. Far below, in hell's deepest pits where time and space bent to the will of ancient evil, Mephisto reclined on a throne of fused bone and obsidian. Around him, souls writhed in eternal torment, their agony fueling the breach between worlds that grew wider with each passing moment. He watched the battle through the eyes of his skeletal army, savoring each death, each drop of blood spilled upon sacred ground. The dagger embedded in the World Tree's heart pulsed in sync with his own malevolent will, spreading corruption through root and branch alike. End. Chapter 38. The scent of scorched earth and drifting ash clung to the sanctuary's once pristine air like a shroud of death. Where once there was peace, lush canopies swaying in gentle breezes, warm winds carrying the scent of life, and melodic bird calls echoing through vibrant foliage, now there was only smoke, blood, and fire. The very essence of the place had been transformed in mere hours, paradise twisted into a vision of hell itself. The World Tree groaned again, a sound not of wood or wind, but of something deeper. A soul wounded. The sound reverberated through every living thing connected to it, a bass note of agony that made defenders clutch their chests in sympathetic pain. The massive trunk, once gleaming with health and vitality, now showed veins of corruption spreading like dark lightning across its surface. Its ethereal glow dimmed at the edges, flickering like a flame caught in a storm. Once brilliant emerald light now pulsed with sickly rhythm, occasionally flashing crimson when the pain seemed to intensify. Elara and her fellow dryads were already at the base of its roots, bark-skinned hands pressed against the infected wood, chanting healing hymns that sounded like wine through ancient forests. Their voices blended in haunting harmony as golden sap tears streaked their wooden cheeks. "Don't die," Elara whispered, her voice breaking. "Please don't die. We're with you." The roots beneath their hands pulsed weakly in response, but the veins of red rot continued to spread, defying their desperate efforts. Alex stood nearby, surveying the devastation. His Vastolord armor was cracked and scorched in dozens of places, black ichor streaking the once pristine white plates. Blood, some his, some not, had dried in rivulets down his arms and chest. His breathing was labored, the hollow mask partially cracked across one eye, revealing the human beneath. The battle with Mephisto's hellspawn had slowed momentarily, leaving a field of shattered bone and smoldering ichor where once there were gardens and gathering places. Survivors moved through the wreckage, pulling wounded companions from debris, setting up makeshift medical stations where the wounded moaned in pain. Children huddled in groups, many still trembling with shock, their wide eyes reflecting horrors no child should witness. A young boy with scaled skin clutched a singed stuffed animal to his chest, rocking back and forth, whispering, "Make it stop," over and over. But something was wrong. Alex felt it before he saw it, the unnatural stillness. The sky above was wrong. Too quiet. The hell beasts that had been swarming just minutes ago had suddenly retreated, leaving an eerie calm that raised the hair on the back of his neck. "They're regrouping," Marcus said, limping to Alex's side. Half his face was covered in bandages, crimson already seeping through. "Or something worse is coming." Alex opened his mouth to respond when it hit, a sound so piercing it shattered the crystal walkways still intact after the first assault. A screech that sliced through the air like a blade, forcing defenders to cover their ears in pain. Shadows raced across the ground, eclipsing the fading sun. They came not on wings of feather, but bone, great pterosaurs, twisted into abominations by hellfire. Their wingspan stretched 30 feet or more, jagged bones exposed where leathery membranes should be, yet somehow still airborne on currents of infernal energy. Their eye sockets blazed with malevolent intelligence, and magma dripped from their skeletal beaks, igniting whatever it touched as they swooped low over the sanctuary. "Incoming," someone screamed, just before the first dive-bombing pterosaur snatched a fleeing defender in its talons, carrying the screaming mutant skyward before dropping her from a fatal height. The aerial assault had begun. Behind the first wave of flyers, an ear-splitting roar cracked through the mountain ranges, so powerful it dislodged avalanches of ice and stone that thundered down distant slopes. The sound vibrated through bone and sinew, a challenge that promised death. From the distant ice cliffs emerged the second wave, towering Spinosauruses, their skeletal frames enhanced to monstrous proportions. Where the first wave had been terrifying, these were apocalyptic, 60 feet tall, their bones fused with glowing runes that pulsed with unholy power, their flesh half-rotted, half-rebuilt from smoldering stone and molten sinew. Their massive sail crests now served as conduits for infernal energy, crackling with red lightning that arced between them as they moved in terrible synchronicity. Their jaws stretched wider than trucks, lined with serrated teeth that glowed like hot metal. Their footfalls cracked the frozen ground, and their tails dragged trenches in the ice, leaving trails of steaming, corrupted earth. From a distance, they resembled a moving mountain range of death, their advance deliberate and unstoppable. Mephisto had unleashed his next wave. "Get everyone inside now." Alex roared, his voice carrying across the sanctuary through the tree's faltering communication system. "Air support. We need air support." Mutants with flying abilities launched themselves skyward, powers flaring as they engaged the pterosaurs. A woman with lightning crackling around her fists blasted 3 skeletal flyers from the sky in a chain of thunderous explosions. A teenage boy transformed into living steel, allowing himself to be carried aloft by pterosaurs before tearing their wings apart mid-flight. But for every hellbeast they destroyed, 3 more appeared, diving from cloud cover with unnatural coordination. One swooped low over a medical station, its wings trailing fire that ignited bandages and medicinal herbs. Screams erupted as the wounded scrambled to escape the flames, many too injured to move quickly enough. A dryad healer, her bark skin already blackened from an earlier battle, placed herself between the flames and her patients. She spread her arms wide, drawing moisture from the air itself to combat the blaze. For a moment, she succeeded, steam hissing as water met fire. Then 3 pterosaurs dove simultaneously, their beaks piercing her wooden form from different angles. She didn't scream. She simply crumbled, her body disintegrating into golden dust that scattered across the patients she'd died protecting. Inside the crystalline hull that served as the sanctuary's command center, the adult mutant council stood gathered in grim silence, huddled around a projected model of the sanctuary's rapidly failing defenses. Holographic displays showed red breach points multiplying across their perimeter, while the life signs of defenders winked out one by one, each light representing a life lost in battle. Alex stood at the center, his armor still radiating with the residual black-red energy of his last transformation. The Vastolord form had receded somewhat, but not entirely, bone-white plates still protected vital areas, and his eyes retained their golden-black hue. Blood dripped slowly from his fingertips onto the crystal floor, forming small pools that reflected the emergency lighting pulsing overhead. "We can't hold them all," one council member growled, slamming his fist on the table hard enough to crack the surface. His stone-like skin was pitted with battle damage, and one eye was swollen shut. "We barely survived the first wave. This is extinction level, Alex. Maybe we should consider evacuation," another suggested, voice trembling. "The lower tunnels might still." "Lower tunnels are overrun," Marcus interrupted, bringing up a new display showing thermal readings from below. "That's where they're coming from. Hell's opened up down there." A series of explosions rocked the building, sending dust cascading from the ceiling. The lighting flickered ominously. "The eastern barriers just failed," reported a communications mutant, her eyes glowing with data sight. "We've lost contact with everyone in that sector." Alex studied the holographic display, his tactical mind calculating odds that grew worse by the second. "Redirect defenders from the northern quadrant. We need to establish a choke point here," he pointed to a narrow pass between 2 massive roots. "There's another problem," Alara whispered. The wooden skin of her face looked ashen and gray, deep cracks spreading along her cheekbones. All eyes turned to her as she stepped forward. "The tree is weakening, but not just from the assault. Something is rotting it from the inside. I felt corruption. Not from outside. From within." A silence settled over the room, heavy and suffocating. Ilara's words clung to them like a shadow that couldn't be shaken. "Explain," Alex demanded, his voice unnaturally quiet. "When I connected to the tree's consciousness," Ilara continued, her fingers absently tracing the cracks in her skin, "I sensed deception. Betrayal. The breach didn't just happen. Someone opened it. Someone who knows the tree's heart." Someone murmured, "You're saying there's a traitor?" Before anyone could respond, the doors to the council chamber burst open. A young mutant scout staggered in, half his body burned black, skin peeling away in strips. They're inside," he gasped, before collapsing face first onto the floor. Blood pooled around him, too much blood. A distant roar shook the foundations of the building. "We're out of time," Alex said, turning toward the door. "Get the children to the upper branches. Anyone who can fight, with me. Now." In a quiet chamber away from the chaos, Sam sat hunched on his bed, body trembling uncontrollably. His breath came in ragged gasps, each exhalation visible in air that had grown unnaturally cold despite the fires raging throughout the sanctuary. Shadows crawled along the walls like living things, elongating and contorting though no fire burned in the room. His hands shook as he stared at them, hands that had once belonged to a scared boy, now weapons of unimaginable destruction. Beneath his skin, veins pulsed with orange-red light in rhythm with his accelerating heartbeat. "You killed them," a voice whispered from the dark. Not Mephisto, no, not yet, but another. A memory. A face twisted in agony. A scream echoing through antiseptic hallways of the lab. A fellow mutant, strapped to a gurney, burned alive when Sam had lost control during one of the tests. "No," he rasped, clawing at his own arms until they bled. "It wasn't me. It was them. It was them or me. You killed her," the voice hissed again, clearer now, almost tangible. "A girl with eyes green as summer leaves. The one who cried before every injection. The one who called him brother in whispered conversations through air vents. The one whose ashes they'd hosed down a drain while Sam watched, paralyzed by drugs and fear." Sam clutched his head, fingers digging into his scalp until blood trickled down his temples. The dagger, the one he'd taken from the heart of the world tree, glowed red-hot beneath his pillow, pulsing like a second heartbeat. His skin itched and burned with hell's breath, the sensation crawling across his flesh like 1,000 insects. Through the window, he could see the battle raging, defenders falling, children screaming, the world tree's light fading. And somehow, despite the distance and chaos, he locked eyes with a young dryad as she was torn apart by a hell beast. Her expression wasn't fear or pain, but betrayal. As if she knew what he had done. Mephisto's voice slithered into his thoughts like oil across water, smoother than before, stronger now that the connection had been established. "You wanted power, Sam. You wanted revenge. I gave it." The voice was almost gentle, understanding. "You're mine now. The tree bleeds. The gates are open. Now finish it." Sam doubled over, vomit splattering the floor as his insides burned with infernal heat. "I didn't mean to," his voice cracked, tears evaporating before they could fall from his eyes. "You lit the fire, boy." Mephisto's voice hardened, all pretense of gentleness vanishing. "Let it burn." Sam screamed, the sound quickly transforming from human agony to something else, something ancient and terrible. His skin split along his forearms, revealing molten veins beneath. The room's temperature skyrocketed, paint bubbling on the walls, wood furniture spontaneously igniting. The dagger flew from beneath his pillow, hovering before him at eye level, rotating slowly. Its crimson glow intensified until it was painful to look upon directly. Sam reached for it with trembling fingers. The scream came from the skies above, the kind of sound that stops hearts and stirs primal fear at genetic levels. Not a scream of pain or rage, but something worse, triumph. The pterosaurs dove in perfect formation, raining hellfire onto the sanctuary's remaining structures. Gardens that had survived the first onslaught now ignited in sheets of unnatural flame. Crystal roofs collapsed, sending deadly shards raining down on those sheltering beneath. One dryad, her arms filled with frightened mutant children, shrieked as a flaming beak tore through her shoulder from behind. The children tumbled from her grasp as she was lifted skyward, her wooden body splintering as the pterosaur's jaws closed around her midsection. Golden sap rained down on the children like tears before the creature carried its prey higher, tearing it apart midair. Children ran in panic, herded by the remaining dryads and mutant guardians toward the inner sanctum. Some were too shocked to cry, moving with the vacant expressions of deep trauma. Others screamed for parents already lost in the battle, their voices adding to the cacophony of destruction. In the courtyard, where the medical stations had been hastily established, defenders formed a protective ring around the wounded. Fire wielders launched counterattacks at diving pterosaurs, while psychics attempted to disrupt the creature's coordination. But the attacks came too quickly, too relentlessly, overwhelming their defenses with sheer numbers. A massive Spinosaurus crashed through the western wall, its sailback pulsing with hellfire as it swung its elongated jaws through a group of defenders. Bodies flew like rag dolls, blood painting abstract patterns across shattered crystal. The creature roared, the sound so powerful it knocked those still standing off their feet. Alex appeared in a flash of black energy, teleporting directly onto the Spinosaurus's back. His form shifted mid-arrival, arms crystallizing into diamond-hard blades that he drove deep into the creature's spine. The beast bellowed, twisting in pain as Alex severed connections between its vertebrae with surgical precision. He leapt free as the Spinosaurus collapsed, its massive body crushing several smaller hell beasts in its death throes. Without pausing, Alex redirected his attack, cleaving through a descending raptor with a roar that made the heavens shiver. But then he saw it. Sam. Standing in the middle of the sanctuary's central plaza. Face blank. Body glowing red. Flames dancing unnaturally across his arms, spiraling like snakes toward his hands where they concentrated into pulsing orbs of destruction. Sam! Alex shouted, his voice carrying over the chaos. What are you doing? Sam turned slowly, robotically. For a moment, he looked like the boy Alex had saved from the labs. Lost. Terrified. His eyes flashed between normal and hellish red, a war clearly raging within him. I can't stop it, Sam whispered, though somehow Alex heard him clearly despite the distance and chaos. He's in my head. And then the fire surged. Alex lunged forward, but he was engaged with 3 Hellraptors that had flanked him during his momentary distraction. As he tore through them with diamond shard projections, he saw a young mutant sprinting toward Sam, Kara, the Windrunner girl who had once taught Sam to laugh again after his rescue from the labs. Her silver hair streamed behind her as she ran, her hand outstretched toward her friend. Sam, it's me, she called, her voice carrying on self-generated winds. Fight it. Whatever it is, fight it. Sam twitched violently, his back arching at an impossible angle. His mouth opened in a silent scream as veins of fire crawled across his face. A wave of fire exploded from him, not natural fire, but hellfire. It rolled outward in a perfect circle, consuming everything in its path with hungry, deliberate intelligence. Kara never made it. The fire enveloped her mid-stride, her expression transforming from determination to shock. For one horrible moment, she continued running, a silhouette of flame that maintained her shape for 3 more steps before collapsing. Her body hit the ground, charred and smoking, fingers still outstretched toward the friend she tried to save. Silence fell across the battlefield. Even the hell beasts paused, as if recognizing a pivotal moment in the conflict. And then Alex snapped. The roar that followed was not human. Not mutant. It came from Alex's soul, a place beyond physical form, beyond the Omnitrix's catalog of transformations, beyond rational thought. Primal rage, protective fury, and raw power coalesced into a sound that shattered remaining windows and sent cracks racing through stone columns. Black lightning tore across the sky as the Omnitrix symbol on his chest flared with blinding emerald light. His body surged, morphing midair into something larger, more powerful. Bones reshaping with audible cracks, muscles twisting and expanding, midnight black scales erupting across his skin, wings unfurling from his back. He became toothless. Not just the dragon, but the Alpha. Glowing bioluminescent patterns pulsed across his obsidian scales, starting at the spine and racing outward in waves of electric blue. His wings expanded like storm clouds, stretching 40 feet from tip to tip, blocking out what remained of daylight. A crown of spines erupted along his head, vibrating with accumulated power. His eyes blazed with intelligence and fury beyond human comprehension. A primal growl rumbled through his chest, building into a challenge that shook the very foundations of the sanctuary. The world tree itself seemed to respond, its fading light momentarily intensifying where its branches touched Alex's transformed body. He burst skyward in a sonic boom that flattened smaller creatures below, colliding with 3 hellborn pterosaurs in a spiral of blue plasma and shadow. His jaws snapped shut around one's neck, severing it instantly before his tail whipped around to impale another through its burning eye socket. The third tried to flee, only to be engulfed in a concentrated plasma blast that reduced it to drifting ash. He owned the skies. The pterosaurs, recognizing a superior aerial predator, shrieked in confused rage. They circled and dove, attacking in waves of 3 and 4 at a time. Barrels of flame and beams of infernal light struck Alex's scales and fizzled like water on hot stone. He twisted through their formations with impossible agility for his size, plasma building in his throat before exploding outward in brilliant sapphire streaks. Each blast found its mark with unerring precision, blowing holes through enemy ranks. Burning skeletons rained from the sky, crashing into the ground below where they shattered into fragments. Those who survived his initial onslaught scattered in disarray, their coordination disrupted by the Alpha's presence. On the ground, dryads and mutants cheered as their guardian took to the air like a wrathful god. Some found renewed courage, returning to the battle with desperate energy. Others used the distraction to move wounded compatriots to safer ground. A Spinosaurus, larger than the others, reared up on its hind legs, stretching its massive jaws skyward in challenge. Alex answered, tucking his wings and diving with such speed he became a black-blue streak against the burning sky. The impact when they met shook the earth, Alpha striking the Spinosaurus's chest with concentrated force, driving it backward through 2 crystal towers and a stone wall before pinning it beneath razor-sharp claws. The creature thrashed, its tail lashing wildly as it attempted to dislodge its attacker. Alex's jaws opened wide, revealing teeth that gleamed like obsidian daggers. Blue fire built at the back of his throat, illuminating the fear in the Spinosaurus's molten eyes. 1 heartbeat. 2. Then Alex released the plasma blast directly into the creature's face at point-blank range. The explosion vaporized its head and upper torso instantly, the shockwave knocking nearby combatants off their feet. The Alpha rose from the smoking crater, wings extending to their full span as he surveyed the battlefield for his next target. His gaze found Sam. On the ground, Sam collapsed to his knees, hands shaking uncontrollably as he stared at Kara's charred remains. Flames still danced across his body, but they had receded somewhat, concentrating around his chest where his heart would be. "I didn't mean to," he whispered, rocking back and forth. "I didn't mean to." The dagger hovered before him, rotating faster now, its crimson glow intensifying with each revolution. Sam's eyes reflected its light, flashing between human brown and demonic red. Alex landed with a thunderous crack that split the stone beneath his claws. His massive draconic form shimmered and contracted, shifting back to his human form in a swirl of plasma smoke. His hair burned with residual energy, his fists clenched at his sides. Burns and lacerations covered his exposed skin, yet he moved as if unaware of pain. "You killed her," Alex said, voice hoarse with emotion. "I watched you. It was the fire. It wasn't me. It wasn't me." Sam's eyes glowed fully red now, tears of blood streaking his cheeks. "He's inside me, Alex. He's eating me from inside." "Who, Sam? Who?" But before Sam could answer, the ground split beneath him, not a natural earthquake, but a deliberate tearing, as if reality itself was being flayed open. The crack radiated outward from where he knelt, widening into a chasm that glowed with hellish light. A vortex of red light and fire erupted from the opening, surrounding Sam in a column of infernal energy that stretched skyward. He screamed, a sound of pure agony as his body lifted into the air, suspended at the center of the maelstrom. Hellfire consumed him, writhing and crackling around his form like living tendrils. His skin cracked along preset lines, revealing molten veins beneath the surface. "Alex! Help me," he screamed, one hand stretching outward through the flames. Alex lunged forward, transforming mid-stride back into the Alpha form, wings propelling him with explosive force. His claws extended toward Sam's outstretched hand, inches away, fingertips almost touching. Then Sam's voice warped, deepening into something ancient and terrible. His head twisted at an unnatural angle, neck cracking audibly as he locked eyes with Alex. "Too late, Guardian," said a voice that was not Sam's. "He opened the door. He's the key." Mephisto's laughter echoed through the void, a sound of pure malevolence that froze the blood of all who heard it. "Yes. Yes. He is mine now." Alex roared in defiance, plasma building in his throat. But it was too late. Sam's eyes turned entirely red, no whites or pupils remaining, and then he vanished, pulled screaming into the flames. The vortex collapsed in on itself with a sound like reality tearing, leaving nothing but a perfect circle of scorched earth where Sam had been kneeling. The sudden silence was deafening. Alex stood motionless in the aftermath, his alpha form receding as shock overtook rage. Around him, the battle continued, hell beasts still attacked, defenders still fought and died, but for him, time seemed suspended. Ash fell like snow across the sanctuary, coating everything in a gray shroud of death. Where it touched Kara's remains, it seemed to linger, forming patterns that momentarily resembled a face in anguish before being scattered by the wind. Elara approached cautiously, her wooden form cracked and leaking golden sap from a dozen wounds. "Alex," she said softly, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "The breach is widening. We need you." He turned to her, eyes hollow with realization and grief. "I failed him," he whispered. "I should have seen it. I should have known." In the distance, a new roar shook the mountains, something larger than the Spinosaurus, something ancient beyond measure. The ground trembled beneath their feet as massive footfalls approached. End of chapter. Chapter 39. The dawn in the sanctuary brought no peace. Blood-red sunlight filtered through ash-choked skies as tremors rippled through the ground. The world tree, normally pulsing with serene power, convulsed with unnatural tension. Across its immense canopy, leaves curled and blackened at the edges, shimmering not with their usual ethereal light, but with writhing shadows that seemed to consume the very essence of the sacred tree. Deep cracks appeared along its ancient bark, oozing golden sap that hissed when it touched the scorched earth below. For the first time since its rise, the world tree was in pain. Alex stood at the highest point of the crystalline observatory, his knuckles white as he gripped the railing. The wind whipped his hair while he watched the horizon with narrowed eyes. Already, the outer defensive perimeter lay in ruins, shattered barriers, still burning vegetation, and the scattered remains of fallen defenders marking where a storm of flame and bone had tested their defenses. The sanctuary, still recovering from the first wave, had little time to breathe. Below, dryads with splintered limbs and mutants bearing fresh wounds scrambled to rebuild, relocate, and recover their injured. "3 more breaches in the western quadrant," shouted a voice from below. "The healing pools are overflowing with wounded." But something had changed. A low, resonant hum rippled through the air, a harmonic tone like the earth itself was trying to speak. It started as a whisper, then grew to a bone-rattling vibration that made Alex's teeth ache. The world tree answered. Blinding light burst from the base of the trunk, sending shockwaves that knocked nearby defenders off their feet. The roots groaned and twisted, tearing through soil as they rearranged themselves with crackling intensity. From the moss-covered bark and ancient soil rose a colossal figure, an avatar, an embodiment of the tree's will. The elemental titan stood 30 meters tall, its body a perfect fusion of living wood and ancient stone. Wreathed in vines that moved with serpentine intelligence, its armor-like bark was etched with glowing runes that pulsed in rhythm with the tree's heartbeat. Its eyes blazed with emerald and amber fire, peering out from a face that resembled a warrior's mask carved by nature itself. Its massive arms resembled twisted branches reinforced with crystalline growths that caught the firelight, and each thunderous step left behind fresh blooms in the scorched ground, defiant life amid destruction. "It's fighting back," Elara whispered beside Alex, or written across her wooden features. Her bark skin had grown pale, stress fractures visible across her shoulders where she'd helped hold the eastern barricade. "No," Alex corrected grimly, scanning the tree line where shadows moved unnaturally. "It's defending what's left." The world tree avatar threw back its massive head and let out a bellowing war cry, part howling wind, part primal roar, that shook leaves from branches and made the very air tremble. It charged into the forest, each 30-foot stride covering impossible distance as its body glowed with ancestral power. From the darkness beyond the sanctuary's boundaries, new monsters stirred. The ground split open with a sickening crack, revealing molten veins beneath the surface. Giant infernal Spinosauruses erupted from the ruptures, their flesh half-skeletal, their exposed ribs resembling prison bars that contained whirling hellfire within. Their spines radiated waves of hellfire that scorched the air itself, turning oxygen to sulfur with each exhalation. Their footfalls left smoldering craters, and their jaws, triple-hinged and unnaturally distended, dripped magma that ignited whatever it touched. One of the beasts caught a fleeing defender, a young mutant with scaled skin, and snapped him up in its jaws. The victim's scream cut short as hellfire consumed him from within, turning him to ash in seconds. The air shimmered with heat distortion as a flock of corrupted pterodactyls swooped overhead, their leathery wings trailing brimstone smoke as they screeched in unholy harmony. Alex's attention snapped upward as the sky itself seemed to fold inward. A crack formed, not natural, not magical, but infernal. A tear between realms that revealed glimpses of somewhere else. Somewhere worse. The rift from hell. It began as a hairline fracture in reality, then widened with a sound like tearing flesh. From within it, liquid fire spilled, accompanied by whispers, growls, and the faint sound of weeping souls. The air around the tier shimmered and warped, reality itself struggling to maintain its integrity under the assault from another dimension. Through this rift, Mephisto's throne loomed beyond, a shifting monument of molten bone and screaming faces, shadowed beneath spires of brimstone that reached impossible heights. Chained figures writhed at its base, their forms barely recognizable as once human. The demon lord's power now pulsed directly through the tier, funneling crimson energy that resembled arterial blood into his chosen vessel. Sam. The once rescued mutant walked forward through a field of flames that parted before him like loyal subjects. He was unrecognizable now. His eyes were deep pits of blackened flame that left smoking trails in the air when he moved. Wings of molten fire, twice his body length, arched behind his back, leaving rivers of liquid flame wherever their tips brushed the ground. His body had grown larger, clawed, twisted, his skin now a tapestry of reddened scales and exposed muscle that pulsed with infernal power. Chains dragged from his wrists like ceremonial bindings, each one etched with infernal runes that glowed hot enough to melt stone where they trailed behind him. Alex. Came the voice, but it was not Sam's. Mephisto's voice layered atop his like oil over water, the dual tones creating a nauseating dissonance. You resist your destiny, when you should be embracing it. Without hesitation, Alex vaulted over the observatory railing, plummeting 30 meters through the ash-choked air. He landed in a crater of dirt and roots, the ground quaking beneath him as his impact sent fissures racing outward. Rising slowly, his eyes never left Sam's transformed figure. He didn't answer, not with words. Instead, he raised his wrist where the Omnitrix pulsed with anticipation. With practiced precision, he activated the device, selecting his form with deliberate intent. The world slowed for a heartbeat. In a burst of glowing crimson light that pushed back the encroaching darkness, his body twisted and expanded, cells rearranging, power flowing into new configurations. He took on the regal armor and burning gaze of Itachi Uchiha in his Susanoo form. A giant, spectral warrior of chakra enveloped him, its semi-transparent body glowing with ethereal blue energy that towered nearly as tall as the tree's avatar. The Susanoo's 4 arms materialized, wielding the legendary Yata mirror, a shield of perfect defense that reflected all attacks back at their source, and the Tatsuka blade, a sealing weapon that trapped anything it pierced in eternal illusion. The ground beneath them cracked under the pressure of 2 godlike entities facing off. To their left, the avatar of the world tree fought with primal fury, swinging fists wreathed in nature's wrath. It caught one corrupted raptor mid-leap, crushing it between wooden palms before hurling the carcass at an approaching ankylosaur. The dinosaur's spiked tail shattered a section of the avatar's shoulder, sending splinters flying, but the tree being simply regrew the damage, vines and bark knitting together with determined speed. Above them, the sky burned with ash and sulfur as hell-infused pterosaurs began dive-bombing the upper sanctum. Their screeches harmonized into an unholy sound that caused defenders to clutch their ears in agony. Where their shadow passed, plants withered instantly. Mephisto, Alex growled, voice echoing through the Susanoo's aura, eyes transforming into the blood-red Sharingan. Come out and fight. The demon's laughter filtered through the flames, a sound like breaking glass mixed with children's cries. I have no need to waste my essence on mortals, came the reply, the voice causing nearby vegetation to blacken and die. But if you wish to reach me, Mephisto's tone deepened, resonating through Sam's corrupted form, then survive my vessel. Sam lunged forward with impossible speed, flaming claws extended like molten daggers, wings slicing the air like blades. The ground beneath him melted into obsidian with each step. Alex brought up the Yata mirror just in time, the spiritual shield intercepting the attack with a thunderous crash. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the trees, uprooting smaller plants and shattering crystalline formations hundreds of yards away. You think this sanctuary is your paradise? Mephisto sneered through Sam's mouth, while the boy's corrupted form pressed harder against the shield. Cracks appeared in the air itself around them as reality strained under the conflicting powers. It's a cradle waiting to burn. You saved children and gave them peace, but what did you give the ones who died screaming in cages, Alex? Justice? Vengeance? With a roar, Alex pushed back, the Susanu's massive form shoving Sam's burning figure across the battlefield. The Tatsuka blade slashed forward in a brilliant arc of spiritual energy, catching the tail of one corrupted triceratops trying to flank them. In a burst of spiritual fire that temporarily turned night to day, the beast vanished, sealed in the blade's genjutsu realm, to dream for eternity in an inescapable illusion. I gave them a place to belong, Alex retorted, the Susanu's voice amplifying his own into a thunderous declaration. You offer only chains. Sam's possessed form circled overhead, wings leaving contrails of burning sulfur. His laughter, that horrible mixture of boy and demon, echoed like a discordant bell. And yet the one you saved, offered you to me willingly. The ground trembled again, only this time, it was from behind. The gates. A roar erupted that silenced even the battle cries of the World Tree's avatar. The reinforced entrance to the sanctuary, 20-foot thick walls of ancient wood and enchanted stone, splintered inward as though made of paper. An enormous, corrupted T-Rex, infused directly with Mephisto's essence, tore through the barrier, sending defenders flying like broken dolls. This was no simple corrupted dinosaur. Its hide was made of black bone and magma veins that pulsed with unholy rhythm. Its skull had split open like a grotesque flower, revealing a crown of twisted horns that dripped with something that resembled both blood and fire. Its eyes were pits of bottomless rage that seemed to drink in light rather than reflect it, and its jaws, large enough to swallow a car, were lined with serrated teeth that glowed like hot iron. As it stepped into the sanctuary, the ground beneath it died, plants shriveled into dust, the light dimmed as though being consumed, the World Tree groaned in distant agony. Gasps and screams rang through the defenders as several broke ranks and fled. That thing, Elara said, eyes wide with horror as she clutched a wounded arm. It's feeding off the tree. I can feel it, it's draining the life force directly from the roots. Alex turned sharply, the Susanu's massive form pivoting with surprising grace. Get the children to the underground shelters. Evacuate everything behind the crystal barracks. Elara, go. What about you? She demanded, even as chunks of flaming debris rained down around them. Alex looked at the abomination approaching, its footsteps causing mini earthquakes that toppled defensive structures. He glanced at Sam's flaming figure circling overhead, leaving trails of brimstone. Behind both threats, the rift to hell pulsed wider with every passing second. I'm not done yet. His Susanu's eyes blazed brighter as Alex channeled more chakra into the spiritual construct. The giant warrior's four arms spread wide in challenge as it turned back to face Sam. And for the first time, he spoke not to Mephisto, but to the boy he had rescued. Sam, I know you're in there, he called out, his voice softer despite the Susanu's thunderous projection. I know they broke you, and I couldn't fix it all. But this isn't the way. For a moment, just one heartbeat, Sam's face twitched. The fire in his eyes flickered, momentarily revealing the frightened boy beneath the demonic possession. His wings faltered, dipping him lower in the sky. Then Mephisto roared louder from within, forcing the wings to blaze again with renewed intensity, the flames changing from orange to blue with the heat. Too late for that, he growled, and launched forward once more. Sam's possessed form collided with the Susanoo at meteoric speed, the impact creating a shockwave that flattened trees for 100 yards. Claws of hellfire scraped against spiritual armor, creating sparks that ignited the very air. The Tatsuka blade swept in great arcs, forcing Sam to perform impossible aerial maneuvers to avoid its sealing touch. Meanwhile, across the sanctuary, the World Tree Avatar wrestled with the flaming T-Rex, its wooden limbs charring where they connected with the beast's molten hide. The Avatar hammered thunderous blows against the dinosaur's skull, each impact creating sonic booms that shattered windows throughout the sanctuary. The T-Rex retaliated by clamping its jaws around the Avatar's arm, molten teeth sinking deep into living wood. The tree's champion howled, a sound like a hurricane through an ancient forest, and slammed its free fist into the creature's eye, driving it back. Defenders rallied where they could, dryads summoning thorny vines to entangle smaller hell beasts, mutants using their varied abilities to protect the evacuation routes. But for every creature they felled, two more crawled through newly formed cracks in reality. As Susanoo's blade clashed with hellfire claws again and again, each impact lighting up the battlefield like daylight, and the World Tree Avatar wrestled a flaming dinosaur twice its size, the fate of the sanctuary balanced on a knife's edge. And far above it all, the rift to hell widened inch by inch, the throne of Mephisto growing clearer with each passing moment. Spectral chains began to extend from the portal, reaching downward like hungry fingers toward the sanctuaries here. Chapter 40. The sanctuary burned. Alex, still wielding the power of Susanoo, stood in the devastation as Sam, possessed by Mephisto's essence, circled overhead. The World Tree Avatar wrestled with the corrupted T-Rex while defenders scrambled to evacuate the children. All seemed lost as the rift to hell widened above them. But something was wrong. Or rather, something was exactly as planned. Amid the chaos, a figure stepped through a shimmering doorway that hadn't been there a moment before. Dressed in flowing emerald robes with ancient runic symbols glowing along the edges, the Ancient One's appearance commanded immediate attention. Her eyes, filled with cosmic awareness, took in the battlefield with calculating precision. "It seems your gambit has reached its breaking point, Alexander," she said, her voice somehow carrying over the din of battle. Sam paused mid-flight, his corrupted form momentarily confused by the new arrival. The hellfire wings faltered for just a heartbeat. Alex's Susanoo form dissolved in a flash of light, returning him to human form. But instead of panic, his expression showed something else entirely. Satisfaction. "Right on schedule," he said, checking the Omnitrix on his wrist. The device, normally glowing green when ready for transformation, had been pulsing between red and blue for days, ever since Sam's rescue. The Ancient One moved her hands in a complex pattern, and the air around them shimmered. The battlefield, the burning sanctuary, even the rift to hell, all froze in place like a paused video. "You've been busy," she remarked, walking casually through the frozen chaos. "Creating all this couldn't have been easy, even with the tools at your disposal." Alex smiled grimly. "Sometimes the only way to catch a demon is to let it think it's winning." With a practiced motion, he twisted the dial on the Omnitrix, bypassing his usual battle forms. The device flashed, and in place of Alex stood a small, blue robotic cat with a white stomach and a dimensional pocket on its front. "Doryman. I suspected something was wrong the moment we rescued Sam," Alex explained in Doryman's higher-pitched voice. The Omnitrix went into defense mode immediately. He reached into his dimensional pocket and pulled out a small, ornate device that resembled a handheld mirror with strange circuitry around its edges. "Mirror World Creator," he announced, holding it up. "Everything Mephisto thinks he's been seeing and influencing has been a dimensional duplicate." The Ancient One nodded appreciatively. "The Mirror World technique. Risky, but effective. When did you implement it?" Alex gestured toward the frozen lake at the edge of the sanctuary. "After we brought Sam back." The Omnitrix detected Mephisto's energy trying to breach its defenses. It wasn't just scanning Sam, it was warning me. When Sam went for a swim in the lake that first day, I added the mirror liquid to the water. A flashback showed Alex as Doryman, secretly dropping a luminescent blue liquid into the lake just before Sam dove in. When Sam emerged from the water, he passed through an invisible barrier, one he never noticed. The real Sam had been quietly moved to safety, while a perfect duplicate, created from a single strand of his hair, continued in the mirror world. And the Omnitrix's color changes? Red when detecting Mephisto's breach attempts, Alex explained, blue when confirming the mirror world's integrity. It's been monitoring the barrier between realities, making sure Mephisto couldn't detect the deception. The Ancient One waved her hand, and the frozen scene shifted. They now stood in what appeared to be an observatory above the mirror world, a hidden command center where the real Alex had been monitoring everything. Screens displayed multiple angles of the sanctuary battle. On a central table, a three-dimensional model of the world tree glowed, showing power flows and barrier integrity. Several of Alex's allies, the real Alara among them, worked at various stations, monitoring the elaborate illusion they had created. The mirror world reflects and amplifies, Alex continued. Everything Mephisto thought he was experiencing was carefully designed to make him believe his possession of Sam was succeeding. Every crack in our defenses, every breach in the sanctuary, all calculated to draw him further in. And the real Sam, the Ancient One asked. Alex pointed to a chamber below, where the actual Sam rested in a protective healing pod, observed by medical staff. Safe. Protected. And most importantly, clean of Mephisto's influence. We extracted the demonic energy the moment we detected it. The Ancient One studied the simulation of the rift to hell displayed on the main screen. And now Mephisto thinks he's about to claim victory. Exactly. Alex's Doryman form reached into his pocket again, withdrawing another device, this one resembling an ornate compass with crystal components. The mirror trap. When Mephisto fully manifests through what he believes is a rift to our world, he'll actually be entering a sealed dimensional pocket, the Ancient One finished. Clever. The Demon Lord has been so focused on breaking through what he perceives as reality, he hasn't noticed he's been following a script. Alex nodded, returning to his human form with a flash of light. The World Tree avatar, the corrupted dinosaurs, even my Susanoo form, all parts of the illusion designed to provoke exactly the response we wanted. He gestured to the screens. Look. In the mirror world, Mephisto's essence was now pouring through the rift much faster, believing the sanctuary's defenses were crumbling. The Demon Lord's actual throne was becoming visible, his true form beginning to manifest as he prepared to claim his victory. It's time, Alex said, picking up what looked like a modified version of the Omnitrix, this one designed to interface with the mirror world. We've drawn him out. In the mirror world, Mephisto's essence was now pouring through the rift much faster, believing the sanctuary's defenses were crumbling. The Demon Lord's actual throne was becoming visible, his true form beginning to manifest as he prepared to claim his victory. We need to enter the mirror world now, Alex said firmly. It's time to face him directly. The Ancient One nodded gravely. Remember, once we're inside, we'll be subject to the same rules as everything else in that dimension. I understand the risks, Alex replied, activating a portal function on the device. A shimmering doorway appeared before them, showing the chaotic battle occurring in the mirror world. Without hesitation, Alex and the Ancient One stepped through into the raging conflict. The heat of hellfire immediately washed over them as they materialized amid the burning sanctuary. Above them, Mephisto continued emerging through the massive rift, his throne of tortured souls descending into what he believed was the real world. The Demon Lord's eyes widened in surprise at their sudden appearance. The Sorcerer Supreme? Mephisto growled, his attention momentarily diverted from completing his manifestation. This sanctuary holds more secrets than I anticipated. As Mephisto's consciousness fully engaged with the mirror world, something unexpected happened. His vast awareness, no longer focused solely on the sanctuary, began to expand outward across the fabricated earth. The demon lord's expression shifted from triumph to confusion, then to rage. "What is this?" Mephisto roared, his partially manifested form flaring with intensified hellfire. "Where are the billions of souls? Where is everyone?" Around Alex and the Ancient One, the mirror world beings, the duplicates of the sanctuary defenders, began to destabilize. Their forms flickered, then crumbled into dirt that fell away in clumps. The possessed Sam duplicate, the World Tree avatar, even the Hell Beasts, all turning to soil and dust before their eyes. "There is no one else," Alex called up to the enormous demon lord. "This entire world is empty. Always has been." Mephisto's fury erupted in waves of infernal energy that scorched the already burning landscape. "Impossible. I would have sensed a false dimension." "Not this one," Alex replied calmly as more of the world crumbled around them. "The mirror world isn't magical in nature, it's technological. There's no mystical signature for you to detect." Mephisto extended massive claws toward them, his throne now fully emerged through the rift. "How dare you deceive the Lord of Hell?" The Ancient One stepped forward, hands raised in complex defensive patterns. "It was necessary to draw you out, Mephisto. To make you reveal yourself. The real Sam is safe," Alex added. "The real sanctuary untouched. You've spent your energy conquering an empty stage." As more of the mirror world dissolved into dirt, Mephisto unleashed his full rage. The demon lord abandoned all pretense of using vessels or proxies, his true form now fully materializing, a towering entity of ancient malevolence with eyes of liquid hellfire and a crown of twisted horns that seemed to pierce reality itself. "I will destroy you both," Mephisto bellowed, sending chains of burning brimstone whipping toward them. "Then I will find your real world and burn it to ash." The Ancient One deflected the chains with shields of golden energy while Alex reached for the Omnitrix. "You won't find anything," Alex said, activating the device. "Because we're taking you down right here." Chapter 41, The Battle for Two Worlds. Mephisto's massive form towered over them, hellfire raining down across the crumbling mirror world. Alex knew exactly what form he needed. His hand moved to the Omnitrix with purpose, selecting a transformation that embodied the antithesis of Hell's corruption. "Time to fight fire with light," Alex declared, slamming down on the device. A blinding radiance erupted from where Alex stood, so pure it caused Mephisto to recoil with a hiss of pain. The light reconfigured into a humanoid figure composed of gleaming celestial energy. Alex had transformed into Angelus Prime, a being of divine light whose very existence negated demonic influence. His body shimmered with opalescent light, 6 magnificent wings of pure energy extending from his back. Symbols of ancient celestial script flowed across his luminous skin, each one a seal against darkness and corruption. "Pick is here." The Ancient One's breath caught in her throat. In her centuries of existence, she had witnessed countless transformations, magical and otherwise, but something about Alex's current form stirred something deep within her. It wasn't just the raw power, it was the purity of purpose, the perfect opposition to the corruption they now faced. "An interesting choice," she remarked, her hands already weaving complex patterns as golden mandalas of protective magic formed around them. Her eyes locked with Alex's luminous gaze for a moment, and something unspoken passed between them, a mutual recognition of the stakes they now faced together. Alex noticed how the Ancient One's normally composed features had softened briefly with what might have been admiration before returning to their focused intensity. Her movements seemed to flow in harmony with his transformed state, her mystical energies complementing his divine radiance. Mephisto's laughter rumbled like distant thunder, breaking their momentary connection. "Light fades, Alexander," he mocked, his voice deep enough to shake loose stones from the crumbling structures around them. "Darkness is eternal." The demon lord raised his massive clawed hands, and the mirror world's sky tore open further. Through multiple rifts poured Mephisto's legion, winged abominations with flesh like molten rock, hellhounds trailing sulphurous smoke, and towering knights in armor forged from the souls of the damned. My army has waited centuries for this, Mephisto growled, his voice causing the ground to fracture beneath them. His crimson eyes narrowed with malevolent glee. The mirror world will crumble, and all your sanctuaries will follow. Angelus Prime rose into the air, wings spreading wide as waves of purifying light radiated outward. Where this light touched Mephisto's minions, they shrieked in agony, their corrupted forms struggling against its cleansing power. The front line of demonic forces disintegrated into motes of smoldering ash, but more poured through the rifts to replace them. Don't waste your energy on the minions, the Ancient One called out, her voice cutting through the cacophony of battle. They're endless, focus on their master. She moved with fluid precision, her hands tracing sigils in the air that materialized into tangible force. A squadron of winged demons dove toward her, talons extended and jaws gaping. The Ancient One pivoted gracefully, one hand sweeping upward. A wall of golden energy erupted before her, slicing through the demons like they were made of paper. I've fought your kind before, Mephisto, she called out, her voice steady despite the exertion. In dimensions you couldn't even comprehend. Another wave approached, hellhounds this time, their bodies wreathed in brimstone and sulfur. The Ancient One's fingers twisted in complex patterns, and the very ground beneath the creatures liquefied, swallowing them into a vortex of mystical energy that collapsed in on itself. Focus on Mephisto, she told Alex, barely winded despite the relentless onslaught. I'll handle his forces. Alex nodded, impressed by her mastery. There was something captivating about watching her work, each movement economical yet elegant, devastating yet precise. In his Angelus Prime form, he could sense the intricate weave of energies she commanded, far more complex than he had initially realized. The battle exploded across what remained of the mirror world. The Ancient One's magic tore through rank after rank of infernal soldiers. She danced between dimensions, appearing briefly in one location to unleash a cascade of energy spears, then slipping through a portal of her own creation to emerge elsewhere, always one step ahead of her attackers. Your defenses are impressive, sorceress, Mephisto called out, even as he engaged with Alex directly. But maintaining them drains you. I can smell your fatigue. And I can sense your fear, she retorted, her hands pulling apart a complex knot of magical energy that manifested as a sphere of golden light. She thrust her hands forward, and the sphere expanded explosively, eradicating a phalanx of armored knights. You're not the first demon lord to threaten the multiverse, and you won't be the last I defeat. Meanwhile, Angelus Prime engaged Mephisto directly. Divine light clashed against Hellfire, creating shockwaves that further destabilized the already crumbling dimension. Each impact scattered prismatic energy across the battlefield, momentarily illuminating the chaos with stark clarity. Your transformation is impressive, Alexander, Mephisto taunted, chains of burning brimstone materializing in the air around him. With a gesture, he sent them lashing toward Alex. But I've consumed celestial beings far more powerful than this pale imitation. You talk too much, Alex retorted, his voice carrying harmonic overtones that caused the air itself to vibrate. He caught one of the chains in his radiant grip, and where his light touched, the brimstone hissed and cracked, corruption giving way to purity. Alex spun, using the chain's momentum to swing Mephisto off balance. The demon lord snarled, releasing the chain before Alex could fully capitalize on the advantage. Mephisto countered with a blast of concentrated hellfire that Alex barely managed to dodge, the heat intense enough to warp the reality around it. You cannot win in my domain, Mephisto taunted, more chains of burning brimstone wrapping around Angelus Prime's arm. This isn't your domain, Alex retorted, his voice resonating with harmonics that caused the chains to crack. It's my construction. With a surge of celestial energy, he shattered the bindings and launched a counterattack, a concentrated beam of divine light that struck Mephisto squarely in the chest. The demon lord roared in pain, actual damage showing on his infernal form for the first time. A charred wound spread across his torso, smoke rising from corrupted flesh that struggled to regenerate against the purifying light. First blood to you, Mephisto acknowledged, his expression darkening. But this game has only begun. He raised both arms skyward, and the largest of the hell rifts expanded dramatically. The temperature around them plummeted, then soared as new energy poured through, darker, more ancient, drawn from deeper realms of the infernal hierarchy. Mephisto's form swelled, nearly doubling in size as he absorbed this power. His features became more bestial, horns extending and curving, muscles bulging beneath scaled skin that glowed with internal fire. "Now you face me at a fraction of my true potential," he growled, his voice deeper, resonating on multiple frequencies that made Alex's skull vibrate painfully. For long minutes, they fought across the devastated landscape, light against darkness, creation against corruption. Each exchange left new scars on the mirror world's surface. Canyons formed where beams of energy missed their targets, mountains crumbled under the force of their collisions. The Ancient One continued her battle against the Legion, but even she was beginning to show signs of strain. A thin line of blood trickled from her nose as she maintained increasingly complex spells, holding back waves of demons while simultaneously reinforcing what remained of the mirror world's structural integrity. "The dimensional boundaries are becoming unstable," she called to Alex during a momentary lull. "We need to end this quickly or risk catastrophic collapse." Mephisto, sensing the stalemate, suddenly paused with a calculating gleam in his molten eyes. He floated backward, putting distance between himself and Angelus Prime. "Perhaps a change in strategy," the demon lord mused. He gestured with one massive hand, and from the depths of the largest hell rift emerged something massive, a darkness so profound it seemed to absorb the surrounding chaos rather than add to it. "I've been watching you for some time, Alexander," Mephisto said, his voice deceptively conversational. "Learning your weaknesses. Your strengths." His eyes narrowed, a smile revealing fangs like daggers. "Your attachments." From the void of the hell rift, a sound emerged, a deep, resonant growl that made the ground beneath them tremble. The Ancient One whirled toward the source, her eyes widening with genuine alarm. "Alex," she shouted. "Whatever's coming through, it's not just a demon. It's something else entirely." The darkness within the rift parted like a curtain, and a massive, clawed limb emerged, scaled and obsidian black that absorbed light rather than reflected it. The limb alone was the size of a building, ending in talons that could easily tear through steel. "What have you done, Mephisto?" Alex demanded, hovering higher to get a better vantage point. Called in a specialist, the demon lord replied with malicious satisfaction. The creature that emerged rivaled the largest of mythical beasts, a draconic form of terrifying proportions. As it fully manifested into the mirror world, its true scale became apparent. Its body was serpentine yet massive, covered in scales of volcanic glass that caught the light of the surrounding chaos in hypnotic patterns. Multiple heads, 5 in total, extended from its sinuous neck, each crowned with horns of different configurations. Its wings unfurled slowly, deliberately, casting a shadow that plunged half the battlefield into unnatural darkness. "Behold Tiamat, first of the Hell Wirms," Mephisto announced with malicious pride. "While you're busy with me, she will find what you truly value." The Ancient One appeared at Alex's side, her face taut with concern. "That creature, it's not just from the hells. It's a primordial force, Alex. Like the original chaos of creation, but corrupted." With a gesture from Mephisto, the colossal dragon turned toward the distant river, the boundary of the mirror world that connected to the exit portal. Its movement was surprisingly graceful for something of its size, each step precise despite the devastation it caused simply by existing in this reality. "I've been in this world long enough to taste its structure," Mephisto sneered. "That river leads to your true sanctuary, doesn't it? To your precious world tree and all those children you've saved." Alex's radiant form pulsed with sudden alarm. The world tree, center of his constructed multiverse and refuge for countless rescued souls from dying realities. If Tiamat reached it. "No!" Alex shouted, attempting to fly after the massive creature, but Mephisto intercepted him with a wall of hellfire that stretched across the entire battlefield, its heat so intense that even Angelus Prime's celestial form had to recoil. "Stay and play with me, Alexander," Mephisto commanded, his massive form expanding to block Alex's path. Or are those innocents not worth your attention? The Ancient One placed a restraining hand on Alex's luminous arm. Despite the inherent danger of touching such concentrated energy, she showed no discomfort, a testament to her own mastery of mystical forces. Alex, think strategically, she urged, her voice low and intense. That's what he wants, to divide us. To make you act rashly. But even as she spoke, Tiamat had reached the river's edge. The massive dragon paused, 5 heads weaving in serpentine patterns as it seemed to taste the air. Then, with surprising delicacy, it extended one enormous clawed foot into the water. The river reacted violently, its surface boiling on contact, steam erupting in massive clouds that temporarily obscured the dragon from view. When the vapors cleared, Tiamat had not retreated. Instead, its foot remained submerged, and the corruption was spreading visibly through the water, clear blue turning to murky black that flowed downstream toward the portal. He's using Tiamat to corrupt the pathway, the Ancient One realized. If that taint reaches the World Tree. It won't, Alex said firmly, his celestial voice resonating with grim determination. The Ancient One, still fending off waves of lesser demons, called out, Alex. The mirror world is destabilizing further, we can't maintain this battle much longer. A group of winged demons dove toward her, sensing her momentary distraction. Without looking, she raised her hand, and a spiraling helix of golden energy erupted around her, shredding the attackers into smoldering fragments. I can hold Mephisto for a time, she continued, sweat beading on her forehead from the effort. Go after the dragon. Trapped between Mephisto and the retreating form of Tiamat as it thundered toward the river portal, Alex made his decision. You just pissed off the wrong guy, he growled at Mephisto. He launched himself directly at the demon lord, a feint that caught Mephisto by surprise. The demon raised his defenses, expecting a frontal assault, but at the last moment, Alex veered sharply downward, diving beneath the wall of hellfire and arrowing toward the river. Insolent gnat! Mephisto roared, realizing the deception too late. He hurled a spear of concentrated hellfire that missed Alex by inches, striking a nearby mountain and reducing it to molten slag in seconds. The Ancient One seized the opportunity, launching herself at Mephisto with renewed vigor. Golden bands of mystical energy erupted from her outstretched hands, wrapping around the demon lord's massive form like constrictive serpents. Your fight is with me now, she declared, her eyes glowing with inner light as she poured more power into the binding spell. Let's see how you fare against the magic of Camartage. Mephisto struggled against the bindings, his muscles straining against mystical constraints that tightened with each movement. Your order is a relic, he snarled. A dying breed clinging to outdated philosophies. And yet, the Ancient One countered, here I am, holding a demon lord at bay. She twisted her hands in complex patterns, and the golden bands began to siphon Mephisto's own energy, redirecting it into a self-sustaining loop that weakened him with each passing moment. Meanwhile, Alex raced toward Tiamat, who had now fully entered the river and was moving steadily toward the dimensional boundary. The water around the dragon had turned completely black, corruption spreading outward with each massive step the creature took. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to shake violently, not the familiar tremors of the disintegrating mirror world, but something else. Something massive. The river toward which Tiamat was heading began to churn and bubble violently. Tiamat paused, its 5 heads swiveling in different directions, sensing a new presence in the mirror world. One head dipped low, jaws parting to taste the water with a forked tongue the size of a bus. Even Mephisto faltered, momentarily confused. What trick is this? He demanded, straining against the Ancient One's mystical bonds. No trick, Alex replied, a knowing smile forming on Angelus Prime's radiant face. Just an old friend. The vibrations intensified, so powerful now that cracks formed along the riverbanks, spreading outward like the web of a demented spider. The water itself seemed to recoil from Tiamat's corruption, pulling back in a massive withdrawal that left stretches of riverbed exposed, as if the river itself was gathering its strength. Impossible, Mephisto whispered, genuine shock registering on his infernal features. That creature cannot be part of your mirror world. The Ancient One's concentration wavered for just a moment as she too sensed what was coming. Alex, she called out, what have you connected this dimension to? Before he could answer, the waters of the river exploded skyward as an incandescent blue beam of atomic energy shot forth, striking Tiamat directly in the center mass. The Hell Dragon screeched in surprise and pain as the force of the blast sent it staggering backward. All 5 heads reared up, bellowing in unified rage at the unexpected attack. The corrupted water evaporated instantly where the beam had passed, leaving a path of purified riverbed in its wake. Steam filled the air, temporarily obscuring whatever had launched the devastating attack. Tiamat recovered quickly, its wings unfurling to their full, terrible span as it prepared to face this new challenger. The 5 heads weaved in menacing patterns, each tracking movement beneath the water's surface with predatory focus. From the churning waters rose a behemoth, a prehistoric god awakened to defend its territory. Standing nearly 400 feet tall, the creature's charcoal-gray scales covered muscles dense enough to withstand nuclear blasts. Jagged dorsal plates ran down its back, glowing with internal blue energy that pulsed with gathering power. Its massive head housed intelligent eyes that fixed on the Hell Dragon with primordial fury, and jaws strong enough to crush titanium like paper. Arms that could topple skyscrapers ended in clawed hands, flexing with anticipation for the coming battle. As the creature fully emerged from the water, it threw back its head and released a roar that shattered what remained of the mirror world's false sky, a sound that was both ancient warning and modern challenge, a declaration of dominance that had echoed across Earth's oceans since time immemorial. Godzilla, king of the monsters, had arrived. The atomic titan fixed its gaze on Tiamat, another pulse of blue energy traveling up its dorsal spines as it prepared for a second blast. Behind it, the waters still churned, suggesting this defender might not have come alone. The Ancient One stared in astonishment, her mystical senses overwhelmed by the sheer primal power now present in the mirror world. What manner of being is that? She whispered, momentarily forgetting her battle with Mephisto. That, Alex replied, his celestial form glowing brighter with renewed confidence, is Earth's oldest guardian. And a personal friend. Godzilla roared again, the sound reverberating across the battlefield with such force that several of Mephisto's lesser demons simply disintegrated under its acoustic pressure. The titanic creature took a deliberate step forward, each footfall creating minor earthquakes that rippled through the already fragile reality of the mirror world. Mephisto's expression shifted from shock to calculation. An impressive pet, Alexander, he conceded. But Tiamat is no ordinary dragon. She was ancient when your world was still cooling from its birth fires. As if in response to its master's confidence, Tiamat lowered its 5 heads to face Godzilla directly. From each mouth came a different elemental attack, one belched forth acid that melted stone on contact, another breathed a cone of absolute zero cold, a third unleashed lightning that arced wildly across the battlefield, the fourth spewed clouds of toxic gas, and the fifth, the central head, unleashed a torrent of unholy fire that burned with the souls of the damned. The combined attack engulfed Godzilla entirely, creating a maelstrom of elemental fury that obscured the Titan from view. The Ancient One raised a protective shield around herself and Alex as stray energies from the clash lashed out in all directions. "Can your friend survive that?" she asked, genuine concern in her voice. The answer came in the form of another blinding blue beam that cut through the elemental chaos, striking Tiamat's central head with enough force to snap it backward violently. The dragon's unholy fire sputtered and died as Godzilla emerged from the assault, charred in places but largely undamaged, and visibly enraged. "Godzilla doesn't just survive," Alex said with grim satisfaction. "He adapts. And he remembers his enemies." The Titan charged forward with surprising speed for a creature of its size, colliding with Tiamat in a clash that sent shockwaves across the mirror world. The two Titans grappled, claws raking against scales, jaws snapping at vulnerable points. Where they fought, reality itself seemed to warp under the strain of containing such primal forces. With Mephisto momentarily distracted by this unexpected development, the Ancient One seized her advantage. Her hands traced complex patterns in the air, golden energy flowing from her fingertips to form a cage of pure mystical force around the demon lord. "Now, Alex," she called out. "While he's contained, we need to seal the hell rifts before more of his forces pour through." Alex nodded, understanding her strategy immediately. As Angelus Prime, he could sense the weaknesses in the dimensional tiers, the points where Mephisto's corrupting influence had forced entry into the mirror world. With precise bursts of celestial energy, he began to cauterize these wounds in reality, each sealed rift sending ripples of stability through the surrounding environment. Mephisto roared in frustration, his form swelling as he poured more power into breaking free of the Ancient One's mystical prison. "You think these parlor tricks can hold me?" he snarled. "I've broken the bonds of gods." "Perhaps," the Ancient One replied calmly, though beads of sweat now coursed freely down her face from the effort of maintaining the spell. "But can you break free before your connection to the hells is severed completely?" Understanding dawned in Mephisto's molten eyes. Without the hell rifts, his power in this realm would be limited to what he had already brought through, substantial, but not inexhaustible. And with each rift Alex sealed, the mirror world's native laws of reality reasserted themselves more strongly, further constraining the demon lord's abilities. "Clever," Mephisto acknowledged, a note of genuine respect in his voice. "But you've made one critical miscalculation." With a roar that seemed to come from everywhere at once, Mephisto's form suddenly exploded into a swarm of thousands of smaller entities, each a miniature version of the demon lord, each cackling with malevolent glee as they scattered in all directions, easily escaping the mystical cage that had been designed to contain a single large entity. The Ancient One staggered backward, momentarily overwhelmed by this unexpected transformation. "Alex," she called out in warning. "He's dispersed his essence." But Alex was already responding, Angelus Prime's wings spreading wide as he unleashed waves of purifying light that eradicated dozens of the mini-Mephistos on contact. Yet for each one destroyed, more seemed to manifest from the shadows of the battlefield. "I am Legion," thousands of voices chanted in disturbing unison. "I am endless." Meanwhile, the titanic battle between Godzilla and Tiamat continued to reshape the landscape. Tiamat had managed to wrap its serpentine body around the atomic titan, constricting with crushing force while its remaining heads unleashed elemental attacks at point-blank range. Godzilla's dorsal plates flashed brilliantly, and a pulse of nuclear energy exploded outward, forcing the dragon to loosen its grip momentarily. The river, now mostly evaporated from the heat of their battle, had left a crater-filled expanse that resembled a lunar landscape. The portal to the world tree remained intact, but tendrils of corruption had begun to seep through, a sign that Tiamat's influence was spreading despite Godzilla's intervention. "The boundary is weakening," the Ancient One called out, creating a sweeping arc of mystical energy that incinerated another wave of mini-Mephistos. "If that corruption reaches the world tree..." She was interrupted as several of the demonic entities swarmed her directly, forcing her to focus on close-quarter defense. Golden mandalas materialized around her hands like shields as she fought with both mystical prowess and surprising physical skill, each movement precise and economical. Alex's Angelus Prime form blazed brighter as he pushed more power into his attacks, but the strain was becoming visible. The celestial symbols on his skin flickered occasionally, and his 6 wings had begun to lose their perfect symmetry. Running low on divine energy, Alexander, the collective voice of Mephisto mocked from 1,000 tiny sources. "Transformation has its limits, doesn't it? Especially amateur celestial mimicry like yours." "Maybe," Alex conceded, gathering his strength for another attack. "But I don't need to defeat you completely." With a surge of effort, he unleashed a focused beam of light directly at the largest concentration of mini-Mephistos, scattering them like leaves in a hurricane. "I just need to hold you off long enough." A deafening roar drew everyone's attention back to the Titan battle. Godzilla had managed to grab 2 of Tiamat's heads, one in each massive hand. With a display of raw strength that defied comprehension, the atomic titan pulled in opposite directions. Tiamat's body thrashed wildly, the remaining heads attacking with renewed desperation, but to no avail. With a sickening crack that echoed across the mirror world, Godzilla tore the 2 heads completely free. Black ichor that smoked on contact with the air gushed from the wounds as Tiamat's remaining head shrieked in unified agony. The mini-Mephistos paused their attack, thousands of tiny faces turning toward the wounded dragon with expressions of disbelief. "Impossible," they whispered in disturbing chorus. "Tiamat cannot be so easily." Their collective voice was cut off as Godzilla's dorsal plates flashed blue once more, energy gathering for another atomic blast. This time, however, the energy seemed different, more focused, more concentrated. The Titan opened its jaws, and what emerged was not the familiar beam but a spiraling helix of pure atomic energy that struck Tiamat directly in the center mass. The dragon's body convulsed as the energy penetrated its scales, spreading through its massive form like a network of glowing veins. For a moment, Tiamat was illuminated from within by Godzilla's atomic power, and then the dragon exploded in a cataclysmic release that momentarily outshone everything else in the mirror world. When the blinding flash subsided, nothing remained of Tiamat but drifting ash and 5 severed heads that were rapidly decomposing into primordial sludge. Godzilla stood triumphant in the center of a massive crater, steam rising from its body, dorsal plates still glowing with residual energy. The king of monsters threw back its head and released another thunderous roar, this one clearer a victory declaration. "No!" The mini-Mephistos screamed in unified outrage. They began to coalesce once more, thousands of tiny forms flowing together like mercury to reconstitute the demon lord's original form. "This isn't over, Alexander." The Ancient One seized the moment of distraction. Her hands moved with lightning speed, tracing a complex sigil in the air that blazed with golden light. "Actually," she said, her voice calm despite her evident exhaustion, "I believe it is." The sigil expanded rapidly, encircling the reforming Mephisto in bands of mystical energy that contracted sharply, disrupting the demon's reconstitution process. Mephisto roared in pain and frustration as his partially reformed body was forcibly compressed. "What are you doing?" he demanded, genuine alarm in his voice. "Giving you a one-way ticket back to your own realm," the Ancient One replied, channeling more power into the spell. "Courtesy of Kamartaj." Alex's Angelus Prime form moved to her side, adding his celestial energy to the Ancient One's spell. Where their powers merged, new patterns formed in the binding, the Ancient One's mystical symbols intertwining with Alex's celestial script to create something neither could have produced alone. "You've lost, Mephisto," Alex declared. "Your army is scattered, your dragon is defeated, and your hold on this world is broken." Mephisto struggled against the combined binding spell, but with each passing moment, his form grew less substantial, more transparent. "This is merely a temporary setback," he snarled. "I am eternal, Alexander. I will return." "Perhaps," the Ancient One acknowledged, maintaining her focus on the spell despite visible strain. "But not today. And not to this world." With a final surge of combined power, they completed the banishment spell. A portal of swirling energy opened beneath the Demon Lord, not a rift to the hells, but a one-way dimensional pocket that would take centuries to escape from. "This isn't over." Mephisto howled as he was dragged inexorably into the portal. "I will find you again, Alexander. I will find everything you love and..." His final threats were cut off as the portal snapped shut, leaving behind only a faint smell of brimstone and a scorch mark on the ground. The remaining lesser demons, now cut off from their master's power, began to disintegrate into motes of ash that drifted away on the wind. The Ancient One swayed slightly, the toll of the prolonged magical battle finally catching up to her. Alex caught her arm, supporting her as they both looked toward where Godzilla still stood, surveying the battlefield with primeval vigilance. "A remarkable ally," the Ancient One commented, genuine admiration in her voice. "Though perhaps not one I would have expected from you." Alex smiled, his Angelus Prime form beginning to dim slightly as the immediate threat passed. "The multiverse is full of surprises," he replied. "Godzilla has guarded his Earth for millennia, it seemed fitting to connect this defensive boundary to his territory." The Titan turned toward them, intelligent eyes fixing on the pair for a long moment. Then, with deliberate movements, Godzilla began to wade back into what remained of the river, each step causing minor tremors through the recovering landscape. "Is he leaving?" the Ancient One asked. Alex nodded. "His work here is done. And he has his own world to protect." They watched in silence as the King of Monsters submerged once more beneath the waters, disappearing from view as naturally as he had appeared. The river, now cleansed of Tiamat's corruption, began to flow normally again, its connection to the world tree secure once more. "The mirror world is stabilizing," the Ancient One observed, her mystical senses detecting the shifts in the dimensional fabric around them. "Though it will take time to fully recover from this battle." "Time we now have," Alex replied. His Angelus Prime form flickered briefly, then stabilized. "Thanks to you. Your binding spell was incredible. I've never seen anything like it." She smiled, a rare expression that softened her usually composed features. "And I've never seen a transformation quite like yours," she acknowledged. "Angelus Prime, a perfect counter to demonic energy." "One of many forms," Alex said. "But useful in the right circumstances." The Ancient One's gaze turned thoughtful as she surveyed the devastation around them. "Mephisto was right about one thing," she said after a moment. "He will return eventually. Entities like him always do. And when he does," Alex replied with quiet confidence, "we'll be ready." He gestured toward the now peaceful river that led to the World Tree. "All of us." As if in response to his words, the mirror world seemed to exhale, a collective release of tension as its natural laws reasserted themselves fully. The chaos of battle began to fade, replaced by the steady process of dimensional healing. The Ancient One stretched out her hand, and a golden portal opened before them, a doorway back to her own reality. "Until next time, then," she said, something unspoken lingering in her eyes. "Until next time," Alex agreed, understanding the weight of those simple words. As she stepped through the portal, returning to her duties as guardian of her Earth, Alex remained for a moment longer in his Angelus Prime form, watching as the mirror world continued its restoration. The battle was won, but the war, the eternal struggle against chaos and corruption, would continue. And when it did, they would face it together. Then a voice came. "Why didn't you tell her the truth about him?" Alex signed. "He is our family. There is no need to tell everything about ourselves to others. And I need him for protecting you and our people." Chapter 42, Clash of Titans. Before the World Tree's roots had spread wide and deep into the Antarctic bedrock, before the sanctuary bustled with life and laughter, Alex had ventured to the fringes of reality itself, when he had transformed into the elder goddess of nature, Kinnereth. That day, wrapped in her divine form, the wind had sung to him in voices older than the stars. The land spoke in silence, the ice below whispering secrets no man had ever heard. But amid the serenity and magic, something ancient had stirred. A thrum, not unlike a heartbeat, deep beneath the continent's crust. She had paused, bare feet on untouched snow, white hair like streaming vines glowing under the aurora. Her emerald gaze narrowed. Somewhere deep beneath the southern ice, something slumbered. Immense. Primordial. And alive. A sleeping god. Even then, she could feel its consciousness, not entirely aware, not yet, but it dreamed. Dreams of fire, of fury, of oceans boiling, of ancient battles in an age lost to history. The goddess of nature knew better than to awaken it. So she had left, trusting time to keep the giant sealed for at least another 6 or 7 years. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. Present day. The sanctuary trembled violently, not from war or hellish invasion, but from the earth itself. Ice cracked like thunder, great fissures stretching out across the Antarctic plains. From beneath the surface, a low, otherworldly groan rumbled out, as if the land itself were awakening. Alex felt it before he saw it. "Oh, shit," he whispered. His Omnitrix flared blue and started blinking. All around him, Dryads staggered. Mutants braced for a new quake, but Alex didn't wait. He transformed into Jetray and took to the skies, crossing the icy horizon at full speed until he reached the place he had once visited as Kinnereth. It was no longer a crater of stillness. It was a birth canal of titans. Deep within the Antarctic ice, ancient eyes fluttered beneath scaled lids. Consciousness returned to the king of monsters in fragments, pain, triumph, exhaustion, the last memories before his long sleep. The three-headed golden dragon. In the darkness of his slumber, Godzilla remembered the battle that had almost taken his life. Golden scales glinting in the sun. 3 serpentine necks twisting, weaving like vipers. 6 crimson eyes burning with otherworldly malice. The dragon's alien screech that split the skies as gravity beams tore through the atmosphere. He remembered the weight of Ghidorah's massive form pinning him to the ocean floor, crushing his lungs, the salt water flooding his throat. The primal rage that had surged through him then, the nuclear pulse that had finally driven the Golden Terror back. Their battle had leveled places, reshaped coastlines. Left both titans depleted and wounded beyond measure. In his victory, Godzilla had retreated to the Antarctic depths, allowing the crushing pressure of ice and rock to hold him in stasis while his body regenerated. His consciousness dimmed as he descended into hibernation, expecting centuries of uninterrupted healing. But something had changed. The Earth's vibrations were different now. A new power pulsed across the planet's surface, unfamiliar, yet somehow ancient. It tugged at his senses, disrupting the healing sleep. Intruder. Challenger. Threat. The glacier erupted. Pick here. Ice, snow, and ancient rock exploded upward as Godzilla rose from the earth, his scales obsidian black with streaks of burning blue bioluminescence surging through his body like veins of energy. His dorsal spines pierced the sky, jagged and sharp like mountain peaks. A low, angry growl rolled across the land, vibrating the very molecules of air. He stood, slow and monstrous, eyes flicking around a world that had changed greatly since his last emergence. A tree glowed in the distance, a beacon of power and mysticism. To Godzilla, newly awakened, his mind still chaotic from his last battle, it was a threat. A disruption of natural order. An anomaly to challenge. He remembered fragments of a golden enemy, of destruction, of pain. The glow of the tree triggered something primal in his reptilian brain, enemy. His dorsal plates began to glow, blue energy pulsing through them as his atomic furnace heart roared back to life. The radiation that sustained him, that made him the alpha predator of an age long forgotten, bubbled beneath his armored skin. He roared, a sound that shattered cliff faces and sent birds fleeing from thousands of miles around. And then he began moving, toward the world tree, each footstep leaving craters in the ancient ice, his tail carving chasms behind him. Alex stood in Godzilla's path, his body engulfed in a swirl of light as the Omnitrix transformed him again, this time into Mutuo. In an instant, Alex's form shifted into the sleek, psychic-powered Pokémon. Hovering above the ice with glowing purple eyes, he reached out, hoping, praying, reason could triumph over destruction. Godzilla, he spoke directly into the behemoth's mind, you are not our enemy. The sanctuary is no threat to you. It preserves the balance, not disturbs it. The reply was immediate and primal, rage. Godzilla's head turned toward the psychic presence like a snapping storm. He was confused, disoriented by years of slumber now broken too early. Voices in his head were an intrusion. He didn't understand the words. Only the sensation of control, and to a creature like him, that was unforgivable. The great beast snarled and whipped his massive tail through the air with terrifying speed. It struck. Mutuo never saw it coming. The impact flung Alex like a meteor through sheets of ancient ice, smashing through ridges and plunging deep into a frozen canyon. Ice collapsed around him. Silence fell for several heartbeats. Then, cracks. Purple light. Mutuo rose, his body battered but his mind still clear. Alex exhaled, hovering again above the shattered landscape. He's too angry. Too lost. The Omnitrix beeped once, then again. No choice then, Alex growled, twisting the dial. Way big. Pick here. With a massive pulse of blue energy, Alex's body expanded exponentially, limbs stretching into the sky, armor-plated skin forming across his chest and arms. Towering over mountains, Way Big stood tall, eyes narrowing at the distant roar of the King of Monsters. He charged. Each step cracked the ice beneath him, his enormous frame pushing the air itself aside like a ship through waves. Godzilla, hearing the thunderous footfalls, turned, and met a fist. The punch slammed into Godzilla's snout, jerking his head sideways with explosive force. He stumbled, feet carving trenches in the earth. Steam hissed from his nostrils. Way Big loomed above him, fists raised. Lizards shouldn't swing their tails like that. Godzilla roared in defiance, lifting his head and firing his atomic breath directly into Way Big's chest. The blue flame was scorching, searing, tearing at the fabric of Way Big's skin, but Alex braced through it, holding position. He grabbed Godzilla's head and flipped him sideways into a jagged ice wall. The earth shook. Dryads looked to the sky, where the glow of battle lit up the horizon. The two titans clashed again. Way Big slammed his fists down, forcing Godzilla to dig his claws into the earth to stop himself from being pinned. Godzilla retaliated, ramming his shoulder into Way Big's gut and sending both of them crashing into the frozen sea. The ice cracked. Water surged. The roar of monsters drowned all else. The frozen waters of Antarctica parted as two colossal forms crashed through the ice shelf. Godzilla's claws dug deep into Way Big's forearm, drawing ichor that steamed in the frigid air. Way Big countered with a hammer blow to Godzilla's temple, the impact sending shockwaves rippling across the water's surface. Godzilla's eyes blazed with ancient fury. The memories of his battle with King Ghidorah became confused with the present, the golden dragon and the white giant blurring together in his awakening mind. His dorsal plates flashed blue, the atomic energy building within his core. Way Big recognized the warning signs. Not this time. He charged forward, tackling Godzilla and sending both titans tumbling beneath the waves. The ocean churned and boiled around them as they grappled in the depths. Way Big landed a devastating uppercut that sent Godzilla spiraling through an underwater ridge. Rock and sediment clouded the water, but Godzilla was not deterred. In his domain now, the ancient Leviathan's movements became fluid, graceful despite his massive bulk. He circled Way Big with surprising speed, his tail connecting with crushing force against the Omnitrix hero's back. Way Big crashed into the seabed, sending up a plume of silt and debris. Before he could recover, Godzilla's massive jaws clamped around his shoulder. Pain lanced through Alex's transformed body as razor-sharp teeth designed to rend prehistoric titans sank into his cosmic armor. With a burst of strength, Way Big grabbed Godzilla's upper and lower jaws, wrenching them apart before they could close completely. Muscles straining against the tremendous force of Godzilla's bite, he twisted and threw the reptilian god toward the surface. Godzilla broke through the ice like an obsidian missile, water cascading off his armored scales. Way Big followed, leaping from the ocean with a grace belying his enormous size. As Godzilla landed heavily on the shore, Way Big delivered a flying kick that connected squarely with the monster's chest. The impact sent Godzilla skidding across the icy plain, his claws carving deep furrows in the permafrost. He roared in pain and anger, the sound echoing across the Antarctic wasteland. "Stay down," Way Big commanded, his cosmic voice reverberating through the air. "I don't want to hurt you further." Godzilla's response was immediate. His dorsal plates glowed with intense blue light, brighter than before. The air around them ionized, crackling with energy. Then, with a forward lunge, he unleashed his atomic breath, not in a single stream, but in a wide, sweeping arc that cut through the landscape like a scythe. Way Big dodged the first pass, but Godzilla adjusted his aim, catching the cosmic giant's leg. The concentrated radiation burned through Way Big's armor, eliciting a howl of pain. Alex felt the Omnitrix's energy fluctuate as his transformation absorbed the damage. Enough playing around, Way Big growled, crossing his arms before his chest. Energy gathered between his forearms, coalescing into a crimson beam that shot forth with incredible speed. The cosmic ray struck Godzilla dead center, driving him back and carving a trench through the ice. But Godzilla was not so easily defeated. He planted his feet, leaned into the beam, and began pushing forward, one agonizing step at a time. His dorsal plates pulsed with energy, his atomic heart beating faster, hotter. Way Big intensified his cosmic ray, pouring more power into the attack. The beam widened, brightened, the air around it shimmering with heat distortion. Godzilla answered with his atomic breath. The blue stream met the red beam midway, creating a sphere of conflicting energies that expanded outward, melting the surrounding ice into instant steam. Both titans strained against the deadlock, neither willing to yield. The energy sphere between them grew, unstable, crackling with power that threatened to consume them both. With a final surge of effort, Way Big redirected his beam upward, breaking the stalemate. The sudden shift caused Godzilla's atomic breath to overshoot, slicing through an ice shelf instead of its intended target. Way Big seized the opportunity. He closed the distance in 3 massive strides and delivered a devastating combo, a right hook that snapped Godzilla's head sideways, followed by a left uppercut that lifted the reptilian titan off his feet. Godzilla crashed down, his massive body creating an impact crater in the ice. But even as he fell, his tail whipped around in a defensive arc, catching Way Big across the chest and sending him stumbling backward. Both titans regained their footing, facing each other across the shattered landscape. Steam rose from Godzilla's jaws, blood trickling from cuts on his scaled hide. Way Big's cosmic armor showed burn marks and gashes, his breathing heavy. "You're strong," Way Big admitted. "But this ends now." Godzilla's response was a challenging roar that shook the very foundations of the continent. His dorsal plates began to glow again, but this time the blue light intensified, shifting toward a fiery red. The ice beneath his feet started to melt, then vaporize, as the temperature around him rose dramatically. Way Big recognized the danger. Godzilla was preparing his nuclear pulse, an omnidirectional blast that would devastate everything within miles. "No," he shouted, rushing forward to stop the buildup. Too late. The pulse exploded outward in a dome of atomic fire. Way Big crossed his arms to shield himself but was still blown backward by the force of the explosion. His armor smoked, edges glowing red-hot from the intensity of the radiation. Through the dissipating energy, Godzilla advanced. His movements were slower now, but deliberate, inexorable. The battle had fully awakened his fighting instincts, and memories of his duel with King Ghidorah gave him renewed purpose. This new threat would fall, just as the Golden Dragon had. Way Big struggled to his feet, damage assessment flashing through his consciousness. The Omnitrix was straining to maintain his current form against the radiation exposure. He needed to end this quickly. "I didn't want to do this," Way Big said, his voice now tinged with determination and regret. "But you leave me no choice." He raised his hand to the emblem on his chest, the Omnitrix symbol gleaming against his cosmic armor. "Ultimate Way Big. Pick here." The transformation was spectacular. Way Big's body surged with evolutionary energy, his white and red armor thickening, growing more angular and defined. His crest elongated, 3 horn-like protrusions emerging from his forehead. His eyes blazed with cosmic fire, and the patterns on his body shifted, becoming more complex, more alien. Ultimate Way Big stood before Godzilla, radiating power that made the air itself warp around him. The evolved Custer was a sight to behold, a creature designed by the Omnitrix to be the ultimate version of an already godlike species. Godzilla paused, sensing the change in his opponent. Something primal in him recognized the escalation, the new level of threat. But he would not back down. He was the king of monsters, the alpha predator of Earth's ancient past. He feared nothing. His dorsal plates began to glow once more, but this time the energy built more rapidly, more intensely. The blue-white light of his atomic breath shifted, darkening to a deep, ominous crimson. Ultimate Way Big spread his arms wide, cosmic energy crackling between his palms. This ends now, Godzilla. The two titans charged simultaneously. The ground beneath them liquefied from the pressure, magma bubbling up through fissures created by their titanic footfalls. The air screamed as it was displaced by their massive forms. Godzilla unleashed his spiral red atomic breath, a concentrated beam of destruction that could cut through mountains. Ultimate Way Big answered with a cosmic storm, both hands projecting beams of such intensity that the fabric of reality seemed to warp around them. The attacks met in midair, creating a cataclysmic explosion that illuminated the Antarctic sky like a second sun. The shockwave flattened ice formations for miles in every direction, creating a perfect circle of devastation around the two combatants. Through the maelstrom, Ultimate Way Big advanced. His cosmic armor absorbed the radiation from Godzilla's attack, converting it into additional power. Each step brought him closer to the king of monsters, despite the intense pressure pushing against him. Godzilla's eyes widened in surprise, and for the first time, a flicker of concern. He intensified his beam, pouring more of his nuclear heart's energy into the attack. Ultimate Way Big's advance slowed but did not stop. The cosmic giant raised one hand, forming a shield of pure energy that parted Godzilla's attack like a stone splitting a river. With his free hand, Ultimate Way Big gathered cosmic energy into a concentrated sphere. The orb grew, pulsing with power, until it rivaled Godzilla in size. Then, with a forward thrust, he sent it hurtling toward the nuclear leviathan. Godzilla attempted to intercept the energy sphere with his atomic breath, but the cosmic orb absorbed the radiation, growing even larger and more unstable. It struck Godzilla with devastating force, exploding in a nova of cosmic energy. The king of monsters was thrown backward, his massive body carving a trench through the Antarctic landscape. His scales smoked, some cracked from the impact. Blood flowed from wounds on his chest and neck. Ultimate Way Big did not relent. He launched himself forward in a flying tackle that sent both titans crashing into a mountain range. The peaks crumbled around them, buried under their combined weight. Godzilla fought back with primal fury, his claws raking across Ultimate Way Big's armor, his tail whipping around to slam into the cosmic giant's side. His jaws snapped at Ultimate Way Big's throat, missing by inches as the evolved Tucuster twisted away. Ultimate Way Big countered with a devastating right cross that connected with Godzilla's jaw. The sound was like thunder, echoing across the continent. Godzilla stumbled, momentarily dazed. Taking advantage of the opening, Ultimate Way Big unleashed a barrage of cosmic energy disks, spinning projectiles that sliced through the air with incredible speed. They impacted Godzilla's hide in rapid succession, each explosion driving the monster back further. Godzilla roared in pain and anger, his tail lashing wildly as he tried to regain his footing. His dorsal plates began to glow again, the energy building to levels not seen since his battle with King Ghidorah. Ultimate Way Big recognized the danger signs. No more games, he declared, raising both hands above his head. Cosmic energy gathered between his palms, forming a sphere that grew larger with each passing second. The surrounding landscape darkened as Ultimate Way Big drew energy from the environment itself. The sphere expanded until it dwarfed both titans, a miniature sun of cosmic power. Godzilla's own attack reached critical mass, his entire body now glowing with atomic fire. The ice beneath him had completely melted, the exposed rock beginning to liquefy from the intense heat. Both titans prepared to unleash their ultimate attacks, a final, cataclysmic exchange that would reshape the continent. Then, a new presence materialized between them. From the distant sanctuary, the world tree pulsed with emerald light. Its roots, spread throughout the continent, suddenly glowed with vibrant energy. The ground trembled, not with destruction, but with creation. Rising from the earth before them, a colossal figure took shape, humanoid but unmistakably divine. Standing taller than either titan, its body composed of living wood, leaves, and pure natural energy, the avatar of the world tree manifested in its full glory. Its eyes were pools of ancient wisdom, its features both terrible and beautiful to behold. A crown of branches adorned its head, intricate patterns of leaves forming a natural armor across its massive form. Ultimate Way Big immediately recognized the presence. The World Tree. Godzilla froze, his attack faltering as new memories stirred within his ancient mind. The green energy, the primal power of Earth itself, he had seen this before, long ago. In the depths of his consciousness, an image formed, a woman with flowing emerald hair, eyes that contained forests and oceans, hands that could shape mountains and calm storms. She had walked the earth when it was young, when Godzilla's kind still ruled the surface. Gia. The mother. The World Tree's avatar reached out with both hands, one toward Ultimate Way Big, one toward Godzilla. Its voice was not sound but pure thought, resonating directly within their minds. Enough. The single word carried the weight of mountains, the patience of forests, the inevitability of nature itself. It was not a request but a fundamental truth of reality. Ultimate Way Big lowered his arms, the cosmic sphere dissipating into motes of light. He bowed his head in respect to the ancient power. Godzilla's reaction was more complex. Confusion, recognition, and primal instinct warred within him. The atomic fire in his core subsided slowly, his dorsal plates dimming as he processed the familiar energy. The World Tree's avatar approached Godzilla, its steps causing forests of ancient ferns to spring up in its footprints. It towered over the king of monsters, yet its presence was not threatening but soothing. It placed a hand on Godzilla's head, a gesture both familiar and ancient. Memories cascaded through Godzilla's mind, a time when the earth was young, when his kind had been guardians rather than monsters, when beings of power had walked alongside the titans in harmony. You remember, the avatar spoke directly into Godzilla's consciousness. Before your long sleep, before your battle with the starborn dragon, you were guardian of the oceans, balancer of nature's power. The earth has changed, ancient one, but your purpose remains. Godzilla's eyes, windows to a mind far older and more complex than most humans could comprehend, reflected understanding, then acceptance. The rage that had fueled him since his awakening ebbed away, replaced by clarity. He had been defending his territory against a perceived threat. The World Tree was not an enemy but an ally in the ancient balance. Its magic was different from his power, but it served the same ultimate purpose, the preservation of Earth's natural order. The avatar turned to Ultimate Way Big. Protector of many forms, your courage is acknowledged. But force alone cannot solve all conflicts. Some require understanding. Ultimate Way Big nodded, his cosmic form shifting back to the regular Way Big as the immediate threat passed. I tried to communicate with him, but he was too disoriented. Too angry. The sleep of giants is not easily disturbed, the avatar replied. His mind still echoes with his last battle. The three-headed one from beyond the stars wounded him deeply, in body and spirit. The World Tree's avatar returned its focus to Godzilla, who now stood calm, his breathing steady. His posture no longer aggressive but watchful. Through the avatar's touch, the ancient Leviathan began to understand the new world he had awakened to, the sanctuary, the balance it maintained, the threats it faced. There is a place for you in this new age, the avatar communicated. The oceans remain your domain, but they face new dangers. The world needs its ancient guardians now more than ever. Godzilla's response was not words but images, vast underwater kingdoms, abyssal trenches, the rhythm of ocean currents. His territory. His responsibility. The avatar nodded in understanding. Go. Heal. When you are ready, return to the depths. The balance will be maintained. Godzilla turned toward the ocean, his massive tail sweeping behind him. The rage that had consumed him since awakening had transformed into purpose. He would return to the sea, reclaim his domain, and resume his ancient duty as guardian of the oceans. Way Big watched as Godzilla made his way toward the distant shore. Will he remember? Or will he attack again? The World Tree's avatar lingered, its form already beginning to dissipate as its consciousness returned to the sanctuary. He is ancient beyond human reckoning, it replied. His mind works differently from yours or mine. But he remembers what matters, his purpose, his duty. The mother's touch remains with him as it remains with me, Alex. I know him through her, as it does with all the great guardians of the natural world. With a final nod to Way Big, the avatar dissolved into motes of green light that flowed back toward the sanctuary, leaving only a circle of vibrant growth where it had stood. Alex, releasing his transformation and returning to human form, stood alone on the shattered Antarctic landscape. In the distance, Godzilla's massive form disappeared beneath the waves, leaving only ripples to mark his passing. The Omnitrix beeped once, then fell silent. Alex gazed at the horizon, where the first lights of dawn painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson. "Sleep well, King of Monsters," he whispered. "Until the world needs you again." In the depths of the ocean, Godzilla descended toward the abyssal plains. His wounds would heal, his strength would return. And in his ancient mind, memories of battles past, for the balance was ever shifting, and guardians could never truly rest. Chapter 43 Beyond the Veil. Some beings may seem like they were always part of this sanctuary, but the truth is, they existed in the Marvel Universe long ago. Many of them had gone extinct, been sealed away, or remained hidden from the world. When the World Tree began spreading its roots, it didn't create them, it called them back. Some of them are created. To those beings, it feels as though they were always here, because the World Tree restored them to their rightful place in the world. As for the World Tree itself, some believe it's only a few years old, but in truth, its origin is far older. Gia, the primordial goddess of nature, gifted a fragment of the true World Tree, the one that sustains the 9 realms across the Marvel cosmos. That fragment took root in Antarctica, creating this sanctuary. This may help clear up some confusion about the tree's apparent ancient power despite its recent arrival. The wind howled with malicious intent, cutting through layers of clothing like knives of ice. 50 mutants trudged through the Antarctic wasteland, each step a battle against nature itself. Hope, that fragile, desperate thing, was the only warmth they had left. Eliza Thorne pulled her ragged coat tighter around her body, the fabric stiff with frost. Her mutation, the ability to generate bioelectric currents, had kept the group's emergency communications working, but now her energy was failing. Exhaustion seeped into her bones like the cold itself. 9 days in this frozen hell. 9 days of promising the others that sanctuary awaited, if they could just hold on a little longer. "Mama, I can't feel my fingers," whispered 8-year-old Mira, her normally luminescent skin now dim and pale. The child's ability to glow had been their beacon during the darkest nights, but now even that light was fading. Eliza knelt beside her daughter, taking the small hands between her own. She focused what little energy she had left, sending gentle warmth into the child's extremities. "Better?" Mira nodded weakly. "Is it much further?" The question hung in the air like their frozen breath. Eliza looked to Marcus, their reluctant leader, who trudged ahead breaking trail through the snow. His massive frame, covered in a layer of metallic scales that were his mutation's gift, was bent against the wind. "We're close," Marcus called back, though Eliza heard the doubt in his voice. "The coordinates point just beyond that ridge." Eliza shared a glance with Dr. Soren, the oldest among them at 73. His healing abilities had kept him alive through decades of persecution, but even he looked haggard now, his lined face gray with fatigue. "He's lying," Soren muttered, only for Eliza to hear. "The coordinates were approximate at best. We could be wandering in circles for all we know. What choice do we have?" Eliza whispered back. "There are 17 children among us. We have to believe." Behind them struggled 48 other mutants, outcasts, refugees, survivors. There was Kira, whose touch could melt metal, carrying her infant brother wrapped in the group's last thermal blanket. The Ramirez twins, 14 years old with matching abilities to manipulate sound waves. Old Tomas with his regenerative powers, now slowed by the extreme conditions. Young Derek, whose transparent skin revealed the strain on his organs as he pushed through the cold. They were teachers and nurses, mechanics and students, ordinary people marked as different by the genetic lottery. Some bore their mutations visibly, scales, wings, altered pigmentation. Others carried invisible powers that had nonetheless made them targets. "I heard the sanctuary was built by a mutant so powerful he made Magneto look weak," said Lena, her reptilian scales taking on a dangerous blue tinge. "They call him Alex. The Death Bringer," added Raj, whose 6 arms allowed him to carry 2 exhausted children. "They say he can transform into literal fire and burn entire cities to the ground." "I don't care what they call him," Marcus growled. "The stories all agree, any mutant needing refuge will find it there. No questions asked." Eliza had heard the legends too, whispered in underground shelters, shared in coded messages across the mutant underground. A place built by a mutant of extraordinary power, hidden somewhere in the Antarctic wilderness. A sanctuary where their kind could live without fear. A community where being different wasn't just tolerated but celebrated. After the Mutant Registration Act had passed, after the detention centers had opened, after the voluntary relocation had become mandatory isolation, the whispers had grown urgent. Coordinates passed from one group to another. Directions passed through trusted channels. Haven exists. Find it before they find you. Now, after months of planning, after sacrificing everything to get this far, they were either hours away from salvation or from death in the unforgiving Antarctic expanse. "Marcus," called Eliza, pushing forward to walk beside him. "The children won't last another night. Even the adults are at their limit." Marcus nodded grimly. His own daughter, Phoebe, had developed pneumonia 3 days ago. Her fever burned hot despite the cold, and her telekinetic abilities, normally precise enough to manipulate individual grains of sand, had become dangerously erratic. "The sanctuary has to be real," he said, his voice breaking. "It has to be there. Otherwise, I've led everyone to their deaths." Before Eliza could respond, the wind shifted suddenly. The constant howl that had been their companion for days intensified, building to a scream that drowned out all other sound. The sky darkened as a massive wall of swirling ice and snow appeared on the horizon, bearing down on them with terrifying speed. "Blizzard!" Marcus shouted, his voice barely audible over the roar. "Form the circle. Now!" The group responded with practiced urgency. The strongest moved to the outside, creating a protective ring around the children and the weakest. Eliza pulled Mira to her chest, turning her back to the approaching storm. Around her, she felt others doing the same, parents shielding children, friends protecting friends, strangers safeguarding strangers. The storm hit with apocalyptic force. Eliza squeezed her eyes shut against the onslaught, willing her failing energy to create one last shield of warmth around Mira. The cold was absolute, a living thing that sought entry through every seam and fiber. Eliza felt tears freezing on her face as she held her daughter. "I'm sorry," she whispered, certain the child couldn't hear her over the roar of the storm. "I'm so sorry I brought you here." The wind screamed. The cold penetrated deeper. Eliza felt consciousness slipping away, her hold on Mira weakening. As darkness crept into the edges of her vision, she had one final thought: we were so close. We almost made it. Then, like a held breath suddenly released, the wind stopped. The silence was so abrupt, so complete, that for a moment Eliza thought she'd gone deaf. Gradually, cautiously, she opened her eyes. The blizzard was gone. The endless fields of ice and snow had vanished. Warm air caressed her face, clean, fresh air that carried the impossible scent of growing things. Light, not the harsh glare of sun on ice, but a softer, golden radiance, enveloped them. Around her, the others were emerging from their defensive positions, faces marked with the same bewilderment she felt. Mira stirred in her arms, her skin beginning to regain its natural luminescence. "Mama," the child whispered, eyes wide with wonder. "Look." Eliza turned, and her breath caught in her throat. Before them stretched an impossible vision, a vast circular structure suspended in air, with elegant spires and towers rising from stone archways. Bridges of dreamlike design connected floating islands where buildings clung to the rock like living things. Waterfalls cascaded from some islands, the water somehow flowing upward in defiance of gravity before disappearing into luminous mist. Below them, a massive stone archway marked the beginning of a path. Plants and trees, actual living greenery, lined walkways that wound their way up through the structure. In the distance, they could see people moving about on various levels. "This can't be real," breathed Lena, as her scales shifted to a healthy green. "We must be hallucinating from the cold. Pick is here." One of the children, Derek with his transparent skin, broke free from the group, laughing as he ran toward the archway. "It's warm," he called back, his internal organs now pulsing with healthy color. "Really warm." We made it," Marcus whispered, tears streaming down his face as he cradled his daughter. The child's fever-bright eyes had cleared, and she was looking around with astonishment. "We actually found it." But what made Eliza's heart truly stop wasn't just the impossible architecture or the sudden warmth, it was what she saw moving among the structures. Figures that couldn't possibly exist outside of fairy tales. At the threshold stood not one but two figures, a woman with silver skin that reflected the brilliant blue sky above, and beside her, a being that appeared to be part human, part tree. Her skin was textured like bark, with delicate leaves sprouting from her hair, which flowed like willow branches in the gentle breeze. "Welcome to Haven," the silver woman said simply. "You've been expected." The next hours passed in a blur of wonder and relief. The silver-skinned woman, who introduced herself as Seraphina, and the tree-like being who called herself Willowin led them through the archway and into what they called the receiving gardens. Here, medical teams were waiting, not just mutants with healing abilities, but creatures Eliza had never imagined could exist. "What? Who are they?" whispered Mira as a being with translucent butterfly wings and glowing hands hovered over a group of exhausted children, sprinkling what appeared to be golden dust that eased their frostbite instantly. "Pick is here." "That's Lumina, one of our fairy healers," explained Willowin, her voice musical like wine through leaves. "Haven is home to many kinds of beings, not just mutants." Eliza watched in amazement as her daughter's frost-nipped fingers were treated by a centaur with gentle hands and knowing eyes. Across the garden, she could see Marcus being attended to by what appeared to be a young woman with blue skin and webbed fingers, who created water from nothing to clean and heal his cracked lips. "I don't understand," Eliza finally said to Seraphina. "These beings, they're not mutants." Seraphina smiled. Haven was founded as a refuge for mutants, but over time, it became clear that we were not the only ones who needed sanctuary. The world has been cruel to many kinds of magic and difference. "Magic?" Eliza repeated, the word feeling strange on her tongue. "What else would you call it?" Willowin asked, gesturing around them. The line between advanced mutation and innate magic is far thinner than most realize. As they moved deeper into the sanctuary, the wonders only multiplied. On one floating island, they passed a meadow where unicorns with shimmering wings grazed, their coats gleaming with colors that shifted like oil on water. One looked up as they passed, meeting Eliza's eyes with an intelligence that left no doubt these were not mere animals. "Pick is here. The pegacorns maintain our weather systems," Willowin explained, noticing Eliza's awestruck expression. "The patterns of their flight create air currents that keep our atmosphere perfectly balanced." "And, what exactly are you?" Marcus asked Willowin, his daughter Phoebe now awake and alert in his arms, her pneumonia apparently cured. His face was transformed by relief, years of strain melting away. "I am a dryad," Willowin replied with a smile that crinkled the bark-like texture of her face. "A tree spirit. My physical form grows from the world tree itself." "The world tree?" Dr. Soren asked, his curiosity overcoming his exhaustion. Willowin pointed upward, beyond the floating islands and impossible towers. For the first time, Eliza noticed something she had overlooked in her initial shock. Far above them, so vast it seemed like part of the sky itself, spread the canopy of an impossibly massive tree. Its trunk must have been miles wide, its branches extending beyond sight, creating what appeared to be the very ceiling of their world. The world tree shields Haven from outside reality, Serafina explained. It exists simultaneously in multiple dimensions, anchoring our pocket universe to the physical world while keeping us separate from it. It also determines who can find the pathway here. You mean it's conscious? Eliza asked, awe making her voice small. In its way, Willowin nodded. Not as you or I are conscious, but aware. Protective. It recognizes those who truly need sanctuary and allows them to pass through the veil of blizzard and ice. As they walked, they passed what appeared to be schools where young mutant children studied alongside fawn children with tiny horns sprouting from their foreheads. In gardens, beings made entirely of flowing water tended plants alongside mutants who could control earth and stone. Pick is here. How is all this possible? Marcus whispered. We were in the middle of Antarctica, and now. The sanctuary exists in what we call a pocket dimension, Serafina explained. Anchored to our world but separate from it. You passed through the veil when the blizzard hit you, a security measure. Only those truly seeking refuge can find the way. And the one they call Alex? Dr. Soren asked, his aged face serious despite the wonder surrounding them. The Deathbringer? Is he real? Serafina and Willowin exchanged a glance, and something like amusement passed between them. The founder has many names, Serafina said carefully. Deathbringer to his enemies. The executioner to those who've witnessed his justice. I've heard he can transform into living fire, ventured one of the younger mutants. That he burned an entire military base to ash when they tried to capture a group of mutant children. Willowin's bark-textured face creased in what might have been a smile. With time, you will know about him. For now, know that Haven exists because of his vision, a place where all beings of magic and mutation can live without fear. A community where difference is celebrated. As if on cue, a flock of what could only be described as tiny dragons, no larger than sparrows, with iridescent scales and flickering flame breath, swooped overhead, chasing each other in playful spirals. Several children from the mutant group gasped in delight. Pick is here. Are those dragons? Young Mira asked, her eyes wide. Dragonlings, corrected Willowin. Distant cousins of the greater dragons who live in the northern mountains. They help pollinate the higher orchards. Eliza felt something unfamiliar expanding in her chest, an emotion so long absent she barely recognized it. Wonder. Not just the desperate hope that had driven them across the ice, the hope for mere survival, but something larger. Wonder at a world where the impossible was simply everyday life. After medical treatment and a meal that brought tears to many eyes, fresh fruits and vegetables, warm bread, clean water, they were led to temporary quarters. The building seemed to be carved from a single massive crystal, with rooms that adjusted their lighting and temperature to the occupants' preferences. Rest, Serafina told them. Tomorrow, we'll begin showing you more of Haven, where your particular gifts might best serve the community, and how the community can best serve you. Pick is here. That night, for the first time in months, Eliza slept without fear. Mira curled against her side, the child's naturally luminescent skin casting a gentle glow across the room. Morning came with soft chimes rather than alarms. The group assembled in a central courtyard where trees, actual trees, provided shade from the perfect simulated sunlight. Serafina awaited them, along with several other Haven residents, including beings with webbed hands and gills, centaurs with serious expressions, and what appeared to be living statues made of smooth stone. Today, she announced, you'll see more of our world and begin to find your place within it. What followed was a day of marvels. They were led through floating gardens where plants glowed with their own inner light. They visited workshops where artisans, both mutant and magical, crafted tools and art with equal skill. They toured schools where children of all species learned together. Pick is here. At midday, they reached a massive lake in the sky, a body of water that somehow remained contained without visible barriers, its shore lined with glittering sand that shifted colors with each footstep. The suspended sea, Willowin explained. Home to our aquatic communities. As if summoned by her words, beings rose from the water, some clearly mutants with gills and webbed fingers, others unmistakably merfolk with powerful tails that gleamed with scales. One approached the shore, her upper body human-like but covered in fine scales that caught the light like opals. Her lower half was a powerful tail that propelled her effortlessly through the water. "Welcome," she said, her voice carrying a musical quality that reminded Eliza of whale song. "I am Nerissa, elder of the Mare Council. Pick is here." "You're a mermaid," said one of the teenage mutants, voice cracking with disbelief. Nerissa laughed, the sound like water over stones. "We prefer merfolk, but yes. My people have lived in Haven since its founding, when our ocean home became too polluted to sustain us." They continued their tour, rising higher through the levels of Haven. Bridges that seemed too delicate to support weight carried them between floating islands. Eliza noticed that some bridges appeared permanent, while others formed as they approached, constructed of light and solidity in equal measure, dispersing behind them as they passed. "The pathways respond to need," explained a being who appeared to be made entirely of smooth crystal. "Nothing in Haven is wasted, energy, material, or purpose." As they reached a higher vantage point, Eliza could finally appreciate the true scope of the sanctuary. It extended in all directions, a complex three-dimensional city of islands, towers, bridges, and terraces. Some structures were clearly built of stone and wood, others appeared grown rather than constructed, and still others seemed formed of pure light or energy. "It's like a dream," Mira whispered, holding tightly to her mother's hand. "Pick is here." "Better than a dream," Eliza replied. "It's real." In the distance, she could now see the trunk of the world tree more clearly, vast beyond comprehension, its bark textured with what appeared to be entire ecosystems. Tiny figures moved along its surface, some human-sized, others much larger. "The dryads are born from the world tree," Willowin explained, following Eliza's gaze. "We are its children, its caretakers, and its voice when it needs to communicate with shorter-lived beings." "How old is it?" Dr. Soren asked, scientific curiosity lighting his tired eyes. "Older than human civilization," Willowin replied simply. "It remembers the time before continents separated, before the ice came to the southern lands." As the tour continued, they encountered more wonders, a library where books floated through the air, delivering themselves to readers, healing pools where injured beings recovered under the care of water spirits, gardens where plants from across the world and beyond grew in harmonious arrangements. They met centaurs who maintained Haven's complex mathematical systems, tiny sprites who carried messages faster than any electronic device, golems of living stone who helped construct and repair buildings, and mutants whose powers ranged from the subtle to the spectacular. By evening, Eliza's mind was swimming with all she had seen. As the group gathered for dinner in an open-air pavilion that floated among the clouds, conversations bubbled with excitement and questions. "But how do we contribute?" Marcus asked Serafina, voicing the concern many felt. "We've been shown wonders beyond imagination, but where do we fit in all this?" Serafina smiled. "Haven thrives because each being brings their unique gifts. Your group has strengths we need, determination, survival skills, perspective from the outside world. In the coming days, you'll each find your calling." "And what about him?" asked one of the older mutants, voice lowering. "Will we meet Alex? The one who created all this?" Several Haven residents exchanged glances, and Eliza noticed something in their expressions, not fear, exactly, but a kind of reverence mixed with something she couldn't quite identify. "With time," said a centaur elder who had joined them for the meal, his silver-streaked beard contrasting with his chestnut hide. "The architect reveals himself to newcomers when the moment is right." "Is it true?" persisted the questioner. "Can he really transform into living fire?" A dryad smaller than Willowin, perhaps younger, smiled, the pattern of leaves in her hair rustling softly. The stories about Alex contain truth, but like all stories passed through many voices, they've taken on lives of their own. He created Haven when there was no hope, added a mutant with skin like polished obsidian. He gave us sanctuary when the world offered only persecution. Is that not enough to know for now? The questioner seemed unsatisfied but nodded reluctantly. As the meal progressed, Eliza found herself seated beside a being she couldn't quite categorize, apparently human in form, but with eyes that shifted like galaxies swirling in darkness. "You have questions," the being said, voice neither male nor female but somehow both. "About how such different beings coexist here." "I do," Eliza admitted. "In the outside world, even mutants struggle to accept one another, let alone, forgive me, but creatures I thought existed only in mythology." The being smiled. "The divide between science and magic is largely artificial. Your bioelectric generation, is it so different from the energy manipulation of an elemental spirit? The winged flight of your friend Marcus's daughter, how does it fundamentally differ from a pegacorn's wings?" Eliza considered this. "I suppose I never thought of it that way. Few do. Humans, mutant and non-mutant alike, categorize to understand. Magic versus science. Natural versus supernatural. Us versus them." The galaxy-eyed being gestured around the pavilion. "Haven exists because someone dared to reject those divisions. As night fell, the true magic of Haven revealed itself. The entire sanctuary began to glow, not with electric lights, but with natural bioluminescence. Trees lit from within with soft golden radiance. Floating lanterns that turned out to be tiny spirits drifted through the air. The crystal structures refracted and amplified this light, casting rainbow patterns across every surface. "Pick is here." Myra's own luminescent skin responded, glowing brighter as if in greeting to this kindred illumination. For the first time since her mutation manifested, she didn't try to dim her light but let it shine freely, drawing admiring glances rather than fearful stares. "It's beautiful here at night," said a voice beside Eliza. She turned to find Willowin, the dryad's own skin now faintly luminous with patterns that resembled constellations. "It's beautiful always," Eliza replied, watching as her daughter ran to join a group of children, mutant and magical alike, who were playing a game that involved creating patterns with light. "Tomorrow you'll begin finding your specific places here," Willowin said. "But tonight, simply absorb. Wonder is a form of healing too." As Eliza looked out over the impossible landscape, floating islands aglow with life, bridges of light connecting disparate worlds, the massive world tree embracing it all within its ancient branches, she felt something she had not experienced in years: peace. Whatever Alex was, mutant savior, vengeful protector, or something else entirely, he had created something miraculous. A world where difference was not merely tolerated but celebrated as essential. Where mutations and magic existed side by side. Where her daughter could grow up without shame or fear. "Welcome home," Willowin said softly, as if reading her thoughts. And for the first time since they had begun their desperate journey, Eliza believed those words might actually be true. Chapter 44, Vengeance. The arc will start from next chapter. What lead to this and all the things these is the glimpse of future and Alex's influence. In a golden castle with walls that shimmered like the sun itself, a boy lay injured on an ornate bed. The chamber gleamed with ethereal light that danced off the metallic surfaces, casting kaleidoscopic patterns across the vaulted ceiling. Dryads with skin like bark and hair woven with leaves moved around him with practiced precision, their ancient hands working healing magic into his broken flesh. Fairies, no larger than sparrows, flitted about, their iridescent wings humming as they sprinkled healing dust over his wounds. Among the healers was a faun, his cloven hooves shifting nervously against the marble floor as he watched over the injured boy. The faun's curved horns caught the light as he observed the proceedings with worried eyes. His deer-like lower body tensed whenever the boy's injuries were touched, as if feeling the pain himself. Blood had soaked through the silken sheets, turning the gold to crimson. The boy's chest rose and fell in shallow, pained breaths, each one a battle against the crushing weight of his injuries. His skin was ashen, nearly translucent, revealing a web of blue veins beneath. When he finally began to regain consciousness, his eyelids fluttered like butterfly wings against the pale canvas of his face. He gasped a deep, desperate breath as though he'd been drowning, his back arching slightly off the bed, causing several of the smaller fairies to dart away in surprise. His eyes opened fully, taking in his surroundings with confusion and pain. Alex stood just to the side, a towering presence of barely contained fury. His muscular frame was rigid with tension, fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles had turned white. When the boy's eyes opened, Alex moved closer to him. The boy, seeing Alex approach, immediately looked guilt-stricken. "I am sorry," the boy whispered, his voice cracking from disuse and pain. "I shouldn't have gone out of the shield." Each word seemed to cost him greatly, his chest heaving with the effort of speech. Alex leaned down and simply said, "Shoo," in a low voice. Despite the quietness of his tone, everyone in the room heard him clearly, as if his authority alone carried his words to every corner. The entire chamber fell still, even the constant buzz of fairy wings ceased. Alex straightened his back, visibly trying to swallow his anger as he prepared to leave. As he began walking toward the door where sunlight streamed in, the fawn spoke up from behind him. "Don't go brute forcing like you're the only powerful one," the fawn called after him. "Show them what they're messing with." Alex paused but didn't turn back. He offered a single, curt nod of acknowledgement before continuing toward the light. At the threshold of the massive doorway, he tilted his head back and bellowed a name that seemed to shake the very foundations of the castle. Glaciora. The name echoed into the valley beyond, carried by the wind across forests and fields. For a moment, nothing happened. Then came a rumbling from deep below, a tremor that sent ripples across the surface of nearby waters and caused loose pebbles to dance across the ground. The air grew noticeably colder, frost forming on the golden doorframe where Alex stood. From the depths below the castle rose a creature of legend, a dragon of such magnificent proportions that its shadow alone darkened half the valley. Glaciora's scales were a tapestry of blues and whites, from the palest frost to the deepest ocean depths. They overlapped like armor plates, catching the sunlight and refracting it in dazzling patterns. Spines of crystalline ice ran along its massive back, and its wings, vast membranes of translucent azure, unfurled with a sound like thunder. The dragon's eyes were ancient and knowing, the color of glacial ice, with vertical pupils that narrowed as they focused on Alex. "Pick is here." Steam escaped from its nostrils as it breathed, the hot breath meeting cold air in swirling clouds. The temperature around them dropped precipitously, causing the dryads to huddle together for warmth while frost patterns formed on the nearby windows. Alex approached the behemoth without fear, sliding his hand against the dragon's massive snout in a gesture of familiarity and respect. The scales were smooth and cold beneath his palm, radiating a chill that would have frozen a lesser man's flesh. Glaciora lowered its head, allowing Alex to climb onto its neck with practiced ease. The dragon's muscles tensed beneath him, coiled power ready to be unleashed. With a single powerful thrust of its hind legs, Glaciora launched into the sky, its enormous wings catching the air with a crack that echoed across the valley. Higher and higher they climbed, until the castle looked like a child's toy beneath them. Glaciora flew with majestic power over the United States airspace, its enormous form casting shadows over cities and countryside alike. The temperature dropped wherever they passed, leaving trails of frost in their wake. Military personnel across the nation began to notice the enormous shadow passing overhead, their instruments going haywire from the dragon's electromagnetic field. Frantic calls flooded command centers as radar operators reported an unidentified object moving at impossible speeds across the country's airspace. Generals and commanders desperately tried to contact their superiors, but their calls went unanswered, adding to the growing sense of dread. Glaciora descended upon Washington, D.C. with terrifying precision, landing with surprising grace on the White House grounds. The impact sent tremors through the earth, triggering car alarms for blocks around. Secret Service agents poured from the building with weapons drawn, only to freeze in shocked disbelief at the sight before them. Alex dismounted with fluid grace, sliding down the dragon's shoulder to land softly on the frozen grass. The moment his boots touched the ground, figures emerged from seemingly nowhere, dozens, then hundreds of men and women, all wearing identical white rabbit masks that concealed their features completely. Some wore civilian clothes, others military uniforms from various branches, suggesting infiltration at every level of government and armed forces. All carried weapons, assault rifles, pistols, combat knives, and moved with the disciplined precision of highly trained operatives. Alex began walking toward the White House entrance, his stride purposeful and unhurried. A contingent of masked followers formed around him, creating a protective formation. Other rabbit-masked figures fanned out across the grounds, quickly subduing the Secret Service agents. The agents were forced to their knees, weapons confiscated, as gun barrels pressed against their temples. "Pick is here." As Alex approached the entrance, two masked operatives stationed by the doors pulled them open. He entered without breaking stride, moving purposefully through the historic building as more masked followers secured each room they passed. Alex moved deeper into the building, heading unerringly toward the Situation Room where the President and Joint Chiefs of Staff were gathered for an emergency meeting. When he reached the doors, they were already being opened by more infiltrators who had been positioned within the White House staff. The long conference table was surrounded by military officials and government leaders, their faces frozen in expressions of shock as Alex entered. The room quickly filled with rabbit-masked figures, weapons trained on everyone present. The president, a man in his 60s with silver hair, rose to his feet at the head of the table. "Who dares?" he bellowed, his face flushing with anger. "Do you know where you are?" "We know exactly where we are," Alex replied coldly. "Stop barking." Recognition dawned in the eyes of everyone present. The president's legs began to tremble beneath him, though he fought to maintain his composure. "Alexander," he said, his voice faltering slightly. "Do you know what you're doing? You're making the entire United States your enemy." Alex didn't respond. Instead, he raised his hand and made a signal to his followers. Immediately, they moved with practiced efficiency, securing each person with guns pressed to their heads. Alex gestured, and his followers dragged General Ross forward, the man responsible for injuring the Fawn Boy back at the Golden Castle. Ross was a middle-aged man with the rigid posture of a career military officer, his uniform adorned with medals and ribbons. They forced him to sit at the table directly across from Alex. Alex reached for a crystal glass from a nearby credenza, setting it on the table. He produced a bottle of deep red wine, uncorking it and pouring a small amount into the glass, the liquid dark as blood in the room's harsh lighting. With a glance to his right, Alex said simply, "Gun." The rabbit-masked operative beside him immediately handed over a pistol. Without taking his eyes off Ross, Alex ejected the magazine and removed the bullets one by one with methodical precision. Each round made a metallic clink as he dropped it into the wine glass, disturbing the dark liquid. When the magazine was empty, Alex slid the glass across the polished table surface until it stopped directly in front of General Ross. "Drink it," Alex said, his voice soft yet carrying to every corner of the room. "It's your last chance. Or you will cry for death every day." He leaned forward slightly, his eyes boring into Ross's. "You know your sins, General." Ross swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing in his throat. He glanced desperately around the room, seeking help from his colleagues. But with guns pressed to their heads, none dared meet his gaze. With trembling hands, Ross reached for the glass. Just before drinking, he lifted his chin in a final gesture of defiance. "For America," he said, the words barely leaving his lips before igniting something primal in Alex. Rage contorted Alex's features as he lunged forward with unnatural speed, his fist connecting with Ross's face before the general could finish swallowing. The glass shattered against teeth, driving shards of crystal deep into flesh. Blood and wine sprayed across the polished table, speckling classified documents with crimson droplets. "Pick is here." But Alex didn't stop. The first punch was followed by another, and another, each impact producing sickening sounds of breaking bone and tearing flesh. Ross fell backward from his chair, but Alex followed him down, continuing the assault with relentless fury. His fists rose and fell like pistons, pulverizing what had once been a human face into an unrecognizable mass of tissue and bone. Blood splattered in wide arcs with each blow, painting the white shirts of nearby officers and the pristine walls of the Situation Room. It coated Alex's hands, face, and clothing, yet he continued his relentless attack with mechanical precision, each punch delivered with the full force of his considerable strength. The generals and admirals around the table turned away, unable to watch the brutality unfolding before them. Some retched quietly, adding the sour smell of vomit to the metallic tang of blood that now permeated the room. Even the president closed his eyes against the savagery, his face ashen. Most disturbing was the utter silence from Ross after the first few blows, no screams, no pleas for mercy. There was only the wet impact of fist against ruined flesh and Alex's increasingly labored breathing as he continued his grim work. Even some of the rabbit-masked operatives began to shift uncomfortably, their body language betraying their discomfort with the extreme violence they were witnessing. Finally, one of them stationed directly beside Alex stepped forward. "Sir," he said, eyes fixed on a point above the carnage. "He is dead." Alex's fist paused mid-swing, dripping gore onto the already soaked carpet. He turned his head slowly toward the masked operative. "He's dead," Alex repeated, his voice unnervingly calm. "Ha." He looked down at what remained of Ross, then back at the operative. "You were counting?" The question hung in the air, loaded with menace. The masked figure stood motionless, aware that his life might depend on his next words. "Sir, at the fifth punch," he replied carefully. Alex studied him for a long moment, then looked back down at his handiwork. What had once been General Ross was now unrecognizable as human, more a collection of organic matter than a person. Yet Alex had continued delivering blow after blow, long past the point of death, driven by a rage that seemed bottomless. The message to everyone in the room was clear: this was the price for harming those under Alex's protection. As blood pooled on the expensive carpet and the smell of death filled the historic chamber, not a single person doubted that Alex would do the same to any of them without hesitation or remorse. The Dragon Glaciura waited outside, a physical manifestation of Alex's cold fury, patient, ancient, and utterly deadly. Between the masked army and the ice dragon, Alex had brought the most powerful nation on Earth to its knees in a matter of hours. And this, everyone realized with growing horror. Chapter 45, Unbound Potential. The danger room shimmered under the soft azure glow of force field barriers, energy matrices pulsing along hexagonal patterns that lined the walls. Holographic projectors hummed with quiet intensity, ready to manifest any challenge programmed into the X-Men's most advanced training facility. At the center of the cavernous, high-tech chamber stood Rogue, her body coiled like a spring, auburn hair tousled from exertion, tendrils of violet energy crackling between her fingertips. The signature white streak in her hair wasn't merely white anymore, it flickered with a luminescent quality, occasionally shimmering with the same violet hue that had overtaken her normally emerald eyes. Those eyes now glowed with an unearthly amethyst radiance, pupils dilated and ringed with threads of electric blue that seemed to dance like lightning in a storm cloud. With each breath she took, a barely perceptible aura pulsed around her silhouette. Across from her, spread in a tactical semicircle, stood the X-Men's veteran lineup, Cyclops at the center, visor gleaming crimson, Wolverine crouched low to her right, adamantium claws catching the light, Nightcrawler balanced on a suspended training beam, tail swishing with anticipation, Storm hovering 3 feet off the ground, tiny arcs of electricity dancing between her fingertips, and Jean Grey, her body surrounded by the telltale flame-like contours of her phoenix aura, though carefully controlled. Each mutant's posture betrayed their unease. This wasn't their usual training session. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with Wolverine's claws. This was a containment drill, one they had been forced to improvise when Rogue had absorbed Alex's mutual form and become something they couldn't predict or fully understand. "All right, Rogue," Cyclops called out, reaching up to adjust his visor with a decisive click that echoed in the momentary silence. A bead of sweat trailed down his temple. "We go light at first. Just a warm-up." "No promises," Rogue replied, her southern drawl intertwining with something alien, a resonant undertone that vibrated through the air like the hum of a tuning fork. It was as if two voices emanated from her throat simultaneously, layered atop one another in unsettling harmony. A small smile played at the corner of her lips as tiny motes of violet energy began to orbit around her hands like miniature planets. Without warning, the air where she stood imploded with a soft crack, leaving nothing but a shimmering heat haze. Storm barely registered the displacement of air above her before Rogue materialized 6 feet overhead, descending with alarming velocity. The weather goddess's eyes widened, clouding over with white as she threw her arms upward. The air pressure in the room destabilized instantly as Storm summoned a defensive gust. Rogue's descent didn't slow, but as she plummeted, a concussive dome of pure psychic energy expanded outward from her body, a translucent purple shockwave that rippled with darker veins of power. When it collided with Storm's windblast, the energies didn't simply cancel out. Instead, the psychic dome fragmented Storm's attack into spiral patterns that scattered across the room with enough force to send training equipment tumbling. "Pick is here." Storm flipped backward through the air, her cape billowing violently as she narrowly avoided the brunt of Rogue's attack. The weather goddess's platinum hair whipped around her face as she steadied herself, lightning crackling involuntarily at her fingertips from the adrenaline surge. "She's using short-range teleportation," Jean gasped, a hand flying to her temple as she sensed the psychic disruption Rogue was causing in the fabric of space. Her phoenix aura flared briefly in response. Like nightcrawlers, but cleaner. No brimstone, no displacement effect. It's pure thought movement. Rogue planted her feet on the ground, the impact sending spiderweb cracks through the reinforced floor. She extended her right hand toward a training drone that had been hovering harmlessly nearby. The air around her forearm distorted like heat waves rising from sun-baked asphalt. The drone didn't just move, it crumpled inward as if crushed by an invisible fist, then hovered before her, its components rearranging themselves in defiance of gravity. Cyclops dropped to one knee, taking careful aim. The ruby quartz of his visor glowed brighter as he calibrated the intensity of his blast, enough to stun, not harm. With practiced precision, he fired a concentrated beam of destructive optic energy directly at Rogue's center mass. What happened next stunned everyone present. Rogue pivoted, her movements preternaturally fluid, and raised her left hand. The optic blast, a force that could punch through steel, hit her palm and stopped. Instead of exploding on impact or throwing her backward, the crimson energy coalesced into a swirling, compressing sphere hovering inches above her palm. Violet tendrils of her own power wrapped around the ruby energy, containing it, reshaping it. Her fingers curled around the sphere as it condensed further, the edges of her silhouette blurring with the strain of controlling such volatile power. "She's redirecting my optic blast," Cyclops yelled, diving behind a training barricade. His usual tactical calm momentarily fractured. "That's not absorption, that's manipulation." Rogue's arm tensed as she redirected the compressed energy upward with a casual flick of her wrist. The sphere rocketed toward the ceiling, exploding against a reinforced panel in a spectacular shower of crimson and violet sparks that rained down around them. The impact left a blackened crater in the danger room's supposedly indestructible ceiling. "Y'all are holding back," Rogue drawled, though the strange psychic undertone in her voice had grown stronger. Her feet slowly lifted off the ground until she hovered a foot in the air. The violet aura around her intensified, casting eerie shadows across her face that accentuated the unnatural glow of her eyes. "Don't. Be careful, kid." Wolverine barked, muscles bunching as he launched himself toward her in a feral sprint. His adamantium claws reflected the purple light emanating from her body, catching it in lethal glints. "You're starting to sound like him." Logan closed the distance with remarkable speed, but Rogue didn't move. Instead, when his claws were mere inches from connecting with her side, a strike meant to graze rather than impale, they hit an invisible barrier. The collision produced a sound like crystal being struck, and ripples of psychic energy pulsed outward from the impact point, violet circles expanding like water disturbed by a stone. Rogue's eyes flared brighter, twin novas of psychic power, as she extended her consciousness outward. Wolverine suddenly found himself surrounded by a purple outline, his body lifting off the ground as easily as if he were weightless. The look of surprise on his grizzled face lasted only a moment before Rogue launched him backward with a pulse of telekinetic force that sent him hurtling toward the far wall. Logan hit the reinforced barrier with enough impact to leave an impression of his body in the metal. He slid down, landing in a crouch, bones cracking as his healing factor repaired the damage in real time. He rotated his shoulder with a grimace. All right, maybe a little like him. Nightcrawler seized the momentary distraction, disappearing in a puff of sulphurous smoke only to reappear repeatedly in staccato bursts around Rogue. Each teleportation brought him closer, his movements a dizzying three-dimensional strategy designed to disorient and confuse. The air filled with the distinctive BAMF sounds and brief clouds of indigo smoke as he executed his most complex teleporting pattern. Impressive, Kurt, Rogue said with unnerving tranquility. Her eyes didn't track his movements, they didn't need to. A subtle corona of motes now encircled her head like a crown of psychic awareness. But I can feel your jumps before you even move. As Nightcrawler materialized for a split second to her right, his three-fingered hand reaching out to tag her with a training sensor, Rogue simply gestured. A bubble of transparent violet energy expanded from her body in all directions, catching Nightcrawler mid-teleport. For a moment, he was frozen in the barrier, his eyes wide with shock, then the energy field pulsed, and he was thrown clear across the room, tumbling in a controlled roll to absorb the impact. Rogue raised both hands toward the ceiling, fingers splayed wide. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees in an instant. The metallic floor beneath their feet trembled, then buckled as invisible forces pulled at the structure of the danger room itself. Deep, resonant groaning sounds echoed through the chamber as the reinforced panel strained against forces they weren't designed to withstand. In the observation booth above, Beast's blue-furred fingers flew across multiple holographic displays, his intelligent eyes widening behind his glasses. By the stars and garters, he muttered, adjusting sensor inputs as readings spiraled beyond predicted parameters. Her energy output is accelerating again, this is beyond Omega class. She's operating at frequencies we don't even have instrumentation to properly measure. A display to his right shattered as the readings exceeded its capacity, sending glass shards scattering across the console. Beast barely noticed, his attention fixed on the biometric data streaming in from Rogue's physiology. Fascinating, he whispered, despite the danger. Her cellular structure is adapting in real time. Back on the training floor, Jean Grey planted her feet firmly and extended her consciousness outward. The phoenix aura around her intensified as she established a psychic connection. Rogue, listen to me, Jean's telepathic voice cut through the chaos with crystalline clarity. You need to pull back. Your psychic resonance is overriding the safety protocols. The feedback could destabilize the entire system. The expected response never came. Instead, Jean suddenly found herself torn from her physical body, her consciousness pulled into a vast mental void unlike anything she had experienced before. There was no up or down, no reference point, just endless darkness punctuated by distant stars of thought. She floated, weightless and momentarily disoriented in this psychic construct. Slowly, a silhouette coalesced before her, Rogue's form manifested as a human-shaped constellation of swirling violet energy. Within this mental projection, the white streak in her hair blazed like a comet trail against the darkness. Tiny threads of luminescent energy extended from her figure in all directions, connecting to distant points Jean couldn't identify. You don't get it, Jean, Rogue's voice resonated through the mental connection with multidimensional quality. Each word rippled outward like a stone thrown into still water. It's not just power. He didn't just give me strength. Alex gave me purpose. I feel everything. Minds. Emotions. Futures. As she spoke, the void around them transformed. Flashes of possible timelines manifested like lightning strikes, brief glimpses of futures where Rogue soared through space unprotected, where she stood among cosmic entities as an equal, where she cradled broken worlds in her hands and reshaped them. I can touch now, Jean, Rogue continued, her mental voice filled with wonder and fear in equal measure. I can finally touch without taking. But the price. Jean tried to respond, to reach out mentally as she had countless times before, but found herself abruptly thrust back into her physical form. The transition was jarring, causing her to stagger backward several steps before Storm caught her arm, steadying her. Jean. Storm's concerned voice sounded distant through the lingering mental displacement. Platform. This, Mr. President, is Cerebro. Stryker's voice carried a quiet intensity that drew everyone's attention. It's not just a detection system as Xavier has claimed. Our intelligence suggests it's capable of far more. He tapped again, and a technical schematic appeared, showing the intricate neural interface of the device. Cerebro was designed to amplify telepathic abilities, Stryker continued. When operated by a powerful enough telepath, like Xavier, it can locate any human or mutant mind on Earth. But our new intelligence indicates that with specific modifications, it can do much more than locate minds. It can influence them, control them, or terminate them. A murmur rippled through the assembled officials. The Secretary of Defense leaned forward. Are you suggesting Xavier has built a weapon of mass destruction in his basement, Colonel? That's exactly what I'm suggesting, Mr. Secretary, Stryker replied, his voice steady. A weapon that doesn't discriminate between civilian and military, that leaves no radiation, no chemical trace, just death on an unprecedented scale. The President's knuckles whitened as he gripped his armrest. Evidence, Colonel. I need more than speculation. Stryker nodded to Ross, who produced a small device from his pocket and placed it on the table. A blue light blinked once, and a holographic recording appeared, Eric Lencher, known to the world as Magneto, speaking to an unseen interviewer. Charles and I built Cerebro together, Magneto's voice filled the room, his aristocratic accent unmistakable. He believes it's a tool for finding our lost brothers and sisters. He refuses to see its true potential. With the right modifications and the right telepath, Cerebro could reshape the world, or end it. Ross stopped the recording. This was obtained 3 weeks ago by an undercover operative who infiltrated Lencher's Brotherhood. The room fell silent. Every person present understood the implications. The National Security Advisor was the first to speak, his voice barely controlled. If this intelligence is accurate, we're looking at a threat greater than nuclear weapons. No ICBMs, no warning systems, no deterrence doctrine. Just, instantaneous global reach. The President's face had gone ashen. He took a glass of water from the table, and those closest could see the slight tremor in his hand as he drank deeply. The silence stretched uncomfortably until he set the glass down with deliberate control. Charles Xavier has been an ally to this administration, he said finally. His school operates under our laws and has our protection. Are you suggesting we violate that relationship based on the word of Eric Lencher, a known terrorist? General Ross leaned forward, his voice dropping to a grave register. Mr. President, the threat is bigger than Xavier. It's what happens if this technology falls into the wrong hands. What happens if Lencher decides to take it by force? What happens if Alex learns of its existence? The name hung in the air like a storm cloud. Alex, the Omega-level mutant who had decimated a military convoy in Chicago 6 months ago, who had publicly challenged world's governments to accept mutant sovereignty, whose followers had carried out coordinated attacks in 7 countries. The President's jaw tightened. Get to the point, General. What are you proposing? Stryker stepped forward again, changing the holographic display to a tactical overlay of the Xavier estate. A precision operation, Mr. President. Not an all-out assault, but a surgical extraction of the Cerebro technology and containment of key mutant assets. His finger traced paths across the display. Our intelligence shows regular patterns when Xavier and his senior X-Men leave the facility. We create a diversion, a Brotherhood attack on a government target that requires Xavier's intervention. You want to fake a terrorist attack? The chairman of the Joint Chiefs interrupted, his voice sharp with disbelief. A controlled incident, Stryker corrected smoothly. No civilian casualties. We simply need to draw Xavier and his senior team away from the mansion. The president's eyes narrowed. And then what? Storm the school. Are you insane, Colonel? That facility is full of children. Children who can control weather, fire energy blasts, or walk through walls, Ross interjected. But no, Mr. President, we're not proposing harm to any students. He nodded to Stryker, who changed the display again. This time it showed personnel files, men and women in military uniforms, each with a designation, mutant. Task Force X, Mr. President. Mutant operatives who serve in our armed forces voluntarily. Trained, disciplined, and loyal to the United States. They'll lead the operation, neutralize any resistance using non-lethal means, and secure Cerebro. The Air Force chief leaned forward. You're proposing using mutants against mutants. It's the only way, Ross said firmly. Conventional forces would be detected and overwhelmed. Our mutant operatives can counter Xavier's students on equal footing. The president stood abruptly, walking to the window. His reflection stared back at him, the weight of the decision evident in the set of his shoulders. And if Xavier detects this operation and decides to use Cerebro against us, he asked, not turning around. You could be triggering exactly what you're trying to prevent. Stryker's voice was calm, measured. Our operatives will be equipped with psi-blockers, Mr. President. Technology derived from Trask Industries research. Xavier won't sense them until they're already inside. The silence that followed was broken only by the soft ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner. The president turned back to the table, his expression grave. Even if I authorize this, which I haven't, what happens after? What's your endgame, General? Ross exchanged a look with Stryker before answering. Once we have Cerebro and have contained any immediate threats, we implement contingency protocols. The mutants are fitted with power-dampening collars. Not permanently, just until we can ensure they're not a danger to themselves or others. And Xavier, the president pressed. Will be treated with the utmost respect, Stryker assured. But we will need his cooperation to fully understand Cerebro's capabilities. The Secretary of Defense cleared his throat. Let's be clear about what you're really proposing here. You want to use Cerebro against Alex. Ross didn't flinch. Alex has killed thousands of American servicemen and women, Mr. Secretary. He's openly called for mutant supremacy. And our conventional forces have proven ineffective against him. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a near whisper that somehow carried through the entire room. With Cerebro and a cooperative telepath, we could locate Alex wherever he's hiding. We could neutralize him without a single bullet fired. No collateral damage. No international incident. The president returned to his seat, the leather creaking under his weight. He stared at the holographic display, at the mansion that looked so peaceful from above. You're asking me to violate every principle this office stands for, he said quietly. To attack American citizens on American soil. I'm asking you to protect millions of American lives, Ross countered. From a weapon that shouldn't exist and a threat we can't counter by conventional means. The president looked around the table, measuring the faces of his advisors. The National Security Advisor gave an almost imperceptible nod. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs looked troubled but didn't object. The Secretary of Defense stared at his folded hands. The public backlash would be unprecedented, the president said, thinking aloud. If word got out that we attacked a school. Which is why operational security is paramount, Stryker interjected smoothly. The official record will show that we received intelligence about a Brotherhood plot involving Cerebro. We approached Xavier for assistance, and in the process, discovered the true nature of the device. The subsequent containment was for public safety. President McKenna rubbed his temples, the weight of the decision visible in every line of his face. 6 months of Alex attacks had taken their toll, not just in lives lost, but in the growing public fear of mutants, the protests outside the White House, the falling approval ratings. His party was facing an electoral disaster if he couldn't get the situation under control. "No casualties," he said finally, his voice firm despite his evident conflict. "I want your personal guarantee, General Ross. Not a single student harmed." Ross nodded solemnly. "You have my word, Mr. President." "And what about the ethical implications?" The President continued, his voice hardening. "Even if we secure Cerebro, using it against anyone, even someone like Alex, constitutes a level of invasion and control that goes against everything we stand for." Stryker stepped forward, his voice taking on an almost evangelical quality. "Mr. President, we stand at a crossroads in human history. The emergence of mutants with Omega-level powers has changed the equation fundamentally. Alex has demonstrated he can control metals at a molecular level. And he's just one mutant, he changes into things we don't have any idea about." He gestured to the holographic display, which now showed footage from the Chicago incident, buildings crumbling, military vehicles tossed aside like toys. "This is the new reality, sir. We need new tools to maintain the security and sovereignty of our nation. Cerebro, properly controlled and regulated, could be that tool." The President stared at the footage, at the devastation one mutant had caused. The memory of the frantic calls from the Illinois governor, the panicked evacuation, the helplessness he'd felt watching American soldiers die while he could do nothing. "And if I say no?" he asked quietly. Ross's response was immediate and blunt. "Then we prepare for the next attack, sir. And the one after that. And we hope that when Alex or any other mutant decides to take Cerebro for himself, and he will, we can somehow stop him before he uses it." The grandfather clock ticked away seconds that felt like hours. The President reached for his water glass again, drinking deeply before setting it down with a decisive clink. "I want full operational details on my desk by tomorrow morning," he said, his voice steady despite the gravity of his decision. "Contingency plans for every scenario. And I want psychological evaluations of every member of Task Force X." He stood, and everyone at the table rose with him. "To be absolutely clear, gentlemen, this operation never happened. The files never existed. If anything goes wrong, anything at all, I will disavow all knowledge, and you will bear the full consequences." His gaze swept the room, settling finally on Ross and Stryker. "God help us all if we're wrong about this." The sound of the President's shoes echoed through the room as he departed, followed by his entourage. The door closed with a soft click that somehow carried the weight of history. In the silence that followed, the military leaders exchanged glances, some troubled, others grimly satisfied. The Secretary of Defense was the first to gather his papers and leave, followed by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Soon, only Ross and Stryker remained in the room, the holographic display still glowing between them. "He'll deny authorizing this if it goes public," Ross murmured. Stryker nodded, shutting down the display. "Of course he will. That's why we need to ensure it doesn't go public until we've secured Cerebro and neutralized the primary threats." Ross studied his younger colleague with newfound respect and wariness. "You've been planning this for a long time, haven't you?" A small smile played at the corners of Stryker's mouth. "Let's just say I've anticipated the need, General. Humanity must be prepared to defend itself." He collected his materials with methodical precision. "I'll have the operational plans ready within 6 hours. We should move quickly, before the President has time to develop second thoughts." Ross nodded, straightening his uniform as he prepared to leave. "I'll contact our assets at Langley. We'll need their surveillance capabilities." As they walked toward the door, Stryker paused, looking back at the now empty Roosevelt room. "History will remember this day, General. The day we took back control of our species' destiny." Ross said nothing, but his stride was purposeful as they exited into the corridor, where the harsh fluorescent lights bleached all nuance from the world, leaving only stark black and white. Outside the West Wing, rain had begun to fall, gentle at first but quickly becoming a downpour. General Ross stood under the portico, watching sheets of water cascade down the manicured White House lawn. "Weather's turning," he observed as Stryker joined him. "Indeed," Stryker replied, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon where dark clouds gathered. "A storm is coming, General. Best we be prepared." With that, they descended the steps into the rain, two figures moving with determined purpose toward what they believed was humanity's salvation, no matter the cost. Miles away, in Westchester County, Charles Xavier wheeled himself away from the window of his study, a troubled expression on his face. Outside, despite the clear forecast, storm clouds were gathering. "Professor?" Jean Grey stood in the doorway, concern evident in her voice. "Is everything all right?" Xavier steepled his fingers, his brow furrowed in concentration. "I'm not certain, Jean. For a moment, I felt something. A decision of grave consequence." "Should I alert the others?" she asked, already reaching for the communicator on her belt. Xavier hesitated, then shook his head. "Not yet. But perhaps we should review the school's security protocols. Just as a precaution." As Jean nodded and left, Xavier turned back to the window, watching as the first raindrops began to fall on the grounds of his school, his sanctuary. The sanctuary he had built to protect those who needed it most. "What are you planning, old friend?" he whispered, though whether he was addressing a specific person or the universe at large, even he couldn't say. The rain fell harder, drumming against the windows like an urgent warning. Chapter 47, The Bait. The common room of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters was rarely this quiet. 37 students of various ages sat cross-legged on the floor or perched anxiously on furniture, eyes fixed on the massive television screen dominating the wall. Even the youngest children, who normally couldn't sit still for more than 5 minutes, were motionless, transfixed by the breaking news broadcast. Bobby Drake, still in his academy uniform, unconsciously formed a small ice crystal between his fingertips, the manifestation of his anxiety making the temperature around him drop several degrees. Kitty Pryde placed a hand on his shoulder, and he quickly dissolved the ice, murmuring an apology. The news anchor's voice cut through the tense silence, her professional demeanor barely concealing her own shock. "We're continuing our breaking coverage of what officials are now confirming was an attempted assassination on President McKenna at the White House earlier today," she said, her perfectly styled hair and makeup contrasting with the gravity of her words. "We go now to Tom Reynolds, live at the White House." "Tom, what's the latest?" The screen split to show a male reporter standing on the White House lawn, Secret Service agents and emergency vehicles visible in the background. Wind whipped his tie as he held his earpiece. "Thank you, Diane. The scene here at the White House remains chaotic as authorities continue their investigation into what they're describing as a coordinated mutant attack on the President of the United States." Behind him, men in dark suits and tactical gear moved with urgent purpose across the grounds. Yellow police tape cordoned off a section of the Rose Garden, where scorch marks were clearly visible on the pristine white exterior wall of the building. According to White House officials, at approximately 11:42 this morning, an unidentified mutant with advanced teleportation abilities breached White House security, appearing inside the Oval Office during a routine briefing. The assailant allegedly displayed additional mutant abilities, including what one source described as explosive energy manipulation. The camera zoomed in on the damaged section of the building. Secret Service agents engaged the attacker, who fled the scene after causing significant damage. The president was immediately evacuated to a secure location and is reported unharmed. The screen changed to show a grainy security camera image of a hooded figure surrounded by what appeared to be a reddish energy field. "And Tom," the anchor interrupted, "there are reports linking this attack to Eric Lencher's organization." "That's right, Diane," the reporter continued, his expression grave. "FBI sources have just confirmed that the attack bears the hallmarks of the mutant terrorist group known as the Brotherhood. Initial investigation suggests the attack may have been coordinated by Eric Lencher, known as Magneto, who reportedly escaped from his specialized containment cell at the Wakefield Mutant Detention Center 3 days ago. The screen changed to show a familiar image of Magneto in his helmet, followed by footage of him being escorted in specialized restraints to a prison transport vehicle. The FBI has released this statement, and I quote, "Evidence recovered at the scene connects this assassination attempt to known Brotherhood operatives. We are treating this as a coordinated terrorist attack by Lencher's organization. All resources are being deployed to locate and apprehend those responsible." The camera returned to the news anchor in the studio, her expression appropriately somber. "Tom, can you tell us about the public reaction?" "Diane, the atmosphere in D.C. is tense, to put it mildly. Hundreds of demonstrators have already gathered at Lafayette Square." The broadcast cut to footage of angry crowds behind police barricades, some holding hastily made signs with slogans like "Mutant equals terrorist" and "Protect Human Rights." One particularly large banner read, "Registration now." As you can see, anti-mutant sentiment is running high. There have been reports of isolated incidents targeting known mutants in several major cities. Authorities are urging calm, but many are calling for immediate action, including emergency legislation on mutant registration that had been stalled in Congress. The camera returned to the anchor, who nodded gravely. Tom Reynolds reporting live from the White House. "Thank you, Tom." She turned to face the camera directly. "We're joined now by General Robert Kelly, former security advisor and advocate for the Mutant Registration Act. General Kelly, your reaction to today's events?" The screen split to show a stern-faced man in his 60s, with silver hair and the rigid posture of a career military officer. "This attack on the heart of our democracy confirms what I've been saying for years," Kelly stated, his voice clipped and authoritative. "The mutant threat is real, it's growing, and it's targeting our institutions. The time for debate is over. We need action, immediate registration, monitoring, and containment of dangerous mutants." "And what about those who argue that the majority of mutants are law-abiding citizens?" the anchor asked. Kelly's expression hardened. "Tell that to the Secret Service agents who nearly lost their lives today. Tell that to the families who lost loved ones in Chicago 6 months ago. How many more attacks before we take this seriously?" In the Xavier School common room, Rogue hugged herself tightly, her voice barely audible. "This is gonna be bad." Jubilee, sitting cross-legged on the floor, sparked nervously, tiny fireworks dancing between her fingers. "They're gonna come after more mutants now, aren't they?" "Quiet," Aurora Monroe commanded gently from where she stood at the back of the room. "Let's hear what else they have to say." On screen, the news continued. "We're now receiving footage from anti-mutant protests forming in New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago. The broadcast showed crowds growing larger by the minute, police in riot gear forming lines as tensions visibly escalated. In one particularly disturbing shot, a blue-skinned mutant was being escorted to safety by police as objects were thrown by the crowd. Administration officials have announced an emergency press conference scheduled for 5 p.m. Eastern Time, where the president is expected to address these events and outline immediate security measures. The camera cut back to show both the anchor and General Kelly. "General, final thoughts." Kelly looked directly into the camera, his eyes cold. "The attack in Chicago was our warning. Today's attack is our wake-up call. If we don't act now, the next attempt might succeed, and then what happens to our country?" The anchor nodded solemnly. "Thank you, General Kelly. We'll return after these messages with more on this developing story, including a timeline of recent mutant attacks and what they could mean for national security." As the broadcast cut to a pharmaceutical commercial, the common room erupted in anxious chatter. Aurora clicked the remote, muting the television. "That's enough for now," she said firmly. "Everyone under 15, please go to your dormitories. This is not a punishment, we just need to have a staff meeting." Amid groans and protests, younger students began filing out under the watchful eyes of older student monitors. Once they had left, Aurora turned to the remaining students. "I need you all to remain calm and avoid social media right now. Don't respond to messages from outside the school, and remember that to the world, this is simply a private preparatory academy. Your safety depends on discretion. Nods all around, though the fear was palpable. Good. Now, the senior students know the protocols. If anything happens while we're in our meeting, you follow their lead. With that, she strode from the room, her usual graceful movements now tight with tension. The remaining students huddled closer together, the television continuing to show images of growing unrest across the country, though the sound remained muted. In Professor Xavier's office, the mood was equally tense but more controlled. Charles Xavier sat behind his desk, fingers pressed together in contemplation as he watched the same news broadcast on a smaller screen. Around him stood the senior X-Men, Jean Grey pacing by the window, Scott Summers leaning against a bookshelf with arms crossed, Hank McCoy adjusting his glasses as he analyzed the footage, and Aurora entering to join them. "It doesn't make sense," Jean said, breaking the silence. "Why would Magneto do this? He knows it would only hurt mutant-human relations." "Precisely why I don't believe he did," Xavier replied, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Eric can be extreme in his methods, but he's not foolish. This attack accomplishes nothing except to provoke anti-mutant hysteria." "Could be a splinter group," Scott suggested. "Brotherhood members acting without his approval." "Possible," Hank acknowledged, "but the timing is suspicious, coming so soon after his alleged escape." "Which we hadn't heard about until now," Aurora pointed out as she joined them. "Don't you find it odd that news of Magneto's escape only emerges after this attack?" Xavier nodded slowly. "I've been trying to reach Eric telepathically since the news broke. Nothing. Either he's using his helmet, or he's not where they claim he is. Or it's all fabricated," Jean added quietly. "A pretext. For what?" Scott asked. Before anyone could answer, the door opened and Logan strode in, his expression even more dour than usual. "The kids are worried," he reported gruffly. "And they should be. This is going to make life harder for mutants everywhere. Fortunately, our status as a private educational institution affords us some protection," Hank said. "As far as the public is concerned, we're simply an exclusive preparatory school. Our mutant registry is confidential under educational privacy laws." Xavier nodded. "Which is why we've always maintained that public facade carefully. But we should still be vigilant." The sharp ring of the secure phone line on Xavier's desk interrupted their discussion. The room fell silent as Xavier reached for it, his expression revealing nothing as he listened to the caller. "Yes, I understand. We've been following the news." A pause. "I see. And you believe we can help locate them?" Another, longer pause. "Very well. I'll need to confer with my staff, but you can expect our cooperation." "Thank you." As he placed the receiver down, the others waited expectantly. "That was the White House," Xavier said, his voice carefully neutral. "The President's Chief of Staff, to be precise. They're requesting our assistance in locating the Brotherhood members responsible for the attack. Apparently they have evidence, including items left at the scene that might help track the perpetrators." "And you agreed?" Logan asked incredulously. "I expressed our willingness to cooperate," Xavier clarified. "It buys us time to assess the situation." He wheeled himself around the desk, his expression troubled as he gazed out the window toward the school grounds where students were going about their day, blissfully unaware of the machinations potentially targeting them. "Something about this situation feels engineered," he said finally. "The attack, Magneto's convenient escape, the immediate calls for registration legislation that had been dormant. You think it's a setup?" Scott asked. "I'm not certain," Xavier admitted. "But I've learned to trust my instincts. And right now, they're telling me we're being manipulated." He turned to face his X-Men, his decision made. "We need to investigate this from both ends. Scott and I will go to Washington, ostensibly to assist with the investigation. The rest of you will track down Eric and his known associates, find out if he really has escaped and what he knows about this attack. I still don't like it, Logan growled. Feels like we're walking into a trap. Perhaps, Xavier acknowledged. But refusing to cooperate would only reinforce the narrative that mutants oppose law enforcement. We need to show we're part of the solution. He looked around at his team, reading the concern on their faces. The Brotherhood is in disarray after the confrontation with Alex. If Eric is free, he's operating with limited resources. Find him, but approach with caution. Something larger is at play here. We'll take the Blackbird, Aurora said. Jean, Hank and I can cover more ground if we split up once we have a lead. Xavier nodded in approval before turning to Logan, who was already looking impatient. Logan, I need you to remain here. The gruff mutant's eyes narrowed. Why? You're gonna need muscle if this goes south. The students will continue their regular schedule, Xavier explained calmly. But they'll need supervision, particularly the older ones who might be tempted to get involved. I need someone here who can keep things running smoothly and handle any situations that arise. Logan crossed his arms. So I'm on babysitting duty. You're on faculty duty, Xavier corrected with a hint of a smile. Besides, with our resident athletes competition this weekend, someone needs to oversee their training. Logan's expression suggested he wasn't buying the explanation entirely. And if Sabretooth decides to show up? That's precisely why having someone of your particular talents here is reassuring, Xavier replied. Though I doubt Eric would waste resources on this facility when his focus appears to be elsewhere. Logan grunted, not entirely placated but accepting the assignment. Xavier addressed the group again. We move in 30 minutes. Scott, prepare the car. The rest of you, gather what you need for tracking operations. As they dispersed to prepare, Xavier remained by the window, watching the students outside. On his desk, the muted television continued to broadcast images of unrest spreading across major cities. Xavier reached out telepathically, sending a gentle probe across hundreds of miles, searching for a familiar mind, Eric's mind, in the void. Nothing. The absence was telling. Either his old friend was shielded, or something was very wrong indeed. Chapter 48 X-Men, The Stryker Protocol. A desolate landscape of jagged mountains and frozen forests surrounded the vast, pristine expanse of Alkali Lake. The wind howled across the water's surface, creating ripples that caught the afternoon sunlight in fleeting diamonds of brilliance. High above, cutting through wispy clouds, the sleek black X-jet descended in a controlled spiral. Its engines emitted a distinctive whine as it approached a clearing that appeared completely natural from above. As the jet neared the ground, however, a portion of the forest floor slid away, revealing a concrete landing pad with blinking guidance lights. Inside the aircraft, Professor Charles Xavier sat calmly in his wheelchair, secured to the floor. His eyes were closed, concentration etched on his features as he extended his telepathic awareness. Beside him, Scott Summers, Cyclops, piloted the craft with practiced precision. His ruby quartz visor gleamed in the cockpit's artificial light. We're approaching the coordinate Stryker provided, Scott said, checking his instruments with a frown. I don't like this, Professor. Meeting a military operation on their turf puts us at a disadvantage. Xavier opened his eyes, his gaze thoughtful. I understand your concerns, Scott. But Colonel Stryker claims to have information vital to mutant security. After the attack on the President. Which we had nothing to do with, Scott interjected sharply. Precisely. Xavier nodded. But someone wants the world to believe otherwise. Stryker's call was unexpected. If he truly has intelligence on who's framing mutants, we need to hear it. Scott's jaw tightened visibly beneath his visor. I still don't trust him. His history with mutants isn't exactly friendly. Few in military intelligence are, Xavier admitted with a slight smile. But sometimes we must build bridges precisely where they seem least likely. The X-jet touched down with a gentle hiss of hydraulics. Before the engines had fully powered down, a squadron of heavily armed soldiers emerged from concealed positions around the perimeter. Chapter 51. The late afternoon sun, usually a benevolent artist painting the Gothic architecture of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters in strokes of warm gold, felt weak, distant, almost ashamed, as if recoiling from the scene unfolding below. An unnatural quiet, thick and heavy as unshed tears, had fallen over the sprawling Westchester County estate. It wasn't peace, it was the suffocating vacuum before a detonation, broken only by the frantic, dry rustle of fallen autumn leaves skittering across immaculate lawns like panicked whispers carrying bad news. Inside the cavernous common room, the usual vibrant symphony of teenage life, debates over quantum physics echoing off high ceilings, laughter mingling with the soft thwomp of textbooks levitated by nascent telekinesis, the easy camaraderie of shared difference, was replaced by a chilling tableau of shared anxiety. 37 students, a mosaic of ages and burgeoning abilities, from wide-eyed preteens barely understanding their new reality to young adults honing years of control, sat frozen, their collective gaze locked onto the massive flat-screen television dominating the far wall. The breaking news banner, stark white letters screaming against a pulsing blood-red background, felt like a personal indictment: mutant attack on White House, President unharmed, Brotherhood suspected. Bobby Drake, Iceman, sat rigidly on the edge of a velvet armchair, his knuckles bone-white where he gripped the ornate wood. Unconsciously, moisture condensed around his fingertips, forming intricate, razor-sharp ice fractals that grew and dissolved in rhythm with his shallow, rapid breaths. The air immediately around him shimmered with an unnatural cold, a localized frost patch creeping across the polished mahogany table beside him like a miniature glacier advancing. Kitty Pryde, Shadow Cat, perched precariously on the armrest, noticed the spreading ice and placed a concerned hand on his shoulder. Her touch flickered, momentarily intangible as her phasing ability stuttered under the ambient stress, before solidifying with a conscious effort. Bobby startled, the ice vanishing instantly, leaving faint condensation trails. "Sorry," he mumbled, rubbing his chilled fingers together, the nervous habit momentarily forgotten but the underlying fear intensifying. Nearby, Jubilation Lee, Jubilee, couldn't keep still. Tiny, nervous fireworks popped and fizzled between her fingers, casting brief, erratic flashes of pink and yellow light across her wide, terrified eyes, miniature distress flares in the dimming room. Site, 807 to 810. Rogue remained slightly apart, drawn instinctively to the tall bay window overlooking the west lawn, though her gaze wasn't focused on the familiar, peaceful landscape. Her usual posture, a blend of southern ease and hard-won confidence, was gone, replaced by a coiled, defensive tension. Beneath the worn leather of her gloves, violet energy, the alien, overwhelming echo of Alex's mutual form she'd absorbed days prior during the battle at the Statue of Liberty, pulsed like a captured, furious storm. It was a constant, low-frequency hum beneath her skin, a universe of psychic power she barely comprehended, let alone commanded. It responded to the fear tightening its grip on the room, swirling like restless oil on water, amplifying her own anxiety. The news from D.C., the blatant accusations, the predictable, rising tide of human fear, it all vibrated against the alien power within her, creating a nauseating dissonance that left her feeling exposed, raw, vulnerable in a way she hadn't felt since the early days after her powers first manifested, before Xavier offered her sanctuary. The fragile quiet didn't just break, it shattered. The deafening, rhythmic roar of military rotors descended upon them, drowning out the frantic whispers and the muted television commentary. This wasn't the sleek, futuristic whine of the X-jet, nor the purposeful thrum of Shield Quinjets they occasionally saw patrolling restricted airspace. This was the brutal, percussive sound of war machines, heavy-duty troop carriers, painted in the drab, anonymous green of the U.S. Army, materializing suddenly over the tree line like monstrous, metallic locusts preparing to swarm. Heads snapped up, eyes wide with disbelief turning rapidly to raw fear. The helicopters hovered aggressively, low enough for the powerful downdraft to flatten the grass in violent waves and send leaves swirling in frantic, chaotic eddies. Ropes snaked down with military precision, disgorging dozens upon dozens of soldiers in full black tactical gear. They moved with terrifying synchronicity, boots hitting the lawn with practiced silence, forming an immediate, disciplined perimeter around the mansion, assault rifles held at the low ready, creating an intimidating, inescapable wall of black armor and lethal intent. Sight, 4738 to 4739. Logan was a blur of raw motion before the first shrill blast of the mansion's internal alarms even began their piercing wail through the halls. He hadn't needed the klaxon, his senses, honed over a lifetime defined by violence and survival, had screamed danger the moment the rotors breached the outer perimeter's airspace. The scent was unmistakable, cutting through the crisp autumn air, hot metal, aviation fuel, the sharp tang of gun oil, and beneath it all, the primal, acrid scent of human fear mixed with the cold, detached aggression of soldiers following orders. His adamantium claws had erupted from his knuckles with that familiar, visceral snikt, a sound more instinct than conscious decision, the readiness of a warrior who had faced down armies, before his conscious mind fully registered the scale of the invasion. He burst through the heavy oak doors of the danger room, leaving behind a flickering holographic simulation of a hostile Shi'ar marketplace, and skidded to a halt on the polished marble floor of the entrance hall, a low, menacing growl rumbling deep in his chest, vibrating the very air around him. Students poured from classrooms, the library, the recreation rooms, their faces a kaleidoscope of confusion morphing rapidly into stark panic. Rogue reacted instantly, shoving aside her own swirling unease, her years of X-Men training overriding the chaotic power surging within her. Basement levels. Now, she yelled, her voice cutting through the rising clamor with surprising authority. She physically guided a group of the youngest, most terrified students, some crying openly, others frozen in wide-eyed shock, towards the reinforced stairwells leading to the subterranean safe zones designed for precisely this nightmare scenario. Move it. Stick together. Do not stop for anything. Outside, the ring of soldiers tightened, their movements disciplined, coordinated. From the lead helicopter, a figure rappelled down with a speed and precision that seemed almost unnatural for a man of his apparent age. General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross landed firmly, his polished boots making barely a sound on the manicured lawn. He surveyed the scene, the magnificent, historic mansion now under siege, the frightened young faces peering from windows, the lone, defiant, claw-extended figure of Wolverine on the steps, and his face remained an impassive mask carved from weathered granite, betraying no hint of hesitation or remorse. He raised a military-grade loudspeaker, his amplified voice booming across the grounds, a cold, impersonal hammer blow against the rising panic, designed to shatter morale. "This is General Thaddeus Ross of the United States Armed Forces," the voice declared, devoid of inflection or the possibility of negotiation. "By order of the President, this facility is under investigation for harboring unregistered mutant assets involved in terrorist activities. All occupants are ordered to surrender immediately. Lay down your arms, disable all mutant abilities, and assemble on the front lawn. Compliance will ensure no casualties. Non-compliance will be met with necessary force." Behind Ross, specialized units moved with chilling efficiency, deploying tripod-mounted devices. Rotating satellite dishes atop them began to emit a low, almost subsonic hum, a vibration that resonated unpleasantly in the very bones and fillings of the mutants present, suppression technology, newer, more potent than previous iterations. The effect was immediate and debilitating for many. Younger students cried out, clutching their heads or chests as their nascent abilities flickered out like snuffed candles. Kitty Pryde gasped, stumbling as her hand, reaching to steady Bobby, passed through his arm entirely, her phasing ability suddenly, terrifyingly uncontrollable before vanishing completely, leaving her feeling horribly solid and vulnerable. Bobby's desperate attempt to conjure an ice shield dissolved into a pathetic puff of chilled mist, leaving him exposed. "Ross, you calculating bastard!" Logan roared, stepping further down the wide marble stairs, positioning himself as a living, adamantium-laced shield before the main entrance, where Rogue was frantically trying to herd the last group of straggling, terrified preteens inside. "You come on to school grounds, threaten kids. There ain't a hell deep enough for your sorry hide." Rogue turned back, planting her feet, facing the soldiers, the violet energy around her hands sputtering erratically like faulty neon signs under the suppressor field's influence, yet still undeniably present, a testament to the sheer, alien magnitude of the power she now contained, fighting against the dampening waves. "We ain't done nothin'," she yelled, her southern drawl thick with righteous fury. "Whatever happened in D.C., it wasn't us. You got no right storming a school. Surrender is not optional, mutant," Ross repeated, his voice unchanging, utterly dismissive of their pleas, their rights. He gave a curt, almost imperceptible nod to the soldiers closest to the mansion. "First squad, secure the entrance. Non-lethal takedowns only, for now. Restrain all hostiles. Eliminate primary threats if necessary." The soldiers advanced, a disciplined wedge of black armor and raised transparent riot shields, stun batons crackling ominously with arcs of blue electricity, plasticuff restraints dangling ready from their utility belts. Logan met their advance not with words, but with a feral roar that echoed his namesake, a primal sound of defiance that momentarily halted the soldiers in their tracks. "Kids, stay the hell back. Let old Logan handle the welcoming committee." The initial clash was a maelstrom of brutal, close-quarters combat. Logan, even with the suppressor field subtly leeching his legendary strength and slowing his healing factor, fought like a cornered demon. Adamantium claws, harder than any shield, sharper than any blade, became flashing arcs of controlled destruction. He shredded transparent shields like paper, sliced through armor plating, deflected stun batons with contemptuous ease, the impact sending showers of sparks into the air. He moved with a low, coiled grace, a predator in his element, disabling soldiers with swift, incapacitating strikes, a broken arm here, a dislocated shoulder there, avoiding lethal force by ingrained habit, but ensuring they wouldn't be getting back up. The older students, those whose physical mutations or sheer willpower allowed them to push through the dampening field's effects, rallied behind him. Pyotr Rasputin roared as he transformed into Colossus, his massive, organic steel form becoming a nigh-invulnerable bulwark, absorbing stun blasts and kinetic rounds with resonant metallic groans but holding the line at the doorway, preventing soldiers from breaching the entrance hall. Kurt Wagner, Nightcrawler, embraced the chaos, becoming a disorienting phantom of indigo smoke and sulfur, bamf bamf bamf, appearing and disappearing in bursts of sulphurous indigo smoke, disarming soldiers with flicks of his prehensile tail, tripping them with unexpected low sweeps, teleporting them momentarily into walls, just enough to stun, not embed, creating confusion and disrupting their formations, though each jump clearly cost him more effort, leaving him momentarily breathless in the moments between teleports. Site 801 to 802. Jubilee, frustrated by the dampening field reducing her explosive plasmoids to mere firecrackers, adapted with surprising tactical acumen, unleashing rapid-fire bursts of blinding white light directly into the soldiers' visors and disorienting strobes of clashing colors that induced momentary vertigo, disrupting their coordination and aim. Site 807 to 810. For several desperate, adrenaline-fueled minutes, they held the line. They fought with the ferocity of those defending not just a building, but their home, their family, their very right to exist. They pushed the first squad back, the disciplined soldiers stumbling, regrouping behind their remaining shields, their expressions shifting from professional confidence to wary respect, mixed with a dawning fear. They hadn't anticipated this level of coordinated, desperate resistance from students. Ross watched the setback from his command position near the helicopters, his face impassive, but a vein pulsed rhythmically, visibly, at his temple, the only outward sign of his mounting impatience and cold fury. He raised his radio, his voice cutting through the din of battle with chilling clarity. "Suppressor field intensity to 70%. Deploy Task Force X, neutralize primary resistance. Objective Nightingale takes priority." From the hovering helicopters, a second wave descended. These were different. They moved with an unnatural speed that left afterimages, landed with ground-shaking force that cracked the pavement, or carried themselves with an aura of contained, lethal power that screamed mutant. One figure, skin shimmering like polished granite, slammed into the ground like a meteor, the impact sending shockwaves across the lawn. Another blurred past, moving faster than the eye could comfortably follow, a streak of pure velocity. A third's hands crackled ominously with contained thunderstorms of raw concussive energy, the air around them smelling of ozone. Mutants. Military assets. Task Force X, turned against their own kind. He's using our own kind. Kitty Pryde gasped again, her voice barely a whisper, filled with horrified disbelief from behind the stone balustrade where she shielded a younger student with trembling, iridescent wings. The betrayal inherent in the act, the use of mutants to hunt mutants, struck deeper and colder than any physical blow. The arrival of Task Force X shattered the student's fragile defense like a hammer blow to glass. The granite-skinned mutant absorbed Colossus's mightiest blows, punches that could dent tanks, with barely a grunt, returning bone-jarring impacts that buckled the X-Man's organic steel plates and sent him staggering backward, metallic groans echoing with each hit. The speedster, anticipating Nightcrawler's teleport patterns with uncanny precision, ran literal circles around him, landing a flurry of disorienting blows before Kurt could fully rematerialize, finally catching him mid-bamf with a vicious, calculated clothesline that sent the blue elf crashing heavily to the ground, stunned. The energy blaster engaged Jubilee directly, his focused beams of raw concussive force punching through her weakened light shows with contemptuous ease, throwing her back against the mansion wall hard enough to knock the wind out of her. The students were overwhelmed. The intensified suppression field crippled their already strained powers, while Task Force X, likely equipped with personalized shielding technology or possessing abilities less susceptible to the dampening effect, pressed their advantage relentlessly, clinically. Logan found himself battling both the speedster and the granite mutant simultaneously. He fought with the desperate fury of a cornered Wolverine, claws flashing, weaving, dodging, but he was constantly forced onto the defensive, unable to land a solid blow. His healing factor, already sluggish under the field's influence, couldn't keep pace with the relentless damage inflicted by the speedster's thousand-cut attacks and the granite mutant's bone-jarring impacts. With a final, perfectly timed, coordinated maneuver, the speedster darted through Logan's guard, a blur of motion, slapping a secondary, more potent dampening collar around Logan's thick neck. Chapter 52. The arrival of Task Force X shifted the balance irrevocably. The granite-skinned mutant absorbed Colossus's mightiest blows with barely a grunt, returning punches that buckled the X-Man's organic steel plates and sent him staggering backward, metallic groans echoing with each hit. The speedster ran literal circles around Nightcrawler, anticipating his teleport patterns with uncanny precision, landing a flurry of disorienting blows before Kurt could fully rematerialize, finally catching him mid-bamf with a vicious, calculated clothesline that sent the blue elf crashing heavily to the ground, stunned. The energy blaster engaged Jubilee directly, his focused beams of raw concussive force punching through her weakened light shows with contemptuous ease, throwing her back against the mansion wall hard enough to knock the wind out of her. The students were overwhelmed. The intensified suppression field crippled their already strained powers, while Task Force X, likely equipped with personalized shielding technology or possessing abilities less susceptible to the dampening effect, pressed their advantage relentlessly, clinically. Logan found himself battling both the speedster and the granite mutant simultaneously. He fought with the desperate fury of a cornered Wolverine, claws flashing, weaving, dodging, but he was constantly forced onto the defensive, unable to land a solid blow. His healing factor, already sluggish under the field's influence, couldn't keep pace with the relentless damage inflicted by the speedster's thousand-cut attacks and the granite mutant's bone-jarring impacts. Rogue, while trying to protect a group of younger students near the fountain, saw the moment it happened. The speedster, a crimson blur, created an opening, and the granite mutant slammed Logan with a blow that audibly cracked ribs. As Logan stumbled, the speedster darted in, a high-tech collar in hand. Logan! No! Rogue screamed, a wave of pure, uncontrolled telekinetic energy erupting from her, shoving the students behind her further back even as it blasted a half-dozen approaching soldiers off their feet. But it was too late. The speedster, with a final, contemptuous smirk, slapped the secondary, more potent dampening collar around Logan's thick neck. Logan roared, a sound of pure, animalistic frustration and agony, as his adamantium claws retracted against his will, the familiar, comforting weight vanishing, leaving his knuckles feeling strangely bare, vulnerable. His enhanced strength evaporated like mist, leaving him feeling terrifyingly weak, merely human after decades of being something more. His eyes met Rogue's for a split second, a flicker of pain, apology, and a silent plea passing between them before he was swarmed. Pinned beneath the crushing weight of the granite mutant, reinforced restraints designed to hold beings far stronger than baseline humans snapped shut around his wrists and ankles, biting cruelly into his flesh. Seeing Logan fall, seeing him caged like an animal, something inside Rogue shattered. The carefully constructed dams she'd maintained around the overwhelming power absorbed from Alex's mutual form didn't just crack, they exploded. The violet energy that had flickered around her hands erupted into a towering, incandescent corona, a visible aura of immense psychic force that pulsed with raw, untamed power, pushing back the effects of the suppression field in her immediate vicinity through sheer overwhelming output. Sight, 4613 to 4614. Her eyes became solid pools of amethyst light, pupils lost in the glare. The dual voices resonated from her throat, no longer a subtle undertone but a dominant, terrifying harmony, her own southern drawl interwoven with the cold and infinitely powerful psychic resonance of mutual. You will pay, the combined voice thundered, each word a physical impact that made the air shudder and the remaining windows of the mansion rattle in their frames. She rose from the ground, not flying, but levitating, the cracked paving stones around her feet lifting as if gravity itself was her plaything. Her gaze swept across the battlefield, locking onto the nearest military APC, a 10-ton armored personnel carrier that was disgorging more soldiers. With an almost contemptuous flick of her wrist, the APC was ripped from the ground as if it weighed nothing. Metal screamed in protest as it was torn from its moorings, soldiers inside shouting in terror as they were lifted 20, then 30 feet into the air. Rogue held it there for a moment, the massive vehicle dwarfed by the sheer scale of her telekinetic grip, then, with another guttural scream that was more psychic force than sound, she hurled it. The APC tumbled end over end through the air like a child's discarded toy, crashing down directly onto a deployed mortar position and 2 light-armored jeeps. The explosion was cataclysmic. A fireball erupted, sending shrapnel, soldiers, and vehicle parts flying in all directions. The shockwave alone knocked a dozen more soldiers off their feet. The screams of the wounded were abruptly silenced. "What in God's name is that?" a terrified soldier shrieked into his radio, scrambling backward from the carnage. She's tearing us apart." General Ross, watching from his command position, felt a cold knot of actual fear tighten in his stomach for the first time. His intelligence reports on Rogue had indicated power absorption, some enhanced strength. Nothing like this. Task Force X. Neutralize her. All units, concentrate fire. Use incendiaries. Use explosives. Bring her down. Grenade launchers thumped, sending a volley of explosives arcing towards Rogue. She didn't even flinch. A shimmering dome of violet psychic energy materialized around her, more defined, more potent than before. The grenade struck the shield and detonated prematurely, the explosions harmlessly absorbed and then, impossibly, redirected. With a sharp, focused gesture, Rogue sent the concussive force of half a dozen grenades, now amplified by her own power, hurtling back towards the soldiers who had fired them. They barely had time to register their own ordnance returning before it struck their lines. The screams were cut short by the violent blasts. Bodies were thrown like broken dolls, their tactical gear offering no protection against such focused, overwhelming force. The granite-skinned Task Force X mutant charged, bellowing in rage, his fists like wrecking balls. Rogue met his charge, not with physical force, but with a wave of pure telekinetic power that slammed into him like an invisible freight train. His stone-like skin cracked and shattered under the assault, great fissures appearing across his chest and limbs. He roared in agony, his charge faltering, before being lifted bodily into the air, struggling against her psychic grip. "You like to hit things," the dual voice whispered, directly into his mind and echoing across the lawn. "Let's see how you like it." She slammed him into the ground with enough force to create a 10-foot crater, the impact shaking the very foundations of the mansion. Then again. And again. Each impact was punctuated by the sickening crunch of stone and, presumably, bone. After the fourth impact, the granite mutant lay still, his form broken and half buried in the shattered earth. The energy blaster from Task Force X, seeing his teammate fall, unleashed a continuous torrent of concussive blasts, hoping to overwhelm her. Rogue simply raised a hand. The air before her shimmered, and each blast was caught, frozen in mid-air, held suspended in individual bubbles of violet energy. With a contemptuous sneer that was more mutual than Rogue, she sent them all hurtling back at their source. The energy blaster screamed as his own power, amplified and redirected, tore through his defenses, sending him crashing through the wall of the nearby gymnasium. Soldiers were breaking ranks now, terror etched on their faces. Some dropped their weapons and ran. The speedster from Task Force X, who had been trying to find an opening, simply vanished in a blur, retreating from a fight he clearly knew was unwinnable against this new, terrifying force. "I didn't sign up for this," one soldier screamed, throwing his rifle down as he turned to flee, only to be caught by a telekinetically thrown jeep that crushed him against a tree. "This is an Omega-level event. She's a goddamn monster." But the sheer, unrestrained output of cosmic-level psychic power was taking a visible, devastating toll on Rogue. Her nose began to bleed profusely, dark crimson staining her pale skin. Tremors racked her body, not from fear, but from the strain of channeling energies her human physiology was never meant to contain. The violet aura around her flickered violently, sometimes dimming to a faint shimmer, then flaring back with even greater intensity, like a star on the verge of supernova. The suppression field, though partially overwhelmed in her immediate vicinity, still exerted its insidious influence, creating a painful, destabilizing feedback loop within her. Each exertion of power felt like tearing herself apart from the inside. "Can't control." She gasped, the human part of her voice now strained, terrified. Her body was a conduit for energies that could reshape worlds, but it was a fragile, cracking vessel. With a final, desperate, defiant roar that was more psychic shockwave than sound, Rogue unleashed everything. The remaining power within her erupted outwards in an uncontrolled, omnidirectional nova of pure violet psychic energy. It wasn't a focused attack, it was a catastrophic detonation of everything she couldn't hold any longer. The wave expanded with terrifying speed, vaporizing everything in its immediate path. Trees were uprooted and disintegrated. The remaining military vehicles were torn apart as if made of paper. Soldiers and Task Force X members still within a 100-foot radius were caught in the blast. Their bodies didn't just get thrown, they were unmade. Armor atomized. Flesh and bone dissolved into screaming particles of light and energy. Those at the edge of the blast radius were luckier, merely thrown hundreds of feet, their bodies broken and battered, their minds shattered by the psychic overload. One Task Force X member, the one with energy absorption abilities, managed to raise a last-second shield. It held for a fraction of a second before he was simply erased from existence, his final, horrified thought echoing in the psychic aftermath: "This isn't power, this is the end." And then, as suddenly as it had erupted, the energy imploded. It collapsed back into Rogue, a violent, inward rush that seemed to suck the very light from the air. Her eyes, which had been blazing infernos of violet light, rolled back in her head, showing only whites. A single, choked gasp escaped her lips, and she crumpled to the scarred, smoking earth, unconscious, the last vestiges of the mutual power receding like a dying tide, leaving only the faintest, almost imperceptible violet shimmer around the white streak in her hair. A profound, ringing silence descended upon the battlefield, broken only by the crackling of fires, the distant, panicked wail of approaching sirens, and the pained, terrified whimpers of the few surviving soldiers who were still conscious. General Ross, who had taken cover behind an overturned, burning APC, slowly rose to his feet, his face pale, his uniform singed, his eyes wide with a mixture of horror and a strange, almost religious awe. He had witnessed power beyond his comprehension, destruction on a scale he had only ever theorized. He stared at Rogue's still form, then at the devastation around him. Most of his conventional forces were dead or incapacitated. Task Force X was shattered, its surviving members in no condition to fight. He had come for a device, expecting to subdue a school. He had instead poked a god. Secure the asset, he finally choked out, his voice hoarse, barely audible. He gestured towards Rogue. And Weapon X, get them on the transports. Now. Before anything else happens. His remaining soldiers, shaken to their core, moved with hesitant, fearful steps to retrieve their high-value prisoners from the field of slaughter. The battle for Xavier's school was over. The cost had been staggering. And the true war, Ross suspected with a chilling certainty, had only just begun. Chapter 53. Thousands of miles south, where the ordinary maps of humanity faded into blank, frozen conjecture, the Antarctic sanctuary pulsed with a life unseen and unsuspected by the warring world beyond. It was a realm carved from ice and impossibility, nurtured by the colossal, interdimensional world tree whose roots drank from the planet's core and whose highest branches brushed against the fabric of other realities. Here, under a sky that often shimmered with the ethereal dance of the Aurora Australis, a nascent civilization was taking shape. Floating islands, tethered by living bridges of woven wood and glowing liana, dotted a vast, temperate valley shielded from the polar winds by the tree's immense presence. Waterfalls, seemingly sourced from the clouds themselves, cascaded down crystalline rock faces into shimmering pools where iridescent, scaled creatures, unknown to surface ichthyology, played. Dryads with skin like ancient bark and hair of flowering moss tended to gardens that produced fruits emitting soft, internal light, their songs echoing the deep hum of the world tree. Younger mutants, rescued from labs and persecution, learned to control their burgeoning powers not in sterile danger rooms, but in sun-dappled clearings, guided by older, more experienced exiles. Tiny, feathered dragonlings with scales like jewels darted between the giant roots of the tree, their playful hisses occasionally punctuated by miniature puffs of harmless, rainbow-colored smoke. Site, 4366 to 4369. It was a place of healing, of growth, a defiant testament to life's persistence. Deep within a network of geothermally warmed caves at the tree's base, where volcanic heat met glacial ice to create steamy, mineral-rich grottos, Alex knelt. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, sulfur, and something else, the musky, reptilian odor of new life. Before him, nestled in a large, makeshift nest of glowing mosses and shed dryad bark, a clutch of enormous, obsidian-shelled eggs lay. One had recently hatched. A baby ice dragon, no bigger than a large dog but built with the dense musculature and sharp angles of its future colossal self, wobbled on unsteady claws. Its scales were the color of a stormy sky, shot through with veins of silver that seemed to pulse with internal cold. Its eyes, wide and sapphire blue, fixed on Alex with a mixture of hunger and nascent intelligence. Alex, dressed in simple, durable dark clothing, a stark contrast to the vibrant life around him, tossed a freshly caught Antarctic cod towards the hatchling. The fish, still wriggling, was snatched mid-air with surprising speed, the baby dragon's needle-sharp teeth making short work of it. A puff of frosty air escaped its snout in satisfaction. "He's got a good appetite, this one," Alex remarked, a rare, almost imperceptible softening around his usually grim mouth. He wasn't smiling, not truly, but the tension that always seemed to coil within him had eased slightly in the presence of this new, uncomplicated life. Elara, the eldest dryad of the sanctuary, her own form resembling a gnarled, ancient willow adorned with faintly glowing lichen, chuckled softly beside him. Her voice was like the rustle of autumn leaves. As he should. Glaciura's lineage is strong. The mother chose this birthing cave well, the geothermal vents keep the eggs from freezing, and the tree's roots offer protection. She gestured with a wooden hand towards the other eggs. The others will not be far behind. Soon, our skies will have new guardians. Alex nodded, tossing another fish. Good. The dragonlings are playful, but they're no match for a serious aerial threat. We need the heavy hitters. He had brokered a complex understanding with Glaciura, the ancient ice dragon matriarch whose territory bordered the sanctuary. Part of that understanding involved providing safe haven for her broods. The peaceful moment was shattered by the urgent thud of running feet echoing from the cave entrance. A young mutant soldier, one of the first generation to be trained within the sanctuary's own defense corps, skidded to a halt, his breath pluming in the suddenly cooler air near the cave mouth. He wore armor woven from hardened world tree fibers, light yet incredibly resilient, and carried a sidearm that pulsed with contained energy. "Alex, sir," he panted, his face pale beneath his shock of bright green hair. "Urgent report from the Overwatch Spire. We picked up a massive, anomalous energy reading, Omega class, possibly higher, originating from North America. Westchester County, New York, to be precise." Alex rose slowly, his easy posture vanishing, replaced by the coiled readiness of a predator. The baby dragon sensed the shift, letting out a questioning chirp. "Specifics?" Alex's voice was calm, but Alara saw the familiar ice forming in his eyes. The soldier fumbled with a hardened data tablet, his fingers shaking slightly. The initial spike was chaotic. Extreme psychic energy output, consistent with high-level telekinesis, and significant spatial distortion. It lasted only 3.7 seconds, then dissipated rapidly. Immediately following, our long-range scanners detected the deployment of localized energy fields consistent with known military-grade mutant suppression technology. He held out the tablet. "We cross-referenced with our unconventional satellite network. U.S. military units converged on the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters approximately 38 minutes prior to the energy event." Alex took the tablet. On its screen, intricate waveforms spiraled chaotically before abruptly flatlining, overlaid with the distinct, ugly signature of a suppression field. His eyes narrowed as he zoomed in on the initial energy spike. It was turbulent, almost uncontrollably powerful, yet familiar. A sickeningly familiar overlay to a power signature he knew intimately. "Rogue," he breathed, the name a ghost on his lips. The energy profile was undeniably hers, the unique signature of her absorption ability, but amplified 1,000-fold, dangerously unstable, and interwoven with the overwhelming psychic resonance of his own mutual form, Site, 1909 to 1913. He had assumed, perhaps naively, that the immense power she'd taken from him during their confrontation at the Statue of Liberty would fade, as it usually did with her powers. He had underestimated the sheer alien nature of Mutwo's psychic matrix, its tenacity, its ability to imprint. What could have happened? Alex muttered, more to himself than the others. For her to unleash that much power, they must have pushed her to the absolute brink. His mind raced. A military assault on a school full of children. It all clicked into a grim, predictable pattern. They attacked the school. He handed the tablet back to the soldier, his face a mask of cold fury. "They're after something. Technology, most likely. Something Xavier has." "Sir," the young soldier said, his voice regaining some composure, "the Defense Council is already convening." "Your orders." Alex looked from the soldier to Alara, then back to the baby dragon, which was now curiously nudging his boot. He had built this place, this sanctuary, to be a fortress, an impenetrable haven against the cruelties of the outside world. He had turned his back on Xavier's methods, on the endless, futile cycle of human-mutant conflict. But the thought of soldiers storming a school, threatening children, a cold, familiar rage began to build within him. "I'm going," Alex stated, his voice flat, devoid of emotion, which was always more terrifying than any shout. "To see what's happened." "Sir." The soldier straightened, alarmed. "But the council, a full deployment, we can have a strike team ready within the hour." "You shouldn't go alone." Alex's gaze, cold as the Antarctic ice, flickered to the young soldier. It was a look that had frozen hardened criminals in their tracks, a look that promised swift, merciless retribution. The soldier visibly flinched, his bravado evaporating. I mean, of course, sir. Your decision. There is no need for them to invite further conflict upon our home by venturing out, Alex said, his tone leaving no room for argument. I can handle this. Just as he was about to command the Omnitrix to open a portal, a new presence filled the cave. The air grew warmer, richer, smelling of ancient forests and sun-drenched earth. Light coalesced near the cave entrance, forming into a humanoid figure approximately Alex's own height. It was a manifestation of the world tree itself, not the colossal elemental titan it could become in times of dire threat, but a more subtle, focused avatar. Its skin was a mosaic of smooth, dark bark and patches of glowing green moss. Its eyes were deep pools of amber light, holding the wisdom of ages. Leaves of silver and gold formed its hair, and its voice, when it spoke, was like the wind sighing through 1,000 branches. Alexander, the world tree's avatar said, its voice resonating with a gentle power that nonetheless commanded attention. You have given yourself the mantle of protector, and to many within these walls, you are indeed their king, though you resist the title. But kings do not rush into every skirmish like common soldiers. You have warriors, an army forged from the very souls you have saved. Let them be your hands and eyes in the outer world when the danger is not yet at our doorstep. Alex turned, a flicker of impatience crossing his features. This is different. These are children Xavier was supposed to protect. And Rogue, she's carrying a part of my power. If those military butchers get their hands on her, understand what she's become. And your personal intervention, revealing your direct hand, is the wisest course, the avatar pressed, its amber eyes unwavering. You have shown the world your methods of rescue, swift, brutal, leaving no human witnesses. It is a message of terror, Alex, not of kingship. Is that the only way you wish to represent your people, this sanctuary? Alex scoffed, pacing the length of the small birthing cave. Diplomacy? You want me to send envoys? To negotiate with the kind of men who send armies into schools? You know as well as I do, they understand only one language, overwhelming, terrifying force. He gestured dismissively. We could engage in their political games, yes. Beg for entry into their civilized world. Subject ourselves to their laws, their restrictions, their inevitable betrayals. Or, his voice dropped, becoming dangerously soft, we can remind them that there are forces in this world beyond their control. That there is a menace, a bloodthirsty mutant who appears from nowhere, kills without mercy, and vanishes without a trace, taking those he deems worthy of protection. That is a straightforward message. Easy to understand. No need for tedious international committees or human rights tribunals that achieve nothing but delay and compromise. The World Tree Avatar sighed, a sound like the creaking of ancient boughs in a gathering storm. That is the path of the executioner, Alex, the path of fear. It breeds more fear, more hatred, more conflict. A true king builds bridges, even with those he despises, for the sake of his people's future. He establishes laws, seeks understanding, even if it is a long and arduous path. You believe this sanctuary can rule itself, that I am its heart. And in many ways, you are right. But the sanctuary still needs a voice in the world beyond its shield, a representative. Your soldiers can fight battles, but who will speak for them when the fighting stops? Who will ensure their sacrifices are not in vain? Alex stopped his pacing, running a hand through his dark hair, a rare gesture of frustration. He looked tired, the weight of his responsibilities, of his past, etched on his young face. All right, fine, he conceded, his voice tight. We'll talk about the nuances of ruling and diplomacy later. Right now, children are in danger. An associate is in danger. Will you help me get there quickly, or do I have to burn a hole through reality myself? The avatar's leafy hair rustled as it nodded slowly, a hint of sadness in its ancient eyes. Your heart is in the right place, Alexander, even if your methods remain direct. It raised a hand, and the air before Alex shimmered, then tore open with the sound of ripping fabric. A swirling vortex of green and black energy materialized, a stable portal, humming with contained power. Go then. But remember, every action ripples across the worlds. Be mindful of the waves you create, for they will inevitably return to your shores. Alex gave a curt nod, then stepped towards the gateway without a backward glance. The portal snapped shut behind him, leaving Alara and the young soldier staring at the empty space, the scent of ozone and distant, troubled worlds lingering in the air. Chapter 54. The blackbird, sleek and silent as a hunting hawk, touched down on the scarred south lawn of the Xavier Institute, its advanced cloaking technology dissolving like mist moments before its landing struts met the scorched grass. The main ramp lowered with a soft hydraulic hiss, revealing Jean Grey, Storm, Beast, and a visibly weakened but fiercely resolute Magneto. Behind them emerged the remnants of the Brotherhood contingent that had aided in Magneto's rescue: Quill, her spikes retracted but her posture wary; Anoli, his reptilian scales shifting nervously; Mask, his features unnervingly placid; and Azazel, his hand resting instinctively on the hilt of his cutlass. They stepped out into a scene of chilling desolation that stopped them cold. The proud mansion, a symbol of hope for so many, stood violated. Jagged blast marks marred the elegant stonework like angry scars. Windows gaped open, shards of glass littering the ground like fallen tears. The massive, reinforced oak front doors, once a symbol of welcome and security, hung splintered and broken from their hinges, ripped partially from the frame. The acrid smell of burnt materials and ozone hung heavy in the air, mingling with the faint, unmistakable metallic tang of spilled blood. Scattered across the lawn were the detritus of battle, discarded plasticuffs, smoking fragments of black tactical gear, spent energy casings, twisted pieces of metal that might have been suppression emitters. But the most unnerving element was the profound, echoing silence. The complete absence of life where there should have been dozens. No. Jean whispered again, the sound catching in her throat. Her telepathic senses swept the grounds desperately, a frantic search for familiar mental signatures: Logan's stubborn resilience, Rogue's turbulent mix of fear and power, the bright, chaotic chorus of the student's thoughts. She found only hollowness. Residual psychic echoes of terror, pain, desperate resistance, and then, abrupt silence. They're gone. All of them. I can't feel anyone. Beast knelt, his large, blue-furred hand gently picking up a discarded, heavy-duty suppression collar near the steps. He examined its complex circuitry. Military issue, advanced design, he confirmed grimly, his scientific mind cataloging the evidence even as his heart ached. Far more powerful than standard law enforcement models. They came prepared for Omega-level resistance. He sniffed the air, his enhanced senses painting a grim picture. Multiple scents confirm heavy troop presence. Human soldiers, several unknown mutant signatures. And Logan, his scent is everywhere here. He fought like a cornered bear. Storm ascended gracefully, hovering 20 feet above the lawn, her eyes scanning the damaged building, the surrounding woods, the sky. A low rumble of thunder echoed overhead, reflecting her rising anger. There is no one left, she confirmed, her voice tight, controlled. The mansion is empty. They took them all. Magneto stood rigidly, his iconic helmet shielding his thoughts but not the cold, simmering fury radiating from him like a magnetic field. He extended a gloved hand, palm upward. Across the lawn, metallic debris, shrapnel, bullet casings, broken hinges, even the nails from the shattered doorframe, lifted into the air. They vibrated with contained energy, swirling around him like a swarm of angry, metallic insects, forming sharp, deadly projectiles aimed at nothing, and everything. Stryker, he spat the name, each syllable laced with decades of hatred. He played us all for fools. While we were occupied with my rescue, he executed his true objective. He needed Charles, and now he has the means to weaponize his dream against us. Just as Beast began meticulously analyzing the energy signatures left on the scorch marks, trying to identify the specific capabilities of Task Force X, the air behind the assembled group shimmered violently. Reality seemed to buckle, colors bleeding at the edges before a vortex of swirling emerald and black energy tore open with the sound of ripping spacetime. Alex stepped through the portal onto the violated lawn, his landing silent, economical. His eyes, cold and hard as glacial ice, swept across the scene, the damaged mansion, the evidence of a brutal battle, the chilling absence of life, and narrowed into dangerous slits. His presence was an immediate, palpable force, a low hum of contained power that made the air feel dense, charged. The moment Magneto registered Alex's arrival, the swirling metal debris around him froze mid-air, then snapped into sharp focus, dozens of lethal projectiles, jagged shards of the suppression emitters, twisted pieces of tactical gear, even the steel reinforcing rods from shattered stonework, instantly aimed at the newcomer. The atmosphere crackled with intense, immediate hostility, a palpable pressure that made the air thick and hard to breathe. Decades of ideological warfare, a history marred by violence, and the fresh, raw memory of their near-fatal battle at the Statue of Liberty, where Alex had very nearly sent Magneto to his final rest, ignited between them like volatile chemicals meeting an open flame. The Brotherhood members instinctively shifted, forming a bristling, defensive line behind their leader, Azazel's cutlass now fully drawn, its wickedly curved edge gleaming, Quill's body a porcupine of extended bone spikes, ready to defend Magneto to the death. You! Magneto's voice was a low, dangerous growl, amplified by his helmet, vibrating with unrestrained, murderous hatred. The metal shards trembled violently with his fury, humming with contained magnetic force. You dare show your face here, isolationist? The Deathbringer? He spat the epithets Alex had earned among his enemies, each word dripping with venom. After abandoning your kind to their fate? While Xavier's children who foolishly believed in his pathetic dream of peace, were dragged away like cattle by human soldiers, you hid in your frozen fortress, safe and untouched. You are a coward and a disgrace to your own power. Alex met Magneto's incandescent rage with an unnerving, almost predatory calm. A slow, deliberate smirk, sharp and dangerous, reminiscent of a predator toying with its prey, played on his lips. His own immense power remained tightly leashed, a coiled serpent beneath a placid surface, but its presence was a tangible pressure, making the air around him grow perceptibly colder. Oh, look who it is, Alex drawled, his voice dangerously quiet, yet cutting through the tension like a shard of obsidian, each syllable dripping with mock surprise and barely veiled contempt. Eric Lencher, master of magnetism, and apparently, master of getting captured. Last time you aimed that much metal at me, old man, he continued, his smirk widening into something wolfish, I recall putting one of your feet squarely in the grave. Feeling brave enough to offer the other one today? Or perhaps, Alex tilted his head, eyes glinting with dark amusement, this time I'll just bury you whole. Save everyone the trouble of another rescue. He took a small, deliberate step forward, hands casually in his pockets, the picture of nonchalant menace. I protect those under my direct care, Lencher. A responsibility, I might add, that Charles consistently fumbled. This little mess. It's just the inevitable, predictable outcome of his naive philosophy. He preached coexistence while serving up his students as sacrificial lambs on the altar of human tolerance. Alex's eyes, cold and hard as glacial ice, locked onto Magneto's. And you? You weren't here to stop it, were you? Too busy playing the victim again, I presume. The insult, delivered with such casual cruelty, struck home like a physical blow. Magneto's face, visible beneath the iconic helmet, contorted in a mask of pure fury. With a guttural roar that was more beast than man, he thrust his hands forward. The cloud of metal spears surrounding him, now supercharged with his rage, shot forward with the speed and lethality of ballistic missiles, converging on Alex from all directions, intent on tearing him limb from limb. Enough. Jean Grey's voice, amplified by a surge of raw telepathic power, slammed into their minds with the force of a psychic shockwave, cutting through their rage. Simultaneously, an invisible wall of telekinetic force erupted between Alex and the incoming metal projectiles, stopping them dead in mid-air just inches from him. The metal shrieked and buckled under the strain, vibrating intensely as Magneto's power fought against Jean's. Her eyes blazed with a fierce, crimson light, not the full phoenix, but a terrifying glimpse of the power simmering beneath her control. The ground around her cracked, small pebbles levitating as she poured her will into holding back the two titans. "Stop it. Both of you," she commanded, her mental voice echoing with pain and desperation. "Look around you. This is what they want. Stryker has played us all. He used the attack on the president to turn the world against us. He used Eric's capture to get information. He attacked this school to get the means to kill us all. We are fighting each other while he prepares to commit genocide." "She is right." Storm landed softly beside Jean, her eyes glowing with the white light of contained atmospheric power, the air around her crackling audibly with static electricity. A low rumble of thunder underscored her words, a promise of nature's wrath held barely in check. "This division is precisely what our enemies desire. We must stand together now, or we will surely fall separately." Magneto hesitated, his fury battling his pragmatism. The metal projectiles froze inches from Alex, vibrating with restrained force, their sharp points glinting menacingly. Alex, likewise, held his ground, his own immense power simmering just beneath the surface, ready to erupt in defense. The animosity between them was a physical force, a palpable wave of hatred and mistrust, but Jean's desperate plea, backed by Storm's undeniable authority and the sheer gravity of the situation, forced a tense, fragile pause. Quickly, concisely, Storm and Jean relayed the horrifying details they had pieced together: Stryker's capture of Xavier and Scott at Alkali Lake, Jason Stryker's terrifying illusion abilities, and the ultimate, unthinkable plan, to use Xavier, amplified by a stolen device from the school, to induce lethal psychic feedback in every mutant on the planet, a silent, undetectable genocide. Alex listened, his expression hardening into an impassive mask of cold fury, though his eyes blazed with an intensity that seemed to burn away the surrounding shadows as the full scope of Stryker's depravity became clear. He hadn't known about the specific machine, only that technology vital to Stryker's plan was housed here. The goal, global mutant eradication, resonated with his deepest fears and convictions. "Ross attacked here under Stryker's orders," Alex stated, confirming their deductions, his voice clipped, precise. "Objective: retrieve technology vital to Stryker's plan. They captured everyone. Logan. Rogue. He shared the energy signature data his sanctuary had detected. Rogue must have lost control fighting them. Unleashed the power she absorbed from me. It drew their attention." The horrifying synergy of Stryker's plan snapped into focus for everyone present. A meticulously coordinated, two-pronged assault. Stryker secured the operator, Xavier. Ross secured the amplifier, the machine Alex now understood was the target. Now, all the pieces were in place for Stryker to attempt his final solution. "Alkali Lake," Beast repeated, the name tasting like poison. He adjusted his glasses, his brilliant scientific mind already calculating the logistical nightmare, the tactical disadvantages. "Stryker has consolidated all his assets there. Xavier, Scott, Logan, Rogue, the students, and the amplification device. He likely intends to activate the machine from that secure, remote location. Then our objective is unavoidable," Magneto declared, the metal spears around him slowly lowering, retracting back into the scattered debris, though the magnetic field around him remained potent, watchful. He turned his piercing gaze from Alex, sweeping it across the assembled X-Men and his own Brotherhood members. "Our paths converge. For now." The last two words were laden with unspoken history and the certainty of future conflict, but the immediate, existential threat superseded all else. Alex gave a single, curt nod, the gesture conveying cold, pragmatic agreement without a hint of warmth or forgiveness. Ideology was irrelevant. Children were hostages. Genocide was imminent. They hold Xavier's students. They possess a weapon that could potentially threaten even my sanctuary if amplified by Xavier's full power. Our objectives align. "The Blackbird is our fastest transport," Jean stated, already turning towards the waiting jet, her relief at the fragile, volatile truce palpable. "We need to move now. We might only have hours, perhaps less. Indeed, Magneto agreed, striding towards the jet, his cape billowing dramatically behind him despite the lack of wind. The Brotherhood members fell in behind him, still casting wary, hostile glances toward Alex. Alex paused for one final moment, his gaze sweeping over the violated mansion. Xavier's dream lay shattered, perhaps irrevocably. His methods, proven naive. But the children, they deserved rescue. He thought of Rogue, unconscious, captured, burdened with power she hadn't asked for. He thought of Logan, the indestructible warrior, caged. A cold, precise, surgical anger settled deep within him, focused and absolute. Stryker and Ross had signed their own death warrants. He turned and strode towards the waiting jet, the unlikely, unstable alliance boarding together, united only by desperation and the looming shadow of extinction, as the first distant police sirens began their mournful, irrelevant wail. Time was a luxury they did not possess. The fate of mutant kind rested on their ability to reach Alkali Lake before Stryker unleashed his silent, global nightmare. Chapter 55 Uneasy Skies, darker designs. The Blackbird's engines whined, a sound of barely contained power, as it tore through the upper atmosphere, leaving the scarred grounds of the Xavier Institute far behind. Inside the main cabin, the silence was thick enough to choke on, a volatile cocktail of grief, rage, and profound mistrust. The X-Men, Jean Grey, Storm, and Beast, occupied one section, their faces etched with worry for their captured friends and mentor. Across the aisle, Magneto sat ramrod straight, his helmet reflecting the dim emergency lights, a silent, brooding storm of magnetic fury. His remaining Brotherhood members, Quill, Anoli, Mask, and Azazel, were scattered, tense and watchful, acutely aware they were in enemy territory, allied only by the direst necessity. Alex had claimed a seat at the very rear of the jet, away from both factions, his posture deceptively relaxed as he stared out the reinforced window at the curvature of the earth. His expression was unreadable, a mask of cold indifference that betrayed none of the turmoil undoubtedly raging within. He had come because children were in danger, because Rogue, carrying a dangerous fragment of his own power, was a captive. Beyond that, these mutants and their endless, cyclical conflicts meant little to him. His sanctuary, his responsibility, was worlds away. Beast, ever the diplomat and scientist, was the first to attempt to bridge the chasm of silence. He unbuckled himself and walked carefully towards Alex, his large blue frame moving with surprising grace in a confined space. "Alexander," Beast began, his voice a low, gentle rumble. "We appreciate your timely arrival. The situation is, as you've gathered, exceedingly grave." Alex didn't turn from the window. "Save the pleasantries, McCoy. I'm not here for a tea party. I'm here because those military jackals crossed a line. They took kids. They took someone who couldn't control what they did to her." His voice was flat, devoid of inflection, but the undercurrent of menace was unmistakable. "Indeed," Beast rumbled, adjusting his glasses. "The energy signature your sanctuary detected, Rogue's power, amplified by your mutual form, it was extraordinary. Catastrophic, even. General Ross's forces clearly underestimated her significantly. Underestimated, or provoked." Alex finally turned his head, his eyes, cold and sharp as ice shards, fixing on Beast. Humans have a habit of poking things they don't understand until they break, then blaming the broken pieces. Storm approached them then, her regal presence commanding attention even in the cramped confines of the jet. "Alex, your perspective, however cynical, might be valuable. You've engaged with these types of military operations before." The euphemism for Alex's brutal dismantling of black sites and research facilities hung heavy in the air. Alex let out a short, humorless laugh. "Engaged? Lady, I've sent them home in body bags for less than this. Ross, Stryker, they're predictable. They want control. They fear what they can't chain down." He leaned his head back against the seat. "This Stryker, the one Lencher is so worked up about, he wants to kill all mutants. Simple. Ross probably just wants to turn them into weapons for America. Idiots, the both of them. Jean Grey, who had been listening intently, her brow furrowed with concern, spoke up. Alex, what you've built in Antarctica, it's a haven, isn't it? A true safe place. There was a wistful, almost desperate note in her voice. The dream Xavier had championed felt so fractured now, so far away. Alex's gaze softened almost imperceptibly as he met Jean's eyes. For a moment, the hard, cynical shell around him seemed to thin. It is. For those who need it. For those tired of fighting pointless wars, tired of begging for scraps of acceptance from a world that hates them. He looked away, back out the window. If any of you ever get tired of chasing Xavier's rainbows, or Lencher's bloody revolutions, my door's open. He paused. For some of you, anyway. The unspoken addendum, the casual dismissal of those he deemed unworthy, was pure Alex. Before anyone could respond to the conditional, almost insulting offer, Magneto's voice, amplified by his helmet, cut through the cabin like a razor. Your sanctuary, he sneered, turning in his seat to fix Alex with a glare that could melt steel, is a coward's hideaway. You hoard power, isolate yourself, while your brethren suffer. You are no savior, boy. You are a deserter. Alex's head snapped around, his eyes now blazing with a dangerous, predatory light. That casual, almost bored amusement was gone, replaced by the chilling focus of a killer. Careful, Lencher, Alex's voice dropped to a silken, threatening purr. Last time you postured so impressively, you ended up a broken mess needing their help. He flicked his gaze contemptuously towards the X-Men. You talk of suffering. I've waded through more mutant blood spilled by humans than you've ever dreamt of. I don't hide. I eliminate threats. Permanently. He smirked, a cold, cruel twisting of his lips. Maybe if you'd adopted my methods, Charles wouldn't be Stryker's puppet right now, and these kids wouldn't be facing a death sentence. The air in the cabin crackled with raw power. Metal objects began to vibrate as Magneto's fury surged. The lights flickered. Alex leaned forward, a predatory stillness about him, his own immense energy coiling, ready to unleash. Both of you, stand down. Storm's voice was a whip crack of thunder. The temperature in the cabin plummeted, frost forming on the windows as she instinctively drew on her powers to assert control. We are on a mission to save our friends, our families. If you cannot put aside your ancient vendettas for even a few hours, then you are as much a threat to them as Stryker. Jean placed a calming hand on Magneto's shoulder, her own telepathic presence a gentle but firm pressure against his rage. Eric, please. She's right. We need to focus. To Alex, she projected a silent plea for restraint. Magneto slowly, reluctantly, lowered his hands. The vibrating metal settled. Alex leaned back, the gleam in his eyes receding, replaced by that unnerving, watchful calm. The immediate crisis was averted, but the animosity remained, a toxic undercurrent beneath the mission's desperate urgency. Miles below them, nestled within the heavily fortified, subterranean complex of Alkali Lake, the atmosphere was one of grim purpose. General Thaddeus Ross strode down a sterile white corridor, his boots echoing with military precision. He entered a large, brightly lit laboratory where Colonel William Stryker stood observing a figure floating unconscious within a cylindrical, liquid-filled stasis tube, Rogue. Her white-streaked auburn hair fanned out around her head like a macabre halo, the faint violet shimmer still clinging to her skin. The asset is stable, Colonel, a technician in a white lab coat reported, not looking up from his monitors. Remarkable energy readings, even in stasis. The power she displayed at the Xavier facility, it exceeded all projections by several orders of magnitude. Ross approached the stasis tube, his reflection staring back at him from its curved surface. He saw the raw, untamed power Rogue represented, and a familiar, greedy glint entered his eyes. Extraordinary, he murmured. Imagine that power, Stryker, harnessed. Controlled. An American super soldier capable of leveling cities, of neutralizing any threat, foreign or domestic. With her, and others like her, America would be truly unstoppable. The world would bend to our will. His dream of a mutant-powered American military, a dream that had driven him for decades, felt tantalizingly close. Stryker turned from his own observations, a thin, almost reptilian smile playing on his lips. He clasped his hands behind his back, the picture of calm, deliberate authority. Indeed, General. A formidable asset. Her absorption abilities, combined with the unique energy signature she now carries, present unprecedented opportunities for weaponization. He paused, his gaze lingering on Rogue's unconscious form. However, her current instability makes her unreliable. Unpredictable. We need to refine her potential, make her more responsive to guidance. What are you suggesting, Stryker? Ross asked, his eyes still fixed on Rogue, on the promise of ultimate power. Stryker walked over to a sterile steel counter, where a tray of medical instruments lay neatly arranged. He picked up a large, specially designed syringe, its contents a swirling, opalescent liquid that seemed to glow faintly from within. A little enhancement, General. A serum my research team has been developing. Based on some of my son's unique genetic markers, amplified and stabilized. It's designed to unlock latent potential, to break down the inhibitors, both physiological and psychological, that limit a mutant's full power expression. Ross frowned, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. You never mentioned this serum before. What are its effects? Its risks? It will strengthen her, General, Stryker said smoothly, his voice a reassuring purr. Allow her to access and control the vast energies she now possesses. Think of it as an upgrade. We need her at peak capacity, especially now. Intelligence reports confirm the X-Men, along with Magneto and his acolytes, are en route. And we cannot discount the possibility of Alex's intervention. His previous attacks have shown a distinct pattern of targeting facilities like this, especially when other mutants are involved. We need firepower, General. Overwhelming firepower to stall them, to buy us the time we need to prepare Professor Xavier and activate Cerebro. Stryker's explanation was plausible, even logical from a military standpoint. Ross knew Alex was a wild card, a force of nature whose power levels were off the charts. The thought of facing him, of facing Magneto and the X-Men combined, without a significant ace up his sleeve, was unsettling. Rogue, amplified, could be that ace. This serum you developed for your son. Jason, wasn't it? Ross recalled. The illusionist. It made him more powerful. Immensely so, Stryker confirmed, his eyes glittering with a zeal that should have warned Ross. It allowed him to project his illusions with far greater range and intensity. It was instrumental in convincing Magneto to share Cerebro's secrets. The casual way he mentioned using his own son as a psychic weapon sent a brief, uncomfortable chill down Ross's spine, but he quickly dismissed it. Desperate times. And you're certain this will make the girl controllable? Not just more powerful and more unstable. Ross pressed, the pragmatic soldier in him weighing the risks. The serum enhances focus, General, channels aggression, Stryker lied smoothly. It will make her a more dedicated asset. He held up the syringe, the opalescent liquid swirling within it like a captive galaxy. This is the key to unlocking true mutant potential, Ross. The key to our victory, to ensuring America's dominance for the next century. Ross stared at the syringe, then back at Rogue, floating serenely in the stasis tube. The ambition, the dream of ultimate power, warred with his ingrained military caution. But Stryker's words about Alex, about Magneto, about the X-Men, they were coming. And they would be coming for a fight. Do it, Ross said finally, his voice a harsh rasp. Prepare the asset. I want her ready for deployment when they arrive. A cold, triumphant smile spread across Stryker's face, a smile that held no warmth, only the chilling satisfaction of a zealot whose dark vision was finally coming to fruition. He nodded to the technicians. Prepare subject Rogue for infusion. Monitor all vital signs. I want immediate reports on any energy fluctuations. As the technicians began the procedure, draining the stasis fluid and preparing Rogue's unconscious form for the injection, Stryker turned away, the syringe still in his hand. His plan, he mused, was far grander than simply creating super soldiers for Ross's American Empire. Ross saw a weapon. Stryker saw a catalyst. The serum wouldn't just amplify Rogue's power, it was designed to push her to a critical threshold. He looked at the syringe. The opalescent liquid seemed to whisper to him, promises of a world cleansed, a world made pure. A world free of the mutant scourge. His world. With a steady hand, he approached the now accessible Rogue, the needle gleaming under the harsh laboratory lights. The blackbird sliced through the turbulent skies above the Canadian wilderness, its destination, the remote, heavily fortified military installation at Alkali Lake. Inside, the Uneasy Alliance sat in strained silence, the earlier confrontation between Alex and Magneto having cast a pall over the already grim mission. Jean Grey, her face pale but resolute, was attempting to telepathically scan the area ahead, searching for any trace of Professor Xavier or Scott. The defenses around Alkali Lake are formidable, she reported, her voice tight with effort. Multiple layers of psychic dampeners, energy shields, and something else. Something artificial, powerful. It's scrambling my long-range scans. Stryker's work, Magneto grunted from his seat, his arms crossed, his helmet obscuring his expression. He was always adept at creating cages, both physical and mental. Alex, who had been staring out the window with his characteristic detachment, finally spoke, not looking at anyone in particular. So, the plan is what? Crash the front gate and hope for the best. Sounds like Xavier's usual level of tactical brilliance. Storm shot him a glare. We have schematics of the original facility, Alex. Beast is working on identifying potential weaknesses. We will go in strategically. Strategically, Alex repeated, a hint of derision in his tone. He finally turned, his cold eyes sweeping over the X-Men. Look, I'm here for one reason, to get Rogue and those kids out. And to make sure whoever is responsible for this mess pays. Your professor, his school, your endless philosophical debates with Lencher here. He flicked a dismissive glance at Magneto, that's your circus. Once my people are safe, I'm gone. And if any of you get in my way. He let the threat hang, his smirk back in place, sharp and dangerous. Your people. Magneto interjected, his voice dripping with sarcasm. An interesting choice of words, from the boy who plays God in his frozen wasteland, hoarding power while the rest of us fight the actual war. Alex chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. War. You call this a war, Eric? You've been fighting the same losing battle for 50 years. You posture, you threaten, you get captured, Xavier bails you out, repeat. It's not a war, it's a tired, predictable soap opera. At least when I fight, the enemy stays down. The metal armrests of Magneto's seat began to buckle and twist under the unconscious pressure of his power. You would know nothing of the sacrifices made, the lives lost in this struggle. Sacrifices? Alex cut him off, his voice suddenly devoid of its earlier mockery, replaced by a chilling flatness. I sacrificed my childhood in a test tube. I sacrificed my humanity watching my mother die because of what I was becoming. Don't you dare lecture me on sacrifice, you self-important relic. We are on a mission to save lives. Storm thundered, her eyes blazing white, miniature bolts of lightning crackling around her fists. Both of you will control yourselves, or I will personally eject you from this aircraft at 30,000 feet. Are we clear? The tension was a living thing, coiling and striking between Alex and Magneto. But Storm's fury, backed by Jean's desperate telepathic plea for calm, forced a stalemate. Magneto looked away, his jaw tight. Alex merely shrugged, a gesture of indifference, and turned back to the window, the storm within him receding as quickly as it had flared. The Blackbird flew on, carrying its volatile cargo towards a confrontation that would decide the fate of them all. Chapter 56, Alkali Onslaught. The Blackbird, a sliver of obsidian against the bruised twilight canvas, decelerated sharply as it neared the desolate, snow-swept expanse of Alkali Lake. Its destination, now visible on the main view screen, was less a lake and more a nightmarish military fortress. The name alone, once innocuous, now resonated with a taste of ash and impending doom in the mouths of its unwilling, temporary allies. Inside the main cabin, the silence was a living entity, thick with unspoken grief for their captured comrades, simmering rage against their unseen enemy, and the acrid tang of profound, deeply ingrained mistrust between the X-Men and the Brotherhood contingent. Jean Grey, her face a pale mask of controlled worry, had her eyes closed, her brow furrowed in concentration as she tried to extend her telepathic senses towards the heavily shielded facility. Storm, her regal composure a thin, fragile veneer over the tempest brewing in her gaze, stared intently at the tactical displays. Beast, hunched over a console, his blue fur bristling with a mixture of scientific curiosity and primal anxiety, analyzed the complex sensor data streaming in. Across the aisle, separated by a chasm of ideology and bitter history, sat Magneto. His iconic helmet reflected the dim emergency lights, obscuring his expression but not the palpable waves of magnetic fury that emanated from him. His remaining Brotherhood members, Quill, Anoli, Mask, and Azazel, were scattered, tense and watchful. Alex, at the rear of the jet, stared out the reinforced viewport at the rapidly approaching dam complex and surrounding mountains. His expression was a carefully constructed mask of cold indifference. Approaching the target zone, Beast's voice, a low, gravelly rumble, cut through the tense silence. Visual confirmation of Stryker's primary facility. Professor Xavier's initial schematics of the original dam complex are, tragically insufficient. Stryker has undertaken extensive, covert fortification. His fingers, surprisingly nimble for their size, flew across his console, bringing up layered satellite imagery and real-time sensor readings on the main view screen. The image was grim, a modern fortress, bristling with advanced weaponry, seamlessly integrated into the rugged, seemingly natural landscape. The dam itself was a monstrous concrete edifice, but thermal scans and gravimetric readings revealed a vast, multi-level subterranean complex extending for miles beneath the frozen lake and the surrounding, unforgiving mountains. Batteries of automated anti-aircraft cannons, their barrels glinting menacingly under the fading light, dotted the cliffsides. Convoys of heavily armored vehicles, M1 Abrams tanks interspersed with experimental, unfamiliar designs, patrolled the perimeter roads with chilling efficiency. The entire area hummed with layers of energy shielding. Jean Grey opened her eyes, a frown etching deep lines into her forehead. Her hand went to her temple, as if to physically push against the interference. The psychic dampeners are overwhelming. Far stronger here than at the school. They're layered, multi-frequency, actively hostile. I can barely get a whisper of the professor or Scott. And Rogue. Her voice caught, a flicker of pain in her eyes. Her mental signature is there, but it's a maelstrom. Chaotic, raw, incredibly powerful, but filled with agony. Like a barely contained psychic supernova about to detonate. Storm turned, her regal composure unwavering despite the gravity of the situation. Beast, any weaknesses in their shield grid? Any blind spots in their sensor coverage? We need a plan for strategic entry. Beast shook his head, his brow furrowed in deep concentration as he manipulated the holographic schematics. The shielding is multiphasic, General Ross spared no expense. It's cycling through frequencies too rapidly for a simple bypass or a targeted EMP. It would take hours, perhaps days, to find a stable vulnerability, time we clearly don't possess. And those automated turrets are state-of-the-art, likely equipped with advanced mutant signature targeting systems. They'll identify and engage us the moment we drop below their radar horizon. Alex pushed himself up from his seat, his movements economical and imbued with a dangerous grace. He strode towards the front of the cabin, ignoring the wary glances from both X-Men and Brotherhood members. "We don't have time for any of your plans," Alex stated, his voice calm but cutting, addressing the X-Men directly. He glanced at the tactical display showing the heavily armed fortress. "You want to tiptoe around, looking for a secret handshake to get in? They're preparing to kill every mutant on the planet. Subtlety is a luxury we can't afford." He tapped the Omnitrix on his wrist, its faceplate glowed a steady, ready blue. "I'll force my way in. If you guys want to actually save your friends, then come." Before Storm or Jean could formulate a reply, Magneto rose from his seat, a dark, almost predatory smile touching his lips beneath the helmet. "For once, boy," he said, his voice resonating with power, "your blunt disregard for conventional tactics is refreshing. At least on this thing, the direct approach, I agree with you." He extended his hands, and the metal hull of the Blackbird around the main ramp began to groan and distort, peeling open further, faster, under his magnetic control, widening the exit. Alex shot him a sidelong glance. "Don't get any ideas, Lencher. This doesn't make us allies. It just means we both like breaking their toys." With that, Alex walked to the edge of the now gaping ramp, the wind howling into the cabin, whipping his dark hair around his face. Without a backward glance at the stunned X-Men or the grimly satisfied Magneto, he leaped into the frigid, unforgiving air, plummeting like a dark meteor towards the heavily armed military base far below. The moment he was clear of the jet, before gravity could truly take hold, Alex slammed his hand down hard on the Omnitrix. A flash of brilliant blue light, so intense it momentarily blinded those watching from the jet, and his human form was gone. In its place, hurtling through the air with impossible aerodynamic control, was Echo, the small, white, silicon-based lifeform composed of living sound waves, his oversized head and small limbs a deceptively harmless facade. "All right, X-Dorks and Metal Benders fan club." Echo's voice, a high-pitched, multi-layered chorus that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once, crackled over the X-Men's comms, bypassing any need for a headset. "Time for the opening act. Try not to get vaporized before the headliner arrives." Mid-fall, with the wind screaming past his small, white form, Echo split. Not once, not twice, but with a dizzying, almost instantaneous replication, dozens upon dozens of times. 100 identical white figures, each an independent Echo, now rained down from the sky like a bizarre, living hailstorm, a cascade of sentient sound waves descending upon the unsuspecting fortress. The soldiers on the ground, already alerted to the Blackbird's high-altitude approach, looked up in utter confusion, their sophisticated targeting systems struggling to lock onto the multitude of small, erratically moving, rapidly descending targets. General Thaddeus "Thunderbolt" Ross, from within the heavily fortified, multi-level command bunker deep beneath the main dam structure of Alkali Lake, watched the chaos unfold on his primary holographic monitor. His usually stern, controlled features were contorted in a mask of disbelief. "What in the name of God is that?" he breathed, his knuckles white as he gripped the edge of his reinforced console. "Are those, small white aliens? Hundreds of them? What is this, some kind of damn joke?" "Sir," multiple unidentified biologicals descending rapidly, an equally bewildered radar technician shouted, his voice cracking with a mixture of fear and sheer confusion. "They're too small for standard anti-aircraft fire. They're not registering as a cohesive threat. Impact with outer perimeter defenses in T-10 seconds. Time for a little upgrade, wouldn't you say?" The chorus of 100 Echo voices chirped in unison over the comms, a sound that sent a fresh wave of profound unease through the X-Men still on the hovering jet. Even Magneto paused, his head tilting slightly, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Then, in a breathtaking, terrifyingly synchronized display of alien power that defied all known physics, each of the 100 falling Echoes was engulfed in a separate, distinct flash of brilliant blue Omnitrix light. The transformations were instantaneous, explosive, a wave of cerulean energy washing over the sky. One moment, 100 small, white figures, deceptively benign; the next, the sky above Alkali Lake was filled with an impossible, nightmarish armada of giant, metallic war machines, their forms eclipsing the fading sun, casting long, ominous shadows over the frozen landscape. The change was so sudden, so utterly overwhelming, that for a stunned, disbelieving heartbeat, the entire Alkali Lake facility, soldiers, tanks, automated turrets, even the wind itself, seemed to freeze in collective shock. A squadron of sleek, powerfully built jets, one predominantly silver with red accents, another dark blue, a third a menacing purple and black, peeled off from the main group. Starscream, his transformation from Echo a blur of unfolding wings and snapping armor plates, his arrogant, treacherous sneer almost palpable even in his jet form, led his Seeker cohort, Thundercracker and Skywarp, their classic G1 forms perfectly, terrifyingly replicated. Their powerful engines roared to life with a deafening, high-pitched scream that tore through the frigid air, a sound that promised swift destruction. They banked sharply, afterburners blazing like malevolent stars, and streaked with impossible speed towards the squadron of human F-22 Raptors that had scrambled from a nearby hidden airbase, alerted by the Blackbird's initial approach. Emerald green laser fire erupted from the Seeker's wing-mounted cannons, beams of pure destructive energy slicing through the air with terrifying precision, turning the sky into a lethal latticework of light before the human pilots could even react. On the ground, where dozens of Echoes had been plummeting towards the Earth, now stood a phalanx of Decepticon titans, their metallic feet crushing the frozen tundra, sending tremors through the Earth. At their forefront, a massive, silver and gray robot, his iconic, devastating fusion cannon already powering up on his right arm with a menacing, rising whine, surveyed the battlefield with cold, calculating, crimson optics. Megatron. His transformation from the small, unassuming Echo form had been a symphony of shifting plates, grinding gears, whirring servos, and unfolding metallic limbs, culminating in the awe-inspiring, terrifying emergence of the Decepticon leader in all his brutal, tyrannical glory. Here is Pick. Decepticons. Megatron's voice, a deep, resonant baritone filled with metallic menace, cold fury, and an unshakable belief in his own destiny, boomed across the battlefield, amplified by internal speakers, a voice that had commanded armies and inspired terror across countless galaxies for eons. These insignificant human insects dare to threaten those under my temporary associate's protection. Such audacity must be punished with absolute annihilation. Destroy them all. Leave nothing but smoldering scrap and the fading screams of their miserable existence. Beside him, the blocky, iconic blue form of Soundwave completed its transformation, his faceplate an emotionless, dark visor that seemed to absorb all light and hope. With a series of precise, mechanical clicks and whirs, his chest compartment slid open, and Laserbeak, Ravage, and Rumble ejected, transforming fluidly mid-air into their respective predatory avian, powerfully built feline, and diminutive but destructive humanoid forms. They immediately charged towards the nearest group of panicked, scrambling soldiers, their movements swift and lethal. Soundwave Superior, his synthesized, emotionless voice declared calmly amidst the escalating chaos, a statement of irrefutable fact. Human resistance, logically inferior. Here is Pick. Further down the rapidly forming Decepticon line, the 6 construct icons, Scrapper, Bonecrusher, Scavenger, Mixmaster, Hook, and Long Haul, transformed from their individual Echo origins into their distinct, heavily armored green and purple construction vehicle modes. They rumbled across the uneven ground, their treads tearing up the permafrost, then, with a terrifying, synchronized sequence of metallic clicks, whirring gears, and the grinding protest of massive metal plates locking into place, began their terrible union. Limbs connected with thunderous clangs that echoed like doom, torsos fused with showers of molten sparks, and in less than a minute of horrifying mechanical ballet, the colossal, gestalt form of Devastator loomed over the battlefield, nearly 200 feet tall, his single, massive red optic glowing with mindless, unadulterated destructive intent. His enormous fists, each the size of a small building, clenched and unclenched in eager anticipation, ready to pulverize everything in his path. Shockwave, the cold, ruthlessly logical Decepticon military commander and chief scientist, materialized from another Echo, his transformation a seamless, almost silent unfolding of purple and gray angular metal. His single, glowing purple optic eye, devoid of any discernible emotion, scanned the human defenses with chilling efficiency, instantly cataloging weaknesses, prioritizing targets, calculating probabilities of destruction. His left hand morphed smoothly into his signature, devastating laser cannon, already charging with a menacing, high-pitched hum that promised swift, efficient death. Logical assessment initiated, his monotone, synthesized voice declared, each word precise and devoid of inflection. Human defensive capabilities, demonstrably inadequate. Probability of successful resistance against Decepticon assault, 0.003%. Termination protocols engaged. The human soldiers, moments before preparing to engage a single, albeit powerful, mutant aircraft, now found themselves facing a literal army of giant, heavily armed, sentient, transforming alien robots that had appeared from nowhere, as if summoned from the deepest, darkest recesses of their collective nightmares. Raw, primal panic erupted through their disciplined ranks like a wildfire. Radios crackled with terrified, incoherent shouts, orders drowned out by screams of disbelief and terror. "What are those things?" a young lieutenant screamed into his comm unit, his voice cracking with a terror so profound it was almost childlike, as he watched Starscream, with a contemptuous, cackling laugh that somehow echoed even over the roar of jet engines, effortlessly vaporized two F-22 Raptors with a precisely aimed volley of null rays. The human jets didn't just explode, they seemed to unravel in mid-air, their components, wings, engines, fuselages, scattering like so much confetti before igniting in secondary fireballs. They're monsters. Giant, walking, flying robots. This isn't in the damn briefing. This is impossible. All units, engage. Engage at will. General Ross roared from the relative safety of his command bunker, his initial shock giving way to a desperate, furious attempt to regain control of a situation spiraling into absolute, irretrievable catastrophe. His face was a mask of disbelief and apoplectic rage. Fire at will. Tanks, target the large ones. Anti-aircraft batteries, clear those goddamn metal birds from the skies. I want those things turned into piles of smoking scrap metal. Now. The M1 Abrams tanks, formidable machines of war, symbols of human military might on a conventional battlefield, swiveled their turrets with ponderous, almost feudal slowness towards Megatron and the towering, city-blocking form of Devastator. Their main cannons boomed in a ragged, desperate chorus, sending 120mm armor-piercing shells hurtling across the frozen ground. The shells struck Megatron's chest and shoulder with thunderous impacts, creating brief, brilliant flashes of light and showers of sparks against his nigh invulnerable alien alloy hide. Megatron didn't even flinch. He didn't even seem to notice the impacts, like a giant swatting at gnats. He simply raised his right arm, the fusion cannon mounted there glowing with an increasingly intense, ominous purple light that seemed to draw in the surrounding shadows. With a guttural snarl that was part machine, part beast, a sound of pure, unadulterated malice, he unleashed a beam of pure, concentrated antimatter energy, far more powerful, far more destructive, than any conventional tank shell. It lanced out with impossible speed, striking the first Abrams tank dead center. The tank didn't just explode, it vaporized. One moment, a 60-ton behemoth of steel and firepower, the next, nothing but a rapidly expanding cloud of superheated gas and a smoking, molten crater in the permafrost, the ground around it instantly flash-fused into obsidian. The shockwave, a tangible wall of force, sent nearby soldiers tumbling like bowling pins, their screams lost in the overwhelming roar of the blast, their bodies likely flash-cooked inside their armor. Devastator, with a guttural, joyous roar that was pure, unadulterated destructive glee, simply stomped on another M1 Abrams tank, his colossal foot, easily the size of a small house and weighing hundreds of tons, crushing it flat as if it were a discarded soda can. The sound of twisting, screaming metal was obscene. He then scooped up a third, still firing tank with one massive, articulated hand, its turret continuing to fire uselessly into the air, and, with a grunt of what might have been amusement, hurled it like a fastball at a heavily fortified machine gun nest dug into the hillside overlooking the dam. The tank tumbled through the air, a 60-ton projectile, striking the bunker with a sickening crunch of concrete and steel, obliterating the position in a secondary, earth-shattering explosion of fire, rock, and twisted metal. The screams from within were abruptly, mercifully, silenced. From the Blackbird, now hovering at what Jean desperately hoped was a safe, strategically observant distance, Magneto watched the unfolding carnage, a slow, almost predatory smile spreading across his lips beneath his helmet. The metal of the jet around him hummed softly with his contained power, eager to join the symphony of destruction below. "Well, well," he murmured, his voice filled with a grudging, almost perverse admiration. "The boy has theatrical flair. And an army of metal titans at his beck and call. Perhaps he is not entirely the fool I presumed." He looked at the X-Men, who were staring at the scene below with expressions of stunned, horrified disbelief. Jean's hand was pressed hard against her mouth, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror. Storm's regal composure had completely shattered, her mouth agape. Beast was muttering a string of scientific impossibilities and thermodynamic violations under his breath, his fur literally standing on end. "Perhaps your meticulously planned, strategic infiltration and minimal engagement can wait, X-Men," Magneto continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "It seems the direct, rather more spirited approach is already well underway and proving remarkably effective." Without another word, Magneto floated from the still open ramp of the Blackbird, his dark cape billowing dramatically behind him like the wings of an avenging deity of metal and. Chapter 56.5 "Sorry, these was my mistake, I couldn't check because my exams are going on and the comments were, and, I thought balloon you guys were asking if next chapter." Without another word, Magneto floated from the still open ramp of the Blackbird, his dark cape billowing dramatically behind him like the wings of an avenging deity of metal and magnetism. He descended towards the battlefield with regal, unhurried grace, a conductor arriving to lead his orchestra of chaos. The moment his boots touched the frozen, blood-soaked ground, the earth responded to its master. Metal shrapnel from the destroyed tanks and aircraft, discarded weapons, twisted girders from shattered bunkers, even the steel reinforcing bars from the pulverized concrete foundations of destroyed buildings, ripped themselves from the ground with violent, tearing shrieks. They swirled around him, forming a deadly, ever-shifting shield of razor-sharp debris and an arsenal of lethal, magnetically guided projectiles, each piece humming with deadly potential. "At least on this, Deathbringer," Magneto broadcast, his voice amplified by his power, cutting through the din of battle, reaching Alex's consciousness within Megatron's commanding mind, a grudging acknowledgement of shared destructive purpose and a mutual enemy. "We can finally agree. These arrogant humans understand only one language. The language of overwhelming, undeniable force. The language of fear." He thrust his hands forward, and a wave of twisted, razor-sharp metal, shrapnel from Ross's own destroyed war machines, now turned against their creators, scythed through a formation of advancing, terrified soldiers. Their screams were cut short as armor and flesh were torn asunder with brutal, impersonal efficiency, bodies flung through the air like chaff in a hurricane. In the sky above, the aerial ballet of death continued. Starscream cackled with maniacal glee as he effortlessly outmaneuvered a volley of desperate surface-to-air missiles, his null rays disabling the pursuing human fighter jets, sending them spiraling into the distant, snow-capped mountainsides in spectacular, blossoming fireballs of orange and black smoke. "Fools! Did you truly believe your primitive, earthbound toys could challenge the might of Starscream, future leader of the Decepticons? Your efforts are as pathetic as your insignificant lives." Thundercracker, more stoic but no less deadly, unleashed focused sonic booms that shattered cockpit canopies and disoriented pilots, sending their multi-million-dollar aircraft tumbling out of control to crash in fiery ruin. Skywarp, true to his treacherous, unpredictable nature, teleported erratically through the dogfight, appearing behind unsuspecting enemy aircraft to deliver crippling, fatal energy blasts at point-blank range before vanishing in a puff of purple smoke, his mocking laughter echoing through the chaos. Soundwave's cassettes were wreaking untold havoc on the terrified ground forces. Ravage, a sleek, panther-like robot with glowing red optics and diamond-sharp claws, moved like a silent, deadly shadow, tearing through communication lines, disabling command vehicles, and savaging isolated, terrified soldiers with terrifying, brutal efficiency. Rumble transformed into his piledriver mode, his massive, piston-like arms slamming into the earth with rhythmic, ground-shaking force, sending localized shockwaves through the permafrost that cracked building foundations, collapsed defensive trenches, and toppled reinforced watchtowers, burying soldiers alive under tons of rock and ice. Laserbeak, a metallic bird of prey with razor-sharp wings, soared overhead, firing precision lasers from his optics that disabled targeting systems on automated turrets, incinerated fleeing soldiers, and sowed widespread confusion and terror among the human defenders. Shockwave, ever the pragmatist, systematically targeted the facility's main power grid and primary defensive emplacements. Each blast from his powerful, purple laser cannon was precise, devastating, calculated for maximum strategic impact, delivered with cold, emotionless, terrifying efficiency. Resistance is illogical, his monotone, synthesized voice echoed calmly, unervingly, amidst the explosions, the screams, and the general pandemonium. Surrender and your processing into inert matter will be, marginally less painful. General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross watched from the relative safety of his reinforced command bunker, his face, usually a mask of stern, unwavering control, now ashen, his eyes wide and bloodshot with a mixture of disbelief, impotent rage, and a dawning, chilling horror. His meticulously planned defenses, the pride of the U.S. military's black-budget operations, the culmination of years of research and billions of dollars, were crumbling into chaos and ruin within mere minutes. This wasn't a battle, it was a slaughter. An invasion by forces so far beyond his comprehension, so alien and overwhelmingly powerful, they might as well have been gods of destruction descending from a wrathful, indifferent sky. Where did they come from? He roared at his terrified, cowering aides, slamming his fist on the console hard enough to make the holographic monitors jump and flicker. What are they? Get me air support from Peterson. Scramble every available squadron. I want nuclear authorization on standby. Get the president on the line. Now. Sir, a trembling communications officer stammered, his face slick with sweat, his eyes darting fearfully towards the monitors displaying the carnage outside. We're losing contact with Peterson Air Force Base. Their long-range comms just went dead. And, sir, the Decepticons, they are the air support. Ross stared at the main holographic screen, at the impossible, cataclysmic battle raging outside, at the giant, sentient alien robots tearing his army, his fortress, his entire worldview apart with contemptuous, effortless ease. He saw Magneto, a mutant he had hunted for decades, a creature he despised, now an avenging angel of metallic death, orchestrating a symphony of destruction using the wreckage of Ross's own war machines. This wasn't just a mission failure. This was an extinction-level event, a nightmare made real, and he, General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross, had brought it down upon them all by underestimating his enemy, by poking a hornet's nest the size of a small moon. The X-Men and the remaining Brotherhood members watched from the relative safety of the hovering Blackbird, stunned into a rare, unified silence by the sheer, overwhelming destructive power Alex had so casually, so devastatingly, unleashed. Jean's hand was pressed hard against her mouth, her mind reeling, struggling to process the psychic cacophony of the battlefield, the raw terror and agony of the dying soldiers, the cold, alien, almost emotionless thoughts of the Decepticons, the burning, righteous rage of Magneto, and Alex's own chillingly focused, almost gleeful, battlelust. By the eternal goddess! Storm whispered, her usual regal composure completely shattered, her control over the elements momentarily forgotten as she witnessed a level of focused, targeted destruction she had only ever unleashed herself in her most desperate, world-threatening moments. Beast could only stare, his brilliant scientific mind struggling to categorize, to comprehend, the impossible reality unfolding below. Sentient, transforming, alien war machines, duplicated from a single, silicon-based, sound-manipulating life form, the energy readings are astronomical. The sheer bioenergetic conversion required, it defies all known principles of physics and biology. It's magnificent and terrifying. He didn't just kick the door down, Quill muttered from beside Anoli, her usual bravado gone, replaced by a quiet, almost fearful awe that bordered on reverence. He vaporized the whole damn building, and then used the rubble to redecorate the entire goddamn state. The battle for Alkali Lake had begun, not with a strategic strike or a covert infiltration, but with an apocalypse of Alex's making. And as Megatron's fusion cannon, with a contemptuous laugh that seemed to echo directly from Alex's mind, vaporized another heavily reinforced section of the main dam wall, revealing the dark, gaping, subterranean entrance to William Stryker's hidden laboratories, it was chillingly clear that the fight to save mutant kind had just entered a terrifying, unpredictable, and monumentally destructive new phase. The world, whether it knew it yet or not, would never be the same. Chapter 57. The symphony of destruction orchestrated by Alex's Decepticon armada and Magneto's furious metal storm raged outside the breached dam wall of Alkali Lake. Explosions painted the bruised twilight sky in hellish hues of orange and purple. The ground trembled continuously from the impact of giant robotic feet, the detonation of tank shells, and the concussive force of Magneto's magnetically propelled arsenal. Starscreams triumphant, metallic cackles mixed with the guttural roars of Devastator and the synthesized, logical pronouncements of Shockwave as they systematically dismantled General Ross's formidable outer defenses. The air was thick with the stench of ozone, burning fuel, and pulverized concrete. While this apocalyptic overture played out, creating the most terrifyingly effective diversion imaginable, the Blackbird, having disgorged Magneto, now hovered precariously near the gaping, smoking hole Megatron's fusion cannon had punched into the dam's flank. This was their entry point. Now. Jean Grey's voice cut through the roar of the battle outside, her face pale but set with determination. While they're preoccupied. Beast, his goggles already strapped firmly over his eyes, pulled out a sophisticated handheld scanner of his own design. Its multiple lenses whirred as he aimed it towards the jagged, smoking breach in the dam wall where Megatron and Devastator had clearly been at work. He tapped rapidly at its interface, energy readings and structural integrity schematics flickering across its small holographic display. A nearby explosion sent a shower of concrete dust raining down, and a twisted piece of what looked like a tank turret, thrown by Devastator, arced high overhead before crashing into the lake with a colossal splash. Beast barely flinched, his focus absolute. The Decepticon units have, enthusiastically compromised the primary gate and surrounding structure, he observed, his voice a low rumble against the cacophony. The internal structure beyond this breach is unstable but appears navigable. Scans show heavy troop movement deeper within, likely converging on Professor Xavier and the children. Storm took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with contained lightning as another Decepticon energy blast lit up the sky. Then we waste no more time. Azazel, can you get us through that initial wreckage without drawing too much attention from them? She gestured vaguely towards the titanic robotic figures locked in combat with Ross's forces, the ground shaking with their every move. The red-skinned teleporter, Azazel, grinned, a flash of pointed teeth, his pointed tail swishing with anticipation. With pleasure, madam. A little chaos is good for the soul. Hold tight. In a series of rapid, sulfur-scented bamps that momentarily displaced the acrid smoke, he began teleporting the infiltration team, Jean, Storm, Beast, Quill, Anoli, and Mask, from the Blackbird's ramp into the shadowy, debris-strewn, and actively collapsing interior of the breached dam. They materialized amidst falling concrete and sparking wires, the roar of the outside battle a constant, deafening thunder. The interior of the Alkali Lake facility was a labyrinth of sterile white corridors, now lit erratically by flickering emergency lights and the orange glow of distant fires. The distant, unsettling sounds of alarms and internal combat echoed through the vents. The air was cold, sterile, and carried the faint, metallic tang of fear and spilled blood. They moved swiftly, Beast's enhanced senses and Jean's tentative telepathic probes guiding them through the maze, bypassing security checkpoints that had been either destroyed by the external assault or hastily abandoned by terrified personnel. "I'm picking up faint psychic traces," Jean murmured, her hand pressed to her temple as she navigated a corridor littered with the bodies of soldiers, their deaths clearly not caused by conventional weapons but by something far more brutal. "The professor. Scott, they're deeper in. And the children, so much fear." Her voice caught. "And Logan, his mind it's like a caged animal, snarling, confused." They rounded a corner into a wider subterranean tunnel, clearly a primary access route, its walls scorched and buckled from nearby explosions. And there, blocking their path, stood a figure that made Jean gasp and Storm's eyes narrow in disbelief. Wolverine. But not the Wolverine they knew. His eyes were glazed, unfocused, yet burned with a feral, almost mindless aggression. He was flanked by several older students from the academy, Iceman, his hands already crackling with frost, the air around him visibly colder, Colossus, his metallic skin gleaming dully under the emergency lights, his fists clenched, and Shadowcat, her expression vacant as she stood partially phased into the wall, a ghostly sentinel ready to ambush. "Logan?" Jean called out, her voice laced with confusion and dawning horror. "Bobby? Peter? Kitty? What are you doing?" Wolverine let out a guttural snarl, not of recognition, but of pure, unadulterated rage. He launched himself at them, adamantium claws extended, aiming not to incapacitate, but to kill. "Traitors! You won't take the professor," he roared, his voice distorted, unfamiliar. "It's an illusion." Beast yelled, narrowly dodging a wild slash from Wolverine that tore through the metal wall beside him, sending sparks flying. "Jason Stryker's work. They're not seeing us, they're seeing enemies." The corridor erupted into chaos. Storm unleashed a targeted blast of wind, trying to push Wolverine back without seriously injuring him, but he powered through it, his momentum unstoppable. Colossus charged, his metallic fists aiming for Beast, who met the assault with a roar of his own, their colossal forms crashing together with the force of a runaway train. Iceman sent jagged shards of ice hurtling towards Quill and Anoli, who scattered, Quill firing a volley of her bone spikes in retaliation, Anoli's reptilian skin hardening to deflect the ice. "We can't fight them," Jean cried, erecting a telekinetic shield that shimmered under the force of an ice blast meant for Storm. "They're our friends. We have to break the illusion." "Easier said than done, lass." Quill grunted, yanking a deeply embedded ice shard from her shoulder, her face contorted in pain. "While you're trying to play psychiatrist, they're trying to skewer us." Mask, his features rippling with agitation, lunged towards Shadowcat, his hands outstretched. Perhaps a change of face will snap her out of it. But Kitty, under the illusion's influence, simply phased through his attack and then solidified her arm within a nearby control panel, causing sparks to fly and a section of the corridor to plunge into darkness. Azazel teleported rapidly, trying to disarm the entranced X-Men, his cutlass appearing and disappearing in flashes of steel, but he was clearly reluctant to use lethal force against those who were, however temporarily, on their side. The battle was a desperate, heartbreaking ballet of restraint and survival. The X-Men and Brotherhood, forced into an unholy alliance, fought not to defeat, but to subdue, to awaken their friends from the psychic prison Stryker's son had crafted. Meanwhile, outside, the symphony of Decepticon destruction reached a crescendo. Megatron, standing amidst the burning wreckage of tanks and anti-aircraft emplacements, surveyed the crumbling dam. His fusion cannon had punched a significant hole, but the subterranean levels were still largely intact. Shockwave, status report on structural integrity. Megatron barked into the Decepticon comlink, his voice a resonant boom. Primary dam structure compromised, Lord Megatron, Shockwave's monotone replied. Subterranean access points are now vulnerable. However, internal defenses remain active. Human resistance, while futile, is persistent. Persistent and pathetic. Starscream shrieked over the comms as he executed a barrel roll, vaporizing another human jet with a precisely aimed null ray. Allow me to personally deliver the final blow, mighty Megatron. A glorious aerial bombardment to. Silence, Starscream. Megatron interrupted, his crimson optics narrowing. Your preening can wait. The primary objective is within those tunnels. The human vermin have taken something my associate desires. And what he desires, for now, aligns with Decepticon interests. He looked towards the breach his cannon had created. Devastator. Widen the entrance. Soundwave, deploy ground troops for internal sweep. I will join them shortly. Devastator, with a joyous, earth-shaking roar, slammed his massive fists into the already compromised dam wall, sending tons of concrete and steel cascading into the churning waters of the lake below. The breach widened significantly. Soundwave, ever efficient, ejected Frenzy and Ratbat, who transformed and scurried/flew into the darkness. Megatron then took a step towards the gaping hole, his massive form momentarily silhouetted against the fires of the burning military hardware. He paused. The sheer scale of the internal complex would make maneuvering in his current form difficult. With a grunt of metallic annoyance, he initiated a reverse transformation. Plates shifted, limbs retracted, and the towering Decepticon leader was engulfed in a flash of blue Omnitrix light, shrinking rapidly back into the small, white form of Echo. This Echo then darted into the breach with surprising speed, navigating the shattered concrete and twisted rebar. Once inside the dim, emergency-lit corridors of the facility, another flash of blue light, and Alex stood there in his human form, brushing dust from his shoulders. The transition was seamless, almost casual. He looked down the long, narrow corridor, the sounds of distant combat echoing faintly. Right then, Alex muttered to himself, a predatory glint in his eyes. Let's find the children. And then let's find Stryker. He began to walk, his footsteps unnervingly silent on the metal grating. In the main control room of the Alkali Lake facility, Colonel William Stryker watched the unfolding chaos on his multiple monitors with a mixture of cold fury and grim satisfaction. The external assault was unexpected in its sheer alien ferocity. He hadn't anticipated transforming robots. But it was also serving his purpose, sowing chaos, drawing attention away from his primary objective. General Ross has failed to contain the perimeter, an aide reported, his voice trembling. The outer defenses are gone, sir. And we have multiple breaches in the dam structure itself. Ross was a blunt instrument, and always expendable, Stryker said dismissively, his eyes fixed on a different set of screens, those showing the X-Men's infiltration. They're inside. As predicted. He smiled thinly. And Jason's welcoming committee is performing admirably. The screens showed Wolverine, under Jason's illusion, savagely attacking Jean Grey and Beast. Sir, another technician cried out, pointing to a new security feed. Unidentified humanoid signature, just breached Sector Gamma, 7. Moving fast. Stryker zoomed in on the feed. It was Alex, in his human form, walking calmly down a service corridor as if he owned the place. Stryker's eyes narrowed. He recognized the boy from the Chicago incident files, from the grainy photos of the Statue of Liberty battle. The one who had nearly killed Magneto. The one whose power levels were unquantifiable. So, the big gun arrives himself, Stryker mused, a flicker of something almost like excitement in his cold eyes. This was the true test. He's alone. Affirmative, sir. No other signatures with him. Arrogant whelp. Stryker tapped his console. Divert all available security teams to Sector Gamma, 7. And deploy Task Force X units Alpha and Beta to intercept. I want him contained. Or, if containment proves problematic, terminated. He looked at Alex on the screen, a predator sighting its ultimate prey. Let's see how powerful you are without your robot army, boy. Alex moved through the narrow, pipeline service corridor with an easy, almost casual stride. The distant sounds of combat, energy blasts, inhuman roars, the clang of metal on metal, were growing louder, indicating he was getting closer to the X-Men's engagement. He wasn't worried about them. They were capable, if annoyingly self-righteous. His priority was locating Rogue and the students. He rounded a corner and stopped. The corridor ahead was blocked by a dozen soldiers in heavy tactical gear, assault rifles leveled directly at him. Their movements were disciplined, professional. Behind them, he could see the more distinct, powerful forms of Task Force X mutants taking up flanking positions. The lead soldier, a captain by his insignia, stepped forward, his face grim behind his visor. Alexander. By the authority of the United States government, you are under arrest. Power down all abilities and surrender immediately. Alex just looked at them, his head tilted slightly, an expression of almost bored amusement on his face. Really? All this for little old me? I'm flattered. But you know, he spread his hands, this corridor is a bit tight. Not really enough room for me to become the kind of abomination you're probably expecting, right? He smirked. So, what's your brilliant plan? Shoot me full of holes. Good luck with that. The captain's eyes narrowed. He knew Alex's reputation. He knew the casualty reports from previous encounters. But his orders were clear. You heard him, men. He's resisting. Fire. Light him up. The corridor erupted in a deafening hail of gunfire. Muzzle flashes lit up the narrow space like strobing lightning. Hundreds of high-velocity rounds converged on the spot where Alex had been standing. The soldiers poured lead into the target, expecting to see him torn apart, or at least forced to transform into something large and unwieldy. But before the first bullet could even cross half the distance, Alex moved. It wasn't a blur. It wasn't superspeed in the conventional sense. One moment he was there, smirking, hands in his pockets. The next, the space he had occupied was empty, riddled with bullet holes that stitched a pattern of destruction across the far wall. The soldiers continued firing into nothing for a full 2 seconds, their training overriding their senses. Ceasefire, the captain began to shout, confusion dawning. A soft, almost childlike voice whispered directly behind him, looking for someone. The captain froze, every muscle in his body locking up. He didn't dare turn. He could feel a cold presence at his back, a subtle shift in the air pressure. Slowly, agonizingly, the other soldiers lowered their weapons, their eyes wide with terror as they realized what had happened. They looked past their captain. Standing there, where Alex had been a microsecond before, was a boy. No, not just a boy. He was slender, almost delicate, with a shock of silver hair that seemed to defy gravity, framing a face that was an unnerving mixture of childlike innocence and predatory sharpness. His eyes, large and sapphire blue, held an ancient, chilling intelligence. He wore simple, dark clothing, a sleeveless turtleneck, shorts, sturdy boots. His hands were in his pockets. He looked utterly, terrifyingly calm. This was Killua Zoldyck, the prodigy of a family of legendary assassins. Pick is here. And in his right hand, held almost casually, was a still-beating human heart, gripped so tightly that dark blood oozed between his fingers, dripping onto the pristine white floor of the corridor. The captain, the one who had given the order to fire, slowly looked down at his own chest. A gaping, fist-sized hole had appeared where his heart should have been. Blood poured from the wound in a torrent, soaking his tactical vest, pooling at his feet. His eyes, wide with an agony and disbelief too profound for screams, found Killua's. Killua met his gaze, those sapphire eyes now holding a spark of something cold and amused. He squeezed the heart in his hand. The captain let out a single, wet, gurgling sound and collapsed, dead before he hit the floor. The remaining soldiers stared in abject horror, their weapons forgotten. Killua let the now still heart drop with a soft, wet thud. He wiped his bloody hand on his shorts, his expression unchanged. Oops, he said, his voice still soft, almost apologetic. Slipped. Then, his body was wreathed in crackling, visible blue electricity. The air hummed with power. His silver hair seemed to stand on end, each strand alive with energy. His eyes glowed with an intense, electric light. Godspeed. He vanished. PIC is here. What followed was not a fight. It was a slaughter. For the soldiers, it was like fighting lightning itself. One moment, they were aiming their weapons, trying to track him, the next, searing pain, a glimpse of silver hair and glowing blue eyes, and then darkness. Killua moved through them with impossible speed and grace, a phantom of electrical death. A soldier screamed as Killua's hand, fingers sharpened into claws by his nen, flashed past his throat, leaving a line of vaporized flesh. Another tried to bring his rifle to bear, only for Killua to appear beside him, a palm strike to the chest sending an electrical charge through his heart, stopping it instantly. He didn't even have time to fall before Killua was gone, moving to the next. He didn't just kill them, he dismantled them with terrifying precision. A touch here, a strike there. Nerves severed. Organs ruptured by focused electrical jolts. He moved like a dancer, a whirlwind of blue lightning and silent death, his movements too fast for the human eye to truly follow, leaving only a trail of collapsing bodies in his wake. The corridor became a charnel house, the metallic tang of blood mixing with the sharp scent of ozone from his electrical aura. The Task Force X mutants, alerted by the sudden, horrific silence from the soldiers' comms, charged into the corridor just as Killua was finishing. The granite-skinned mutant, already battered from his encounter with Rogue, roared and lunged. The energy blaster unleashed a volley of concussive force. A third Task Force X member, a woman with the ability to generate intense, localized heat fields, sent waves of scorching air towards him. Killua met their assault with a chilling smile. This was almost fun. He sidestepped the granite mutant's clumsy charge, his hand, crackling with lightning, brushing against the mutant's side. The granite skin, designed to withstand incredible physical trauma, offered no protection against an attack that targeted the nervous system directly. The massive mutant spasmed violently, every muscle locking up as Killua's electricity overloaded his synapses, then crashed to the floor, twitching, smoke rising from his rock-like hide. The energy blasts from the second mutant were fast, powerful. Killua moved faster. He weaved between them, the concussive force buffeting the walls around him but never touching him. He closed the distance in a heartbeat, his fist, now a blur of blue lightning, slamming into the energy blaster's chest. The mutant's eyes widened in shock as his own power seemed to short-circuit, then his body convulsed, and he collapsed, unconscious or dead. The heat-generating woman backed away, her eyes wide with terror. She unleashed her full power, the air around Killua shimmering, threatening to ignite his clothes, to cook him alive. Killua simply walked through it, the electricity wreathing his body acting as a perfect insulator, dissipating the heat. He reached her in 2 steps. His hand closed around her throat. "You feel hot?" he asked, his voice a soft whisper. "Let me cool you down." A surge of blue lightning, and her eyes went blank, her body going limp in his grasp. He dropped her like a discarded toy. He stood for a moment amidst the carnage, the only sound his own steady breathing and the crackle of electricity still dancing across his skin. He had killed nearly 20 trained soldiers and 3 powerful Task Force X mutants in less than 30 seconds, without breaking a sweat, without a scratch on him. He was about to turn his attention to finding the X-Men and the children when a new, overwhelming force slammed into him from the side. It wasn't a physical blow, but a wave of pure, raw psychic energy, so potent it made even his lightning-fast reflexes falter. He was thrown backward, skidding across the blood-slick floor, his electrical aura flaring defensively. Killua braced himself, muscles coiling, ready to counterattack, his eyes scanning for the new threat. And then he saw her. Rogue. She hovered at the end of the corridor, her feet inches from the ground. The faint violet shimmer he'd sensed from her earlier was now a raging, incandescent aura of purple and amethyst light, pulsing with power that made the very air around her vibrate. Her eyes were solid pools of that same violet energy, devoid of pupils, radiating in psychic force. Her white-streaked hair floated around her head as if underwater, each strand crackling with power. She looked magnificent and terrifying. "Shit, Alex," as Killua breathed, the single word a stark admission of the sudden, drastic shift in the tactical situation. The playful, predatory amusement was gone from his eyes, replaced by a wary, calculating focus. "This is going to be a long night." Patreon, patreon.com/Ritesh_Jadav0869. Chapter 58. The air in the narrow, blood-slicked corridor of the Alkali Lake facility crackled, not just with the residual ozone from Alex's electrical assault, but with a new, terrifying energy. Rogue hovered at the corridor's end, a figure of incandescent violet fury. Her white-streaked auburn hair floated around her head as if weightless, each strand alive with crackling psychic power. Her eyes were solid pools of amethyst light, devoid of pupils, radiating a cosmic force that made the reinforced metal walls around them groan and buckle. The very air vibrated with her presence, a palpable pressure that pressed down on Alex, even in his lightning-fast Killua Zoldyck form. "Shit," Alex breathed, the single word a stark admission of the sudden, drastic shift in the tactical situation. The playful, predatory amusement that had danced in his sapphire eyes moments before was gone, replaced by a wary, calculating focus. This wasn't the Rogue he knew. This was something else, something infused with a power that felt dangerously familiar, yet terrifyingly amplified and uncontrolled. This is going to be a long night. Before he could formulate a strategy, the illusion-controlled X-Men, who had been momentarily stunned by the sheer brutality of Killua's takedown of the soldiers and Task Force X, re-engaged with renewed, mindless fury. Wolverine, his eyes glazed with Jason Stryker's psychic manipulation, let out a feral roar and charged, adamantium claws aimed at Killua's throat. Iceman sent a barrage of razor-sharp ice projectiles whistling down the corridor, while Colossus, a gleaming behemoth of organic steel, thundered forward, fists like wrecking balls. "Gene! McCoy! Get the professor and the kids out of here!" Alex yelled, his voice cutting through the din, even as he sidestepped Wolverine's initial lunge with a movement so fast he seemed to flicker out of existence for a microsecond. "Find whatever damn machine Stryker is using and shut it down. I'll keep them busy." He didn't wait for a reply. Wolverine was on him again, claws tearing through the space where Killua had been. Alex, using his assassin-trained agility, flowed around the attack, his own hand, fingers extended and hardened with Nen, lashing out. His nails, now elongated and sharp as scalpels, raked across Wolverine's arm, drawing blood even from the famously resilient mutant. The scent of it, coppery and sharp, filled the air. Rhythm echo, Alex thought, activating one of Killua's signature techniques. His movements became a series of afterimages, dozens of Killuas seeming to flicker in and out of existence, disorienting his attackers. Wolverine snarled in frustration, slashing wildly at the phantoms. Colossus, confused by the multiple targets, slammed his massive fists into a wall, sending concrete dust showering down. But Rogue was the true threat. She didn't seem to be fooled by the afterimages. Her violet eyes, burning with that alien intensity, tracked his true position. With a scream that was both human and something more, she thrust her hands forward. A wave of pure, crushing telekinetic force, the size of a small truck, surged down the corridor. It wasn't just physical, Alex felt the psychic pressure of it, a raw, untamed echo of his own mutual power. He was forced to abandon the rhythm echo, his electrical aura flaring as he met the telekinetic wave with a focused palm strike, channeling his Nen into a defensive burst. The impact was like two freight trains colliding. The corridor walls buckled further, pipes bursting, showering them with icy water. Alex skidded back several feet, his boots carving grooves into the metal floor, the force of the impact jarring him to the bone. "Damn, girl, you pack a punch now," he grunted, shaking his head to clear it. The serum Stryker had used on her, combined with the residual mutuo energy, had clearly turned her into an Omega-level powerhouse, albeit an unstable one. Wolverine, recovering from his confusion, lunged again. This time, Alex didn't just dodge. His hand, wreathed in crackling blue lightning, shot out. Thunderbolt. A focused blast of electricity slammed into Wolverine's chest, powerful enough to make the nigh-indestructible mutant roar in pain and spasm uncontrollably, his adamantium skeleton conducting the charge through his entire body. He collapsed, twitching, temporarily out of the fight. Iceman unleashed a torrent of ice, attempting to encase Killua. But Alex, with his assassin speed, was already moving, running up the wall, then leaping off, twisting in mid-air to avoid Colossus's follow-up charge. He landed lightly behind the metallic giant. "Too slow, Tin Man," Alex quipped, before his hands, now glowing with an even more intense electrical aura, slammed into Colossus's back. The electricity, while not significantly harming the armored X-Man, caused his metallic plates to seize up, his joints locking. Colossus stumbled, then fell forward with a thunderous crash, immobilized. "Jean, go. Now." Alex yelled again, seeing Jean and the others still hesitating at the corridor's entrance, torn between helping him and pursuing their primary objective. "I can handle these puppets. You can't let Stryker win." Just as Jean nodded, about to lead the others away, a new force entered the fray. The far end of the corridor, where Alex had dealt with the initial wave of soldiers, exploded inward in a shower of twisted metal and concrete. Magneto floated through the breach, his cape billowing, his hands outstretched. A shield of repurposed shrapnel and debris formed around him as he surveyed the scene. "It seems," Magneto's voice boomed, "your distraction requires assistance, boy." He didn't wait for a reply. With a sweep of his arm, a dozen heavy steel pipes, ripped from the damaged walls, shot towards the still-twitching Wolverine and the immobilized Colossus, not to harm, but to bind, wrapping around them like metallic pythons, pinning them securely to the floor. Alex raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his electric blue eyes. "Well, look what the magnetic storm dragged in. Didn't peg you for the heroic type, Lencher. Thought you'd be halfway to Stryker's throat by now, not playing backup for the isolationist. Magneto scoffed, his helmeted gaze fixed on Rogue, who was now slowly rising, her violet aura pulsing with even greater intensity. "Stryker's defeat is inevitable. But this aberration, requires immediate attention. She wields a power that feels familiar. And dangerously unstable." "Tell me something I don't know," Alex retorted, his body already a blur of blue lightning as he dodged another psychic assault from Rogue. He smirked, a flash of Killua's predatory amusement returning. "So, what's this, Lencher? An enemy of my enemy situation? Don't get any funny ideas. And try not to get yourself almost killed, again." Magneto's unseen lips likely tightened at the barbed reminder of their previous encounter. "Focus on the task at hand, boy. And try not to electrocute me in the process. This girl is the immediate threat to us all." Deep within the bowels of the Alkali Lake facility, in a vast, spherical chamber bathed in eerie blue light, Professor Charles Xavier floated, unconscious, within a complex apparatus of wires, neural interfaces, and gleaming chrome. His wheelchair sat empty beside the central dais. Colonel William Stryker stood before a bank of monitors, his face illuminated by the flickering data streams, a look of fanatical triumph in his cold eyes. "He's fully integrated, sir," a technician reported. "Brainwave activity synchronized with the cerebro-amplification matrix. We are ready to initiate sequence on your command." Stryker nodded, a thin, cruel smile touching his lips. "Excellent. Jason, my son," he said, turning to the younger Stryker who sat in a specialized chair nearby, his own head encased in a similar, though less complex, neural interface. Jason's eyes were open but vacant, focused on some inner landscape of pure thought. "Are you prepared to share your unique perspective with the world?" Jason didn't respond verbally, but a wave of psychic energy emanated from him, causing the technicians to flinch. Stryker, however, merely smiled wider. His son's power, once a source of shame and horror, was now the key to his ultimate victory. "Begin the broadcast," Stryker commanded. Target, global mutant population. Message, fear. Despair. Self-destruction. Let Charles Xavier, their beloved mentor, be the instrument of their salvation, through annihilation. The technician's fingers flew across the console. The blue light emanating from Cerebro intensified, pulsing with a sickening rhythm. Professor Xavier's unconscious form twitched, a silent scream contorting his features as his immense telepathic power was hijacked, twisted, and weaponized. Across the globe, the psychic assault struck without warning. In bustling cities, mutants walking down the street suddenly clutched their heads, their eyes wide with a terror that had no visible source. In quiet suburban homes, mutant children playing in their yards collapsed, their minds filled with nightmarish illusions of persecution, of monstrous transformations, of friends and family turning on them with hatred in their eyes. In hidden enclaves, in isolated communities, wherever mutants lived, the psychic wave hit, sowing chaos, despair, and a paralyzing, soul-crushing fear. Some, their powers flaring uncontrollably under the psychic strain, caused accidental destruction. Others, their minds fracturing under the assault, turned on themselves or those closest to them. In the Antarctic sanctuary, the effect was immediate and terrifying. The usually serene hum of the world tree suddenly spiked into a discordant shriek. Its leaves, normally shimmering with gentle greens and golds, flashed a violent, sickly crimson. The protective energy dome that shielded the sanctuary from the outside world flickered erratically, its surface rippling like disturbed water. Dryads cried out in agony, their connection to the tree suddenly a conduit for overwhelming psychic pain. Animals stampeded through the gardens in blind terror. Mutant children, playing moments before, collapsed, their small bodies convulsing as Stryker's weaponized illusions tore through their unprepared minds. Elara, in the central healing grove, felt the wave hit like a physical blow. She staggered, clutching her head, the tree's pain echoing through her own ancient consciousness. "No," she gasped. "What sorcery is this?" But even as the psychic tsunami washed over the planet, the world tree fought back. Its ancient, primordial consciousness, awakened and empowered by Gia's gift and Alex's own unique energies, recognized the unnatural assault. Its massive roots, plunging deep into the planet's core, drew upon the Earth's own life force. The entire sanctuary began to glow with an intense, golden-green light, a counterwave of pure, natural energy pushing back against the psychic poison. The tree's protective dome solidified, its surface now a swirling vortex of emerald and gold, actively repelling the worst of Cerebro's amplified assault. While the mutants within still felt the echoes of fear, the direct, mind-shattering impact was blunted, shielded by the living fortress Alex had created. Back in the besieged corridor of Alkali Lake, Alex, in his Killua form, felt nothing of the global psychic attack. The Omnitrix, a device of unimaginable alien technology, possessed safeguards against precisely such mental intrusions. It recognized the hostile telepathic wave and instantly erected a counter-frequency psychic shield around Alex's consciousness, filtering out the harmful energies without him even being aware of the attempt. Magneto, however, was not so fortunate. Even with his helmet's formidable defenses, the sheer global power of Xavier's amplified mind, twisted by Jason Stryker's illusions, was overwhelming. He staggered, clutching his head, a strangled cry escaping his lips. The metal debris he controlled clattered uselessly to the floor. "Charles, what are they making you do?" he gasped, his body trembling. Rogue, too, seemed to be affected, though differently. The violet aura around her flared even more violently, her screams becoming more tortured, more inhuman. The psychic attack seemed to be resonating with the mutual energy within her, amplifying her instability, pushing her further towards the brink. Iceman, momentarily freed from Jason's direct control by the sheer chaos of the global psychic pulse, looked around in dazed confusion, the ice constructs around his hands melting into puddles. Alex saw his opening. Magneto was incapacitated. Rogue was on the verge of a catastrophic meltdown. This was his chance to end it. He moved, a blur of blue lightning, appearing before the dazed Iceman. Before Bobby could react, Alex's hand, crackling with electricity, chopped down on the back of his neck. Iceman collapsed, unconscious. One down, Alex muttered, turning his attention to Rogue. But Stryker, watching on his monitors from the control room, saw the tide turning against him. He saw Magneto falter, saw Alex take down Iceman. His primary weapon was about to be neutralized. Damn it! Stryker snarled. He's immune. How is he immune? He slammed his fist on the console. Forget containment. All remaining forces, converge on Sector Gamma, 7. Terminate Alexander. Terminate him now. And someone get Xavier back on target. He turned to a hidden panel in the wall, pressing a sequence of buttons. A section of the floor slid away, revealing a dark, narrow tunnel. Time for my exit strategy, he muttered. Let Ross clean up this mess. With a final, hateful glance at the monitors, Stryker slipped into the escape tunnel, which sealed silently behind him. In Cerebro's antechamber, where Jean, Storm, Beast, and the Brotherhood members had finally fought their way through waves of illusion-controlled guards, they found the source of the global psychic attack. Professor Xavier was strapped into the modified Cerebro, his body convulsing, his face a mask of agony. Jason Stryker sat nearby, his eyes glowing with malevolent power, a twisted smile on his lips. Stop him! Jean cried, lunging forward, her telekinetic power flaring. But before she could reach Jason, Quill and Anoli, moving with surprising speed, tackled the younger Stryker, dragging him from his chair and severing his connection to the Cerebro interface. Jason screamed, a high-pitched, inhuman sound, as his psychic illusions shattered. Beast, meanwhile, threw himself at the main Cerebro console, his powerful hands ripping out wires, smashing delicate components. The amplification matrix is too complex, he roared. I can't shut it down safely. I have to disrupt the primary power flow. Storm, seeing her moment, unleashed a focused bolt of lightning directly into the exposed power conduits Beast had indicated. Cerebro sparked, whined, and then, with a final, shuddering groan, went dark. The oppressive psychic pressure that had filled the room vanished. Professor Xavier slumped in the apparatus, unconscious but no longer in agony. Around the world, the psychic assault ceased as abruptly as it had begun. Back in the corridor, Wolverine and Colossus, suddenly freed from Jason's illusions, looked around in dazed, horrified confusion. What happened? Colossus stammered, his metallic voice rough, as he stared at his own hands, then at the unconscious Iceman. Wolverine's eyes, no longer glazed, darted around the corridor, taking in the carnage, the blood, the bodies of soldiers. He saw Alex, still in his Killua form, crackling with electricity, advancing on the now uncontrolled Rogue. Memories, fragmented and nightmarish, flashed through his mind, attacking his friends, his students. No. Logan whispered, his voice filled with self-loathing. He looked at his claws, still extended, and a wave of nausea hit him. What did they make me do? But there was no time for remorse. Rogue was screaming now, a continuous, soul-shattering sound that was no longer human. The violet aura around her exploded outwards, not in a controlled blast, but in a chaotic, ever-expanding nova of pure, destructive psychic energy. The walls of the corridor began to buckle and melt. The floor cracked and split. She's lost it. Alex yelled, his Godspeed aura flaring brighter as he tried to dodge the tendrils of violet energy lashing out from her. That psychic blast from Cerebro, on top of whatever they pumped into her, and the mutual power, it's too much. She's gonna blow this whole damn mountain apart. A voice, cold and ancient and filled with an insatiable hunger for destruction, now echoed from Rogue, overlaying her own tortured screams. Yes. Burn. Destroy. All will crumble. All will become one with the void. Logan, shaking off his horror, tried to approach her. Rogue. Sherry. Fight it. It's me, Logan. A wave of violet energy, casual and devastating, slammed into him, sending him flying backward down the corridor, crashing through a reinforced steel door as if it were paper. He lay still, groaning, smoke rising from his tattered uniform. Take everyone and get out of here. Alex shouted to Magneto, who was just regaining his composure, and to the dazed Wolverine and Colossus. Now. You won't survive this. Go. He didn't wait for their acknowledgement. He knew this was beyond their ability to handle. This was a cosmic-level threat now, and he was the only one equipped to deal with it. The Omnitrix on his wrist pulsed with an intense blue light. Killua's form dissolved, replaced by the towering, purple and white, feline humanoid form of Mutuo. The psychic power radiating from him was immense, a calm, focused ocean against Rogue's raging, uncontrolled tempest. Rogue, Mutuo's telepathic voice, calm yet filled with an undeniable authority, echoed in her fractured mind. You are not this. This destruction is not you. Fight the voice. Fight the corruption. Fight it, the corrupted voice shrieked through Rogue. I am it. I am power. I am oblivion. She unleashed another blast, a concentrated beam of pure destructive psychic energy that Mutuo met with a shield of his own. The impact was deafening, the shockwave tearing through the already crumbling facility. Mutuo gritted his teeth. This was worse than he thought. The psychic attack from Cerebro, likely amplified by whatever Stryker had done to her, had pushed the unstable Mutuo energy she carried into a catastrophic overload. He needed more power. More control. His eyes blazed. He focused his will, reaching deep into the core of the Omnitrix, bypassing the standard evolutionary functions, accessing protocols reserved for only the most extreme circumstances. The Omnitrix symbol on his chest glowed brighter, then shifted, a new, more complex symbol appearing, the Mega Evolution Stone. This is going to hurt, Mutuo thought, then roared as a new wave of transformative energy, even more intense than the first, engulfed him. His body contorted, elongated. His psychic power surged, amplified tenfold, 100-fold. His already formidable psychic presence expanded, becoming a tangible force that pressed against the very fabric of reality. When the light subsided, Mega Mutuo Y hovered in the air, sleeker, more alien, his psychic power now a visible, swirling aura of blues and purples that dwarfed even Rogue's chaotic display. His eyes were pure, focused psychic energy. Pick is here. In the White House Situation Room, the president and his advisors watched in stunned silence as the live satellite feed from Alkali Lake, which had been showing a chaotic but somewhat conventional battle, suddenly went haywire. The image dissolved into static, then briefly cleared to show a swirling vortex of impossible colors, an energy signature so massive it overloaded their sensors before the feed cut out completely. What in the name of God was that? The president whispered, his face pale. Sir, an analyst stammered, we've lost all visual and telemetry from the Alkali Lake region. But just before we lost contact, meteorological satellites detected, sir, it's impossible, but they detected the spontaneous formation of a Category 5 cyclone directly over the facility. In a landlocked, frozen region. It's forming at an unprecedented, physically impossible rate. The battle between Mega Mutuo Y and the corrupted, all-powerful Rogue was not a fight, it was a cataclysm, a symphony of destruction played out on a scale that defied human comprehension. They ascended from the collapsing subterranean facility into the storm-racked skies above Alkali Lake, their clash a maelstrom of raw psychic energy and elemental fury that tore at the very fabric of the mirror world. The cyclone above them was a direct manifestation of their warring energies, its winds howling like tormented spirits, rain lashing down in horizontal sheets that felt like needles against exposed skin. All will end. Rogue, or the entity now wearing her form, shrieked, her voice a chorus of tortured screams and cold, alien pronouncements. Her violet aura blazed with an intensity that painted the churning storm clouds above in hues of amethyst and blood, lightning arcing between the clouds in response to her rage. She thrust her hands forward, and a barrage of shadow balls, orbs of condensed, volatile psychic darkness, each the size of a small car, crackling with negative energy and trailing tendrils of void stuff, materialized around her. With a guttural cry that ripped through the storm, she launched them at Mega Mutual Y. The shadow balls screamed through the air, leaving trails of distorted reality and the scent of ozone in their wake. Mega Mutual Y, his sleeker, more potent form radiating an aura of calm, focused psionic light that pushed back the oppressive darkness, met the assault with preternatural grace. His eyes, now pure orbs of swirling psychic energy, glowed intensely. With a sweep of his elongated, three-fingered hand, a shimmering barrier of translucent blue energy, a protect maneuver amplified to an incredible degree, forming a multilayered psionic shield, materialized before him. The shadow balls slammed into the shield, detonating in a series of catastrophic explosions that sent shockwaves rippling outwards for miles, flattening trees on the distant shores and sending geysers of water erupting from the lake's surface. Each blast was like a contained tactical nuke, the psychic fallout making the air itself feel heavy and poisonous, the sound deafening. The shield held, shimmering violently, but hairline cracks spiderwebbed across its surface before sealing themselves with visible infusions of Mutuo's immense power. Insignificant, the corrupted rogue snarled, her form crackling with untamed violet lightning. She gathered the ambient psychic turbulence, the very fear and chaos of the dying mirror world, into her being. The ground below them, already fractured, began to tear apart with renewed violence. Massive chunks of the Alkali Lake Dam, concrete slabs weighing thousands of tons, twisted steel girders, sections of the earth itself, were ripped from their foundations by her ferocious telekinetic will. With another blood-curdling scream, she hurled these colossal projectiles, a literal avalanche of debris, at Mega Mutual Y like a volley of world-ending meteors. The air displaced by their passage created sonic booms that echoed across the desolate landscape. He didn't flinch. Instead, Mega Mutual Y extended both hands, his psychic aura flaring with a brilliant, almost blinding white light. The incoming debris froze in mid-air, suspended by his own immense telekinetic power, each piece vibrating with contained energy. Then, with a focused grunt of effort that resonated like a gong, he redirected them. The mountains of rubble reversed course, imbued with his own psionic force, slamming back towards Rogue with even greater velocity and devastating precision. She was forced to erect her own desperate, crackling violet shield, the impacts shaking her visibly, a strangled cry escaping her lips as the sheer kinetic force of her own attack, amplified, threatened to overwhelm her defenses. Several smaller pieces of debris punched through, grazing her, drawing trails of violet energy like blood. "You mimic my power," Mega Mutual Y's telepathic voice resonated, calm amidst the storm, yet carrying an edge of cold fury that cut through Rogue's rage. "But you lack the control, the understanding. You are merely a vessel for chaos, a puppet dancing on strings of borrowed might." He raised a hand, and a blade of pure, incandescent psychic energy, a psystrike of devastating potency, nearly 100 feet long, formed above him. It hummed with contained power, the air around it warping and shimmering, then shot downwards towards Rogue with impossible speed, like a divine judgment. She barely managed to teleport, a jarring, uncontrolled spatial distortion that left rips in the fabric of the mirror world, like tears in black silk, the psystrike carving a colossal, glowing trench through the mountainside where she had been hovering moments before. The very rock face melted and ran like molten wax under the focused psychic assault, the scar visible for miles. Rogue reappeared a mile away, her breathing ragged, the violet aura around her flickering erratically like a dying flame. "You cannot comprehend true power, construct," she hissed, her voice echoing with the alien entity's rage and a hint of her own desperation. She gathered her power, her hands clawing at the air, and unleashed a wave of dark pulse, a rapidly expanding ring of shadowy, concussive psychic force, shot through with tendrils of pure negative energy, that pulsed with debilitating vibrations designed to cripple and terrify, to shatter the mind as well as the body. It raced across the sky, turning the already dark clouds blacker. Mega Mutuo Y met the dark pulse head-on. He brought his hands together, and a sphere of pure, vibrant blue energy, an aura sphere, materialized between them. It condensed rapidly, drawing in ambient energy, growing from the size of a basketball to that of a small car in seconds, its surface crackling with the raw essence of fighting spirit manifested through his psychic might. He launched it. The blue sphere collided with the black ring of dark pulse in a blinding, apocalyptic explosion of conflicting energies. The resulting shockwave vaporized a square mile of the surrounding forest, trees turning to ash in an instant, the ground beneath flash fused into glass. The shockwave generated a visible ripple in the cyclone forming above them, its eye now directly over their battle, the winds intensifying to unimaginable speeds. The very sky seemed to bleed impossible colors. Their energies clashed in waves that were visible even from the distant, retreating blackbird, whose occupants watched in horrified awe. The sky became a canvas of shrieking, impossible colors, the aurora borealis itself seeming to recoil from the sheer power being unleashed. The ground below them buckled and tore. The great dam of Alkali Lake, already damaged by Megatron's earlier assault and Rogue's initial telekinetic barrage, began to crack and groan under the strain of their battle, huge chunks of concrete falling into the churning waters below. The entire region was becoming a wasteland, reshaped by godlike power. Mega Mutuo Y could feel his energy reserves, vast as they were, beginning to drain under the relentless assault and the strain of maintaining his mega-evolved form. Rogue, fueled by whatever dark power now possessed her and the unstable Mutuo energy, seemed almost inexhaustible, her attacks growing more savage, less controlled, more desperate. She was a force of pure, unmaking chaos. Suddenly, she dived, a violet comet streaking towards the already fractured dam. With a focused telekinetic punch, she slammed her fist into a critical stress point. The concrete groaned, then shattered. A massive crack, hundreds of feet long, raced across the dam's face. Mega Mutuo Y teleported instantly, appearing between Rogue and the dam, his hand outstretched. He attempted to telekinetically reinforce the structure, to hold back the inevitable, but Rogue was on him in an instant. They grappled, two titans of psychic power, their physical forms slamming into each other with bone-jarring force. His fist, glowing with psionic energy, connected with her jaw, sending a visible shockwave through her violet aura. She retaliated with a psychic headbutt that sent him reeling, stars exploding behind his eyes. They crashed into the surface of Alkali Lake, their impact sending a colossal wave, hundreds of feet high, surging outwards, swamping the lower sections of the ruined facility. The water around them boiled and churned, flash freezing in some places from Rogue's chaotic energy, superheating in others from Mutuo's focused power. They fought beneath the waves, their movements creating whirlpools and underwater explosions of light and shadow. Rogue wrapped telekinetic tendrils around Mutuo, trying to crush him, while he countered with focused psionic blasts that tore through her constructs. Then, from the chaotic battlefield below, a new energy signature surged upwards. The Decepticons, their forms battered and smoking from their earlier rampage against Ross's forces, suddenly froze. One by one, Starscream, Soundwave, Shockwave, even the mighty Devastator, who had been systematically pulverizing the last remnants of the military base, began to glow with that familiar blue Omnitrix light. Their massive metallic bodies dissolved, not into Echo's form, but into pure, concentrated streams of cerulean energy. These streams, dozens of them, each carrying the distinct energy signature and combat data of a Decepticon warrior, shot skyward like reverse lightning bolts, converging on Mega Mutuo Y, who had just resurfaced, locked in a grapple with Rogue. They slammed into him, not as an attack, but as an infusion of raw, untamed power. The energy, the very essence of those powerful alien war machines, their strength, their resilience, their weaponry schematics, their sheer destructive potential, poured into Mutuo. His psychic aura blazed brighter, larger, now shot through with crackling arcs of blue-black energy that resembled Megatron's fusion cannon discharges. The celestial symbols that had faintly adorned his mega-evolved form now pulsed with a more aggressive, almost technological light. He felt a surge of near-limitless energy, his reserves not just replenished, but massively amplified. The cyclone around them intensified dramatically, its winds howling like a chorus of dying stars, the very weather now a weapon at his command. This power. Mega Mutuo-Y's telepathic voice was no longer just calm, it was resonant, thundering, imbued with the collective might of an alien war machine. He broke Rogue's grip with contemptuous ease, sending her tumbling back through the churning water. Now, it truly ends. He focused his will, drawing upon this new, immense power. He didn't launch another devastating energy attack against Rogue directly. Instead, he reached into her mind, not with the brute force of a psychic hammer, but with the infinitely precise touch of a psychic scalpel, searching for the core of her true self, the spark of Anna Marie, buried deep beneath layers of corrupted Mutuo energy, the unknown serum's insidious influence, and the hateful, parasitic whispers of the controlling alien voice. He found her, a tiny, flickering ember of defiance and fear, lost in a raging inferno of borrowed power and consuming darkness. With infinite care, with a gentleness that belied his terrifying, newly augmented power, Mega Mutuo-Y began to weave a psychic cocoon around that ember. He didn't try to extinguish the inferno, that would destroy Rogue along with it. Instead, he sought to contain it, to shield her essence, to nurture that flickering spark of self, while simultaneously pushing back against the overwhelming tide of destructive energy that sought to drown her. Rogue screamed, her physical body convulsing in mid-air as the two titanic forces within her, her own desperate will to survive, amplified by Mutuo's intervention, against the consuming alien entity, battled for dominance. The violet aura around her pulsed, then shattered into a million shards of dark light, then reformed, then finally, with a sound like a universe sighing in exhaustion, began to recede, to dim. The great dam of Alkali Lake, tortured beyond its limits by their cosmic battle, finally gave way completely. With a groan that echoed for hundreds of miles, the massive concrete structure tore apart as if made of wet cardboard. The full, unrestrained fury of the vast lake, billions of gallons of frigid water, was unleashed in a monstrous, unstoppable torrent. Water, ice, and debris surged through the valley with the power of 1,000 tsunamis, obliterating what remained of Stryker's facility, carving a new, violent path through the landscape. The entire subterranean complex was instantly, irrevocably submerged, becoming a watery grave for Stryker's ambitions. The X-Men and the Brotherhood, who had barely managed to get the Blackbird to a safe altitude moments before, watched in horrified awe from a great distance as the very geography below was violently, irrevocably reshaped by elemental fury and cosmic power. The cyclone above began to dissipate, its energy spent, but the devastation below was absolute. High above the deluge, Mega Mutuo-Y gently lowered the now limp form of Rogue. The violent violet light was gone from her eyes, her features peaceful, though etched with exhaustion. Her breathing was shallow but steady. She was unconscious, but she was herself again, the alien presence seemingly purged or at least suppressed by his psychic intervention. Alex, still in his Mega Mutuo-Y form, hovered for a moment, surveying the utter devastation. Alkali Lake was no more, replaced by a churning, debris-filled maelstrom. Stryker's base, and all its horrors, was annihilated, buried beneath tons of rock and water. The immediate threat was over. But the cost? He looked down at Rogue, cradled gently in his psychic hold, then towards the distant, ravaged horizon. This night had changed everything. The world had seen a fraction of what he, and now Rogue, were capable of. Chapter 59 Reckoning and Rifts. The cataclysmic energies that had torn Alkali Lake asunder slowly subsided, leaving behind a landscape irrevocably scarred. The great dam was a shattered ruin, its concrete heart ripped out, unleashing the full fury of the vast reservoir. Where Stryker's subterranean fortress had once hummed with malevolent purpose, now only a churning, debris-filled maelstrom remained, a watery grave for his genocidal ambitions. The sky, moments before a canvas of shrieking, impossible colors and swirling cyclonic winds, began to clear, the aurora borealis fading as the raw psychic energies dissipated. High above the deluge, the immense, radiant form of Mega Mutwo Y hovered, the last vestiges of the Decepticon energy infusion shimmering around him like a fading afterglow. Cradled gently in his telekinetic hold was the unconscious, fragile form of Rogue. The violent violet aura that had consumed her was gone, her features, though pale and etched with exhaustion, were peaceful. Her breathing was shallow but steady. She was herself again, the alien entity and the serum's destructive influence seemingly purged, or at least driven into a deep, dormant state by Alex's psychic intervention. With a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of worlds, the light around Alex's mega-evolved form softened, contracted. The sleek, alien contours flowed back into the familiar, powerful purple and white physique of his standard Mutwo transformation. He was still immense, still radiating an aura of focused psionic might, but the almost unbearable intensity of the mega form had receded. He descended slowly, carefully, towards a relatively stable outcrop of rock and shattered trees on what had once been the lakeshore. The ground was a ruin, a testament to the godlike power that had been unleashed. He laid Rogue down with a gentleness that belied his formidable appearance, arranging her as comfortably as possible on a bed of miraculously untouched moss. For a long moment, Mutwo simply stood there, observing her. The cost of this victory, the sheer destructive potential he had witnessed in her, and by extension, the echo of it within himself, was a sobering thought. He had saved her, yes. But what had she become? What had he become? A soft, internal chime from the Omnitrix on his chest broke his reverie. The psychic strain of maintaining even the standard Mutwo form after such an expenditure of energy was considerable. With another flash of blue light, the towering psychic alien dissolved, and Alex stood there in his human form, looking impossibly young and weary amidst the devastation. He ran a hand through his dark hair, his breathing still a little ragged. He looked at Rogue, then down at the Omnitrix. His brow furrowed. There was one alien, one power in his arsenal that could potentially undo this, or at least mitigate the damage to her mind, perhaps even to the timeline that had led to this horror. A chronosapian. The ability to manipulate time itself. It was a dangerous, almost forbidden thought. His fingers moved towards the dial, a flicker of desperate resolve in his eyes. You toy with forces far beyond your youthful comprehension, Alexander. The voice was calm, resonated not in his ears, but directly within his mind. Alex spun around, his body instantly tensing, every combat instinct flaring. He hadn't sensed an approach. Standing a few feet away, seemingly untouched by the surrounding chaos, her saffron robes immaculate, was the Ancient One. Her gaze, serene yet piercing, was fixed on him. You seem to have a habit of showing up right when I'm about to do something universe-alteringly interesting, Alex said, his voice a low growl, dropping his hand from the Omnitrix. Are you telling me I should just let her suffer the consequences of powers she never asked for, powers that are partly my fault? The Ancient One glided closer, her movements fluid, almost ethereal. The consequences of power are a burden all who wield it must eventually bear, yourself included. What happened to the girl was a confluence of unfortunate events, Stryker's machinations, the psychic assault, and yes, the unstable echo of your own formidable abilities within her. She paused, her eyes, which seemed to hold the wisdom of countless eons, studying him intently. But to unravel the threads of time, to attempt to rewrite what has been woven into the fabric of this reality, that is a path fraught with perils that would make today's battle seem like a child's squabble. Alex scoffed, turning away to look at Rogue's still form. Perils? What's more perilous than her mind shattering, or her power consuming her completely? I have a chronosapian form. I can go back, just a few hours. Stop Stryker from doing whatever the hell he did to her. Stop Ross from even getting to the school. The Chronosapians, the Ancient One stated, her voice carrying an undeniable weight of knowledge, are guardians of their own temporal streams, bound by cosmic laws far older than your Omnitrix. To wield their power without true understanding, without the consent of the universe's inherent balance, is to invite paradox, to risk fractures in reality that could consume entire worlds. Her gaze was unwavering. You do not possess the wisdom or the right to make such a gamble, no matter how noble your intentions. Alex turned back sharply, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. Hold on. Chronosopians? Guardians of temporal streams? You're talking about them like you've had them over for tea and biscuits. How do you know so much about a species that's, let's just say, not exactly common knowledge, even for someone with your extensive interdimensional library card? The Ancient One's lips curved into that enigmatic, knowing smile that always seemed to hint at universes of understanding just beyond his grasp. That particular piece of counsel, Alexander, she said, her voice soft yet resonant, is not mine to give, but rather mine to relay. It comes with a temporal echo. From someone who understands the weight of such power intimately. Her eyes held a flicker of something unreadable, amusement. Sadness. Your future self sends his regards, and his rather emphatic warnings. That is all I am permitted to share on that specific matter, for now. Alex stared at her, momentarily speechless. His future self. The implications were staggering, almost too much to process on top of everything else that had happened. He clenched his fists, frustration warring with the undeniable logic in her words, now laced with an even more unsettling layer of temporal mystery. So, what? He finally managed, his voice tight. I'm just supposed to accept this. Accept that my power, even indirectly, led to her becoming this? You're telling me to cage my own abilities, to limit what I can do to fix my own damn mistakes because some future version of me said so. I am telling you that some mistakes cannot be fixed by simply turning back the clock, Alexander, the Ancient One replied, her serenity unruffled. They must be understood, learned from, and their consequences managed with wisdom, not brute temporal force. The power she now carries is immense, yes. Dangerous, certainly. But it is also a part of her. To forcibly remove it, even if you could without harming her further, would be another violation of her being. Alex sighed, a sound heavy with weariness and the weight of too many impossible choices. He looked back at Rogue's still, pale form. So, what do you suggest, O wise and temporally informed one? Leave her like this? Wait for her to wake up and potentially level another continent because she stubs her toe? She needs guidance, Alexander, the Ancient One said softly. Specialized training. Someone who understands the nature of such overwhelming psychic power, someone who can teach her to integrate it, to control it, perhaps even to heal the scars it has left on her spirit. She paused, her gaze direct and unwavering. Leave her to me. I can take her to Kamartaj. There, she will learn disciplines that can help her master what is within, without resorting to the crude interventions of science or the dangerous allure of temporal manipulation. Alex stared at her, suspicion flaring again, though now mixed with a grudging curiosity. You train her? Why? What's in it for you, Ancient One? You don't strike me as the charitable type without a cosmic angle. A soul in torment is a ripple in the cosmic balance, the Ancient One answered serenely. And a power of that magnitude, uncontrolled, is a threat to all realities. It is my duty to mitigate such threats and to offer aid to those who are lost in the currents of power. Besides, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips again. We both know, Alexander, that for all your considerable talents, you are not renowned for your patience or your pedagogical skills. Teaching her to control this would require a finesse you rarely employ, and frankly, a level of emotional investment you seem determined to avoid. Alex actually snorted at that, a brief, sharp sound. You got me there. Patience isn't exactly my strong suit, and emotional investment is just asking for trouble. He looked at Rogue, then back at the Ancient One, his expression unreadable. I don't know if she'll even agree. The X-Men, Xavier's school, that's her family. Her home. Or what's left of it. Then let us ask the child herself when she awakens, the Ancient One suggested. The choice must ultimately be hers. As if summoned by their words, Rogue stirred. Her eyelids fluttered, then opened. The violent violet was gone, replaced by her familiar green, though now shot through with tiny, lingering flecks of amethyst that shimmered in the dim light. She looked around, dazed, her gaze falling on Alex, then on the Ancient One. Memory, and the crushing weight of what had happened, seemed to return to her all at once. "Alex," she whispered, her voice hoarse, cracked. What did I do?" The devastation around them, the lingering scent of ozone and destruction, was a terrifying testament. "You fought," Alex said, his voice surprisingly gentle, almost soft. "And you won. In your own way." He gestured towards the Ancient One. "This is, a friend. She has an offer for you. A way to understand what's happened to you." The Ancient One stepped forward, her presence exuding a profound sense of calm and reassurance that seemed to soothe Rogue's raw nerves. She explained her offer, the sanctuary of Camartage, the chance to learn ancient disciplines, to control the immense power now thrumming within her, to understand its nature and her own. Rogue listened intently, her gaze shifting between the Ancient One's serene, knowing face and Alex's more guarded, complex expression. When the sorceress had finished, Rogue was silent for a long moment, her eyes fixed on her own hands, which still trembled slightly. The memory of the destructive force she had unleashed, the feeling of being consumed by that alien entity, was still terrifyingly fresh. If you can teach me," Rogue finally said, her voice gaining a fragile strength, a sliver of hope. "If you can help me stop that from ever happening again, then I'll go. I have to." She looked at Alex, a complex mixture of gratitude, fear, and a newfound, desperate determination in her eyes. "I can't live like that, Alex. A walking time bomb. A danger to everyone I care about." Alex nodded slowly, his expression unreadable. "It's your choice, Rogue. Always." He hesitated, then added, his voice softer than she'd ever heard it, almost vulnerable. "You know. I have other abilities. Other forms. I could try to take it all away. The power you absorbed from me, the stuff Stryker did to you. Maybe get you back to how you were before all this." Rogue looked at her hands, then back at him, a faint, weary smile touching her lips. "I know you could, sugar. And part of me. Lord, part of me would give anything for that. To just be normal again." She took a shaky breath, the weight of her past, her curse, settling heavily on her. "But another part of me, after all this, after feeling that. I want to know what this world really has to offer. I need to understand what I am now." She looked at him, a touch of her old spark, her resilience, returning. "Who would have thought," she added, a hint of wry amusement in her voice, "that someone like you, Alex, the big bad death bringer, would even show this much. I dunno, respect. Concern for little ol' me." Alex looked away, a faint flush rising on his neck, clearly uncomfortable with the display of emotion. "Don't give her any wrong ideas," he muttered, more to the Ancient One than to Rogue. "I just don't like loose cannons. They make a mess." The Ancient One chuckled, a sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "And do I not warrant a measure of respect, young Alexander? I am, after all, considerably older than your entire recorded history, and I have managed to avoid making quite so many messes." Alex sighed, running a hand through his hair again, a gesture of exasperation. Yeah, you're ancient, I get it. You're the responsible adult in the room." He looked back at Rogue, his expression softening almost imperceptibly. "So, you're really going with her? To wherever Camartage is?" Rogue nodded, a new resolve hardening her gaze, the flecks of amethyst in her eyes seeming to glow with a quiet inner strength. "I am. But I need to tell the X-Men. Or what's left of them. One last time. They deserve to know from me, not just find me gone." "Well, the girl has to pack, metaphorically speaking," the Ancient One said, her eyes twinkling with amusement. And I have a rather serious conversation to conduct with certain adults about her future guardianship. And the immediate cessation of any further ill-advised military adventures in this particular region of the planet. Her eyes held a glint of steel that promised a very uncomfortable and non-negotiable discussion for whoever was on the receiving end of that conversation. Need any help convincing them? Alex asked, a dangerous, predatory edge returning to his voice, his earlier discomfort forgotten. I'm pretty good at forceful persuasion. The Ancient One smiled serenely, a smile that held the power of mountains and the patience of rivers. No, Alexander. I believe I can be quite persuasive on my own. I will handle it. She turned to Rogue. Rest for a moment, child. Gather your strength. We will depart when you are ready. Rogue nodded, then looked at Alex, a lingering question in her eyes. What about Stryker? He was behind all of this. He hurt so many. He needs to pay. Alex's expression turned to ice, his eyes becoming chips of frozen sapphire. Stryker, he said, his voice a low, deadly whisper that seemed to drop the temperature in the immediate vicinity by several degrees, has already been taken care of. By a particularly enthusiastic and creatively vicious nut job I happen to have on call. Scene change, hours earlier, Alkali Lake subterranean escape tunnel, deep within the collapsing facility. Colonel William Stryker ran, his breath rasping in his lungs like a broken bellows, the distant, thunderous sounds of the cataclysmic battle above and the groaning collapse of his fortress muffled by tons of rock and earth. The emergency lights in the narrow, damp escape tunnel flickered erratically, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to claw at him. He had to get out. His plan, his perfect, meticulous plan for a world cleansed, had shattered into a million pieces. Xavier, Cerebro, Jason, all lost. And that boy, Alexander, the power he wielded was beyond anything Stryker had ever conceived, a force of nature, an alien god of destruction. He stumbled, his expensive suit torn and filthy, catching himself against the cold, wet concrete wall. He could hear the roar of rushing water somewhere nearby, the dam must have finally breached completely. He had to reach the emergency extraction point, a secondary, hidden sub-peninsula designed for just such a contingency. A faint, metallic scraping sound from the oppressive darkness ahead made him freeze, his heart leaping into his throat. Who's there? Stryker called out, his voice hoarse, adrenaline making it tremble despite his efforts at control. His hand instinctively went to the high-caliber sidearm still holstered at his hip. A pair of glowing red optics materialized in the gloom, like malevolent embers igniting in the void. They were followed by a tall, slender, impossibly angular metallic figure stepping into the flickering, unreliable light. It was Starscream, one of Alex's Decepticon forms, though Stryker, in his terror, wouldn't know or care about the specifics. He just saw another monster, another abomination of metal and alien power. Boo, Starscream said, his voice a high-pitched, arrogant, grating sneer that echoed unnervingly in the confined, claustrophobic space. He sauntered forward with a bizarre, almost mincing gait, his movements a disturbing combination of predatory grace and preening, narcissistic vanity. Well, well, well. What have we here? A little human rat, scurrying from his sinking ship? How predictable. Stryker fumbled for his weapon, his hands shaking too much to get a clean grip. Stay back, creature. Abomination. Starscream laughed, a harsh, grating, metallic sound that scraped against Stryker's frayed nerves like nails on a chalkboard. Creature. Abomination. Oh, you wound me, fleshling. I am Starscream. Lord of the Seekers. Commander of the Decepticon Air Armada. Future undisputed ruler of the Decepticons. And you, he leaned in, his glowing red optics boring into Stryker's terrified eyes with an intensity that promised excruciating pain, are an insignificant, soft-shelled, organic speck who dared to inconvenience my associate. Your associate? Stryker stammered, backing away until he hit the cold, unyielding rockfall that now blocked the tunnel behind him. Trapped. The one with the fancy watch and the rather explosive temper, Starscream clarified, gesturing vaguely with a long, sharply clawed metallic hand. He doesn't like it when insignificant little meatbags like you mess with his projects. And you, my little human, have messed most spectacularly. Caused quite the ruckus, haven't you? He took another slow, deliberate step, cornering Stryker against the rockfall, enjoying the man's palpable terror. To think, Starscream mused, tapping a long, razor-sharp fingertalon against his metallic chin in a parody of thought, a primitive, soft-shelled, easily squashed organism like yourself actually believed you could outsmart me? Starscream. The greatest military strategist Cybertron has ever known. The sheer, unmitigated audacity is almost amusing. He chuckled again, a dry, humorless sound, then his expression, if a robot could be said to have one, turned cold, his optics narrowing into slits of crimson light. Almost. His null-ray cannons, mounted on his forearms, whined audibly as they powered up, their tips glowing with a sickly, malevolent green energy that promised swift, agonizing disintegration. You see, fleshling, Starscream purred, his voice now a silken whisper of impending doom, my associate has a certain flair for dramatic exits. A real showman, that one. And he asked me, personally, to ensure yours was particularly memorable. Consider it a personal favor. From one superior intellect to a soon-to-be painfully disintegrated one. No hard feelings, just business. Stryker finally managed to draw his pistol, his hands trembling so violently he could barely aim. He fired blindly, the bullet sparking harmlessly, pathetically, against Starscream's nigh invulnerable armored chest, ricocheting off into the darkness. Starscream sighed theatrically, a sound like escaping steam from a faulty valve. So uncivilized. So messy. The null rays fired. Stryker didn't even have time to scream. His body was enveloped in crackling, corrosive green energy. His atoms, the very building blocks of his being, were violently, painfully, unmaking themselves, dissolving into their constituent parts. In a microsecond, all that remained of Colonel William Stryker, the architect of mutant genocide, was a faint, lingering smell of ozone and a rapidly dissipating cloud of fine, gray dust that settled gently on the damp floor of the collapsing escape tunnel. Starscream surveyed the empty space, a look of profound, narcissistic satisfaction on his metallic face. Ah, perfection. Lord Megatron would be moderately pleased. Perhaps even impressed enough to finally recognize my inherent superiority and rightful claim to leadership. This was a masterpiece of tactical elimination. He struck a dramatic, heroic pose, then, remembering his audience was now non-existent and decidedly unappreciative, huffed in metallic annoyance. Wasted on this subterranean sewer. No one to witness my brilliance. With a final, contemptuous glance at the spot where Stryker had stood, a dismissive flick of his wrist, Starscream transformed with a blur of complex motion back into his sleek, silver and blue jet mode and rocketed out of the collapsing escape tunnel, leaving only darkness, the roar of rushing water, and a faint, lingering scent of terror and disintegrated ambition behind. XGO, V2 Chapter 1 A Year of Echoes and Iron. The final bell at Midtown School of Science and Technology shrieked through the hallways, a sound that, for most students, signaled a blessed release. For Alex, it was merely a transition from one form of tedious confinement to another. He slung his backpack, deceptively light considering the advanced tech and a few other items packed within, over one shoulder and joined the human torrent flooding out of Mr. Harrison's AP Physics classroom. Mr. Harrison was still enthusiastically diagramming quark-gluon plasma on the whiteboard, oblivious to the mass exodus. Alex almost felt sorry for him. Almost. It had been a year. 12 long, strange, and infuriatingly bureaucratic months since the Alkali Lake facility had been transformed from a subterranean fortress of horrors into a churning, irradiated, and very permanent new body of water. A year since Stryker's genocidal ambitions had been, aggressively decommissioned. As Alex navigated the crowded hallway, a familiar arm snaked around his neck from behind, pulling him into a loose, unwelcome headlock. "Yo, Alex. My man. You coming to Leo's? They just dropped the new Galaxy Annihilators 4 expansion. Supposed to have that new Zorgonian Dreadnought class everyone's been hyping." Alex expertly untangled himself from Mark Chandler's enthusiastic embrace, a practiced move that involved a subtle shift of balance and a precise application of leverage that Mark, for all his jockish energy, never seemed to anticipate. He sidestepped, putting a comfortable 3 feet between them. "Mark, how many times do I have to tell you? Personal space. And lose the bro hug from behind ambush tactic. It's not charming, it's a lawsuit waiting to happen." Alex's voice was calm, almost bored, but with an underlying edge that usually made even Mark pause. "And no, I can't. Got stuff." Mark, a lanky kid with a shock of perpetually messy brown hair and an infectious, if sometimes oblivious, grin, just bounced on the balls of his feet, undeterred. "Stuff? Dude, stuff is what you say when you're ditching your best bud for, like, a hot date. You got a hot date, Alex? Spill. Is it Sarah? I saw you guys talking by the lockers." "It's not Sarah," Alex cut him off, a hint of exasperation creeping in. "And it's not a date. It's actual, important stuff. World-altering, potentially. You know, the usual." He started walking towards the school exit, Mark easily falling into step beside him. "Oh, right, your mysterious international business conglomerate stuff," Mark said, making air quotes. "Seriously, man, one of these days you gotta tell me what your parents actually do. Are they, like, super spies? Arms dealers? Competitive cheese rollers? The suspense is killing me." Alex almost smiled. Mark's relentless, good-natured idiocy was, in its own strange way, a bizarre anchor to a semblance of normalcy he was supposed to be cultivating. Something like that. Less cheese, more resource management on a global scale. That was one way to put it. The truth was, the year since Alkali Lake had been a relentless, grinding education in the infuriating complexities of human politics and the sheer, stubborn refusal of the world to operate logically. The devastation at Alkali Lake hadn't been something the U.S. government could sweep under the rug. The energy signatures, the seismic activity, the sheer, unadulterated violence of that day had been comparable to a localized nuclear event. That patch of Canadian wilderness was now a no-go zone, permanently irradiated and unstable, a stark, undeniable testament to the power unleashed. The loss of military hardware, tanks, jets, experimental weaponry, had been catastrophic. The death toll among Ross's forces, including Task Force X, had been staggering. And then the news had leaked. Not all of it, not the Decepticons or Mega Mutwo Y, thank whatever cosmic entity was listening for small mercies. But enough. Enough about a secret military facility conducting horrific experiments on mutants. Enough about a genocidal plan targeting an entire segment of the population. Enough about the U.S. government losing control so spectacularly. Public outrage, when it finally ignited, had been a firestorm. Even in a world increasingly wary of mutants, the revelations of government-sanctioned torture, especially of children, had struck a raw nerve. The fact that human weapons had proven so utterly inadequate against the power displayed at Alkali, even the sanitized, heavily redacted versions of the events that made it to the public, had also sent a fresh wave of insecurity and fear rippling through the global populace. To rub salt into humanity's already festering wounds, some of the more emboldened mutant factions, likely remnants of the Brotherhood or newer, more radical groups, had leaked information about a hidden, thriving mutant nation in Antarctica. Suddenly, the Antarctic anomaly, the region the World Tree had shielded, had a name, a population, and a terrifying reputation. The U.S. president at the time, a man whose political career had been built on a platform of strong national defense, found himself buried under an avalanche of blame, international condemnation, and domestic unrest. He couldn't counter it. How could he explain the inexplicable? How could he justify the unjustifiable? So, seriously, no galaxy annihilators? Mark pressed, oblivious to Alex's dark internal monologue. Not even for an hour. Mike and Dave are gonna be there. We could totally own the noops. Maybe next time, Mark, Alex said, his gaze distant. I really do have a board meeting. He wasn't entirely lying. The Council of Ethelgard, the new name bestowed upon the sanctuary, meaning noble protection, in an archaic tongue the world tree seemed to favor, did indeed have pressing matters to discuss. The United States, desperate to regain some semblance of control and international standing, had called for an emergency UN summit. And, in a move that had Alex simultaneously scoffing and marveling at human audacity, an official invitation had been extended to the sovereign nation of Ethelgard, via a public television broadcast, as they had no other means of contact. When the World Tree's avatar first suggested we needed to talk things out with the humans, make some rules of engagement, Alex thought, a wry internal grimace twisting his features, I was actually ready for it. After Alkali, I figured a show of overwhelming, terrifying power, followed by a list of non-negotiable demands, was the way to go. Quick. Efficient. Understandable. But the World Tree, in its ancient, infuriating wisdom, had counseled patience. They are sending emissaries of words, Alexander, not warriors of steel, its avatar had rumbled, its voice like the shifting of continents. To meet their fear with overwhelming force is to confirm their darkest assumptions. You are the protector of Ethelgard, its first voice. But a true king knows when to unleash the storm, and when to speak with the calm that stills it. They perceive you as a living weapon, a force comparable to their most devastating armaments. To send you as our first envoy would be seen as an act of aggression, not an overture to peace, no matter your intent. Alex had argued, of course. A nuke doesn't negotiate, it dictates. And right now, that's the only language they seem to understand. Besides, what's the difference? They already think I'm a monster. The avatar had been unyielding. There is a vast difference between a deterrent and a declaration of war. You have shown them your power. Now, allow them to witness our capacity for reason. So, Alex had been held back. Ethelgard had sent a delegation of its most articulate, composed, and, crucially, from Alex's perspective, least overtly terrifying residents. The negotiations had dragged on for months. Months of posturing, of accusations, of humans trying to dictate terms to a nation they couldn't find, couldn't touch, and certainly couldn't intimidate. Alex had wanted to teleport into the UN chamber as Megatron and simply present their terms. The World Tree had, strongly advised against it. What kind of negotiations and international laws take months to pass? Alex fumed internally, even now. And then they have the audacity to call it the fastest ratification of interspecies accords in recorded history. Yeah, because the alternative was me showing up and negotiating with a fusion cannon. But, grudgingly, he had to admit the outcome wasn't entirely terrible. Ethelgard was now officially recognized by a majority of UN member states as a sovereign nation. It was open for limited trade, primarily in unique, sustainably harvested Antarctic resources, rare minerals found beneath the ice, extremophile compounds with incredible scientific potential, even limited supplies of the World Tree's own non-sentient byproduct, a wood of unparalleled strength and beauty. This, in turn, was creating jobs and purpose within Ethelgard for mutants whose abilities weren't combat-oriented. Not everyone could be a warrior or a high-level energy manipulator. Some mutants just wanted to be geologists, or artisans, or, like Mark, just play video games. Civilian access to Ethelgard, of course, was strictly denied for the foreseeable future. The shield remained impenetrable. But the accords were a start. Mutants, at least in signatory nations, now had internationally recognized rights. They couldn't be hunted, experimented on, or detained without due process involving Ethelgard's oversight. Schools were being established, funded by Ethelgard's resource trade, in various countries to help young mutants control their powers. And then there were the laws specifically concerning him. Alex, the individual, was now subject to a unique set of international restrictions. He was, in essence, classified as a weapon of mass destruction. The use of any of his forms deemed capable of nuclear-level devastation, a list that was still being contentiously debated but definitely included Mutuo, and the entirety of the Decepticon armada, was strictly prohibited within the territories of signatory nations unless a formal request was made by that nation's government through Ethelgard's diplomatic channels, and only in response to an existential threat. His Mutuo form, specifically, was not permitted entry into the sovereign airspace or territory of the United States of America under any circumstances without express presidential and congressional approval, a clause Alex found particularly amusing. Like a damn no-fly zone for my own head, he thought. After the accords were signed, after the initial flurry of diplomatic activity and the establishment of Ethelgard's off-sanctuary embassy, a heavily fortified, world tree-grown structure in neutral Geneva, the tree's avatar had delivered its next bombshell. Alexander, it had said, its amber eyes glowing with that infuriatingly calm wisdom, you have built a nation. You have secured its borders. You have even, reluctantly, engaged in the messy art of human diplomacy. But you are still, by the reckoning of your own species, a child. You have missed years of education, of social development, of simply, being. At your age, you should be in school. Learning. Experiencing the world not as a battlefield, but as a place of discovery. Alex had stared at the avatar as if it had sprouted a second head made of squirrels. School. You want me to go to high school? Are you insane? I run a nation. I command dragons. I can turn into a planet-destroying robot. And yet, the avatar had replied, unperturbed, you struggle to understand the motivations of a simple human politician, and your idea of negotiation involves vaporizing conference tables. There are forms of power, Alexander, that cannot be found in the heart of a star or the fist of a titan. Knowledge. Empathy. Understanding. These two are strengths. Besides, a hint of something that might have been dried humor entered its voice. Ethelgard also needs to establish economic ties, to build businesses, to manage the resources we now trade. You have a keen mind for strategy, for systems. Apply it. Learn the world of human commerce. It will be illuminating. And so, after much back and forth, much grumbling, and a few veiled threats involving strategically placed meteor strikes, from Alex, and the withholding of essential life-sustaining tree energies, from the avatar, which was a low blow, Alex felt, a compromise had been reached. Alex would attend a prestigious high school in the United States to gain a normal education and, concurrently, establish and oversee Ethelgard's primary international trading corporation. He'd initially considered setting up in the UK, somewhere with decent tea and less overt paranoia. But then, the new President of the United States, Donald Trump, had gotten wind of it. Trump, who had ridden into office on a wave of post-Alkali Lake fear and a promise to make America safe and strong again, which apparently involved both cracking down on rogue mutants and simultaneously trying to exploit any advantage they offered, had seen an opportunity. The meeting with Trump had been surreal. Alex had expected bluster, threats, perhaps even a poorly concealed attempt to capture him. Instead, he'd found a man who was, above all else, a businessman. Trump hadn't given two flying figs about the mutant-human ideological struggle, about Xavier's dreams or Magneto's crusades. He'd seen Ethelgard's resource potential, Alex's reported intellect, and the sheer, undeniable power Alex represented, and he'd seen profit. Massive, world-altering profit. And political capital. This guy, Alex recalled thinking as Trump offered him unprecedented tax cuts, prime real estate for his corporate headquarters in New York, and a surprisingly hands-off approach to Ethelgard's internal affairs, he'd sell his own grandmother if the price was right and it got him good press. He doesn't care if I'm a mutant, a demon, or a particularly intelligent houseplant, as long as I bring money and jobs to America, and maybe make him look good for brokering peace with the new mutant superpower. So, Alex Corp International was born in New York City. And Alex, the reluctant king, the interdimensional warrior, the boy who had never really been a boy, found himself walking the halls of Midtown High. As a gift of goodwill, a token of Ethelgard's willingness to engage, Alex had arranged for a rather unique present to be delivered to the American government. One of the younger Dryad children, Lyra, who had a peculiar fondness for exploring the deepest, coldest ice caverns at the fringes of the sanctuary, had stumbled upon something remarkable during her play. She'd been trying to lick a particularly large, unusually clear block of ancient ice, convinced it was a giant, meat-flavored popsicle, when the shimmering within had caught her eye. The elder Dryads, alerted by her excited chattering, had investigated and found, perfectly preserved, a man in a ridiculous star-spangled uniform, frozen mid-stride, a circular shield clutched in his hand. Captain America. The World Tree's deep-reaching roots had apparently located and gently relocated the long-lost relic from his original icy tomb. Alex hadn't met him yet. Rogers was still being carefully thawed and debriefed by S.H.I.E.L.D., or what was left of it after Stryker and Ross's unsanctioned operations had been exposed. The irony of Ethelgard gifting America back its greatest hero was not lost on Alex. They reached the school gates. A sleek, black, ridiculously expensive-looking car with tinted windows was waiting at the curb, a silent, imposing statement of wealth and power. The driver, a stern-faced woman with eyes that missed nothing, stepped out and opened the rear door. "Later, Mark," Alex said, already moving towards the car. "Dude, wait up." Mark jogged to catch him. "If you're not doing anything super important, maybe you could swing by. Leo's after your board meeting. I'll save you a controller. The Zorgonian dreadnought awaits." Alex paused, his hand on the car door. He looked at Mark's hopeful, oblivious face. For a moment, just a fleeting instant, he almost considered it. A few hours of mindless button mashing, of friendly trash talk, of being just another kid. "Maybe," Alex said, the word non-committal. He got into the car. The door closed with a soft, expensive thud. As the car pulled smoothly away from the curb, leaving Mark waving enthusiastically on the sidewalk, Alex leaned back against the plush leather seats. The world outside the tinted windows seemed to blur, the mundane reality of high school receding. It was a strange, bifurcated existence. Teenager by day, reluctant ruler and interdimensional guardian by, well, also by day, and most nights too. The public, at least, was starting to feel a little safer, a little more hopeful, not because of him or the precarious peace accords, but because of another figure who had recently stepped into the light. Tony Stark. The billionaire, genius, playboy, philanthropist had, in a move of characteristic flamboyant arrogance, declared to the world, "I am Iron Man." A human hero. A symbol of human ingenuity and power. It gave them something to rally around, a counterpoint to the fear of the unknown that mutants represented. Alex found it grimly amusing. Humans needed their own shiny toys, their own champions, to feel secure. Let them have their Iron Man. It kept them distracted. For now. The car sped towards Manhattan, towards Alex Corp's gleaming skyscraper headquarters, towards the endless meetings, the strategic planning, the constant vigilance required to keep his people safe in a world that was still, at its heart, terrified of them. School was just another battlefield, albeit one fought with social cliques and pop quizzes instead of energy blasts and alien armies. And Alex, as always, was determined to win. Chapter 66, XGO, V2 Chapter 2 Monaco, Masks, and Alarming Truths. The sleek, matte black Maybach, a silent predator amidst the yellow honk and hustle of New York City afternoon traffic, purred to a stop before the obsidian glass and polished chrome edifice that was the global headquarters of Alex Corp International. The building itself was a statement, a stark, impossibly tall skyscraper that seemed to absorb the sunlight rather than reflect it, its lines clean, minimalist, and exuding an aura of quiet, unassailable power. It was, in many ways, a reflection of its young CEO. Alex emerged from the rear passenger side as his driver, a stoic woman named Anya whose background was a tapestry of classified special ops missions, held the door. He shrugged off his midtown high blazer, the mundane garment feeling like a particularly ill-fitting costume. The transition from average high school student, a role he played with varying degrees of bored contempt, to enigmatic head of a multi-billion-dollar, transnational corporation with ties to a sovereign mutant nation, was always a jarring one. He strode into the vast, cathedral-like lobby, the click of his expensive dress shoes echoing on the black marble floor. Security personnel, dressed in sharp, dark suits that hinted at concealed armor and weaponry, nodded respectfully but didn't smile. They knew who he was, and more importantly, what he was. The elevator, a silent, high-speed magnetic lift, whisked him to the penthouse level, the doors opening directly into his sprawling, minimalist office. The room was a study in controlled power. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking, panoramic view of the Manhattan skyline, but the interior was deliberately sparse, a massive desk of polished black volcanic glass, a few strategically placed, impossibly comfortable-looking chairs, and state-of-the-art holographic interface systems currently displaying complex global resource logistics. Standing by one of the windows, gazing out at the city, was a woman who seemed both perfectly at home and utterly alien to this world of high finance and corporate intrigue. Elara, the eldest dryad of Ethelgard, was currently in a meticulously crafted human guise. Her usually bark-like skin was now smooth and fair, her hair of leaves and flowers transformed into a cascade of deep auburn, and her ancient, amber eyes were a startling, intelligent hazel. She wore a simple but elegant dark green business suit that somehow still managed to look like it had grown around her. "Rough day at the halls of learning?" Elara asked without turning, her voice, though now lacking its usual rustle of leaves quality, still retained a deep, melodic timbre. "About as thrilling as watching paint dry in a blizzard," Alex replied, loosening his tie as he walked towards his desk. "Mark tried to drag me to an arcade to play Galaxy Annihilators 4. Apparently, there's a new Zorgonian Dreadnought class." Elara finally turned, a faint smile playing on her adopted human lips. "And did you own the noobs?" Alex raised an eyebrow. "You've been monitoring Mark's slang again, haven't you?" "And no. Board meetings, remember? The glorious, soul-crushing minutiae of running a global enterprise built on the somewhat unstable foundation of a hidden mutant nation powered by an interdimensional tree." "Indeed," Elara said, her smile fading as she gestured towards the holographic displays. "The quarterly reports on the ilmenite and rare earth mineral exports are ready for your signature. The West African Consortium is also pushing for an increased share of the refined petroleum products from the new geothermal drilling operations near the Erebus caldera. Their offer is aggressive." Alex scanned the glowing documents that appeared before him with a flick of his wrist, his eyes absorbing the complex data with inhuman speed. He made a few quick vocal annotations, authorized several transfers, and then with a final, almost dismissive wave, the documents were signed, sealed, and dispatched through encrypted channels. "Tell the West Africans they can have a 5% increase, contingent on them honoring the environmental impact clauses and providing verifiable data on their community reinvestment projects. And double-check the seismic readings around Erebus. The World Tree was grumbling about some subterranean indigestion last week." He sank into his large, ergonomic chair, which molded itself to his form. "Anything else before I'm forced to endure another social ritual designed by humans to test the limits of my patience?" Elara's expression became slightly more formal. "The Monaco Grand Prix, Alexander. You are scheduled to attend the pre-race gala tomorrow evening. Alex Corp is a primary technology sponsor for the Oracle Red Bull racing team this year, a significant investment. Most of the European business magnates, tech investors, and, unfortunately, a few key political figures will be in attendance." Alex groaned, rubbing his temples. "Formula One? Seriously? Rich guys driving really fast in circles. Riveting." He sighed. "Well, at least it's not a room full of preening politicians trying to outlie each other. Businessmen, for all their greed, are usually more straightforward about what they want. They understand transactions. Politicians are the real pain in the ass, they want your soul and a favorable trade agreement. Your flight departs from Teterboro at 0600 hours tomorrow, Elara said, ignoring his commentary. Anya will have the jet prepped. I've already forwarded the itinerary and a list of key attendees to your secure datapad. Alex nodded. Fine. Just, try to keep the small talk to a minimum. The AlexCorp private jet, a sleek, modified Gulfstream G700 that looked more like a stealth bomber than a luxury aircraft, touched down smoothly on the tarmac at Nice Côte d'Azur airport the next morning. The Mediterranean sun was already warm, a stark contrast to the lingering chill of New York. As Alex and Elara, still in her human guise, now looking effortlessly chic in a tailored linen suit, descended the air stair, a fleet of black Mercedes S-classes was waiting, along with a phalanx of stern-faced men in identical dark suits and sunglasses. Bodyguards. Alex paused at the bottom of the stairs, raising an eyebrow at Elara. Really? The goon squad. What's the occasion? Are we expecting an attack from rogue accountants or a hostile takeover by a particularly aggressive flock of seagulls? He smirked. Who exactly are they here to protect? Me. Elara's lips thinned. No, Alexander, she said, her voice perfectly even. They are here to protect the general populace from you. We need to ensure there are no incidents that might make the international news and complicate Ethelgard's already delicate diplomatic standing. Consider them a mobile public relations buffer zone. Alex's smirk faltered, replaced by a flicker of annoyance. You think I'm some kind of lunatic who just goes around looking for blood? That I can't control myself in a crowd? Elara didn't answer directly. She simply opened the rear door of the lead Mercedes with a pointed look. Please, Alexander. The principality awaits. Whatever, he muttered, ducking into the cool, leather-scented interior of the car. This, being a responsible adult thing, was far more irritating than fighting supervillains. The gala was precisely as Alex had anticipated, a suffocating crush of ostentatious wealth, forced smiles, and the barely veiled scent of desperation that always clung to high-stakes business networking. It was held in a lavishly decorated ballroom overlooking the glittering Monaco harbor, the air thick with expensive perfume, cigar smoke, and the murmur of 100 conversations conducted in a dozen languages. Billionaires, tech moguls, minor royalty, and the occasional A-list celebrity mingled, champagne flutes in hand, their eyes constantly scanning the room for the next valuable connection, the next exploitable opportunity. Alex, dressed in an impeccably tailored, dark Italian suit that made him look older and far more dangerous than any 15-year-old had a right to, moved through the crowd with a practiced, detached ease. Elara, a vision of sophisticated grace at his side, made the necessary introductions, her knowledge of human social niceties and corporate power structure surprisingly extensive. And this is Jean-Pierre Dubois, CEO of Dubois Energies, a major player in the European renewables market. Herr Muller, head of advanced materials research for Stuttgart Automotive, they're very interested in Ethelgard's new ilmenite refinement process. Alex shook hands, offered curt, non-committal responses, his mind elsewhere, already calculating, assessing, filing away information. These people, for all their power and influence in the human world, were like children playing with blocks compared to the forces he usually contended with. They saw him as Alex, the enigmatic young head of the new, resource-rich Ethelgardian corporation, a mutant, yes, but one who played their game. They had no idea. If they did, this entire glittering ballroom would likely empty in a stampede of terror. Then, a ripple of excitement, a subtle shift in the room's energy, announced a new arrival. Heads turned. Conversations paused. Tony Stark had entered the room. He wasn't alone. Pepper Potts, elegant and composed in a stunning crimson dress, was at his side, her expression a masterclass in managing Tony's more exuberant tendencies. Happy Hogan, looking like a bulldog in a tuxedo, flanked them, his eyes constantly scanning for threats. Stark himself was a supernova of charisma and barely contained ego, a drink in one hand, the other already gesturing extravagantly as he launched into an anecdote that had a nearby group of oil sheiks roaring with laughter. He didn't just enter a room, he conquered it. "Well, there he is," Elara murmured to Alex, her voice low. "Iron Man himself. He certainly knows how to make an entrance." And, as it happens, Alex Corp's single largest and most demanding client. Their orders for our specialized energy crystals and refined rare earth elements are substantial. Verging on monopolistic, if one were prone to suspicion. Alex rolled his eyes. "Of course, they are. Hero to America probably needs a lot of high-grade unobtainium to keep his tin suits shiny." He watched as Stark, having charmed the sheiks, began to make his way through the crowd, a king holding court. Eventually, inevitably, Stark's trajectory brought him towards them. His eyes, sharp and intelligent behind his ridiculously expensive sunglasses, worn indoors, of course, landed on Alex. A flicker of curiosity, then a predatory, appraising gleam. "Well, well, well," Tony Stark said, his voice all smooth confidence and barely concealed arrogance. He extended a hand. "If it isn't the boy wonder from the land of ice and, presumably, really big trees. Alex, right? Head of, what's it called? Ethel something or other guard. Catchy. Tony Stark. Pleasure to finally meet the myth." Alex took the offered hand, his grip firm, his expression unreadable. "Mr. Stark. Ethelgard. And the pleasure, I assure you, is a thing that is currently happening." Tony laughed, a loud, appreciative bark. "I like this kid. Got a bit of snark. Reminds me of me, if I were, younger and hadn't already achieved global domination through sheer, unadulterated genius." He winked at Elara. "And you must be the lovely, chaperone? Keeper of the prodigy?" "Elara, Mr. Stark," she replied, her smile polite but cool. "Chief Operations Officer for Ethelgard International." "Right, right. So, Alex," Tony leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice, though it still carried. "Heard you guys are sitting on some serious next-level tech down there in your ice palace. Anything that could, say, make my suits even more indestructible. Or maybe something that shoots lasers that can cut through dimensions. Asking for a friend. Our resources are primarily focused on sustainable energy and advanced material sciences, Mr. Stark," Alex replied, his tone dry. "Not interdimensional laser pointers. Pity." Tony took a sip of his drink. "So, kid, you got a minute? Just a quick sidebar. Business, Top secret, world-saving, potentially very profitable business." Alex glanced at Elara, who gave a subtle, almost imperceptible nod. "Lead the way, Mr. Stark." Tony clapped him on the shoulder and steered him towards a quieter alcove overlooking the moonlit harbor. Pepper and Happy exchanged a look, then discreetly created a buffer zone. Once they were relatively alone, Tony's jovial demeanor shifted slightly. The party boy mask slipped, revealing the keen, analytical mind beneath. "All right, Alex from Ethelgard," he said, his voice dropping to a more serious register. "So, you're a mutant, right? From that new nation, down south. No judgment here, by the way. Got a few enhanced individuals on my own payroll. Good for R&D. Alex simply nodded, his expression giving nothing away. Tony hesitated, a rare sight. He swirled the ice in his glass. "Look, I hear things. Rumors. Crazy stuff, mostly. But this one, it keeps popping up. This world tree you guys supposedly have down there." He looked at Alex, his gaze surprisingly intense. They say there's water, or sap, or something from this tree that can, that it can heal. Anything. Any injury, any disease. Even things doctors have given up on." He let out a short, self-deprecating laugh. Sounds like something out of a comic book, right? Unbelievable. He paused, his eyes searching Alex's. But, what if it's not? Alex watched him, his own gaze unblinking, calculating. Stark wasn't just making idle chit-chat. There was a desperation in his eyes, a vulnerability he was trying hard to conceal beneath layers of bravado. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. What if there is such a thing, Mr. Stark? Alex asked quietly. Tony's carefully constructed composure seemed to crack just a little. Then name your price, kid, he said, his voice suddenly raw, urgent. Whatever it is. Money, technology, political favors. I don't care. I'll give you anything. I need it. Alex felt a sudden, inexplicable chill. This wasn't about business. This was personal. Deeply personal for Tony Stark. Before he could reply, before he could even process the implications, an instinct, old and deeply ingrained from years of survival in labs where every interaction was a test, every question a potential trap, took over. Omnitrix, Alex sub-vocalized, his lips barely moving, his gaze still locked on Stark. Scan him. Full spectrum. Biological, energetic, genetic. Tell me what's happening to him. The watch on his wrist, a sleek, unassuming blue device that most would dismiss as a high-tech timepiece, pulsed once, a faint thrum against his skin that only he could feel. An imperceptible wave of scanning energy, undetectable by human senses or technology, washed over Tony Stark. Tony blinked, a slight frown creasing his forehead. Ow. What the hell was that? Did you feel that? Little zap. Static electricity in these fancy suits, maybe? He rubbed his chest absently. Alex didn't answer. The information was flooding his mind, a torrent of complex data processed and analyzed by the Omnitrix's vast alien intellect in microseconds. Genetic markers. Cellular degradation rates. Exotic energy signatures. Familial DNA relational probability. His breath caught in his throat. His eyes, usually so cold and controlled, widened almost imperceptibly. The world around him seemed to tilt, the glittering lights of the Monaco Gala suddenly feeling distant, unreal. The data, it was impossible. Utterly, completely impossible. And yet, the Omnitrix never made mistakes. For the first time since Charles Xavier had gently, irrevocably, told him of his mother's true fate all those years ago in a cold, sterile interrogation room, Alex felt truly, profoundly, foundation-shatteringly out of place, adrift in a sea of shocking, unwelcome truth. Without a word, without a change in his outward expression beyond that fleeting widening of his eyes, he turned on his heel and walked away, leaving a bewildered Tony Stark standing alone in the alcove. Hey! Kid! Alex! Tony called after him, his voice a mixture of confusion and annoyance. What did you do? What was that? At least tell me if the magic tree water is real. Hey! But Alex was already gone, moving through the glittering crowd like a phantom, his mind reeling, the implications of what the Omnitrix had just revealed crashing down on him with the force of a collapsing star. Illyra, sensing his abrupt, uncharacteristic distress from across the ballroom, frowned and began to make her way towards him, her human disguise momentarily forgotten as a flicker of ancient, protective dryad energy flared in her eyes. Alex was moving quickly, purposefully, towards the exit, his usually composed features now a mask of carefully suppressed shock and something else, something that looked terrifyingly like dawning, horrified recognition. Chapter 67, XGO, V2 Chapter 3. The infinity pool, usually a placid sheet of sapphire reflecting the manufactured perfection of Ethelgard's sky, was a raging, tormented thing. Rain, driven by a furious wind that howled like a banshee through the crystalline structures and ancient boughs of the sanctuary, hammered its surface into a chaotic froth. Above, the artificial sky was a canvas of bruised purples and angry blacks, split intermittently by jagged fissures of lightning that illuminated the scene in stark, millisecond flashes. Thunder, deep and guttural, rolled continuously, a sound that vibrated in the very bones of the world tree. Slumped on a low, wide outdoor sofa, one usually meant for serene contemplation by the pool's edge, its weather-resistant cushions now dark and sodden, was Alex. His expensive, Monaco gala suit was soaked through, clinging to his lean frame. His dark hair was plastered to his forehead and neck, rainwater tracing rivulets down his face, indistinguishable from tears, had he been shedding any. His head was tilted back, face towards the raging storm, eyes tightly closed as if in pain, or perhaps, in a strange form of communion. One arm dangled limply over the side of the sofa, knuckles brushing the drenched ground, the other lay across his stomach. He hadn't moved for hours, a solitary, unmoving figure in the heart of the tempest. The deluge over him suddenly ceased. Not the storm itself, that still raged with undiminished fury, but the direct impact of rain on his upturned face. He didn't open his eyes. He knew who it was without looking. "It has been an entire night since your return from Monaco, Alexander." Ilara's voice, calm and melodic even against the backdrop of the thunder, sounded from just beside him. She was in her human guise, holding a large, dark umbrella that, for a moment, created a small, dry oasis around him. "You have not stirred from this spot. Not for food, nor rest, nor shelter from this, rather expressive weather. Now it is even thundering with considerable enthusiasm." A low sound rumbled in Alex's chest, a humorless chuckle that was half-grown. Still without opening his eyes, he reached up a languid hand and, with a deliberate shove, knocked the umbrella askew. The cold rain immediately plastered his face again. He almost welcomed its sting. "Ilara," he said, his voice raspy, tired, "you're worried about a little thunder and rain." He took a deep, shuddering breath, the icy water running into his mouth. This is a bomb. This storm, this noise, it's calming the damn thoughts. The thunder in my head. All the chaotic emotions churning through me." He let out another shaky laugh. "You should be thanking this rain, old friend. There aren't many attachments left in this universe, few things that can actually dull what I'm feeling right now." Ilara silently righted the umbrella, holding it steadfastly over him again, though he made no move to acknowledge it. "What did you mean by that, Alexander? What happened there? What did you discover in Monaco to leave you so, untethered?" Alex was silent for a long moment, only the drumming of rain on the umbrella and the roar of thunder filling the void. Then, another laugh, sharper this time, edged with something that sounded like disbelief and a terrifying, burgeoning hysteria. "Well, Ilara," he finally said, his voice cracking slightly, it's rather monumental, actually. Just now, just today. I finally found out my surname." He paused, a strange, almost manic energy thrumming in his voice. "Your prince, your protector, your death-bringer, he finally has a last name." He took another gasping breath, and the words came out, raw and stark against the storm's fury. "I'm Stark. I am Alex Stark." As his name, echoed in the stormy air, the world around Alex seemed to dissolve, not into the rain-lashed reality of Ethelgard, but into the cold, sterile, disorienting non-reality of a memory he shouldn't have. Flashback, the laboratory, years ago. He was floating. Suspended in a luminescent, viscous blue liquid that pressed against his skin from all sides, a constant, cloying embrace. Wires, like metallic serpents, snaked from his body, connecting him to humming, beeping machines whose purposes were both sinister and agonizingly familiar. This was the tank. His prison. His crucible. But this time, the pain was different. Not the searing agony of needles or the mind-numbing torment of forced transformations. This was a pain of the soul, a psychic tearing as foreign memories, an entire lifetime that wasn't his but somehow was, crashed into his consciousness like a rogue meteor. Images. Sensations. Lives intertwining, then ripping apart. A different Earth. Different heroes. Different cosmic laws. Flashes of green energy. A watch that held galaxies. The weight of impossible choices. The loneliness of ultimate power. The faces of friends he'd never met in this life, yet mourned as if they were ripped from his very soul. The echoes of battles fought in star systems this Alex had never known. And then, deeper still, a memory so primal, so impossible, it should have been buried beyond the reach of any consciousness. His own birth. Not a coherent narrative, but a maelstrom of sensation. Pressure. Light. Cold. The sudden, shocking intake of air into virgin lungs. The overwhelming, terrifying symphony of sound after an eternity of muffled silence. He was small, helpless, slick with the residue of his arrival. Strong, unfamiliar hands cleaned him, wrapped him in something soft. Then, he was being lifted, placed into the arms of warmth. Love. A scent that was safety, that was mother. Martha. Her face was a blur of tears and exhaustion, but her eyes were beacons of such fierce, unconditional love that it seared itself into his nascent, impossible memory. He felt her heart beating against his tiny cheek, a frantic, unsteady rhythm. A kind, blurry face in a surgical mask hovered nearby. A nurse. Her voice was gentle, distorted by the fluid that still seemed to fill his newborn ears. He's a beautiful boy, Martha. Strong lungs. What will his name be? Martha's voice, when it came, was weak, trembling, but filled with that same overwhelming love. Alexander, she whispered, her lips brushing his forehead. Alexander. That's a wonderful name, the nurse said, her voice warm. And his surname, dear? A shadow passed over Martha's face. A wave of such profound pain, such deep, aching sorrow emanated from her that even in his newborn state, Alex felt it like a physical blow. Her arms tightened around him, protectively. The nurse, a woman clearly accustomed to the myriad emotions of a birthing room, saw the shift. Her professional smile faltered, replaced by a look of gentle, almost pained understanding. She made a small, almost imperceptible nod, then busied herself with something out of his limited field of vision, effectively leaving mother and child to their private moment. Martha pulled him closer, her tears now falling freely onto his blanket, onto his face. "Oh, my sweet boy," she whispered, her voice cracking, a raw agony lacing the love. "My Alexander. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." He gurgled, a tiny, uncomprehending sound. I can't give you your father's name, my love," she choked out, her breath hitching with sobs. It was my mistake. A beautiful, wonderful mistake that gave me you, but a mistake nonetheless. I was selfish. I never asked him, not really. I never told him about you. And now. She looked down at his tiny, perfect face, her own contorted with a pain that was more than just physical. He has a life, Alexander. A world. A destiny. And you. I don't want to push you into his world where you might not be wanted, where you might only be seen as a complication. A burden. Her voice dropped to a near whisper, filled with a desperate, protective fierceness. I won't have them say I brought you into this world to climb some social ladder, to use you to bind him to me. I won't have your existence stained by whispers and accusations before you even learn to walk. She kissed his forehead, a long, lingering press of her lips. So, you will be Alexander. Just Alexander. My Alexander. And I swear to you, my son, my precious boy, I will give you everything. Everything I am, everything I have. You will want for nothing. You will be loved. You will be safe. Her voice broke on the last word, a silent acknowledgement of a promise she might not be able to keep in a world that was often cruel to those who were different, those who were unexpected. Your father, perhaps one day. But not like this. Never like this. The memory, raw and visceral, faded, leaving Alex gasping on the rain-lashed sofa in Ethelgard, the phantom scent of his mother's tears and the sterile smell of a hospital room still clinging to him. The revelation didn't just explain a missing surname, it recontextualized his entire existence, the ache of an unknown, absent father suddenly given a name, a face, a multi-billion-dollar corporation, and a suit of flying red and gold armor. Tony Stark. His father. The irony was a bitter, burning thing in his chest. Chapter 68, XGO, V2 Chapter 4 of High School Halls and Iron Hearts. A week. It had been a week since Monaco, a week since the world had tilted on its axis, since a name, Stark, had been branded onto Alex's understanding of himself. A week of forcing down a maelstrom of emotions so potent they threatened to unravel the cold, controlled facade he presented to the world, and to Ethelgard. The World Tree's avatar had been, surprisingly understanding, if infuriatingly cryptic, about his need for processing time. Which apparently translated to shoving him back into the mundane torture of Midtown School of Science and Technology. The final bell, a screeching banshee of adolescent liberation, finally echoed through the crowded halls. Alex moved with the anonymous flow, his backpack slung over one shoulder, expression carefully neutral. He just wanted to get to the car, to the silent sanctuary of his Alex Corp office, to anywhere but here. Alex. Dude. Finally. He didn't need to turn to know it was Mark Chandler, his self-appointed best friend and Midtown's resident golden retriever in human form. An arm, far too enthusiastic for a casual greeting, slung around his neck. Alex sighed internally but didn't bother to immediately untangle himself. It was easier, sometimes, to just let Mark happen. "Hey, man, where the heck have you been all week?" Mark babbled, easily keeping pace as Alex continued towards the lockers. "You weren't picking up calls, texts, smoke signals. I was so bad at Galaxy Annihilators without you, dude. Got totally pawned by some 7th grader with a hacked Zorgonian controller." Flanking Mark were two other familiar faces, a shorter, dark-haired boy named Leo, who was usually more sensible than Mark, and a girl with vibrant pink streaks in her black hair, Maya, whose sharp wit often kept both boys in line. "Yeah, Alex, what gives?" Leo chimed in, a genuine note of concern in his voice. "You just vanished. We were actually starting to think your mysterious international business finally involved, like, an actual alien abduction." Maya nodded, her arms crossed, an eyebrow arched. "You know, you've always been the quiet, brooding type, Alex, we get that. But this week? Even for you, you've been like, super brooding silent. Like, staring into the abyss and the abyss is getting uncomfortable, silent. What's up?" Alex finally extracted himself from Mark's friendly chokehold as they reached his locker. He spun the combination with practiced ease. "Had some work to take care of. Urgent. Out of town." He kept his voice even, betraying nothing of the internal earthquake that had been rumbling since Monaco. "Work? For a whole week? No calls?" Mark persisted, leaning against the adjacent lockers. "Come on, man, not even a hey, still alive, not eaten by interdimensional bad guys text." Alex sighed, pulling out a textbook he didn't need. "I was quiet because I was thinking. You guys are just reading too much into it." He slammed his locker shut, a little harder than necessary. To deflect, he asked, "So, what's new and exciting in the thrilling world of high school while I was gone? Did Mr. Harrison finally achieve cold fusion with a Bunsen burner and a piece of chalk?" Leo perked up, the previous concern momentarily forgotten. "Oh, dude, you missed it. The biggest uproar since that mutant attack on the White House last year. Iron Man. There was this insane fight downtown a couple of days ago. Some crazy Russian dude in an electric whip suit, apparently with an arc reactor just like Stark's." Alex froze, his hand halfway to his backpack strap. Iron Man Stark. The names now hit differently, a jolt that went deeper than just superhero news. Mark, oblivious, whipped out his phone, a slightly battered but still functional iPhone 4, the cutting edge of mobile tech in 2011. Yeah, man, I got footage. Some dude live-streamed it before the cops shut everything down. He fumbled with the screen, then held it up. Grainy, shaky video showed Iron Man battling a figure wreathed in crackling electrical whips, the Monaco Grand Prix circuit a backdrop of chaos and destruction. Alex watched, his expression unreadable, as his father dueled another madman in a weaponized suit. And now, Leo continued, his voice filled with the excited gravity of a news junkie, there's this massive debate all over the news. Stark claimed for ages that no one could replicate his arc reactor tech for decades, and then this whiplash psycho shows up with basically the same thing. People are freaking out, saying the government needs to take over Stark Industries, that his tech is too dangerous to be in private hands. Maya scoffed. Please. It's Tony Stark. He always makes a comeback. He probably wanted this to happen just to show off how he can still save the day and then invent something even crazier next week. She looked at Alex. Right, Alex? He's Tony Stark. He'll be fine. Alex felt a strange, complicated pang at her casual confidence in the man. Right, he said, his voice carefully neutral. It's Tony. He needed to get out of here. As if on cue, his own phone vibrated in his pocket. He glanced at the caller ID, Ilara. Gotta go, he said, already turning away. Board meeting actually is happening. He left his friends amidst their renewed chatter about Iron Man, striding towards the school exit where Anya, his driver and head of his personal security detail, waited with the Maybach. The weight of the name, Stark, felt like a physical burden, a secret identity far more complex and terrifying than any alien form the Omnitrix could offer. Hours later, the scene shifted from the mundane chaos of high school to the opulent, high-tech anxiety of Tony Stark's Malibu mansion. Tony, looking disheveled and pale beneath his usual confident swagger, was pacing his workshop, a half-empty glass of scotch in his hand. Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodey Rhodes, in full Air Force dress uniform, stood with his arms crossed, his expression a thundercloud of anger and worry. And you didn't think to tell me, Tony? Rhodey was saying, his voice tight with controlled fury. Your best friend? The guy who has literally flown into battle with you? That you're dying? That the palladium core in your chest, the thing keeping you alive, is also poisoning you inch by inch? Tony waved a dismissive hand, though the gesture lacked its usual conviction. Dying is such a dramatic word, Rhodey. I prefer experiencing a temporary and somewhat aggressive systemic degradation with a potentially fatal endpoint. See? Sounds much better. It sounds like you're an idiot. Rhodey exploded. A selfish, arrogant idiot who was going to let his best friend find out from a damn autopsy report. All right, point taken. Tony snapped, then winced, pressing a hand to his chest. Look, I was working on it, okay? I just hadn't cracked it yet. Didn't want to worry you until I had a solution. Or, you know, a really killer eulogy prepared. Suddenly, Jarvis's calm, disembodied voice filled the workshop. Sir, I regret to inform you that there appears to be an unauthorized presence within the facility. Tony and Rhodey both froze, their argument instantly forgotten. What? Where, Jarvis? Tony demanded, his eyes darting towards his Iron Man armor displays. The individual is currently located in your private laboratory, sir. Scans indicate, it's the young man you met in Monaco. Mr. Alexander. A live security feed shimmered into existence on one of Tony's large holographic displays, showing Alex, dressed in his simple dark clothes, strolling casually through Tony's hyper-secure lab, looking around with an air of mild, critical curiosity. Tony stared, slack-jawed. Alex? How in the ever-loving hell did he get in here? Jarvis, I have security protocols that would make Fort Knox look like a garden shed. How did he bypass them without you even noticing until he was in the lab? His method of entry appears to be unconventional, sir, Jarvis replied, a hint of what might have been AI surprise in his tone. He did not trigger any external or internal sensors. He simply appeared. Rhodey, his military training kicking in, had already drawn his sidearm, a standard issue M9, its safety clicking off with an ominous sound. Mutant. Teleporter, maybe. Tony, stay behind me. They moved swiftly, silently, towards the lab entrance. Tony, despite Rhodey's caution, pushed slightly ahead, his mind racing. The kid from Ethelgard. Here. In his lab. After their bizarre, abrupt conversation in Monaco. They burst into the lab, Rhodey taking a combat stance, weapon leveled. Freeze. Don't move. Alex, who had been examining a half-finished gauntlet component on one of Tony's workbenches, turned slowly, an expression of almost bored amusement on his face. He didn't raise his hands. He just looked at Rhodey's gun, then at Rhodey, then at Tony, who was standing just behind his friend. Hey, man, Tony said, trying for casual, though his heart was hammering. Nice to see you again. Love what you've done with the place. Just kidding, this is my place. How'd you get in here? Secret knock I don't know about. He knew Alex was powerful, but this level of infiltration. Rhodey ignored him, his gun steady on Alex. Shut up, Tony. You don't know who this kid is, what he's capable of. Alex chuckled, a low, dangerous sound. Actually, Tony, your friend here is right. You really don't know who I am. He met Rhodey's gaze, his eyes glinting with something cold and sharp. Well, Captain Rhodes, is it? Impressive. You know, the last time a military man pointed a gun at me with that much conviction, he and his entire platoon ended up as abstract art spread across a Siberian wasteland. And trust me, Alex's smirk widened, your little pea-shooter isn't going to do a damn thing except make a loud noise before I turn it into a very expensive paperweight. Are you forgetting the treaty you yourself signed, kid? Rhodey growled, though a flicker of uncertainty now touched his eyes. The Ethelgard Accords. You use lethal force, you use powers deemed excessive, against citizens of signatory nations, and you violate international law. Your little ice kingdom gets sanctioned into oblivion. Alex's smirk didn't falter. Oh, I remember the fine print. Very tedious. But who said anything about killing anyone? I'm not here for a fight, Captain. Surprising, I know, given my reputation. His gaze shifted to Tony. I came because your friend here, Mr. Stark, practically begged me for help in Monaco. Said he needed something only my people could provide. Something about magic tree water. Rhodey's head snapped towards Tony, his expression a mixture of disbelief and betrayal. You went to him? For help? After everything? Tony winced, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. What? I mean, I heard things, okay? Rumors. You know me, I explore all options. And he seemed knowledgeable. He looked at Alex, a new spark of hope, warring with annoyance, in his eyes. So, after ditching me like I had the plague that day in Monaco, for God knows whatever damn reason, you finally decided to show up and grace me with your teenage angst and a potential miracle cure. Alex's expression hardened slightly at the mention of Monaco. Let's just say I had some personal matters to process. He pushed the memory of the DNA scan, the name, Stark, deep down. Not now. And yes, I can save you. That arc reactor in your chest. The palladium core. It's a brilliant piece of engineering, Stark. A masterpiece of miniaturization. It's also poisoning you, breaking down your cellular structure with every beat of your heart, even as it keeps the shrapnel from turning that same heart into shredded meat. Quite the paradox. Tony's bravado faltered. Yeah, well, I don't know how you know the specifics of that, kid, but you're not wrong. He took a deep breath. So, what's the catch? What do you want? Name it. Schematics for my suits. Unrestricted access to my R&D. My vintage wine collection. It's yours. Just give me that water. The stuff from your world tree. Alex shook his head, a flicker of something almost like pity in his eyes. That, I can't give you. The world tree decides who is worthy of its direct gifts, not me. Its essence is, not for casual use. And frankly, Stark, your problem, while inconveniently fatal for you, isn't big enough to warrant that kind of intervention. It's too precious a resource to waste on something so mundane. Tony actually recoiled, genuinely hurt. Mundane? Precious? Are you saying I'm not precious enough? That I'm not worthy? The billionaire ego, bruised, was a sight to behold. Alex sighed. This was going to be more exhausting than he thought. Look, Stark, it's not about your preciousness. It's about scale. What ails you is a complex engineering and biological problem. The tree's gift is more for, shall we say, existential-level crises. He paused. I can save you. Easily. But the world tree, in its infinite and often annoying wisdom, was reluctant. It insisted I verify that you genuinely needed help, that you weren't just looking for another power-up, another way to stroke your ego. And how are you gonna do that, kid? Tony asked, suspicion warring with desperation. Give me a pop quiz on humility. Alex's lips curved into a small, almost invisible smile. Something like that. I'm going to bring in a consultant. Someone who actually understands this kind of mess. He raised his left wrist, the blue faceplate of the Omnitrix glowing softly. Now, I can't guarantee this particular guy will want to help you. He's got strong opinions. And frankly, his bedside manner makes mine look like a saint's. But if anyone can figure out your little palladium problem, it's him. He tapped the Omnitrix, the dial scrolling through alien silhouettes too fast for human eyes to follow, then slammed his palm down. A brilliant flash of blue light filled the lab, momentarily blinding Tony and Rhodey. When their vision cleared, Alex was gone. Standing in his place, on one of Tony's pristine workbenches, was a tiny, gray-skinned, frog-like alien, no more than 6 inches tall, with huge, intelligent green eyes, wearing a simple green and black tunic. He looked incredibly old, incredibly irritated, and incredibly out of place. Tony and Rhodey just stared, speechless. What in the... Tony finally managed, his scientific mind struggling to process the instantaneous biological transmutation he had just witnessed. How did he, what is that? That's impossible. The tiny alien glared up at them, his jowls quivering with annoyance. Well, don't just stand there gaping like a pair of lobotomized LGM1s. And stop staring at me like I'm some kind of novelty. Azimuth, first thinker of Galvan Prime, creator of the Omnitrix, and arguably the smartest being in at least 5 galaxies, a fact he was always happy to point out, huffed. Rhodey finally found his voice, though it was laced with disbelief. He gestured with his still-raised gun. So, this little thing is going to help Tony? Seriously? It looks like something you'd dissect in a high school biology class, if it didn't dissect you first. Azimuth's massive green eyes narrowed into slits. Silence, you oversized, organically challenged weapon platform. Just because your cranium is disproportionately large does not imply a corresponding increase in intellectual capacity. In fact, in your case, I suspect an inverse correlation. Tony, despite the gravity of his own situation, couldn't help but let out a surprised laugh. Whoa there, Kermit. Big words from a little guy. You think you're smart? Buddy, you're looking at the smartest, most innovative mind on this entire planet. There's no one smarter than me. Azimuth puffed out his tiny chest, his jowls vibrating with indignation. Smarter than you? You primitive, carbon-based, emotionally driven egomaniac. Ha! What's your current assessed IQ, primate? 200. 300, on a good day, with a tailwind and a cheat sheet? Tony, though taken aback by the sheer audacity, listed his officially tested IQ, a number that was indeed stratospherically high by human standards. Azimuth just waved a dismissive, three-fingered hand. Bah! A rounding error. Even if you lined up 1,000 of your so-called geniuses, their collective intellect wouldn't amount to a flicker in the shadow of my cognitive capabilities. I designed the very device that allowed that other insufferable young Galvan wannabe to bring me here. I comprehend technologies that would make your entire species' understanding of physics look like cave paintings. Are you serious? Tony said, a mixture of amusement and genuine offense in his voice. You really think you're... Azimuth didn't let him finish. His huge eyes scanned the workshop, taking in the half-finished Iron Man suits, the holographic displays, the complex arc reactor schematics. He hopped off the workbench, landing with a soft pat, and waddled over to the Mark V armor, which was currently disassembled, its chest plate open, revealing the intricate workings of its repulsor system. This is your genius? Azimuth scoffed, poking a critical finger at a particularly complex relay. This power coupling is inefficient. The energy bleed-off from this tertiary focusing lens alone must be in the range of 12.7%. And this pathetic attempt at a stable cold fusion core. It's leaking exotic particles like a sieve. Are you trying to irradiate yourself into an early grave, you blithering idiot? He began rapidly pointing out flaws, design inefficiencies, and potential catastrophic failure points in Tony's most advanced armor, his voice a rapid-fire torrent of condescending, highly technical corrections. He didn't just look at it, he understood it, on a level that made Tony's head spin. Tony, who had never been talked down to by anyone regarding his own technology, stood there, his mouth slightly open, as the tiny alien frog systematically, and with brutal accuracy, dismantled years of his most prized work with nothing more than a cursory glance and a series of witheringly disdainful comments. Rhodey, for his part, was struggling very hard not to laugh out loud. Azimuth finished his critique, then glared up at Tony, who looked like he'd just been verbally assaulted by a particularly articulate and well-informed badger. Frankly, Azimuth declared, it's a miracle this walking death trap hasn't already exploded and taken half of California with it. You call this armor? I call it a lawsuit waiting to happen. Now, about this palladium poisoning, let me see the patient. And try not to contaminate my diagnostic field with any more of your Stark-level thinking. Tony, for perhaps the first time in his adult life, was utterly speechless. The little green, whatever it was, had just out-geniused him. Effortlessly. And with extreme prejudice. This was going to be a very interesting consultation. Chapter 69, XGOV2 Chapter 5, Galvan Wisdom and Stark Legacies. Tony Stark, a man rarely rendered speechless, stared at the diminutive, 6-inch-tall, gray-skinned Galvan who was now systematically and witheringly critiquing the pinnacle of human miniaturized energy technology as if it were a child's poorly assembled science fair project. Azimuth, first thinker of Galvan Prime, hopped with surprising agility from the workbench to the exposed chest plate of the Mark V armor, his enormous green eyes scrutinizing the intricate workings of Tony's arc reactor. Rhodey, still armed but utterly bewildered, stood by, a silent, incredulous witness. Oomph, Azimuth grunted, poking a delicate, three-fingered hand at the palladium core. His jowls quivered. A rudimentary cold fusion device, crudely adapted. The energy-to-mass ratio is acceptable for a species that still thinks digital watches are a neat idea. But this palladium catalyst? An obvious dead end. The particle decay, the toxicity, its amateur hour, even for a planet this far out on the galactic boondocks. Tony finally found his voice, a mixture of indignation and grudging curiosity. Hey! That amateur hour tech is the only thing keeping shrapnel from turning my heart into a pin cushion, Froggy. And it powers this suit, which, by the way, can fly. Can you fly without a spaceship? Azimuth gave him a look that could curdle milk. Flight. A trivial application of localized anti-gravity manipulation. I could build a device the size of your thumb that could propel this entire continent into orbit if I felt so inclined. This arc reactor, it wasn't your original concept, was it, primate? Tony bristled. It was my father's. Howard Stark. He built the first large-scale one. I just made it better. Miniaturized it. A shadow crossed his face. He laid out the plans, the groundwork. I just connected the dots. Azimuth tapped a finger against his chin, his gaze distant. Howard Stark. How would I know? Tony snapped, then winced as a jolt of pain shot through his chest. He was not exactly forthcoming with his R&D. Or anything else, for that matter. And you didn't know about the palladium poisoning when you built this thing in your chest? Azimuth pressed, his tone less accusatory now, more genuinely puzzled. As flawed as the initial concept is for long-term biological integration, the inherent toxicity of palladium under sustained high-energy bombardment is, well, it's rather obvious to anyone with a rudimentary understanding of transuranic particle physics. Tony shrugged, a defensive gesture. Look, I built it in a cave. With a box of scraps. Slightly extenuating circumstances, wouldn't you say? Perhaps, Azimuth conceded. But your father, as good as I know the technological limitations of this planet during his era, the man who could theorize this reactor, even in its macro form, should have anticipated the degradation of the catalyst. What held him back from finding a cleaner element, from solving the poisoning issue before it became one, was likely the scientific knowledge and material science of his time, not a lack of foresight. Tony let out a bitter laugh. Foresight? Howard Stark. The man couldn't foresee his own son's birthday half the time. You're giving him way too much credit. He was brilliant, sure, but he was also a cold, distant bastard who cared more about his work and his public image than his own family. He turned away, pacing the lab. Look, I've been through all his research, every note, every blueprint. There's nothing. No new element, no solution to the palladium problem. If he knew it was poison, he sure as hell didn't leave me a map to the antidote. The pain in his voice was raw, the old wounds of a neglected childhood laid bare. It's hard to believe he'd leave anything useful for me, even if he had it. Azimuth watched Tony's outburst, his large green eyes softening almost imperceptibly. The usual irascible spark in them dimmed, replaced by a profound, ancient sadness. He seemed to grow even smaller, the weight of millennia settling on his tiny shoulders. Ah, he said, his voice losing its sharp, critical edge, becoming a soft, melancholic whisper. That is where you are wrong, Anthony Stark. He hopped down from the armor, waddling slowly towards Tony, who had stopped his pacing, surprised by the Galvan's sudden change in demeanor. I can understand your father, perhaps more than you realize, Azimuth continued, his gaze unfocused, as if looking back through the vast, echoing corridors of his own impossibly long life. He was a genius, you say. For this planet, undoubtedly. He lived through a war, perhaps lost people dear to him, witnessed destruction on a scale that scarred his world. Azimuth looked up at Tony, his eyes filled with a weary, knowing sadness. Do you know what happens when a mind of that caliber, a mind that believes it can shape reality, control the variables, sees the universe deliver chaos and loss despite all its brilliance? After having everything, or believing they are on the cusp of it, they still see things fall apart, see loved ones lost. He paused, the silence in the lab heavy, broken only by the faint hum of machinery. They try to correct things, Azimuth said softly. They dedicate their intellect, their resources, their very souls, to creating safeguards, to building shields, to ensuring such loss never happens again. Sometimes it is in the name of protecting their loved ones. Sometimes, for what they perceive as the world's safety. They become consumed by it. The solutions become more complex, the potential consequences more dire, but they press on, driven by that terrible, brilliant, desperate need to fix what is broken in the universe, or what they fear will break. Tony stared at the tiny alien, a strange feeling stirring in his chest. He'd never heard anyone speak of his father with such understanding. I don't even think that's what Howard cared about, Tony said, his voice quieter now, uncertain. He cared about his legacy. Stark Industries. His name. Perhaps, Azimuth conceded. Or perhaps his legacy was his attempt at protection, however flawed, however misunderstood by those he sought to shield. You will understand it someday, Anthony. When you have wielded power long enough, when you have seen your own brilliance fall short, when you have made choices that saved many but cost you, personally. Azimuth's voice trailed off, a universe of unspoken pain in his tone. I know this because I, too, have gone down that path. And I have paid the cost for it. By love. And by destruction. The last words were barely a breath, a ghost of ancient regrets. A tense silence filled the lab. Tony looked at the Galvan, then at the arc reactor schematics still glowing on a nearby display. For the first time, a flicker of doubt entered his mind about his lifelong narrative of Howard Stark. Azimuth seemed to shake himself from his reverie, his usual irascibility returning, though now tinged with something less abrasive. Which is precisely why, he declared, his voice regaining some of its accustomed sharpness, I will not be simply handing you a solution to your palladium problem on a silver-plated Galvan platter. Tony blinked. What? Why not? After that whole, philosophical detour? You just said you understood. That doesn't make any sense. Perfect sense, you emotionally volatile carbon unit. Azimuth snapped. The understanding was for your benefit, not an indication of my intent to coddle your intellectual laziness. Your father, for all his apparent emotional unavailability, was clearly wrestling with a problem far beyond the scope of his era's science. He left you a legacy of intellect, a foundation of research. So, you will do what any self-respecting scientist with a modicum of filial piety, however deeply buried, would do, you will go through everything your father did. You will go to the roots. You will find where his research stopped, and you will pick it up from there. The solution is likely buried in his work, waiting for a mind of your era, with your resources, to unlock it. Tony stared at him, aghast. Go through Howard's old junk? Are you kidding me? Most of it is probably classified, locked away in some dusty archive, or worse, part of some Stark Expo exhibit from the 70s. What is there to find from the dead? His voice cracked slightly on the last word, a flare of old pain. He shook his head. Just say you don't know how to help me, little guy. It's okay. I'll figure it out. I always do. Azimuth's jowls quivered with indignation. Don't know how to help you, he squeaked, his voice rising in pitch. You infantile, arrogant, bipedal collection of poorly managed neurotransmitters. If I wanted to, forget about merely solving your insignificant poisoning problem. I could synthesize a new, non-toxic element for your little chest light from common household dust. I could re-engineer your entire cardiovascular system to run on ambient cosmic radiation. I could build you a whole new, perfectly healthy, organically integrated body and transfer your consciousness into it before your next irritating quip. Do you have any conception of my capabilities? Tony's jaw had dropped. You're joking, right? A new body? I am never joking about science, you insufferable narcissist. Azimuth fumed. But I am not some intergalactic charity service, dispensing cures to every dying primate with a halfway decent power source. Especially not when their entire worldview and priorities are demonstrably misplaced. If you can't even be bothered to understand the legacy of your own creator, to engage with the problem on a fundamental level, then you are not worthy of my intervention. My priorities are misplaced. Tony repeated, disbelief warring with anger. I am Iron Man. I'm a hero. I protect this country. I just saved Monaco from a psycho with electric whips. What more do you want? Azimuth rolled his enormous green eyes so far back into his head it was a wonder they didn't get stuck. Oh, please. Just because you constructed a moderately effective suit of weaponized armor and now fly around blasting street-level thugs and the occasional disgruntled former employee with a vendetta, you think you're a hero? You think that compares to true responsibility, to safeguarding entire civilizations, to making choices that affect the fate of the universe itself? He hopped onto a stack of data chips, puffing out his tiny chest. I know a true hero, Stark. A human boy from my own universe. He was barely more than a child when he first stumbled upon my greatest creation, not much older, I'd wager, than that other irritating young Omnitrix wielder who was reckless enough to bring me here is now. This boy, from the moment that device clamped onto his wrist, fought battles that would make your repulsor rays short-circuit from sheer terror. He didn't just fight street thugs, he fought intergalactic warlords, entire armies bent on conquest, beings who wanted to rule or consume entire galaxies. He saved Earth and his universe, and countless other planets and species across the cosmos, more times than you've changed your socks. And sometimes, Azimuth's voice softened almost imperceptibly, a flicker of something like pride in his eyes, sometimes he even proved me, Azimuth, wrong, simply through the stubborn idealism and idiotic bravery of his infuriatingly human heart. That is a hero, Stark. So, forgive me if I am not overly impressed by your self-proclaimed genius and your privately funded vendettas. A brilliant blue light suddenly enveloped the tiny Galvan. Tony and Rhodey shielded their eyes. When the light faded, Alex stood in Azimuth's place, his arms crossed, an unreadable expression on his face. He sighed, a long, weary sound. He can be a bit dramatic. He looked at Tony, then at the arc reactor schematics. Look, Stark. Do what he says. Go through your father's work. Even though I was still gonna help you if Azimuth flat out refused, because, frankly, watching you slowly keel over from palladium poisoning while the world needs Iron Man is just bad for everyone's business, including mine, his ideals, damn, he made sure before I turned back to not just hand you the answer. Alex shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. He has a point. A very annoying, very condescending point, but a point nonetheless. Rhodey, who had been watching this entire exchange with increasing bewilderment, finally exploded. Are you too serious? You're actually going to let him die, Alex? Just because this talking frog said so? For God's sake, he's dying. You want him to go on some wild goose chase through his dead father's old crap. We can do that after you save his life. Hope you find your answers, Stark, Alex said, his voice suddenly quiet, almost gentle. He turned, and the air beside him shimmered, then tore open into one of his swirling, emerald and black portals. He stepped towards it. Wait. Alex. Kid. Tony called out, taking a step forward, but before he could say anything more, Alex had vanished through the portal, which snapped shut with a faint pop, leaving only the scent of ozone and distant, alien worlds behind.